Chapter 829. The astonished Ning and the delightful aroma emanated from Xi'er's fast food? Upon uncovering this astonishing truth, the young palace maid, Xi'er, felt utterly disoriented. As if her mind had been entirely emptied. She stood frozen, her gaze fixated on the direction of Xi'er's fast food's backyard, her eyes wide with disbelief. This revelation was overwhelmingly shocking. She found it difficult to accept. Throughout the morning, the princess had been eagerly anticipating the moment when Xi'er would serve a pot of foul-smelling pig entrails, only to be subsequently pelted with ire by the enraged crowd. Yet, who would have thought that the tantalizing scent that had captivated the princess merely belonged to the very entrails that were supposed to stink? How was she to convey this to the princess? Like a wilted eggplant, Xi'er trudged back to the delicious confectionery, her head hung low, muttering to herself. As she approached, a figure loomed at the entrance, blocking the sunlight. Princess Ning initially mistook it for a visitor, her heart lifting with joy, but upon looking up, she realized it was only Xi'er returning. Why are you back so soon? Where's the takeout box? Princess Ning inquired, her tone clearly expressing discontent as she scrutinized Xi'er from head to toe. Her disappointment was palpable. She had thought a guest had arrived, only to find it was Xi'er, which left her feeling rather deflated. Moreover, she had instructed Xi'er to bring back a portion of the tantalizing dish. Yet here she was, returning empty-handed. How could she fail at such a trivial task? The princess had been grappling with how to explain the situation, but confronted by Ning's inquiry, Xi'er stammered, her face turning pale with anxiety. Speak clearly, Ning chided, her annoyance growing. How could you return empty-handed from the market? Another maid, Xi'er, could not restrain herself from asking, did you not go to buy vegetables, Xi'er? Why are you empty-handed? Upon hearing the questions from Princess Ning and Xi'er, Xi'er's complexion grew even paler, her round face contorting into a grimace. She opened her mouth several times, straining to articulate her thoughts, yet no words emerged. Princess Ning's expression darkened further at Xi'er's silence, her frustration mounting. You can't even speak? You're utterly useless, Xi'er. Aside from eating, you seem incapable of anything else. Princess, just now, when I went out, that aroma. Xi'er glanced up at Ning timidly but quickly lowered her gaze again, her heart racing with trepidation. What about the aroma? Speak, Ning exclaimed, her patience wearing thin as she pinched Xi'er lightly. The atmosphere in the entire confectionery was charged with impending tension. Princess, Xi'er felt tears brimming in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to be forthright. I just went out to buy vegetables. But I discovered that the fragrant aroma was actually coming from Xi'er's fast food. As Xi'er revealed the source of the delightful scent, the delicious confectionery fell into a profound silence, as if the world had come to an end. The only sound that could be heard was the rhythm of their own breathing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and only then did the delectable aroma begin to waft through the air. Princess Ning was left astounded by Xi'er's words, her wide eyes losing focus, her cherry-red lips forming an astonished shape, speechless for a prolonged moment. After a while, she shook her head emphatically and, with a quivering voice, declared impossible. How could that fragrance possibly come from across the street? You must be mistaken. Princess Ning could not fathom that the enticing scent originated from the nearby Xi'er's fast food. How could she believe such a thing? The aroma was so tantalizing it made her mouth water. How could it possibly be the product of the foul-smelling pig offal? Beside her, Xi'er wore an expression of disbelief. Yet she understood in her heart that the aroma likely did emanate from Xi'er's fast food. The reason was simple. Xi'er would never dare to deceive the princess, especially not with news she knew would be unwelcome. Even if given 100 bold hearts, Xi'er would not risk lying to the princess on such matters. Xi'er now comprehended why Xi'er had hesitated earlier. She was aware that the princess detested this news, which had made her so uncomfortable. Perhaps Xi'er was mistaken, after all. Faced with Princess Ning's inquiry, Xi'er, like an ostrich, lowered her head and meekly responded. Princess Ning snorted, turning to leave. She refused to believe, or rather, she was unwilling to accept this, and thus felt compelled to verify it herself. The aroma had grown even more intense since she had stepped outside. As soon as Princess Ning crossed the threshold, she was enveloped by an even more alluring scent, one that seemed to beckon from deep within her. In the past, whenever Princess Ning made an appearance, even when wearing a veil, she would attract countless unwelcome gazes. It was unavoidable given her striking beauty and stunning figure. Yet today, despite having been outside for a while, not a single soul seemed to notice her. Everyone's attention was fixated on Xi'er's fast food, their eyes glued to it. Almost as fervently as when a certain establishment had celebrated its grand opening with a dance performance by an exotic beauty from the West. Reluctantly, Princess Ning had to confront a reality she did not wish to accept. The fragrance, perhaps, seemed to be emanating from that infernal Xi'er's fast food. The nose does not deceive. The closer she approached Xi'er's fast food, the more potent and enticing the aroma became. If it did not originate from Xi'er's fast food, then where else could it be coming from? This undeniable truth drove Princess Ning to the brink of madness. She felt an urge to shout skyward in frustration. How could this be? The repugnant pig offal should not smell so delightful. No, it must be that the cunning Zhu Pingyan had secretly prepared something else to mask the stench of the offal. Yes, it had to be so. Although Princess Ning had been in the shop all day and had only seen Zhu Pingyan and his companions carrying in pig offal and a small piece of pork, she believed firmly that the sly Zhu Pingyan must have hidden ingredients capable of producing such an enticing aroma within the shop. Princess Ning found it difficult to accept that Zhu's establishment could make pig offal taste so exquisite. Thus, she forced herself to concoct a rationale. Though she was acutely aware that this reasoning was nearly devoid of merit, possessing any justification, however flimsy, was preferable to confronting the void of despair that plagued her heart. Just moments ago, I glanced into the back of Zhu's restaurant, where a large pot had been erected, simmering with an assortment of pig hearts, livers, lungs, and intestines. The offal appeared both clean and vibrant, bobbing enticingly in the pot, which made my mouth water uncontrollably. A voice reached Princess Ning's ears. I didn't hear it, she murmured, her body swaying as she pressed her small hands against her ears. The sun blazed overhead, and the sky was a pristine blue. As time slipped away, the aroma of meat wafting through the streets intensified, spreading further afield. Initially, the fragrance lingered just outside Zhu's fast food restaurant, where patrons waiting in the shade began to catch a whiff. Gradually, the scent traveled outward, reaching a radius of over 10 meters, enticing those nearby, including Princess Ning and her two maidens within the adjacent delicacy shop. The allure of delicious aromas knows no bounds. As the sun reached its zenith, by midday, the savory scent of stewed pig offal permeated the very air of the street, captivating nearly everyone within its vicinity. The aroma was simply irresistible. Not only did it whet the appetite, but even the mere act of inhaling it was tantalizing. This fragrance seemed to possess a life of its own, beckoning the senses. And soon the entire street was enraptured by its allure. It's almost noon. Should we not venture out to see the performance? Suggested old Xi'er, the proprietor of Four Seas restaurant, as he popped a fried peanut into his mouth, followed by a sip of tea, leisurely conversing with the proprietor of the nearby Immortal Guest establishment. Why not? The stage has been set. We ought to show our support, replied the Immortal Guest's proprietor, glancing at the sun overhead and estimating that it was indeed time to rise, chuckling lightly as he stretched his neck. Let us go and savor the delightful pig offal offered by our fellow merchant, he added, prompting the other proprietor to rise with a smile. These three rival restaurateurs, secretly vying against one another, were now preparing to set off together to Zhu's fast food establishment to witness an entertaining spectacle. Ah, what is that delightful aroma? Old Xi'er, despite his less than sensitive nose, managed to catch a whiff of the tantalizing meat scent as he stood up. Huh, you've only just noticed? I caught a whiff long ago. I thought your establishment had developed a new dish and was contemplating sending our chef over to glean some insights, the Immortal Guest's proprietor remarked, his gaze fixed intently on old Xi'er. On the map, the street layout from inside to out featured Zhu's fast food restaurant, Four Seas restaurant, Immortal Guest, and Shirley fragrance in succession. The fragrance wafted through the street, leading the proprietor of Xi'er Kulai to mistakenly believe that the Four Seas restaurant had developed a new dish. Oh, so it is indeed a new creation from the Four Seas. I was just pondering whether it was your establishment or that of the Four Seas. The owner of the farthest shop, Shirley Xiang, cast a keen glance at old Xi'er, the proprietor of Four Seas. What new dish? Old Xi'er appeared utterly bewildered. Huh, isn't it from your restaurant? Could it be from the Bajinju inside? Surely not. Bajinju doesn't even have a capable chef. Could it be that they quietly hired a renowned chef from afar? Observing old Xi'er's genuine confusion, the proprietor of Shirley Xiang couldn't help but feel intrigued. Let us go take a look. It's on our way, after all, suggested old Xi'er. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Before long, their group swelled as the owner of Ba Jinju joined them on their quest to discover the source of the new dish and enjoy the spectacle. After a while, their party grew even larger as two more restaurant owners decided to accompany them. The further they ventured inward, the more intense the aroma of meat became. As they approached Zhuji, the proprietors grew increasingly certain of the source of the delectable scent, their hearts racing with anticipation. It was evident that many others were also making their way to Zhuji, and from a distance, they could see the bustling crowds, both inside and outside. Each person resembling a beggar who hadn't eaten for days, clutching an empty bowl and a steamed bun, eagerly jostling to get inside. What is going on here? Old Xi'er inquired, detaining one individual from the throng. What do you want? The person, previously at the front, was now pushed back by the crowd after being halted by old Xi'er, glaring at him with reddened eyes as if old Xi'er had committed a grievous offense. Ahem. Good sir, what is the matter? Old Xi'er chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. The proprietor of Zhuji is treating everyone to delicious pork offal for free. Hurry and grab a seat, or you'll miss out. The individual impatiently yanked his arm free from old Qian's grasp and transformed into a frontrunner, pushing into the Zhuji eatery. Delicious pork offal. Upon hearing this, old Qian and the others exchanged incredulous looks, chuckling derisively. How could the foul and pungent offal be considered delicious? Don't jest with me. Indeed, the aroma emanated from Zhuji, but it certainly could not be the scent of pork offal. Zhuji presenting such a delicacy, I wonder if the proprietor's head has been kicked by a donkey. No matter how fragrant this delicacy may be, when the pork offal is served, it will still reek as expected. We shall see how he handles it then. With a mindset of amusement, the proprietors joined the throng, squeezing into Zhuji. Zhuji's establishment was still under renovation, with carpenters yet to craft many tables. Those who entered first managed to secure a place to sit, while those who followed had to settle for standing or squatting. The latecomers, including old Xi'er, could only find a small corner to accommodate themselves. They had arrived at last. Behold, they have brought forth the cauldron, accompanied by an enticing aroma of meat. The crowd erupted in excitement, creating a path. Lu Daqiang and Lu Mu, along with a few others, entered, stacking bricks in the center of the restaurant to construct a makeshift stove. Subsequently, Lu Dachui and Lu Dadeo arrived, lifting a large iron pot cushioned by burlap. Placing it atop the stove, Lu Dagong inserted two unburned pieces of wood beneath, as gentle flames licked the bottom of the pot. The cauldron was filled to the brim with pristine and glistening pig offal, the broth bubbling and tenderly caressing the delicacies within. The alluring scent of meat wafted through the air, almost compelling one to dive headfirst into the pot. Sounds of swallowing and murmurs of admiration filled the atmosphere. Manager Qian and the others exerted considerable effort to reach the front of the pot, staring in astonishment at the abundant pig offal, utterly bewildered. What was going on? Why was the pot filled solely with pig offal? How could the aroma of pig offal be so intoxicating? This was entirely different from their expectations. Where were the promised delicacies? The captivating scent emanated solely from this pot of offal. Zhuji had brazenly brought an entire pot of pig offal into the restaurant. Please accept my sincerest apologies for the prolonged wait, esteemed guests. Just a moment longer, and you will savor the delicacies we at Zhuji are about to present. Zhu Ping'an announced, emerging from the back courtyard with a smile and a bow to the assembled patrons. The young manager is too courteous. We have been waiting all morning. A brief delay is of no consequence, they replied, their spirits lifted. With the tantalizing aroma of pig offal filling the air, the people returned Zhu Ping'an's words with friendly laughter. Of course, some made light-hearted remarks, such as, "It smells delightful, but I wonder how it tastes. Let's hope it's not just a pretty facade." Indeed, the scent of stinky tofu is off-putting, yet it is delicious when consumed. One can only speculate how this fragrant pig offal will fare. Examples of stinky tofu were cited to reflect the uncertainty surrounding the pig offal's taste, despite its enticing aroma. All present were familiar with stinky tofu, a quintessential snack of the Ming dynasty, renowned as a culinary paradox. Its odor is unpleasant, yet its flavor is exquisite. Legend has it that stinky tofu was invented by the founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. In his impoverished youth, he endured life as a beggar and monk. One fateful day, famished beyond measure, He picked up some expired tofu discarded by a household. After frying it in oil from the temple's lamp, he eagerly devoured it, only to discover an unexpectedly delightful flavor that became unforgettable, surpassing even the taste of beggar's chicken. Later, as he led his army into Anhui, he reminisced about the fried expired tofu and commanded his troops to gather it, rewarding them with the delicious dish. Thus, stinky tofu began to spread throughout Anhui and soon gained popularity across the nation. Upon hearing someone reference stinky tofu, a few individuals drawn by its aroma couldn't help but feel a pang of intrigue. The speaker made a valid point. Just as there exists the fragrant yet foul-smelling stinky tofu, it is conceivable that there are foods that smell delightful yet taste unpleasant, such as pig intestines, which might indeed possess such a dichotomy. Nonetheless, many others remain hopeful, recalling that previously, the pig intestines prepared by others often emitted a strong and unpleasant odor. However, the offerings from Zhuji are characterized by an alluring fragrance, completely devoid of any off-putting scents, and they appear pristine and vibrant, enticing all who behold them. Differing opinions are inconsequential. After all, the pig intestines have already been cooked and are ready for tasting. Whether they are delectable or not will soon be revealed. They're done, Lu Dadao bellowed, heralding the commencement of a culinary feast. Subsequently, Lu Daqiang, with his long chopsticks, extracted the immaculate and tempting pig intestines from the pot and placed them upon the cutting board. The pig intestines, glistening with fragrant, braising liquid, quivered enticingly on the board, whetting the appetites of all present. Lu Lao expertly began to slice the pig intestines, demonstrating the skill of a seasoned chef. Despite having recently learned the technique from Zhu Pinggan, he wielded the knife with calm assurance, swiftly and deftly. With a flurry of movements, the pig intestines were transformed into an array of meticulously prepared delicacies displayed on the board. Lu Lao then proceeded to serve, carefully placing an assortment of braised meats into bowls, followed by a generous ladle of rich braising sauce. This ladleful was artfully measured, not too much to overwhelm the visual appeal of the dish, yet sufficient to enhance the flavor of the meats and allow for the delightful pairing with bread. With the addition of finely chopped garlic, cilantro, and chili oil, a bowl of sumptuous braised delicacies was soon ready. My turn, I was first. In eager anticipation of their bowl of braised meats, people jostled, almost causing a commotion. Step back, one at a time. Lu Dachui and Lu Dadao stood at the side, maintaining order with an air of authority. Ha ha ha, pardon me. This one is mine. The first recipient of the braised dish proudly held up their bowl, grinning as they showcased it to the crowd. What does it taste like? The onlookers were filled with curiosity, urging the individual to share. Oh, don't rush me. Let me have a taste. The first diner deliberately lifted their chopsticks slowly, teasingly lowering them into the bowl amidst the impatient murmurs of the crowd. They deftly picked up a tender piece of pig intestine, closed their eyes, and gradually placed it in their mouth. Upon taking the first bite, their eyes widened in astonishment, as if jolted awake from slumber by a sudden shock. With a single chew, the rich, meaty flavor erupted within their mouth, intensely stimulating their taste buds. It was fragrant yet not greasy, a taste that would linger in memory. The tender pig intestine enveloped in the rich braising sauce, complemented by a hint of cilantro and a subtle spiciness previously unencountered, acted as a catalyst, harmoniously blending together to elevate this dish into a celestial delight. Each bite so delicious it felt as though one might swallow their very tongue in delight. Oh my, how can the pig offal be so delicious? Compared to this exquisite delicacy, the foreleg, hind leg, and pork belly seem utterly bland, akin to tasteless bread. I am astounded. It turns out that pig offal can be so delectable. I have never tasted such fragrant meat before. In an instant, the individual was rendered speechless, having taken just one bite, frozen in the act of chewing, with wide open eyes. What could this mean? Is it truly that unpalatable? Could it be so dreadful? It can't be, can it? After a single chew, he found himself unable to take another. The onlookers were taken aback, assuming that the pig offal was so distasteful that one bite deterred him from taking a second. Indeed, it seems that no matter how many spices are added to the broth to mask the odor, the unpleasant scent emerges upon actual consumption. As expected, as anticipated. Seeing this, the shopkeeper Qian and his companions exchanged glances and chuckled. Disguised as a man, Princess Ning and her companions, Xi'er and Huan mingled in the crowd and witnessed the scene. Princess Ning, excited, clenched her delicate fist and waved it, finally relieved after much anticipation, only to discover that the pig offal was truly unappetizing. The aroma had startled her. Yet, in the next moment, Xi'er and Princess Ning and the others were left in astonishment. The bewildered individual, as if he had not eaten in days, exclaimed how delicious it was, burying himself in the dish, ignoring everyone around him. He had no time for pleasantries. In his eyes, heart, and mouth, there was only the fatty intestines and lung slices. He devoured them with fervor, cheeks puffed. The more he chewed, the more delightful it became. Eat. Continue eating. He simply could not stop. Soon, a second person who received a bowl of the braised dish experienced the pig offal and understood entirely why the first person had been so stunned. It was astonishingly delicious. The third, the fourth, more and more people were served fragrant bowls of braised delicacy. Delicious, delightful. Yes, it is truly exquisite. Young shopkeeper, hurry and open your business. Indeed. Do open soon. We shall come to support you daily. Those who tasted it praised it, the sound of chewing resounding endlessly, completely unable to stop. Is it really that good? Surely, they are all hired actors from the Zhu family. Princess Ning thought indignantly. However, when Xi'er and Xi'er received their complimentary braised dish and presented it to Princess Ning, she took a dainty bite with her discerning mouth, fell silent. Her expression darkening, and angrily uttered a single word, leave. She then turned on her heel, swaying her little hips, not looking back, preferring to avoid seeing it. Oh! The gluttonous Xi'er, with her mouth stuffed, gasped when she heard Princess Ning say to leave, reluctant to part with her food. This is tragic. Xi'er pinched Xi'er, urging her to follow the princess. As Xi'er was pulled along, she still wished to hold onto the braised dish. But upon receiving a glare from Xi'er, she reluctantly set it down, turning back to glance as they walked away. Xi'er and the others also managed to grab a bowl of the braised dish, and after tasting it, they were left in utter disbelief. How astonishing. It turns out that braised pig offal can be so delectable. Chapter 832, Back to Work. From this day forth, a legend began to blossom in the capital. It is said that at Zhu's fast food near Xinhua Gate, there exists a time-honored specialty dish, braised pig offal. Allegedly, the aroma of the cooked pig offal wafts through the air, detectable from 10 miles away, tantalizing the senses and making mouths water. Although Zhu's fast food has yet to officially open, it has already gained a reputation throughout the capital. The fragrant aroma of the cooking spreads to the neighboring areas, enticing even monks from distant temples to come and partake. Alongside this dish, a poetic line emerged, attributed to a wandering monk who, unsure of his place of worship, entered the establishment in search of a bowl of cooked pig offal. The young manager of Zhu's, inspired in the moment, spontaneously recited a verse. This poem has since been inscribed on a wooden plaque and displayed within the restaurant. Consequently, the braised pig offal has acquired the elegant moniker Buddha Jumps Over the Wall due to the poetic tribute from Zhu's manager. The dish's refined title, coupled with the tale of the wandering monk, significantly accelerated its fame. Akin to the rapid spread of celebrity gossip, juicy details only serve to amplify the allure. Within a mere day, the renowned dish known as Buddha Jumps Over the Wall had spread throughout the vicinity of Xinhua Gate, and in less than 3 days, half of the capital was abuzz with talk of Zhu's culinary marvel. Of course, the truth behind the wandering monk remains concealed. He was, in fact, a hired actor procured by Zhu Ping'an for a mere 2 taels of silver. Initially, Lu Dideo hesitated to part with that sum, viewing it as an advertising expense. Zhu Ping'an, with a subtle smile, mused that compared to the exorbitant sponsorship fees of modern-day programs, this 2 taels was exceedingly modest. Advertising? What is advertising? Lu Dideo appeared bewildered. Just wait. Those 2 taels would yield returns in thousands. Zhu Ping'an confidently patted Lu Dideo's shoulder, assured of their success. Under Zhu Ping'an's insistence, the scene of the wandering monk requesting pig offal materialized. The impact of the 2 tael advertisement exceeded Zhu Ping'an's expectations. Firstly, it significantly elevated Zhu's recognition. Within days, everyone in the vicinity knew of Zhu's. Secondly, the anecdote surrounding Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, along with the initial patrons who tasted the dish, led to a word-of-mouth phenomenon that catapulted Zhu's pig offal into the spotlight, effectively opening up the market. Lastly, the elegant title Buddha Jumps Over the Wall should not be underestimated. To dine on pig offal at Zhu's versus to indulge in Buddha Jumps Over the Wall creates 2 entirely different impressions, elevating the experience to unprecedented heights, with immeasurable indirect benefits. In summary, the results were exceedingly gratifying. However, it is only fitting to express regret to the future proprietor of Fuzhou's Jichunyuan restaurant, Zheng Chuanfa, for the unintentional implications of the name Buddha jumps over the wall. My apologies, oh Buddha jumps over the wall. Originally, you were meant to be associated with the renowned Fujian delicacy, Fishukwan, alongside exquisite ingredients such as abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw, yak skin gelatin, king oyster mushrooms, pig tendons, flower mushrooms, cuttlefish, dried scallops, and quail eggs to host foreign dignitaries. Now, it seems you must settle for being linked to pig offal, forever entwined with fatty intestines, pig lungs, hearts, and livers. However, isn't it truly honorable to connect with the masses? I trust that this will not diminish your worth. My apologies, Boss Zheng, for usurping your naming rights. That said, a return to simplicity, like the fragrant offerings from the altar or your esteemed Fishukwan, is undeniably delightful. I believe that a name will not dictate the future of this celebrated dish. On the eve of the renovation at Zhuji, Zhu Pinggan's holiday came to an end. As per his usual routine, just before dawn, he reluctantly rose from his gentle slumber, had breakfast, and rode his distinctive black horse to work at the Wui Hall. Today, Zhu Pinggan was no longer the inconspicuous newcomer he once was. Now, he was a prominent figure at Wui Hall, garnering attention as soon as he entered. The instigator of the Taizong incident? The youngest fifth-rank official of the Ming dynasty? No, the true event that elevated Zhu Pinggan to prominence was the pig offal incident. Good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. For instance, if a certain female colleague is honored as a model worker, few may take notice within the unit. However, if she is seen after work in the company of a superior, engaging in revelry and celebrating the unit's success, you can be assured that the entire establishment, including the cleaning staff and cafeteria workers, will be abuzz with all the details by the following day. Zhu Pinggan's foray into selling pig offal, in the eyes of his colleagues at Wui Hall, was significantly more scandalous than any such female colleague's antics. In this era of open-mindedness, even a Peking University graduate selling pork can create a national sensation, let alone in the feudal society of the Ming dynasty. Moreover, the title of top scholar that Zhu Pinggan holds far surpasses the prestige of a Peking University alumnus, and pig offal is considered even more lowly than pork. Thus, Zhu Pinggan's venture into the pig offal business sparked a commotion far greater than that of a Peking University graduate selling meat. In the hierarchy of values, only scholarly pursuits hold true merit. For a top scholar to engage in the pig offal trade is more sensational than a debutante opening a brothel. Shortly after the first person at Wui Hall learned of this news, it spread like wildfire, reaching even the young eunuchs on duty. The title of the first top scholar in the Ming dynasty to sell pig offal rightfully belongs to Zhu Pinggan, propelling him to fame within Wui Hall, achieving widespread recognition. The revelations of the Taizong case and the prestige of being the youngest fifth-rank official pale in comparison to the glory of the first top scholar in the Ming dynasty selling pig offal, causing them to tremble in the shadows. Hee, the pig offal has arrived. Cough, cough. Zhu Zihu is here. An official, upon seeing Zhu Pinggan in the Wui Hall, nudged the arm of his colleague beside him, gesturing discreetly. Hush, be cautious with your words. His colleague, initially serious, burst into laughter the next moment, jesting. Be careful he doesn't hear you. He might enlist you to manage his business. You certainly won't enjoy that. Upon hearing about the prospect of tending to Zhu Pinggan's pig offal business, the official's expression changed drastically, resembling that of a frightened tiger. What a joke. Buddha's jumping wall. Pig offal. Are those fit for human consumption? Even butchers feed such scraps to dogs. Don't even think about it. I wouldn't want to partake. Chapter 833. The Debate of Righteousness and Profit. Zihu, if you're in a tight spot, you can confide in us. As colleagues, we would certainly lend a helping hand if we can. Why sully yourself with such sordid pursuits, inviting ridicule upon yourself? Zhu Pinggan had just entered the Wui Hall when a middle-aged official, someone he rarely interacted with, approached him with unexpected warmth, patting Zhu Pinggan on the shoulder, smiling broadly as he addressed him. It seemed to be a display of enthusiasm and goodwill. Indeed, seemed is the only appropriate term. The performance lacked sincerity, devoid of genuine emotion. One could hardly mask the disdain etched on his face, nor the mocking tone of his laughter. In this moment, I felt an urge to utter a curse, unsure if it was appropriate. Zhu Pingyan glanced at the man, tugged at the corners of his mouth, and inwardly scoffed, though he maintained a faint smile on his face. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. Are you perhaps referring to Zhu's fast food?" "Indeed. That is the matter at hand." The middle-aged official nodded. "I see nothing wrong with it." Zhu Pingyan shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor calm. "Every profession has its outstanding individuals." "Nothing wrong. Does Xi'er not comprehend the debate of righteousness and profit?" The middle-aged official laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Zhu Pingyan was well aware of the debate. It is a fundamental tenet of Confucian thought, addressing whether one should pursue righteousness or profit. Confucius posited, "The gentleman understands righteousness, while the petty man understands profit," establishing a foundational discourse. Mencius elaborated, stating, "If one prioritizes righteousness over profit, one is not to be begrudged." Further advocating for the supremacy of righteousness, Xuanzi asserted that seeking profit and competing for wealth is the courage of merchants and thieves, effectively relegating commerce to the depths of disdain. This embodies the mainstream ideology of Confucianism, which values righteousness while disparaging commerce. The gentleman understands righteousness while the petty man understands profit. Hence, scholars, farmers, and merchants are ranked with merchants at the lowest. The middle-aged official spoke at length. Not so. In ancient times, there were 4 professions: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Scholars who diligently pursue learning may attain titles and offices. Farmers who labor in the fields can gather harvests. Artisans who hone their skills can exchange goods for sustenance. Merchants who engage in trade can accumulate wealth. These 4 are the foundational occupations of the people, unchanged since the dawn of civilization, with no distinction of nobility or inferiority. Zhu Pingyan gently shook his head, presenting a perspective that diverged from contemporary mainstream thought. This illustrates the difference in eras. While merchant status has improved significantly during the Ming dynasty, it still pales in comparison to modern times. They could never have imagined that centuries later, a merchant would be universally referred to as father. They could scarcely conceive that. In the distant future, the political machinations of Western powers would render their distinctions of nobility and status utterly laughable. As Xuanzi once remarked, to pursue profit and compete for wealth, solely driven by self-interest, is the audacity of thieves. At that moment, an official rose to challenge Zhu Pingyan, his youthful countenance betraying an expression that suggested, "Your thoughts are perilous." Indeed, Zithu, merchants are often viewed as profit-driven and devoid of integrity, a sentiment echoed in the Book of Rites. Merchants do not stand on equal footing with scholars. This serves as a clear testament to the entrenched elitism among the officials, whose minds are saturated with the belief that all forms of labor are inferior, save for scholarly pursuits. Naturally, the multitude of officials who derided Zhu Pingyan had ulterior motives. He was the harbinger of the Taitsong incident, which implicated numerous officials, many of whom faced financial penalties and reductions in their salaries. The ranks of the Zheng faction alone saw dozens of officials penalized, and several from Li Mo's faction were similarly affected. Among the assembly, many had incurred fines, or had friends and relatives who suffered financial repercussions due to the scandal. "If it weren't for Zhu Pingyan, this calamity would not have befallen me," echoed the sentiments of many aggrieved officials. It can be said that Zhu Pingyan, through his solitary actions, had offended nearly half of the officialdom. Yet, upon hearing of his own financial penalties, many officials felt a sense of vindication. He deserved it, they thought. He reaped what he sowed. When news reached them that Zhu Pingyan had gone bankrupt and was compelled to engage in trade, their satisfaction was further amplified. The revelation that he had resorted to dealing in the unsavory offal of pigs elicited unabashed laughter. The top scholar, a paragon among the learned, had traversed the perilous path of the imperial examination with distinction, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, only to find himself entangled in the sordid business of pig entrails. Was this not a farce? Not entirely. One must not generalize. Merchants and scholars may employ different means for their livelihoods, yet their hearts may resonate with the same principles. A skilled merchant, while navigating the tumultuous waters of commerce, can exhibit lofty moral standards, akin to a lotus blossoming unsullied from the mire. Though merchants pursue profit, they can indeed embody nobility. Confucius stated, "The gentleman understands righteousness, while the petty person comprehends profit." Mencius asserted, "If one prioritizes profit over righteousness, they shall never find satisfaction." Xuanzi echoed this sentiment. commenting on the audacity of those who pursue wealth without regard for virtue. Zithu, who espouses the notion that the four classes of society should not be distinguished by status. Another official joined the fray, boldly stating that Zhu Ping'an's arguments were baseless and merely a form of personal sophistry. As Mr. Yangming said, Zhu Ping'an interjected, "Mr. Yangming." The crowd fell silent. Wang Yangming was, without a doubt, a legendary figure of the Ming dynasty, known for his remarkable life, extraordinary abilities, and his influence rivaling that of Zhu Xi. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an continued, "I trust you are all familiar with Mr. Yangming's doctrine of investigating things to extend one's innate knowledge. This principle posits that within each individual resides a sense of conscience, asserting that regardless of one's station, as scholar, farmer, or merchant, everyone harbors an inherent moral compass, which can be cultivated through the investigation of the world. It is precisely for this reason that Mr. Yangming proclaimed that sages could be found in every street, further emphasizing that merchants too could embody sagehood and virtue. He asserted that although engaged in trade daily, it did not preclude one from being a sage, since scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants alike can achieve sagehood. What basis is there for distinctions of rank and status?" Zhu Ping'an cast a discerning glance over the assembly, unhurriedly articulating Wang Yangming's doctrine of investigating things to attain innate knowledge. The rhetorical flourish proved effective. Upon Zhu Ping'an's invocation of Wang Yangming's principles, the crowd found themselves momentarily at a loss for counterarguments. By the time they devised a rebuttal, Zhu Ping'an had long since departed, leaving only the silhouette of his retreating figure. As he vanished around the corner, the assembly could not help but murmur derisively, "What nonsense! He has utterly misinterpreted Mr. Yangming's true intent. Indeed, he preaches the equality of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Yet what could a purveyor of pig offal, a merchant, possibly know? Clearly, he has become foolish through his studies. Engaging in commerce is one thing, but delving into such lowly trades is another. Who would consume such base offerings? Just wait until Zhu's establishment opens. He will surely lament his choices. It is likely that his business will close shortly after its inception." Well said. Chapter 834. The Grand Hall of Teachings. The Western Garden is delineated by the Qianxin Gate, separating the outer court from the inner court. Beyond the Qianxin Gate lies the outer court, while within is the inner court. Along the central axis of the outer court stands a magnificent palace, its golden glazed roof shimmering in the sunlight. Within the hall, several crimson pillars bear intricately carved dragons, their golden scales and armor glistening as they curl around the columns, seemingly poised to soar into the sky. The hall is adorned with exquisite golden silk Nanmu furniture, a floor of azure warm jade, and crystal lanterns, radiating opulence. This grand structure is known as the Grand Hall. The Grand Hall was constructed during the reign of Emperor Jiajing to commemorate the birth of his first son, modeled after the Grand Hall of the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. In the first year of Zhu Yuanzhang's reign, he commissioned the construction of the Grand Hall within the palace as a place for the crown prince and princess to study, compensating for his own lack of formal education in childhood. During its construction, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered the collection of historical texts and announced to the world the recruitment of erudite scholars to impart the 4 books and 5 classics to the princes. Undoubtedly, the Grand Hall played a pivotal role in guiding the princes in governing the nation effectively. Regrettably, the Grand Hall fell victim to the turmoil of the Jingnan campaign, during which the Ming dynasty's founding emperor besieged Nanjing. As the king of Gu and Duke Li Jinglong surrendered at the Golden River Gate, the capital was ravaged, leading to a catastrophic fire that consumed the palace, resulting in the disappearance of the Jiangwen emperor amidst the flames and reducing the Grand Hall, which had been meticulously nurtured for over a decade, to mere ruins. Following the birth of his first son, to enhance the educational foundation of the prince, Emperor Jiajing constructed this Grand Hall, drawing inspiration from the founding emperor's original design. The Grand Hall is taller, larger, and more splendid than its predecessor. However, due to Emperor Jiajing's limited offspring, many of whom perished young, this grand edifice has housed no more than 3 princes at its peak, and now only 2 remain. As the 2 princes established their respective households, their education was primarily entrusted to their own instructors within the royal residence. It was only when the Jiajing emperor was seized by whimsy that he would occasionally summon the 2 princes to the Grand Hall for lessons. Last night, the Jiajing emperor dreamt of the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, who, in the dream, scrutinized his understanding of the classics. Perplexed by the meaning of this dream, the emperor summoned the Taoist master Tao Zhongwen early this morning to interpret it. After careful calculation, Master Tao suggested that the dream pertained to the princes, indicating that the founding emperor was concerned about the cultivation of the imperial heirs. Shortly after Zhu Ping'an began his duties, a eunuch arrived to convey the emperor's edict, summoning Zhu Ping'an to the grand hall to lecture on the classics. To teach the princes? This was not only a significant responsibility, but also an immense honor. Such an accolade far surpassed the prestige of modern professors at Peking University or Tsinghua University by 1,000-fold. In comparison to the esteemed scholars of the National Academy, these modern professors held a lesser status, not to mention their standing compared to the imperial teacher. The National Academy was the highest institution of learning during the Ming Dynasty, serving simultaneously as an educational authority akin to a combined education bureau and premier university. Therefore, the status of contemporary institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University cannot be compared to that of the National Academy in the Ming era. To lecture the princes on the classics could indeed confer the title of imperial teacher. This was a distinction that could resonate throughout one's lifetime. And in Zhu Ping'an's mind, only the most renowned and venerable scholars could be entrusted with such a weighty task. At the very least, one would expect someone of Gao Gong's seniority to be appointed. Thus, upon hearing the news, Zhu Ping'an was taken aback. Was he truly deemed worthy to teach the princes? Had he misheard? Or was there a mistake in the eunuch's transmission? The edict proclaimed by the emperor instructed the Hanlin Academy's reader-scholar Zhu Ping'an to proceed to the grand hall for lectures. Once the eunuch reiterated the emperor's decree, Zhu Ping'an finally grasped that he had not misheard, nor had the eunuch erred. The Jiajing emperor indeed intended for him to lecture in the grand hall for the two princes. The moment the eunuch departed Zhu Ping'an's quarters, news of this decree quickly spread within the Wui Hall. Another opportunity had arisen, and this time it must be seized. The excitement among the officials was palpable, each eager to partake in this momentous occasion. Who could remain unexcited? After all, lecturing in the grand hall meant imparting knowledge to the princes. This was not only a validation from the emperor, but also an extraordinary honor, an opportunity to become an imperial teacher. Setting aside the future prestige that would accompany such a title, the mere chance to cultivate a relationship with the future emperor was enough to incite fierce competition among them. With only two princes remaining, teaching them would mean becoming their mentor, at least ensuring familiarity and establishing connections. Regardless of which prince ascended the throne, the benefits of being their teacher would undoubtedly be substantial. The opportunity was fleeting, already secured. The eunuch who had just departed had delivered the decree for Zhu Ping'an to lecture in the grand hall. Officials privy to the details shook their heads in disbelief, lamenting. What? Was it truly Zhu Ping'an who was summoned to lecture in the grand hall? In an instant, upon hearing the news, the members of the Wui Hall were struck as if by lightning, exchanging bewildered glances and remaining in a state of disbelief for an extended period. Soon, a mournful wail filled the air, their expressions reflecting the agony of having missed out on a fortune, their eyes turning red with envy towards Zhu Ping'an. Each one resembled a rabbit, eyes brimming with tears. This was a summons to the great hall for a discourse. How could this be? Why Zhu Ping'an? They shook their heads in disbelief, sighing repeatedly. How could Zhu Ping'an be chosen to deliver teachings in the great hall? He was barely older than a child, still inexperienced and immature. How could he be entrusted with such a task? What qualifications did Zhu Ping'an possess to instruct the esteemed princes? He was still occupied with the pig offal. My goodness! How could someone so steeped in the stench of copper and pig entrails be deemed worthy to impart wisdom to the revered princes? Oh, sovereign! You have been misled by Zhu Ping'an. What could he possibly impart? Would he teach them how to prepare pig offal? This was akin to pushing the princes into a pit of fire. Oh, sovereign! This is outrageous. Who recommended Zhu Ping'an to you? This is a perilous folly. Surely the princes would not accept lectures from someone their own age, or even younger. The Wui Hall erupted in lamentations. Disbelief, dissent, and dissatisfaction filled the air. Yet they felt utterly powerless. The sovereign's decree was absolute, and the die had been cast. They could not alter the course of events. Only grumble and envy and jealousy towards the fortunate Zhu Ping'an. When Zhu Ping'an was summoned to the great hall and emerged from the Wui Hall, he was acutely aware of the piercing glares directed at him. Those gazes made him feel akin to a monkey adorned in finery, a petty thief who had snatched their prized fruit. It seemed as though he had become the target of collective disdain. Unfazed, Zhu Pingyan shrugged nonchalantly and murmured to himself. Upon reaching the Great Hall, Zhu Pingyan soon realized that he was not the only one summoned to deliver teachings that day. In the tea room of the Great Hall, 5 ministers awaited, each exuding an air of scholarly authority and presence. "Good morning, Lord Gao," Zhu Pingyan greeted, having recognized Gao Gong among them. And he approached him with warmth, considering them colleagues from the Hanlin Academy. However, despite Zhu Pingyan's cordial greeting, Gao Gong remained seated, immovable as a towering mountain, merely acknowledging him with a haughty nod, his gaze betraying a flicker of surprise and disdain. From his expression, Zhu Pingyan discerned the underlying message. What on earth is this fool doing here to deliver teachings? Such was Gao Gong's nature. After exchanging pleasantries with Gao Gong, Zhu Pingyan respectfully saluted the other 4 esteemed seniors in turn. Aside from one elderly official with white hair who smiled and exchanged a few words with Zhu Pingyan, introducing him to the others present, the remaining 3 elders maintained an aloof demeanor, with one regarding Zhu Pingyan with an intensity akin to that of a sworn enemy. Under the introduction of the venerable elder, Zhu Pingyan realized that the aloof demeanor of these individuals was not without reason. Their accomplishments far surpassed his own. Gao Gong, for instance, had achieved prominence in the study of the classics at the tender age of 17, and now, more than 2 decades later, his mastery of the 4 books and 5 classics was renowned throughout the realm. Presently, he served as a scholar at the Hanlin Academy and held the esteemed position of chief lecturer at the Prince of Yu's residence, making his presence here to impart teachings to the 2 princes both fitting and commendable. The aged official, who had just engaged Zhu Pingyan in amiable conversation, was Lu Buqing, the minister of the Honglu Temple, a 4th-rank official. Although his official rank was not exceedingly high, he was revered in the literary world, having once been the grand scholar of the Imperial Academy. Opposite Gao Gong, exuding a palpable air of rivalry, sat Zhang Wentian, the chief lecturer of the Prince of Jing's court. The competition between the princes of Yu and Jing made their respective chief scholars' presence here entirely customary. Zhang Wentian, slightly younger than Lu Buqing, appeared to be in his 50s or early 60s, with graying hair meticulously groomed, not a strand out of place. His slightly sunken eyes, adorned with crow's feet, still sparkled with an eagle-like sharpness. Though slender, his emaciated frame radiated the dignity of a distinguished scholar, and even the wrinkles on his face seemed to convey wisdom. Naturally, a scholar of such repute would look down upon a novice like Zhu Pingyan, resulting in Zhu often finding himself gazing at Zhang Wentian's chin. Beside Zhang, a dapper official in his 40s sat, his chiseled features and prominent nose reminiscent of Wu Xiaobo, exuding both elegance and scholarly charm, albeit with an air of arrogance and pride. This gentleman was Yang Guoyang, a doctor of the 5 classics at the Imperial Academy. Although Zhu Pingyan held a higher official rank, being of the 5th grade, Yang's pompous demeanor suggested he considered himself vastly superior. When Zhu Pingyan had greeted him earlier, Yang had responded with an aloof indifference. Perhaps it is often the case that those endowed with talent possess equally strong personalities. Those who attain the rank of Doctor of the 5 Classics at the Imperial Academy are typically celebrated figures in academia, and Yang was no exception. Particularly renowned for his expertise in the 5 Classics, with many senior officials seeking his interpretations. The final official, like Zhang Wentian, was also a lecturer at the Prince of Jing's court, named Ma Huiding. In his 40s, he bore thick brows and bright eyes, exuding an enchanting grace. Yet when facing Zhu Pingyan, his demeanor shifted to one lacking warmth, revealing a sense of embarrassment at sharing the same space. Ma Huiding was likewise esteemed in scholarly circles, particularly for his remarkable contributions to education and literature. His annotations on Zhu Xi's 4 books with commentary had become a vital reference for the imperial examinations, garnering the admiration of Emperor Jiajing, which ultimately led to his appointment as a lecturer at the Prince of Jing's court. Amid the subtle exclusion from the crowd, Zhu Pingyan found himself an unseen presence in the tea room, serenely seated in a corner as he poured himself a cup of tea, amusedly observing the jovial exchanges among the adults. Just as he had filled his cup, someone else entered the tea room, Prince Jing. Although Zhu Pingyan did not know him personally, the princess' regal attire unmistakably indicated his noble status, though it remained unclear whether he was Prince Yu or Prince Jing. Zai Zhuan, having encountered various scholars, expressed his profound gratitude for their willingness to take time out of their busy schedules to lecture at the Great Hall. Upon entering the tea room, Prince Jing did not proceed further, but instead respectfully stood at the entrance, bowing deeply in greeting to Zhu Pingyan and the other 5 individuals seated within. Such deference from the prince was truly humbling. The officials, including Lord Lu, rose in response, their faces flushed with excitement, akin to being honored by the renowned Lu Huangshu during his 3 visits to the thatched cottage. It was a moment of exhilaration, as a prince who might one day ascend the throne treated them with such respect and reverence. Zhu Pingyan also stood to return the gesture of courtesy. In the presence of heaven, earth, and the esteemed figures of authority, the scholars, invited to the great hall for teachings, naturally received Zai Zhuan's respectful bow. Following this, Prince Jing, having completed his salutations, smiled gently as he stepped into the tea room. He first greeted Zhang Wentian and Ma Huading, the 2 scholarly attendants of the Jing residence, and then proceeded to acknowledge Lu Buoqing, Yang Guoyang, and Gao Gong in order of their seniority. "Oh, you must be Lord Zhu Pingyan," he remarked. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. My father has often cited you as an inspiration to me and my elder brother. Though you hail from humble beginnings and faced greater challenges in your studies compared to my brother and me, your remarkable achievements, having excelled in the imperial examinations at such a young age and now serving as a 5th-rank Hanlin Academy scholar, fill me with admiration. Today, I humbly request your guidance, and I shall listen intently." As Prince Jing concluded his greetings to Gao Gong and the others, he approached Zhu Pingyan, extending a polite and graceful salute, his words imbued with elegance and courtesy. Observing this high regard from the prince, Zhang Wentian, Ma Huading, and Yang Guoyang exchanged troubled glances, their expressions darkening. They regarded Zhu Pingyan with skepticism, questioning his worthiness of such honor from the prince, their gazes tinged with disdain. "Your praise is unwarranted, Your Highness. I am but a humble scholar," Zhu Pingyan replied with modesty. "I do not dare to seek your teachings. I only hope for the opportunity to exchange ideas with you and Prince Yu today." Amidst the watchful eyes of the assembly, Zhu Pingyan calmly rose to return the bow, further deepening the scowls of Zhang, Ma, and Yang, who felt no gratitude from him in light of the prince's courtesy. They thought to themselves, "How dare you not be moved? You, who have risen through flattery and opportunism, even stooping to petty schemes." Moments later, Prince Yu arrived, making his way directly to the tea room. Upon entering, he adjusted his sleeves, clasping his hands before him in a gesture of respect, slightly inclining his body as he prepared to offer his own salutation. Before the esteemed Prince Yu could pay his respects, the ever-enthusiastic Prince Jing swiftly approached, bearing a cup of tea with warmth. He graciously pressed the tea into Prince Yu's hands, his face alight with concern as he remarked, "Dear brother, you have traveled far and must be weary. Please, have a sip to soothe your throat." "Ah, thank you, dear brother," Prince Yu replied, feeling the sincerity of Prince Jing's hospitality, and thus hesitated to refuse. As he accepted the teacup, his gesture of reverence was interrupted. "Brother Emperor," Prince Jing chuckled, a smile blossoming upon his lips, his expression becoming even more genuine as he gazed intently at Prince Yu. "Why the formality between siblings? I can hear your voice is somewhat hoarse. Do drink and refresh yourself." Taken aback by the heartfelt smile of Prince Jing, Prince Yu found himself momentarily transported back to their childhood days spent together. "Indeed," he said, and in response, Prince Jing smiled back, nodding as he took a sip of the tea. "Ah, delightful. Pre-rain Long Jing, its fragrance lingers on the palate. Truly a fine tea," he declared. In the atmosphere of camaraderie, the gathering of learned gentlemen was palpable. "I apologize for keeping you all waiting. Now that my brother has arrived, let us begin," Prince Jing announced, turning to face Zhu Pingyan and the others, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. As Prince Yu sipped his tea, his expression momentarily clouded, the earlier clarity of his thoughts dissipating. "Time is of the essence. Let us commence," the esteemed chief instructor of Prince Jing's residence, the venerable Zhang Wentian, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us proceed," echoed the scholar Ma Huading, followed by Master Yang, a doctor of the 5 classics from the Imperial Academy, who also rose in concurrence. "Agreed," nodded the silver-haired Lu, the Minister of Rites, as he too rose. Observing the collective rise of the assembly, Zhu Pingyan set down his teacup and stood alongside them. After standing, Gao Gong discreetly shook his head at Prince Yu, offering a reassuring glance that conveyed a message of calm, suggesting that the earlier incident was trivial and not worthy of concern. With Gao Gong's comforting presence, Prince Yu nodded, regaining his composure, his gaze once again clear. Seeing Prince Yu restored to his former spirit, Gao Gong nodded in satisfaction, subtly gesturing for Prince Yu to address the assembly. I appreciate your patience, esteemed gentlemen. And I sincerely apologize for my tardiness, Prince Yu stated, handing his teacup to an attendant behind him and bowing deeply to Lu and the others, expressing his earnest regret. Not at all, Your Highness. You are too kind. We have only just arrived, Lu replied, returning the gesture with a smile and a shake of his head. You are too modest, Your Highness, Zhu Ping'an echoed, joining Lu and Gao Gong in their respectful acknowledgement of Prince Yu. Your Highness is too gracious. It is perfectly understandable for you to arrive a bit later, given the distance from the Western Garden. I am sure all of us here are in agreement. Prince Jing added with a gentle smile, empathetically explaining the reason for Prince Yu's delay. However, it is well known among those present that both the residences of Prince Jing and Prince Yu lie on the same street, a fact that all the dignitaries were aware of, having previously extended their congratulations when the two princes established their households. This inevitably brings to mind the question, given the considerable distance from the West Garden, why did Prince Jing arrive early while Prince Yu came late? Your Highness. Esteemed scholars, please. After Prince Jing offered an explanation on behalf of Prince Yu, he stood at the entrance, slightly bowing, extending his right hand in an inviting gesture. Prince Yu, forcing a smile, also stood at the door, encouraging everyone to proceed first. The two princes resembled sentinels, one on the left and one on the right, extending their right hands to graciously invite the guests ahead of them. They exemplified the utmost respect for scholars and officials. We are honored. Your Highnesses, please go first. The attendees insisted, naturally refraining from proceeding without the princes and bowing in deference. The two princes, however, insisted on allowing the guests to take the lead, their sincerity and determination evident. After a round of courteous insistence, the guests reluctantly moved forward, waiting outside until the two princes emerged from the door to proceed together to the main hall for the lecture. Zhu Ping'an lingered at the back, observing the figures of Princes Yu and Jing, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had witnessed the subtle rivalry between the two princes. Overall, Prince Jing had gained the upper hand, maintaining a position of initiative from the outset. Although Prince Yu managed to regain some footing later, Prince Jing swiftly reasserted his dominance, holding it until the end. Zhu Ping'an understood that their display was not merely for public approval, but rather a performance intended for the gaze of the Jiajing Emperor. Though the Emperor preferred to keep his distance from both princes, seldom summoning them, he did not neglect their actions. Zhu Ping'an was confident that every word and deed of the princes today would be meticulously recorded and soon presented to the Emperor. Upon this encounter, Zhu Ping'an discerned that Prince Jing excelled in various aspects of conduct and strategy, far outpacing Prince Yu in many respects, with the latter only holding the advantage of seniority. However, since neither prince was the legitimate heir, the distinction of seniority was not particularly significant, as history is replete with examples of merit over birthright. Furthermore, it was no secret that the Jiajing Emperor favored Prince Jing over Prince Yu, a fact that had long been established. Thus, in comparative terms, the likelihood of Prince Jing inheriting the throne appeared considerably greater than that of Prince Yu. What Zhu Ping'an perceived, the seasoned political players in the court had already recognized. The audacity of Yin Shifan in withholding Prince Yu's benefits and the attitudes of Dr. Yang from the National Academy and Lord Lu were telling indicators. Yet, with his knowledge of historical developments, Zhu Ping'an was aware of who would ultimately emerge victorious. His gaze remained fixed on Prince Yu's retreating figure, a subtle smile playing on his lips, his eyes glinting with intensity. This was indeed a rare opportunity. While Prince Yu may surpass Prince Jing in many respects, there remained one aspect in which Prince Jing could not compete: resilience. This knowledge was likely confined to Zhu Ping'an alone, a testament to the advantage of historical insight. To truly triumph in the end, one must at least survive until the conclusion. At present, it is widely acknowledged that two princes are vying for the position of heir apparent. Regrettably, historical records clearly indicate that in the end, only one prince remained under the Jiajing Emperor's reign, Prince Yu. Although the Prince of Jing appears considerably healthier now, Zhu Ping'an is acutely aware of the inexorable force of history. The Prince of Jing is destined to perish a year before the imminent death of the Jiajing Emperor. The Emperor has no alternative but to designate the Prince of Yu as his successor. The Prince of Yu's resilience proves to be his ultimate advantage. As the Emperor's lineage is notably fragile, with many of his offspring having died prematurely. Nonetheless, he has managed to leave behind 3 sons, the Crown Prince Xuangjing, the Prince of Yu, and the Prince of Jing. Initially, the Prince of Yu had no prospects, as his elder brother, the Crown Prince Xuangjing, had been appointed heir. As long as Xuangjing outlived the Jiajing Emperor, he would ascend to the throne. Regrettably, the Crown Prince succumbed to illness, thus presenting an unexpected opportunity. Yet, even with this chance, the Prince of Yu's prospects remain tenuous, as his brother, the Prince of Jing, is also vying for the throne and possesses significant advantages. Unfortunately, a year before the Jiajing Emperor's demise, the Prince of Jing passes away. Consequently, the Prince of Yu, through sheer tenacity, ultimately prevails. Chapter 837. The Discourse on the Book of Songs. Wait a moment. As Zhu Ping'an reflects on history, his gaze inadvertently sweeps over the silhouette of the Prince of Yu, and his eyelids flutter with a sudden jolt. An inexplicable thought flashing through his mind like a bolt of lightning piercing the night, before vanishing just as swiftly into darkness. Did I not encounter the Prince of Yu before? This bewildering notion prompts Zhu Ping'an to furrow his brow in contemplation. Logically, this should be his first encounter with the Prince of Yu, considering he has only recently arrived in the capital, having visited only a few locations such as the Hanlin Academy, the Ministry of Justice, the Shuntian Prefecture, and the Western Garden. The two princes established their residences well before this time, and he had no opportunity to meet either the Prince of Yu or the Prince of Jing in those places. Yet, why does he feel as though he has seen the Prince of Yu somewhere before? Could it be that he has encountered the prince's likeness in modern representations? Zhu Ping'an dismisses this hypothesis almost immediately. In contemporary times, only Baidu Baiqi features 2 portraits of the Prince of Yu, both rendered posthumously after he ascended the throne. Depicting the Ming Muzong Zhu Zaiho, the ancient painters, as one might suspect, were typically lacking in skill, particularly when painting emperors, leading to significant distortions. The 2 images on Baidu Baiqi contradict each other, appearing to portray different individuals altogether, and both depict a Prince of Yu in his 30s, bearing little resemblance to the current prince. The most similar one bears only a slight resemblance of perhaps 10%. Therefore, Zhu Ping'an is certain that his feeling of familiarity with the Prince of Yu does not stem from having seen his likeness in modern depictions. It feels as though he has encountered him recently, though the specifics elude him. How peculiar. Yet, why can he not recall? As Zhu Ping'an walks, he ponders this mystery. And before he realizes it, he has arrived at the place of discourse within the Grand Hall. Upon reaching the lecture area, he chooses to abandon his fixation. Perhaps it is best to let it go. If he cannot recall, then he shall not dwell on it. In this vast world, there are countless individuals who bear striking resemblances to one another. It is entirely possible that he has crossed paths with a passerby resembling the Prince of Yu in recent days. The lecture area consists of merely 10 tables and chairs, along with a modest lectern. Apart from that, there is little else, rendering it almost austere, a stark contrast to the resplendent grandeur of the Grand Hall. The only merit lies in the clarity and cleanliness of the room. It is likely that the Emperor Jiajing intentionally chose a modest environment to remind his princes not to indulge in comfort and to remain focused on the purpose of attending the Grand Hall. The Emperor's edict was to expound on the classics, and thus, the theme for today's lecture was undoubtedly the 5 classics. The esteemed Lu Buqing, a luminary in the literary circle, presided over the discourse. The 4 books precede the 5 classics, yet the name 4 books originated during the Song dynasty, while the term 5 classics predates it, tracing back to the Han dynasty under Emperor Wu. The 5 classics refer to the Book of Songs, Book of Documents, Book of Rites, I Ching, and Spring and Autumn Annals, all of which were curated and revised by the sage Confucius. Originally, there was also the Book of Music, but alas, it was lost to the flames of the Qin dynasty's book burning and the burying of scholars, leaving a lingering regret for a millennium. Of course, these are common discussions, and I shall not dwell on them further. Let us commence with the lecture. In matters of the 5 classics, Dr. Yang stands as an authority. Even when I encounter perplexities within the classics, Dr. Yang's insights often illuminate my understanding. I have heard that Dr. Yang has recently delved into the Book of Songs, and we are fortunate to be able to indulge our ears with his findings. Much like modern-day professors leading a seminar, the esteemed Lu first traced the origins of the 4 books and 5 classics, lamented the loss of the Book of Music, and then gracefully transitioned to the main topic, inviting the 5 classics scholar Yang Guoyang to share his recent insights on the Book of Songs. You flatter me, Mr. Liu, Yang Guoyang humbly replied, though the smile upon his face could not be concealed. Being praised by such a titan of the literary domain filled Yang Guoyang with a sweetness akin to honey. The wine does not intoxicate, yet one feels elated. He felt somewhat buoyant, relying on genuine talent. Unlike certain individuals who resort to flattery and opportunism to masquerade among the learned. With a hint of arrogance, Yang Guoyang cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Pinggan, seated in the corner, and could not help but lift his chin slightly. What is with that sudden gaze? And why lift your head so high? Aren't you afraid of straining your neck? Zhu Pinggan retorted, pulling at the corner of his mouth in bemusement. Such is the nature of antiquity. After Yang Guoyang's display of modesty, Mr. Liu encouraged him once more. Yang Guoyang, feigning reluctance, ascended the podium, bowing in respect to the audience. As Mr. Liu is so gracious, I shall reluctantly present my humble thoughts. Our lives are finite, yet knowledge is boundless. To pursue the infinite with the finite is perilous. After months of contemplation on the Book of Songs, I have grown increasingly attuned to Confucius's wisdom. The ospreys call upon the islet in the river. The graceful lady is the perfect mate for the gentleman. This opening verse of the Book of Songs is surely familiar to you all. Yet, it took me over a month to comprehend this brief piece. Guanju. Yang Guoyang cleared his throat and began to reflect. What does Guanju convey? It narrates the pursuit of a gentleman for a virtuous lady, expressing his anguish and sleepless nights when he is unable to be with her. Upon achieving his desire, he rejoices and calls for music to celebrate, thus sharing joy with the lady. This poem, rooted in emotion yet bound by propriety, serves as a simple yet profound ode to marriage. Yang Guoyang opened the first page of the Book of Songs, pointing to the poem Guanju, and addressed the gathering. Where is the simplicity in this? This poem, Guanju, is indeed the root of my youthful fantasies about women. Zhu Pinggan, lowering his head, muttered to himself that it could be interpreted merely as a folk love poem. However, it is also valid to perceive Guanju as a poem celebrating marriage, expressing emotions within the bounds of propriety, joyful yet not licentious, sorrowful yet not mournful, as Confucius remarked. Singing Guanju at a wedding would indeed be quite fitting. Zhu Pinggan mused, a slight smile forming on his lips. The Book of Changes establishes the universe. The Book of Documents delineates beauty. The Book of Songs commences with Guanju. I have often pondered why Confucius chose this brief poem as the prelude to the Book of Songs. What was his intention? Yang Guoyang surveyed the crowd and posed a question. Why did Confucius select this love poem depicting the joys of romance as the opening piece of the Book of Songs? King Yu fell into deep contemplation, furrowing his brow, sensing he was on the verge of an epiphany. Just as he was about to seek the counsel of those present, King Jing's voice resonated. The bond between husband and wife is the foundation of humanity's great principles. Their union marks the genesis of the populace, the source of all blessings. When the rituals of marriage are properly observed, the essence of things flourishes and the divine mandate is fulfilled. This is the cornerstone of governance and the essence of royal teachings. Guanju signifies the commencement of the Feng section, thus establishing the righteous order of marriage across the land. King Jing rose, his voice deep and resonant, clear in its articulation, presenting a well-structured argument that provoked thoughtful reflection. King Jing implied that marriage is the beginning of human relationships, forming the moral bedrock upon which all ethics are built. By placing Guanju at the forefront of the Book of Songs, it serves to enlighten the world, educate the populace, and reinforce the state's governance. Upon hearing this, King Yu's expression darkened. Why must there be both you and Liang? My thoughts have been articulated by my younger brother. What I had not considered, he has already expressed. Truly, he surpasses me. Chapter 838. My observations on the Book of Songs, the aura of kingship. Bravo! What a splendid assertion regarding the virtue of husband and wife, the cornerstone of governance, and the foundation of royal teachings. Your Highness, King Jing, speaks with profound wisdom. This poem, Guanju, surely deserves its esteemed position as the opening piece. What other poem could rightfully claim such honor? At the conclusion of King Jing's remarks, Ma Huoding, the scholar from King Jing's court, excitedly slammed his hand on the table, lauding King Jing's explanation and expressing his admiration for the king's profound understanding of the Book of Songs. Your Highness has indeed set a precedent in the study of the Book of Songs. Goodness, must you flatter so excessively? Why the sudden table thump? You startled me. Zhu Ping and squinted his eyes, casting a disapproving glance at the overly enthusiastic Ma Huiting. Was King Jing's statement truly so remarkable? Is such fervor necessary? As if you have just heard celestial music? Your Highness's words are indeed well-founded. The bond between husband and wife represents the great path of humanity. The ancient establishments of schools and private academies were all designed to elucidate human relationships. When the moral order is clear above, the common people will be close below, thus governing the nation and pacifying the world. The poem Guanzhu serves as the quintessential exemplar of marital ethics, capable of influencing the realm below and solidifying the state above. To position Guanzhu as the first piece in the Book of Songs is indeed an act in harmony with heaven, the populace, and the prevailing circumstances. The esteemed Elder Zhang, the chief lecturer at the Duke Jing's court, stroked his beard, casting a glance at Duke Yu before smiling at Duke Jing, nodding in approval. Elder Zhang was thoroughly satisfied with Duke Jing's performance today, particularly his recent response, which brought great solace to the elder's heart. Duke Jing was not only Zhang's most esteemed pupil, but also his pride and joy. Though of noble birth, he remained humble and held his teachers in high regard. He possessed remarkable intellect, yet worked diligently and earnestly. Despite his youth, he exhibited maturity and composure. It was only fitting that he was drawing closer to that esteemed position. With such a student, Zhang felt fulfilled in this lifetime. The thought that Duke Jing might one day become a revered imperial teacher ignited a fervor within Zhang's heart. Zhang was not driven by a desire for wealth or high office. Rather, he sought reputation and prestige. For instance, he found greater joy in being referred to as a distinguished scholar than in being addressed simply as Lord Zhang. Dr. Yang had been delving into Guanzhu for months, pondering Duke Jing's words. "What do you think, Elder Lu?" he asked with a slight smile. "His Highness Duke Jing speaks with reason," replied Yang Guoyang, nodding in praise of Duke Jing, though he then shook his head slightly and fell silent, his gaze drifting towards the window, profound and wise as if transcending centuries. "Please, teach me, sir," Duke Jing said, rising and bowing humbly to Yang Guoyang in a quest for knowledge. It was indeed impressive that His Highness recognized Guanzhu as the essence of marital virtue, the foundation of governance, and the guiding principle of royal education. Yang Guoyang expressed his approval of Duke Jing. "Please, bestow your teachings upon me." Duke Jing expressed his earnest thirst for knowledge. "There is no need for such formality. I merely have some immature thoughts that I hope you all will critique," Yang Guoyang replied, smiling and shaking his head, calmly gesturing towards the assembly, exuding a sense of authority as if standing atop a mountain, guiding the world below. In that moment, Yang Guoyang, standing at the lectern, radiated an extraordinary presence. The call of the ospreys echoes on the river islet. The graceful lady is the perfect match for the gentleman. While commoners regard this as a poem of rustic love, the insightful perceive it as a testament to marital virtue. "After a month of studying Guanzhu, I have fortuitously begun to glimpse another dimension," Yang Guoyang proclaimed passionately from the podium. To glimpse another dimension, he articulated slowly, yet each word resonated powerfully, capturing the audience's undivided attention. The assembly gazed eagerly at Yang Guoyang, who relished the moment. "In my view, Guanzhu is replete with the spirit of kings and the virtue of queens," he declared, forcefully placing the Book of Songs upon the table, his demeanor serious. "The spirit of kings and the virtue of queens?" The audience trembled at Yang Guoyang's assertion, unable to suppress their astonishment. "Indeed, it embodies the spirit of kings and the virtue of queens." Yang Guoyang was quite pleased with the astonishment of the crowd. With a subtle smile, he nodded emphatically and continued. "The Guanzhu refers to Guofeng, Zhou Nan Guanzhu. The verses speak of the gentle calls of the ospreys on the river islet, and the graceful and virtuous lady whom a gentleman desires." What does this signify? The term virtuous lady denotes an unmarried woman, likely referring to the wife of King Wen, Tai Si, during her maiden days. The gentleman refers to King Wen himself. The ospreys, known for their fidelity and distinctiveness, symbolize a profound emotional bond. They live together in mutual respect, underscoring the distinction between male and female. The graceful lady signifies the virtues associated with the king's consort. As the gentle ospreys call from the river islet, the elegant lady, whom a gentleman seeks, reflects King Wen's yearning by the riverside, inspired by the calls of the ospreys. He aspired to find a wife whose virtues mirrored that of the female osprey, someone capable of sharing a lifetime with him and aiding in the governance of the family, state, and world. The lines about the uneven water plants signify the aquatic vegetation, which also serves as a sacrificial offering. National affairs have long been centered on rites and military matters. Since ancient times, sacrifices have been of paramount importance. Through various sacrificial ceremonies, the populace is taught to express gratitude to ancestors, nature, and the spirits, fostering a sense of reverence that cultivates filial piety, respect for teachers, loyalty to the sovereign, and love for the country, thus ensuring societal harmony. The seeking indicates a quest for assistance, and the question arises, who shall gather the sacrificial water plants? Only a virtuous and graceful lady is deemed worthy of this task. If one lacks virtue, the plants gathered for ancestral offerings will not be accepted by the ancestors. King Wen's pursuit of a virtuous consort is likewise crucial for governing the state, as he requires a noble lady to assist him in honoring heaven and earth and maintaining order. The lines "the graceful lady," sought in wakefulness and dreams, yet unattainable, illustrate King Wen's relentless thoughts about finding such a virtuous consort. When unsuccessful, he would toss and turn, reflecting on his own shortcomings and striving for self-improvement. This reveals that King Wen genuinely sought a virtuous consort for the benefit of the people, to aid him in governance and harmony. Following, the lines about the uneven water plants and the graceful lady, who fosters harmony with the zither and lute, suggest that the consort, accompanied by other women, would gather the water plants to offer to the ancestral shrine. Due to her virtuous character, King Wen would praise her virtues through the music of the zither and lute during the ancestral rites. Thus, the verses from Gwangju convey the dignity of a ruler and the virtues of a consort, symbolizing King Wen's governance over the world, establishing order among the populace. This is merely my humble and immature view, and I welcome corrections from all. Upon concluding, Yang Guoyang closed the book of songs and gracefully bowed to the audience. As his words resonated, the room was filled with an overwhelming silence, echoing with the profound impact of his discourse. Chapter 839. The discordant Zhu Ping'an, the dignity of a ruler. The virtues of a consort. Dr. Yang's discourse on Gwangju struck like a thunderclap in the clear sky, reverberating in the minds of the audience, lingering long after he had finished speaking. The interpretation of Gwangju is indeed astonishing. Dr. Yang's discourse on Gwangju seems to have opened a portal to another realm, leaving the audience enlightened and invigorated. For a moment, everyone was enveloped in the lingering echoes of Dr. Yang's insights, rendered speechless. The lecture hall fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be discerned. Suddenly, the slurping sound of tea broke this tranquility, drawing Dr. Yang's attention to a corner where a certain Mr. Zhu was engrossed in his tea, perhaps due to its excessive heat. Truly, one cannot sculpt rotten wood. While others were captivated by his profound assertions and lost in contemplation, this individual remained fixated on his tea. How parched could one be to drink so fervently? Dr. Yang cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Ping'an, hoping he would eventually grasp the significance, but alas, the sentiment was lost on him as he remained oblivious to Dr. Yang's meaningful gaze. Dr. Yang soon shifted his focus away from Zhu Ping'an, as the rest of the audience began to regain their composure. Marvelous. Truly extraordinary. Following Zhu Ping'an's tea sipping, a resounding applause erupted in the lecture hall, swiftly igniting a fervor among the attendees. What benevolence! What regal demeanor! Dr. Yang's interpretation of Gwangju was nothing short of a masterstroke, each word a classic, each phrase a legend. Indeed, after Dr. Yang, it is unlikely anyone will dare to lightly discuss Gwangju again. The esteemed chief lecturer of the Jing Wangfu, Lord Zhang, could not contain himself after hearing Dr. Yang's interpretation. Rising to his feet in fervent praise of the speaker, commending his regal insights and virtuous interpretations, Lord Zhang, known for his stern demeanor, found Dr. Yang's observations resonating deeply within him. A single discourse from such a scholar surpasses a decade of study. With this analysis, Dr. Yang has ascended to the pinnacle of the Book of Songs. If ever there is an opportunity to collaborate with Dr. Yang at the Jing Wangfu, we shall be truly blessed. Ma Huoding held Dr. Yang in high regard, playfully winking at him as if to imply something significant. Indeed, Dr. Yang's efforts over the past month have borne fruit. His interpretation of regal demeanor and virtuous conduct stands out as the most innovative and profound in over a century regarding Gwangju. Lord Lu, with a slight smile and narrowed eyes, nodded appreciatively at Yang Guoyang, showing his approval. Regal demeanor, virtuous conduct, how intriguing. Gao Gong softly repeated this phrase, lifting his gaze to Yang Guoyang. This marked the first time he regarded him with genuine interest, perhaps a hint of newfound respect. One wonders what thoughts might cross Yang Guoyang's mind if he were aware that this was the first time Gao Gong had truly noticed him. With admiration shining in his eyes, Yu Wang gazed at Yang Guoyang, expressing his reverence. To hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Thank you, Master Yang, for your enlightening interpretation of Guanju. It has been like a divine revelation, and I have gained immensely. In the words of the sage Confucius, Guanju embodies joy without indulgence and sorrow without harm. The essence of this teaching became clear to me today through a conversation with Master Yang. Joy, when not excessive, allows for the harmonious union of virtuous ladies and gentlemen, while sorrow, devoid of malice, expresses a longing for worthy talents. This indeed reflects the fundamental meaning of Guanju. Master Yang, with his remarkable intellect, has enlightened me, and in the future, should I encounter any uncertainties within the 5 classics, I shall seek your esteemed guidance. Hoping you will not find my inquiries burdensome. King Jing, with a faint smile, graciously acknowledged Yang Guoyang, elevating his esteem even further. Yang Guoyang's reputation is truly well-deserved. His talents surpass his name. Reflecting on the discreet words whispered to him by the inner court attendant when delivering the emperor's edict, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in King Jing's eyes, enhancing the warmth and sincerity of his gaze towards Yang Guoyang. Not at all, Yang Guoyang humbly replied, raising his hands in a gesture of respect. This merely reflects my immature perspectives. I am overwhelmed by your praises. He smiled broadly, shaking his head in modest denial, repeatedly expressing his unworthiness. He continued, bowing to King Jing, if your highness does not disdain my humble opinions, I would be honored to serve you daily with tea and conversation. The demeanor of a king, the virtue of a consort, King Jing remarked with a bright smile. If Master Yang considers this a flawed view, then surely we would all be embarrassed to speak henceforth. How shameful! Yang Guoyang chuckled in embarrassment. Please, do not be overly modest, Dr. Yang. If you continue in such humility, we shall all be left without face, interjected Ma Huading with a grin. The atmosphere was indeed delightful. At that moment, an incongruous sound broke the harmony, akin to someone choking on tea. Who is that? The assembly inquired, turning their attention to the source. My apologies, Zhu Ping'an coughed, one hand clenched near his lips and the other holding a teacup, feigning an innocent demeanor as if he had accidentally choked. I perceive that Lord Zhu seems to harbor a differing opinion regarding Dr. Yang's discourse on Guanju. Would you care to share it with us? Ma Huading smirked, his gaze fixed on Zhu Ping'an, his lips curling in disdain. He had long been aware of Zhu Ping'an's lack of merit, an opportunist who had risen through flattery and deceit, even resorting to dubious means to amass wealth. When you last sat for the imperial examination, did you not rely on my annotations of the 4 books? He scoffed. Now you presume to join us in expounding upon the teachings of the emperor's master? When did the threshold for such discussions become so low? Seeing Zhu Ping'an's demeanor, Ma Huading's frown deepened. You, a mere pretender, should have quietly blended into the background instead of making such a spectacle. Everyone is here to engage in serious discourse. Yet you sit idly sipping tea, only to embarrass yourself in the process. Shameful, disrespectful, incompetent. If you have brought this upon yourself, do not blame me for exposing your folly, Ma Huading sneered, directing Zhu Ping'an into the spotlight. Ah, I see now. It was evident that Lord Zhu was not fully present during the discussion of Guanju. He, Master Zhu, being young and accomplished, surely possesses profound insights. I humbly request you to impart a few of your thoughts. I, Yang, shall listen attentively. Yang Guoyang squinted at Zhu Ping'an while extending his right hand in a gesture of invitation, speaking leisurely. The air was thick with a palpable tension. Chapter 840, The Mundane Zhu Ping'an. It is better to enjoy together than to revel alone. Master Zhu, do not let the jade fall into dust. We are eager to hear your esteemed thoughts. Ma Huading, closely following Yang Guoyang, gazed at Zhu Ping'an with a smile, further elevating Zhu's stature with his words. The higher one is lifted, the harder the fall. Both Ma Huading and Yang Guoyang were acutely aware of this truth. They aimed to raise Zhu Ping'an to such heights that he would find it impossible to refuse their invitation. What followed would be a spectacle of Zhu Ping'an's descent. The sound of a fall would surely be resounding and dramatic. Ma Huading and Yang Guoyang's eyes shone with anticipation as they maintained their inviting posture, leaving Zhu Ping'an no room for denial. If you choose to masquerade as something you are not, do not blame us for exposing you. Thus, Zhu Ping'an became the focal point of the assembly, with all eyes turned towards him. Gao Gong cast a glance at Zhu Ping'an before swiftly averting his gaze, as if any further attention would be a waste of time. The Duke of Yu regarded Zhu Ping'an with a hint of compassion. In his view, Yang's scholarly interpretation of Guanzhou had been the finest in over a century, and for the foreseeable future, no one could surpass it. Thus, allowing Zhu Ping'an to expound on Guanzhou at this juncture would likely result in embarrassment. The Duke of Jing observed the scene with keen interest. Zhong, the chief lecturer of the Jing Duke's residence, stroked his beard with an air of seasoned wisdom and remarked, "The ospreys call on the banks of the river, and the graceful lady is the ideal match for a gentleman. Master Zhu is indeed at the age of an ideal suitor, perhaps offering a youthful perspective on Guanzhou. If so, I encourage you to share your insights with us. With that, I too find myself intrigued. Zihu, if you possess unique interpretations, please do enlighten us." Zhang's encouraging smile radiated warmth as he regarded Zhu Ping'an. Zhu Ping'an scanned the crowd, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, fully aware of their intentions. They sought to set him up for failure, especially evident in the actions of Ma Huading and Yang. Truth be told, I had no intention of speaking. However, since you insist, I shall graciously comply. Zhu Ping'an rose and bowed to the assembly, a good-natured smile adorning his face as he shook his head. In truth, I have no profound insights. Ah, young man, do not be so humble. Ma Huading would not let Zhu Ping'an off so easily. As soon as Zhu's words fell, Ma Huading grinned and playfully insisted, "Indeed, Master Zhu, do not be modest. We are all ears, do not leave us disappointed." Seeing Zhu Ping'an hesitate, Ma Huading and the others swiftly interjected, leaving him no opportunity to retreat. "Ahem, I have yet to finish my thoughts. In truth, I possess no profound insights. Merely some pedestrian thoughts. If your highness and esteemed lords do not mind tainting their ears with my musings, I humbly request your esteemed guidance." Zhu Ping'an smiled innocently, first bowing to Prince Yu and Prince Jing, then to Ma Huading and the others, and finally to Dr. Yang at the podium. His tone and manner mirrored those of Dr. Yang when he commenced his discourse on Guanzhou, asserting that his thoughts were hardly worthy of the term teaching, but rather immature ideas that he hoped the esteemed assembly would correct in a similar vein. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, the assembly experienced an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Quickly discerning the source, for his remarks echoed those of Dr. Yang at the onset of his discourse on Guanzhou. However, while Dr. Yang articulated his thoughts with remarkable poise and vigor, the assembly glanced at the guileless, smiling Zhu Ping'an, internally shaking their heads. There was a considerable disparity. Oh, merely some pedestrian notions. Is this humility or a self-awareness? Does he recognize that his discourse pales in comparison to Dr. Yang's analysis? Preemptively engaging in self-deprecation to alleviate his embarrassment? Truly, he is a cunning little fellow. Yet, regardless of his cleverness, the essence remains unchanged once he ascends the stage. Under the scrutiny of all, his schemes will find no sanctuary. The inevitable exposure of his shortcomings cannot be avoided, so he should cease his struggles. Judaran, you are too modest. We eagerly await your elaboration. As soon as Zhu Ping'an finished speaking, Ma Huading and others swiftly cut off his last avenue of retreat, gazing at him with amused anticipation. Judaran, please. Dr. Yang stepped down from the podium, graciously conceding his place. The arrow was knocked, and Ma Huading and his companions watched Zhu Ping'an with a composed demeanor. Well then, I shall present my meager talents. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Zhu Ping'an slightly curled his lips into a smile, rising from his seat with poise, and proceeded to bow gracefully to the audience. Moving deliberately towards the podium without hesitation or delay, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, stirring his sleeves and creating an illusion as if Zhu Ping'an were gliding upon the wind to the podium, evoking a sense of the Wei Jin era. Surely, I must be seeing things, the assembly mused. Nevertheless, Zhu Ping'an's unhesitating and efficient ascent to the podium took Ma Huading and others by surprise. This certainly simplifies matters, they thought, as smiles crept upon their lips. Before the assembly, Zhu Ping'an reached the podium, stood facing them, and, with a sincere smile, began. The calls of the ospreys resound, amidst the river's islet, the graceful and virtuous lady, a gentleman's perfect match. He chuckled lightly, continuing, Dr. Yang recently remarked that common folk perceive it as a poem of rural love, while the enlightened view it as a reflection of marital virtue. Indeed, after a month of contemplation on Guanju, Dr. Yang has further discerned the regal demeanor and the virtues of consorts. I am humbled, truly. At this, Zhu Ping'an sighed, adopting an expression of contrition. Ah, is he here to curry favor? Ma Huading and others cast disdainful glances at Zhu Ping'an, smirking as they remarked. You were invited to discuss Guanju, yet here you are, indulging in flattery. How utterly embarrassing. You flatter me too much, Zhu replied. Dr. Yang, maintaining a stoic expression, uttered a dispassionate remark without even lifting his eyelids. Ping'an felt a pang of shame. He recognized himself as the common man that Dr. Yang referred to, and indeed, he considered himself even more mundane, bordering on the insufferably banal. In stark contrast to Dr. Yang's regal demeanor and virtuous discourse on the virtues of kings and queens, Zhu Ping'an felt that his own interpretation of Guanju could only be described as pedestrian. With unruffled composure, Zhu surveyed the audience before finally resting his gaze on Dr. Yang. Offering a sincere smile, he straightened his posture on the podium. Though not tall, he projected an air of significance. Chapter 841. Ping'an seeks enlightenment. So you are aware of your own banality and recognize the triviality of your statements. At least you possess some self-awareness, Ma Huading quipped. But tell me, what is the purpose of your self-deprecation combined with flattery? Is there any merit in such antics at this juncture? Would it not be simpler to admit your shortcomings outright? Ma Huading and his companions exchanged smirks, revealing their scorn. Zhu Ping'an absorbed the expressions of the audience while maintaining his affable smile. Soon you may find yourselves unable to laugh, he thought. The notions of regal demeanor and virtuous queens were absurd, utterly disregarding the fundamental truth. Who in the modern age would believe that Guanju speaks of royal virtue and the grace of consorts? As he listened to Dr. Yang expound on these lofty ideals, Zhu Ping'an struggled to contain his laughter, nearly choking on his tea as the flattery escalated. You are far too modest, esteemed Zhu. We eagerly await your insights. Ma Huading urged with a half-smile. In my humble opinion, Zhu began, this Guanju is merely a simple folk song celebrating the romance between a man and a woman, likely depicting the matchmaking customs of ancient times. He glanced around at the audience, his expression still one of earnestness. Wait, what did he just say? He claims Guanju is a folk song about romantic relationships? About matchmaking? Upon hearing Zhu's assertion, silence enveloped the lecture hall. The audience was left in stunned disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 3 seconds of complete stillness ensued, before the hall erupted into laughter, a cacophony of derision. Vulgar. Utterly banal. It offends my ears. The chasm between Dr. Yang's exalted ideals of royal virtue and Zhu Ping'an's perspective on this folk song was not merely vast. It was as if one had plummeted from the heavens to the earth, akin to a celestial crane plummeting into a muddy swamp. Originally, Zhu Ping'an asserted that Guanju is merely a simple folk song about the romantic entanglements of men and women, which was already quite pedestrian. To his surprise, he further escalated his claims by introducing a matchmaking event, which was utterly devoid of sophistication. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's remarks, King Yu covered his forehead with his hand. Clearly exasperated by the notion of a matchmaking event, King Jing could not suppress his laughter, utterly astonished that Zhu Ping'an would make such a proclamation. It was sheer nonsense. The usually stoic Elder Zhang, upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's outrageous matchmaking theory, felt his vision darken, nearly succumbing to a fit of anger. Elder Lu, stroking his beard and listening intently, inadvertently tugged at a small tuft of his white beard in frustration, his lips twitching in pain. Are you certain you came to deliver a lecture? You are clearly here for comedic relief, he remarked. The notion of romantic pursuits being reduced to matchmaking was too absurd for Ma Huading, who laughed uncontrollably, unable to compose himself. He was thoroughly pleased with Zhu Ping'an's statements, confident that this matchmaking theory would soon circulate widely, thereby tarnishing Zhu Ping'an's reputation. Utter nonsense. Dr. Yang maintained a stern expression throughout, unable to contain his indignation as he abruptly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhu Ping'an. He had devoted over a month to meticulously analyzing Guanju, dedicating himself entirely to the text, and had arrived at a profound understanding of the virtues of kings and the qualities of noble consorts. Given his extensive efforts, he found Zhu Ping'an's irresponsible and trivial remarks intolerable. In contrast to the other's animated reactions, the architect of this startling declaration, Zhu Ping'an, remained remarkably composed, as if he had not uttered those words at all, wearing an innocent expression on his face. "Please, Yang Duran, remain calm," Zhu Ping'an said gently, directing his gaze towards the agitated Yang Guoyang. A mere depiction of romantic love in a folk song? Or perhaps an ancient matchmaking custom? Such a notion is utterly absurd, Dr. Yang retorted, unable to remain calm. "You are leading the youth astray." The more Zhu Ping'an urged him to remain calm, the more incensed Dr. Yang became. His spittle flying as his face darkened with fury, his finger trembling as he pointed at Zhu Ping'an. "Whether I am leading the youth astray remains to be seen. I implore you to allow me to finish before you reach any conclusions," Zhu Ping'an said, maintaining his composure and gently clasping his hands. "Very well. I shall listen to how you are leading the youth astray." Dr. Yang scoffed in anger, staring at Zhu Ping'an for an extended period. "My previous statements were neither frivolous nor aimed at garnering attention through bizarre claims. I have conducted rigorous research," Zhu Ping'an stated as he stood at the podium, addressing the audience. "Research? If you had conducted any, you would not speak such nonsense," Yang Guoyang retorted. Observing Dr. Yang's relentless scrutiny, Zhu Ping'an could not help but smile. "In the spirit of fairness, may I inquire, Dr. Yang, have you substantiated your claims regarding the virtues of kings and the qualities of noble consorts?" "Indeed, I have substantiated them," Yang Guoyang replied, lifting his chin defiantly. "Wherein lies the assertion that the gentleman is King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chang? Wherein lies the assertion that the virtuous lady is Queen Taisher of Zhou?" Zhu Ping'an inquired. "Guanzhou, originating from the Book of Songs, Zhounan, indeed refers to the Zhou dynasty, with Shenu denoting an unmarried lady, ostensibly alluding to the consort of King Wen of Zhou. Hence the gentleman refers to King Wen himself." Yang Guoyang cast a glance at Zhu Ping'an, responding with an air of sophistication. "While it is true that Guanzhou is derived from the Book of Songs, Zhounan, it comprises a total of 11 compositions. Do all of these pieces exclusively speak of King Wen? The designation of Shenu as an unmarried lady is indisputable. Yet why must it exclusively refer to the consort of King Wen? Is it only the consort of King Wen who may be called Shenu? Must gentlemen solely pertain to King Wen of Zhou?" Zhu Ping'an, with a gaze as piercing as a sword, relentlessly posed one question after another to Yang Guoyang. "Because Guanzhou is from the Book of Songs, Zhounan, does that imply that Shenu refers to the Queen of Zhou, and that the gentleman is necessarily King Wen?" Zhu Ping'an's inquiry struck at the very foundation of Yang Guoyang's theories on royal dignity and the virtues of consorts. If Yang Guoyang could not address Zhu Ping'an's probing questions, then his assertions regarding royal demeanor would be as insubstantial as a tree without roots or water. If he were not King Wen, where then lies the royal dignity? If he were not the Queen of Zhou, what basis is there for the virtues of consorts? Under the relentless scrutiny of Zhu Ping'an's questions, Yang Guoyang felt a cold sweat break out upon his forehead, his complexion darkening to a shade of crimson. He opened his mouth several times, yet could not produce a sound. How to respond? Where is the classic wisdom? From whence does it derive? Yang Guoyang's head felt as heavy as a boulder, his mind racing as he rifled through the 4 books and 5 classics, each tome flickering through his thoughts. Yet he was met only with a profusion of cold sweat. These seemingly straightforward questions proved unexpectedly challenging. It was only then that he realized the conclusions he had drawn over the past month of study were far from robust. Zhu Ping'an, unsatisfied, implored Dr. Yang for enlightenment. He maintained his pursuit, bowing deeply to Yang Guoyang. He was well aware of the principle. One should pursue the retreating enemy with unwavering vigor rather than simply seeking fame in academia. Under Zhu Ping'an's intense gaze, Yang Guoyang's resolve began to crumble, his fingers fidgeting nervously, soon soaked in perspiration. Chapter 842. It hurts, my old friend. Zhu Ping'an's voice resonated within the lecture hall, echoing in Yang Guoyang's mind and that of every listener present. The path to enlightenment is exceedingly simple. Zhu Ping'an's inquiries were straightforward, yet targeted the very essence of Yang Guoyang's theories regarding royal dignity and the virtues of consorts. Without the skin, where would the hair attach? If Yang Guoyang could not answer Zhu Ping'an's questions, his theories, no matter how grand or politically correct, would amount to naught but a fleeting illusion. As Yang Guoyang grappled with Zhu Pingyan's questions in vain, others in the lecture hall were equally consumed with contemplation, pondering why gentlemen referred to King Wen of Zhou and Shunu to the queen. Were instruments such as bells and drums, zither and lutes, exclusive to the Zhou king? Clearly not. The Zhou monarch could indeed employ these instruments, and nobility often enjoyed them at banquets, while common folk utilized them during rituals and weddings. The distinction lay merely in the different ranks and the grandeur of their usage. According to the hierarchical system of rites and music established during the Western Zhou dynasty, the king of Zhou was permitted to employ 8 rows of musicians, each consisting of 8 individuals, totaling 64 performers. The feudal lords could utilize 6 rows, omitting the northern side, while the noble ministers were allowed 4 rows, excluding both the northern and eastern sides. The scholars were permitted to use 2 rows, limited to the southern side. Common folk, during occasions of marriage, mourning, and sacrifices, could also use musical instruments, although their numbers could not exceed those of the scholars. Wealthy citizens, in moments of joy, could invite 2 individuals or even play instruments themselves, such as a zither or a drum, without restriction. How then should we interpret the terms gentleman and virtuous lady as they pertain to King Wen of Zhou and the Queen of Zhou? The assembly pondered earnestly, yet found no resolution. Dr. Yang, please enlighten us. Zhu Pingyan stood upon the platform, once again bowing respectfully. Yang Guoyang remained rooted to the ground, his countenance ashen, perspiration streaming down his forehead, his palms clammy with sweat. It felt as though an invisible weight was pressing upon his mind, rendering it incapable of thought, and his lips turned pale as he murmured to himself. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, carrying the oppressive heat from outside into the lecture hall, brushing against Yang Guoyang's face. Although the breeze was weak, it managed to turn a page of the book, yet against Yang Guoyang's face, it caused him to stagger. Was the wind too strong, or was the hall simply too warm? He struggled to maintain his balance, feeling as though he might faint. At that moment, a hearty laughter resonated through the lecture hall, confident and unhurried. Accompanied by this laughter, a figure rose from the audience, with hands clasped behind his back. He regarded Zhu Pingyan with a condescending gaze, his stature tall and imposing, reminiscent of a hero standing resolute against the tempest. It was he, Ma Huading, the scholar from the Jing Wangfu. As Yang Guoyang's mind went blank, uncertain of how to respond, Ma Huading stepped forth. His laughter drew the attention of all present. He rose, casting a scornful look at Zhu Pingyan, and retorted loudly, "Has the top scholar never heard of the spring and autumn brushwork? What is the spring and autumn brushwork? It signifies brevity, a technique also prevalent in the Book of Songs. What does brevity entail? It implies that the text does not name individuals explicitly. The poem Guanzhu employs this technique, omitting the names of King Wen of Zhou as a means of evading the mention of the sovereign." Ma Huading countered Zhu Pingyan with 2 arguments. First, the spring and autumn brushwork, though famously associated with Confucius, was practiced before him. It is a method that allows for the simplification of names and viewpoints. The poem Guanzhu likely employs this brushwork by omitting the names of King Wen and the Queen of Zhou, representing them instead as gentleman and virtuous lady. The second point concerns the avoidance of naming the sovereign directly. During feudal times, kings or revered relatives imposed a decorum that discouraged the direct mention of their names, substituting them with euphemisms. Guanzhu exemplifies this, evading the names of King Wen and the Queen of Zhou by using gentleman and virtuous lady in their stead. The reasoning is indeed compelling. After Ma Huading finished speaking, he gazed triumphantly at Zhu Pingyan, exuding the demeanor of an invincible monarch. Indeed, Master Ma's words are profoundly insightful. His perspective is commendable. The spring and autumn annals method, after all, is about brevity. It is entirely reasonable to omit the names of King Wen of Zhou and Queen Tai. Furthermore, the practice of avoiding the mention of a sovereign's name is a current norm as well as an ancient one, which is why Guanzhu does not explicitly name King Wen, Ji Chang, or Queen Tai, Tai Si. Yes, indeed, it is precisely so. Master Ma's discerning eye has swiftly identified the crux of the issue. His words are akin to clearing the clouds to reveal the moon, enlightening all present. After his remarks, others were struck with clarity, awakening from a dream, and they expressed their admiration in unison. Guoliang felt a sense of shame, grateful for Master Ma's wisdom. Should Master Ma have time after class today, I humbly invite him to join me for tea and a discussion on Guanzhu. Yang Guoliang respectfully bowed to Ma Huading, extending the invitation. Yang, in his concern, was somewhat flustered, while Ma remained an objective observer. Ma Huading smiled humbly. After exchanging pleasantries with Ma, Yang Guoyang turned to Zhu Pingyan and stated, "What Master Ma has asserted is also my sentiment." At that moment, Yang felt a refreshing clarity. As if recovering from a severe illness, the cold sweat on his brow, the clamminess of his palms, and the dizziness vanished, leaving him invigorated and restored to his dignified self. "What does Master Zhu think? Are you satisfied with my response?" Ma Huading confidently inquired of Zhu Pingyan. "Not at all." Zhu Pingyan replied with a slight smirk, slowly shaking his head. "What? Not at all?" Both Yang Guoyang and Ma Huading were taken aback. The scholar must respect fundamental truths and not engage in fallacious reasoning. Ma Huading then regarded Zhu Pingyan, shaking his head derisively. "Pingyan asserts not at all precisely because he respects fundamental truths," Zhu Pingyan replied calmly. "Please enlighten me." Ma Huading's expression darkened. "Enlightenment is not the matter. It is merely a discussion." Zhu Pingyan smiled gently, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Ma Huading and Yang Guoyang, continuing. "Master Ma's earlier assertion that Guanzhou employs the spring and autumn annals method to omit the names of King Wen and Queen Tai, I must respectfully disagree. The spring and autumn annals are characterized by profound and significant meanings, encapsulating who, where, and what in a single phrase, yet they do not omit the subject. Confucius, in his spring and autumn annals, never omits the subject, as seen in passages such as in March, the Duke and Zhu Yifu allied at Mie, and in spring, the Duke met the Rong at Qian, among others. What then of avoiding the mention of a sovereign?" Ma Huading inquired coldly. "Avoiding the mention of a sovereign in Guanzhou? That is even more nonsensical. Avoiding a sovereign's name means refraining from directly addressing them. If one were to avoid King Wen, one would refrain from using the name Ji Chong, not the 3 characters of King Wen of Zhou. Moreover, there are 2 poems within the Book of Songs that explicitly mention King Wen, Dia de Ming and Yasi Qi, which contain lines such as King Wen was first recorded, a match made in heaven, and the mother of King Wen, clearly referring to King Wen of Zhou. Ah, indeed. These 2 pieces also narrate the marital union of King Wen and Queen Tai, which, as Dr. Yang might assert, aligns more aptly with the virtues of a sovereign and the grace of consorts." Zhu Pingyan tugged at the corners of his mouth, slowly shook his head, and delivered a series of undeniable facts that struck Ma Huading's face. In a serious tone, he suggested that Yang Guoyang delve into the 2 poems, Dia de Ming and Dia Si Qi. It was a piercing blow indeed. Ahem. Yang Guoyang cleared his throat, a metallic sweetness rising within. To him, Zhu Pingyan's earnest demeanor was not only glaring, but deeply unsettling. Chapter 843. The power of words. Yang Guoyang felt the metallic taste linger in his throat, and Ma Huading was not faring any better. Zhu Pingyan had just referenced various sources, articulating his arguments with such conviction that he utterly dismantled Ma Huading's self-proclaimed extraordinary viewpoints, leaving him embarrassed and flushed. How can a fish know its own joy? Guanzhou was not composed by Lord Zhu. How could Lord Zhu comprehend the gentleman and the virtuous lady, if they are not referring to King Wen of Zhou and the Queen of Zhou? Observing the text as a whole, does it not imply that the gentleman and the virtuous lady may indeed refer to them? Ma Huading glared at Zhu Pingyan in a fit of rage, snorted disdainfully, and, with his hands clasped behind his back, feigned profundity as he spoke. Perhaps it may be so, when considering the text in its entirety. The gentleman and the virtuous lady could indeed be referencing King Wen of Zhou and the Queen of Zhou. This is the scholarly demeanor of Qin Hui from the Wodi Pavilion. Zhu Pingyan, at a loss for words, merely smiled wryly and turned his gaze towards Yang Guoyang. The person in question, politely inquiring, "What does Master Yang think?" Master Ma makes a valid point. Who are the gentleman and the virtuous lady? One must observe the text as a whole. The joy in Guanzhou is that the virtuous lady compliments the gentleman. The sorrow lies in the concern for the worthy, free from carnal desires, lamenting the graceful lady, yearning for virtuous talent, without harboring malice. This is the essence of Guanzhou, lamenting the graceful lady, yearning for virtuous talent. Does this not refer to King Wen of Zhou and the Queen of Zhou? Yang Guoyang inhaled deeply, gazing at Zhu Pingyan, and spoke slowly. His voice lacked the previous grandeur when discussing the virtues of kings and consorts, revealing a noticeable waning of confidence. This was evident in his choice of words, such as the ambiguous perhaps and maybe, reflecting his diminished assurance. It seemed he had come to realize the inadequacies of his arguments, but was unwilling to concede for the sake of face. Oh, considering the entire text, is it? Zhu Pingyan elongated the last syllable, adopting a posture of humble inquiry. Based on your theory, Master Yang, there remains one matter I do not grasp. I humbly request your guidance. Speak, Yang Guoyang replied curtly. The uneven water plants flow to the left and right. The graceful and virtuous lady is sought day and night. Earlier, Master Yang mentioned that the water plant is a sacrificial offering. Only a virtuous lady, like the Queen of Zhou, may gather these plants. If one is not a graceful lady, then the offerings made with the gathered plants would not be accepted by the ancestors. King Wen of Zhou sought the graceful lady to help him honor heaven and earth, govern the state, and bring peace to the realm. Thus, does the gentleman's yearning for the virtuous lady not equate to a desire for virtuous talent? Zhu Pingyan fixed his gaze on Yang Guoyang and inquired earnestly. Indeed. Yang Guoyang replied tersely, withholding any further opportunity for Zhu Pingyan to elaborate. Lord Zhu comprehends swiftly. Well done, indeed. Ma Huading observed Zhu Pingyan with a bemused smile. Zhu Pingyan, however, disregarded Ma Huading, instead turning to Yang Guoyang to inquire once more, esteemed Sir Yang, what is the meaning of left and right? Before Yang Guoyang could respond, Ma Huading sneered, taking the opportunity to mock Zhu Pingyan. Master Zhu, the top scholar of the imperial examination, yet you fail to grasp such a simple concept? You still need to consult Dr. Yang? No wonder Master Zhu cannot comprehend the virtues of gentlemen and ladies, referring to King Wen of Zhou and Queen Zhou. Knowledge. If one does not understand, one must ask. Zhu Pingyan cast a fleeting glance at Ma Huading and replied nonchalantly, Knowledge. If one does not understand, one must inquire. This seemingly simple statement sent a jolt through the body of Prince Yu seated below. Such a straightforward remark evoked numerous reflections within him. In his childhood, alongside the deceased crown prince and Prince Jing, he had struggled to grasp the teachings of their tutor, often left bewildered while his elder brother and younger brother swiftly comprehended. Out of pride, he feigned understanding, which only led to his declining academic performance. This, in turn, disappointed the occasionally inquisitive Emperor Jiajing, who grew increasingly disenchanted with him. Had he heard such words in his youth, had he possessed the candor to assert, Knowledge, if one does not understand, one must ask, perhaps he would not find himself in such an unfavorable situation today. Such is the profound essence of subtle wisdom. Prince Yu lifted his gaze toward Zhu Pingyan, and in his line of sight, Zhu Pingyan's modest stature seemed to stand a little taller. I beseech you, esteemed Sir Yang, to elucidate. Zhu Pingyan responded indifferently to Ma Huading before turning once more to Yang Guoyang. Did Master Zhu not hear my previous words? I have already articulated my explanation. Left and right signifies assistance. The broad-leaved water plant is to be found on both sides. This indicates that Queen Zhou took other women to gather water plants, with the other women assisting her in the harvest to offer to the ancestral shrine. Yang Guoyang regarded Zhu Pingyan with a stern expression. It is precisely because I have listened that I remain perplexed and pose this question. Zhu Pingyan smiled faintly. You heard, yet you still inquire? Yang Guoyang shot Zhu Pingyan a piercing glance. Just now, Dr. Yang mentioned that the water plant is an offering for sacrifices. Only virtuous and refined ladies, like Queen Zhou, are permitted to gather it. Otherwise, even if it is harvested, the ancestors would not partake. King Wen of Zhou, restless and yearning, sought such a virtuous lady who could gather the water plant for offerings. Yet, why then is it stated that Queen Zhou brought other women, with them assisting in the harvest? If the plants gathered by others are not accepted by the ancestors, does that not imply that there are too many refined ladies? Would they not then also be eligible to become Queen Zhou? With so many refined ladies, King Wen would not have struggled to find one. So why did he yearn and search in vain? Zhu Pingyan, perplexed, implored Yang Guoyang for clarification. Using the term left and right as a springboard, Zhu Pingyan posed several questions, highlighting the contradictions in Yang Guoyang's reasoning. Upon hearing this barrage of inquiries from Zhu Pingyan, Yang Guoyang felt a surge of frustration, his brow glistening with cold sweat as he raised his bloodshot eyes to cast a glance at Zhu Pingyan, as if confronting a plague. Left and right also implies direction. He retorted. The notion of left and right can also be interpreted as the Queen of Zhou plucking a handful of water chestnuts with her left hand and another with her right. The essence of this phrase is trivial, bearing no significant weight on the overall understanding of Guanzhou. Fortunately, This query is not particularly daunting. As Dr. Yang felt the pressure mounting, beads of cold sweat forming, his solid foundation in the Book of Songs provided him with the necessary clarity. Although he found himself somewhat embarrassed to overturn his previous interpretation, he acknowledged, as he put it, that it was merely a matter of a single word, inconsequential to the larger context, and it did not detract from his interpretation of the regal demeanor and virtues of the consorts. A firm resolution indeed. Yang Guoyang possessed this determination. Does it not impact the interpretation? Zhu Ping'an shook his head slightly with a smile. If we consider the notion of left and right, then... Zhu Ping'an paused. How so? Yang Guoyang inquired impatiently. If we take it to mean direction, Zhu Ping'an continued. The water chestnut grows in the water and is harvested by wading in, thus requiring one to don light garments. If the Queen of Zhou were to pick water chestnuts in such a manner, would she not have to do so accordingly? As he spoke, he demonstrated, rolling up his sleeves to reveal part of his arm, mimicking the action of plucking with one hand, and then the other, his waist twisting as he did so. A dignified man, yet he twisted about like a frivolous dancer, an eyesore indeed. The audience, including the Prince of Yu, could not help but laugh. The palace attendants in the lecture hall found it quite difficult to contain their amusement, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Well, Master Yang, if the Queen of Zhou were to pluck water chestnuts in such a manner, her graceful figure would be most evident. Would that not be rather undignified? If the revered queen were to engage in such an activity, it would be more appropriate to gather in a single direction for the sake of decorum, Zhu Ping'an remarked, half smiling as he regarded Yang Guoyang. You have sullied the scholarly decorum, Yang Guoyang retorted, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. Chapter 844. My Guanzhu Ziu. You assert that Guanzhu pertains to the romantic entanglements of men and women, or even to folk songs of courtship. What evidence do you possess? As Yang Guoyang found himself in a predicament, Ma Huiting once again stepped forward, his countenance stern. Addressing Zhu Ping'an with a voice raised in inquiry. This time, he employed the strategy of attacking Zhu to rescue Yang. I believe that to interpret Guanzhu and the Book of Songs, one must first consider the contextual backdrop of its formation. During the Zhou dynasty, music was paramount to governance, with officials dedicated to the collection of poetry. Each spring, these officials would venture into the countryside, shaking wooden clappers to gather folk songs that reflected the people's joys, sorrows, and struggles, as well as their daily lives. These collected verses would be organized and presented to the Minister of Music, who would then compose melodies for the Zhou monarch. Through these folk songs, the ruler gained insights into the populace's conditions, serving as a reference for governance. Among these songs were those that extolled ancestors, honored deities, celebrated noble gatherings, and depicted the realities of labor, love, marriage, and social customs. Zhu Ping'an spoke with a gentle smile, elaborating thoughtfully. What you say is mere platitude, irrelevant to your argument, and cannot serve as evidence. What foundational texts or principles support your assertions? What are your credentials? Ma Huiting retorted with a derisive chuckle, fixating on Zhu Ping'an like a hawk on its prey, scrutinizing every detail. Did you not just question Dr. Yang's credentials? Do you possess any of your own? Can you articulate them? Humph. This is a case of returning one's own methods against oneself. Ma Huiting gazed at Zhu Ping'an with a contemplative intensity, and as this phrase escaped his lips, it seemed as though he had released a pent-up frustration. You are destined for disappointment. Zhu Ping'an regarded Ma Huiting, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As Ma Huiting's words faded, he began to speak slowly. In the preface of Zhu Xi's collection of poems, it is stated, the so-called wind-in poetry often arises from the songs and ballads of the streets and alleys, expressing the emotions of men and women as they sing together. The poem Guanzhu originates from Nan Feng, and it narrates the folk love ballads, perfectly aligning with Zhu Xi's introduction. This is one aspect. According to the rites of Zhou, the official in charge of matchmaking oversees the unions of the populace. All marriages and births must be recorded with the date and names. Men are to marry at 30 and women at 20. Every marriage and the birth of a child must be documented. In the month of spring, men and women are to meet, and during this time, no restrictions are imposed on those who run to each other. If someone disobeys without cause, they shall be penalized. In the Zhou dynasty, the matchmaking officials governed the unions of the populace. All marriages and births were to be documented to promote population growth. During the months of February and March, the matchmaking officials would issue decrees for unmarried men and women to meet. This was a time of freedom for romantic pursuits. The rites of Zhou stipulates that unmarried women must gather water plants for sacrificial offerings, hence during February and March. Unmarried women would go to the rivers to collect these plants. This coincided with the official decree for men and women to gather, providing an opportunity for eligible young men to approach the riverside, thus giving rise to Guanzhou. This is the second aspect. Upon reading the Book of Songs, one can discover that many love poems are set in spring, closely related to the decree from the rites of Zhou, often employing imagery of flowers, flowing water, and birdsong. For instance, in Zhengfeng Yiyu Man Chao, in the wild, there are creeping vines, sparkling with dewdrops. There is a beauty, graceful and enchanting. A chance encounter, fulfilling my heart's desire. This poem describes the countryside where wild grass grows abundantly and the dewdrops glisten on the blades. A beautiful woman passes by, strikingly attractive. Our encounter is serendipitous, perfectly aligning with my wishes. Another example is Zhengfeng Zhen Wei, Zhen and Wei, flowing gently. The gentleman and lady holding their rushes. The lady says, "Shall we go over there?" The gentleman replies, "I have just been." The lady further suggests, "The other side of Wei is a delightful place, lively and bustling. Why not go again?" Thus, the couple ventures together to the opposite bank of Wei, exchanging playful banter, and as they part, they gift each other peonies, promising to remember one another. Yet another example is Zhengfeng Yiyu Si Qiu. In the wild, there are dead deer, wrapped in white grass. In the realm of youthful affection, the gentleman's allure is evident, as illustrated in the verses of Zhou Nan Tao Yao and Wang Feng Jun Zi Yang Yang, alongside Wei Feng Mu Gua and Chen Feng Dong Menji Fun. Zhu Pingyan eloquently enumerated dozens of poems from the Book of Songs to substantiate the customs of the Zhou dynasty, particularly in March, when the meeting of men and women was customary. He examined Guanzhou as a folk ballad representing romantic love, likely depicting such traditions. Ma Huading was taken aback, initially expecting Zhu Pingyan to falter under his scrutiny. To his astonishment, Zhu not only spoke fluently, but also referenced numerous texts with remarkable ease, leaving Ma utterly dumbfounded. As Zhu Pingyan continued his eloquent discourse, Yang Guoyang's facial muscles slackened further, his expression darkening with dismay. Following Zhu's discourse, silence enveloped the lecture hall. After a prolonged pause, Yang Guoyang raised his gaze, filled with intensity, and in a hoarse voice inquired why, if Guanzhou was merely a folk ballad of romantic love, Confucius deemed it worthy to be the first piece in the Book of Songs. Zhu Pingyan replied, "Great vulgarity begets great elegance." Yang continued to fixate on him, and Zhu explained that the placement of Guanzhou as the first piece exemplified Confucius's human-centered philosophy. The Analects recount a tale of Confucius inquiring about human casualties in a barn fire rather than the horses, highlighting his focus on humanity. Guanzhou. On the islet of the river, graceful and virtuous lady, a gentleman seeks a fair companion. The successful union, celebrated with music and ceremony, embodies the virtues of marriage, the foundation of family, and ultimately, the prosperity of the nation. A stable family leads to a stable society, ensuring peace across the realm, Zhu elaborated. Human-centered? The term Zhu had introduced for modern discourse momentarily silenced the assembly. The more they contemplated this phrase, the more profound it appeared, encompassing principles like the populace's value over the monarch and the duality of power. Indeed, it is a national policy, a policy that has been ahead of you for centuries. It is no wonder it commands such gravity, Zhu remarked with a subtle smile. He continued, asserting that not only the Book of Songs, but also Confucius emphasized a human-centered approach in the prefaces of each of the 6 classics. The Book of Documents begins with Shun marrying without announcement. As Yao tested his capabilities by marrying his daughters to him, only one who can manage a family can govern a nation. The Book of Changes opens with the dual trigrams of heaven and earth, the harmony of yin and yang, signifying the essence of life. The Book of Rites places the gentleman's cap ceremony first and marriage second, underscoring the importance of family. The Chronicles of Spring and Autumn begins with Zheng Bo's conflict with Duan, reflecting familial bonds as well. In this light, the joyous yet restrained nature of Guanzhou as the opening piece of the Book of Songs is perfectly fitting. The concept of being human-centered is vast, allowing Zhu Pingyan to effortlessly link it to the beginnings of the 6 classics, which resonated with the audience. 1,000 interpretations of Guanzhou exist, and this is merely my perspective. I apologize for any inaccuracies, Zhu Pingyan humbly stated, bowing to the audience as he gracefully descended from the platform. The sound of footsteps echoed in the lecture hall, solely belonging to Zhu Ping'an. Chapter 845, The Gentle Whisper of the Wind. Approaching noon, the sun blazed fiercely. A delicate scent of milk wafted from the Xiaoyang Palace, a fragrance so enchanting that it stirred one's very soul. Accompanying this aroma was the gentle sound of flowing water. Two young eunuchs carried a large, steaming tub of hot water toward the palace, entering with heads lowered, their gazes fixed upon the ground, moving cautiously with their burden. "Your Highness, the hot water has arrived." Upon reaching the bathroom's entrance, they placed the bucket down, still bowing their heads as they reported to the maidens within, signaling them to take the water. The stakes were high. A glimpse of something forbidden could cost them their lives. The palace's rules were stringent. These young eunuchs were relegated to menial, laborious, and unsavory tasks, utterly unqualified to approach the female sovereigns of the inner court. Only those of considerable age and status, the senior eunuchs, had the privilege to draw near. Even then, their duties did not include personal service. Tasks such as assisting with dressing, bathing, and attending to the sovereign at night were reserved for the favored maidens. Eunuchs, despite being partially male, risked their lives by undertaking such roles. The emperor was not known for his leniency. As for the lurid tales of eunuchs serving concubines in their baths or during changing, these were mere fabrications by those ignorant of palace decorum. Within the bathroom was a petal-shaped pool, where three maidens, draped in sheer fabric, sat at its edge, delicately scattering petals and essence into the milky bath water. Outside the pool, another maiden played a zither, the soothing melodies wafting through the air. Luxuriating in the bath was the alluring Lu Jingfei, her form partially submerged, the waterline caressing her underarms. Lu Jingfei possessed a figure of exquisite proportions, her curves gracefully floating atop the surface, swaying gently with the water. Two maidens, clad only in minimal garments, attended to her bathing with practiced ease, their movements fluid and silent. The bathwater was no ordinary liquid. It was human milk, sourced specifically for Lu Jingfei from her family, delivered weekly by a cadre of young, healthy wet nurses. This was a beauty regimen procured at great expense from the imperial physician, reputed to preserve youthful radiance, nourish the body, and enhance skin elasticity while maintaining vitality and firmness. Have you gathered the necessary information? Upon hearing the eunuch's report, the three maidens parted the curtain and emerged, the lead maiden inquiring of the two young eunuchs. All has been clarified. Just now, Lord Lu from the lecture hall personally conveyed the message. One of the eunuchs stepped forward, whispering the details to the lead maiden. "Very well. This is a reward from your master for your efforts. You may return to your tasks. Just a point to remember. Keep your mouths tightly sealed. If you hear any gossip outside, do not blame me for not warning you." After the head palace maid listened earnestly, she took out 2 gold coins from her sleeve, rewarded the 2 young eunuchs, and after giving them some instructions, sent them on their way. "Rest assured, my lady, the little ones will be prudent," the 2 young eunuchs assured, bowing their heads as they turned to leave. The head palace maid was the first to enter the bathhouse, followed by the other 2 palace maids who struggled to carry the water buckets, swaying as they followed into the bathhouse. "Your Highness." Upon entering, the head palace maid shed her garments and stepped into the bathing pool, preparing to serve Lady Lu Jing while reporting the situation. "How did it go earlier?" Lu Jing squinted her eyes, her small hands pressing against the bottom of the pool, her petite feet splashing playfully as she giggled and inquired. "My lady, today, besides the 2 esteemed scholars from the residence of His Highness the Jingwang, there were also Master Gao from the residence of His Highness the Yuwang and the esteemed Lu Buqing from the Honglu Temple." The head palace maid gently wiped Lu Jing's body while softly relaying the news. "Ah, so Lu Buqing came as well. He is quite esteemed in both court and society. My father placed him high on the list he provided to me, but regrettably, he is overly cautious and does not dare to take a stand." Trying not to offend either side, Lu Jing opened her eyes. This time, Master Lu even praised His Highness the Jingwang, but did not mention His Highness the Yuwang. The head palace maid added, "Of course, my son is admirable." Lu Jing laughed heartily. In addition to Master Lu, today there was also Yang Guoyang, a scholar from the Guozijian. The head palace maid continued, "Yes, I have heard of Yang Guoyang. The emperor has praised him, noting his writings as reference material for the imperial examinations. He is even ranked higher than Master Lu on the list provided by my father, said to be a figure who could uphold the 4 books and 5 classics in 10 years. Oh, by the way, I heard his daughter married a nephew of Yin Song as a concubine. Lu Jing turned over, resting on a palace maid's thigh, allowing her to wipe her back. Besides Scholar Yang, there is also a young official named Zhu Pingyan who came to lecture today. I hear he is quite young, the head palace maid whispered, gently applying a special perfume on Lu Jing's back with pristine silk cotton. Zhu Pingyan, I know of him. He is this year's top scholar in the special examination. Seemingly not much older than my son. He lacks experience and is too young for such responsibilities. Moreover, his recent reputation is not good. The emperor penalized him with a fine, as he has been involved in some dubious dealings, becoming a source of jest in court and society. Although he is on the list my father provided, his rank is much lower. He is not a suitable choice for a lecturer. He lacks the integrity of a scholar and might lead my son astray. Lu Jing gently shook her head. My lady, the main lecturers today are indeed Scholar Yang and Zhu Pingyan, the head palace maid reported. Oh, what did they discuss? Lu Jing inquired with keen interest. They discussed the first chapter of the Book of Songs, Guanju. The head palace maid replied softly. And how did they elaborate on it? Lu Jingfei found herself increasingly captivated, particularly by the poem Guanju from the Book of Songs. This was because, during her first night with Emperor Jiajing, when her garments were loosened, he recited a line from Guanju, a graceful and virtuous lady, a gentleman's perfect match. She vividly recalled that moment, as if she could still hear the emperor's resonant voice echoing in her ears. Dr. Yang spoke of Guanju, describing it as imbued with the grandeur of a monarch and the virtues of a consort. He likened the gentleman to King Wen of Zhou and the virtuous lady to the queen, explaining that King Wen sought a worthy empress to assist him in governing the realm. A senior maidservant, following the description provided by a young eunuch, repeated Dr. Yang's words to Lu Jingfei. Majestic as a monarch, virtuous as a consort? Lu Jingfei's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if a current of electricity coursed through her body, bringing her a delightful sensation. Dr. Yang's exposition is truly remarkable, she chuckled, wholeheartedly agreeing with his interpretation of Guanju. However, the maidservant, gathering her courage, interjected, But your highness, I have heard that Dr. Yang was stumped by Zhu Pingyan. Oh, what did Zhu Pingyan say? Lu Jingfei's interest deepened, curious to know if Zhu Pingyan's insights surpassed those of Dr. Yang. The maidservant replied, Zhu Pingyan claimed that Guanju is a folk song about romantic relationships, even suggesting it pertains to courtship. That's nonsense. Lu Jingfei exclaimed, her charming visage darkening with indignation. Indeed, I too believe he is mistaken. His interpretation lacks the grandeur of a monarch and the virtues of a consort that Dr. Yang articulated. But, little Yang said that Dr. Yang was indeed stumped by Zhu Pingyan, the maidservant quickly added. Ah, I see. Zhu Pingyan is quite eloquent and adept at sophistry. The treatise Thick Black Theory, which I previously showed you, was authored by him. It is only reasonable that a scholar as earnest as Dr. Yang would struggle to contend with him. Lu Jingfei mused, recalling the Thick Black Theory with a wry smile. This treatise had caught her attention last month during her time with Emperor Jiajing, who had chuckled derisively at its content while decrying it as misleading for the youth. Out of curiosity, she had committed its name to memory and later requested it for her perusal. True to its reputation, it was filled with absurdities, deceitful, shameless, self-serving, and cunningly manipulative. All attributes of a malevolent doctrine. I must seek the emperor, she resolved. Today, while the emperor appeared to be delivering a lecture, he was in fact selecting tutors for the crown prince. Since Lord Zhang and his colleagues were already tutors, and Lu Buqing had submitted his retirement request that morning, only Yang Guoyang and Zhu Pingyan remained in contention. Lu Jingfei could not allow the surname, due to seize the opportunity first. Hurry, assist me in changing my attire, she commanded the maidservants as she swiftly rose to her feet. Chapter 846. The wine offering ceremony as Lu Jingfei emerged from her bath. The banquet hosted by the Prince of Yu and the Prince of Jing in gratitude to their teachers commenced, in a garden adorned with a pond and 2 hills. The melodies of the guqin resonated gracefully, while the sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air. The songstresses sang delicately from the verses of the Book of Songs. In the center of the lotus pond, a troop of elegant young maidens donned in white gauze performed the convey dance from the Book of Songs, their graceful movements creating a mesmerizing scene as they twirled and swayed, the jingling of their ornaments harmonizing with the enchanting atmosphere of the banquet. The Garden of 1 Pond and 2 Mountains is a renowned botanical retreat in the capital, and the decision to host the Teacher Appreciation Feast here was made by Prince Jing. While it is officially a collaborative event between Prince Yu and Prince Jing, it is widely acknowledged that Prince Yu's role is merely nominal. The entire affair is orchestrated solely by Prince Jing. From the choice of venue to the culinary offerings, the decor, and even the parting gifts, every detail has been meticulously managed by Prince Jing. This esteemed garden, a masterpiece of the legendary landscape architect Dongfang Liang, is celebrated for its harmonious design. It offers the serenity of mountains and forests without leaving the city, allowing visitors to experience the tranquility of nature amidst urban life. The essence of the garden of one pond and two mountains lies in its vibrant lotus pond, uniquely sculpted artificial hills, meandering paths, and pavilions that seem to float on the water's surface, creating an unparalleled oasis. Throughout the seasons, one can behold the beauty of blooming flowers in spring, the shade of trees in summer, the vibrant foliage of autumn, and the picturesque snow in winter, all within the confines of the garden. Owned by the Zuasian Lu, the garden has been closed to the public for the day, solely to accommodate Prince Jing's teacher appreciation feast. The esteemed chefs, who usually enjoy a life of luxury in the kitchen, have donned their aprons today to prepare the feast with their own hands. Even a master chef renowned for his chicken dishes, who resides in Tongzhou, has been summoned post-haste to cater to the prince's entourage. Within the garden, talented singers, dancers, and musicians, all celebrated courtesans of the capital, perform with grace and skill, rivaling the finest daughters of affluent families who have been meticulously nurtured for such pursuits. After a morning of lectures, Prince Jing invited Zhu Pingyan and others to the garden of one pond and two mountains for the teacher appreciation feast. The arrangements for the feast echoed the customs of the pre-Qin era, with individual tables for each guest, seated in a kneeling position. Prince Jing and Prince Yu occupied the seats of honor, while the others were arranged according to their seniority. Zhu Pingyan, being the least experienced, found himself at the end of the table, with Yang Guoyang seated directly in front of him, who had previously suffered a setback during the morning lecture. Yang Guoyang, having delivered a well-received performance of Kai Wei, felt a sense of vindication and superiority over Zhu Pingyan, casting a glance in his direction with an air of arrogance. Zhu Pingyan observed Yang Guoyang's demeanor, silently curling his lips in amusement. With such delectable dishes before him, why would one elevate their head to consume nothing but air? Prince Jing, a consummate host, encouraged the guests to drink and dine, ensuring everyone felt well cared for, and soon the atmosphere of the feast reached a delightful crescendo. As the wine flowed and spirits soared, the festivities began to escalate with poetic challenges and couplets, elevating the celebration to new heights. Elder Lu Boqing was nominated as the officiant of the Teacher Appreciation Feast. Under his experienced guidance, the atmosphere of the banquet flourished. Initially, those unable to respond to the couplets were allowed to drink, but the assembled guests, being of high caliber, rarely found themselves at a loss for words. In light of this, Master Lu amended the rules, stipulating that one must answer correctly in order to partake in the wine. Dear friends, please set down your cups and heed my command. The wine at this banquet is 100-year-old vintage, and we must not let it go to waste. I shall present a couplet. Only those who can compose a corresponding line may indulge in the wine. With a jovial demeanor, Master Lu announced this new regulation. Prompting the attendees to respond with laughter, "We shall abide by your decree." He began, "The sun rises in the east, the moon sets in the west, and the heavens form the character Ming." After a moment's contemplation, Master Lu offered his couplet, a challenging one, as it involved disassembling characters and included directional terms. Upon hearing this, the guests fell into deep thought. Children reside to the right, maidens to the left. The world has preordained suitable matches. While the others were still pondering, Yang Guoyang was the first to respond with the corresponding line. "Excellent. Dr. Yang, please drink this cup to the brim," Master Lu praised, personally pouring a drink for him. The guests echoed their approval in unison. "Thank you, Master Lu, and thank you all for your graciousness." Yang Guoyang accepted the cup with both hands, drained it in one gulp, and then turned the empty vessel upside down to signify he had finished. As he approached Zhu Pingyan, he noticed the latter was engrossed in devouring half of a roasted chicken, not sparing him a glance. Disdainfully, Yang Guoyang smirked, silently mocking Zhu Pingyan for his apparent lack of worldly experience. Dr. Yang has presented a couplet. "Only those who can respond may partake in the wine," Master Lu reminded. "Let it be known, my couplet is as follows. 2 rivers converge, 8 formations arrayed, 6 ambushes and 7 captures, 5 Zhuangyuan lights, 49 lanterns. All in earnest pursuit of 3 wishes, Yang Guoyang, with a respectful bow, recited his couplet. This lengthy couplet posed an even greater challenge than the previous one. Encompassing the numbers 1 through 10 and referencing the renowned figure Zhuge Liang, to devise a corresponding line would indeed be no small feat thus. After Yang Guoyang presented his couplet, the crowd was plunged into contemplation once more. Only Zhu Pinggan remained fixated on his plate, seemingly resigned to his inability to respond. This only fueled Yang Guoyang's disdain for him. Meanwhile, amidst the silence of thought, a hiccup broke the tension. Recognizing the sound, Yang Guoyang turned to see Zhu Pinggan. Confirming his suspicion, having overeaten, Zhu Pinggan felt slightly embarrassed and offered a sheepish smile to the group, reaching for a nearby cup to sip some tea to clear his throat. Hold on, Zhu Pinggan. You must respond to Dr. Yang's couplet before you may drink. Master Lu interjected with a smile from his seat. Tea is different from wine, Zhu Pinggan sheepishly explained. Both tea and wine are governed by the same rules. Master Lu replied, shaking his head with a grin. As the presiding official here, my word is law. Chapter 847. Slow wine is like this. And tea is no different. I am an esteemed official, and my word is law. The words of the venerable Lu resonated like a sweet, refreshing breeze. Sweeping through Yang Guoyang's heart, Lu's wisdom astounded him. Upon hearing Lu's remarks, Yang Guoyang nearly erupted with applause. For Lu's words felt like a long-awaited rain in a parched desert, a lighthouse amidst a foggy sea. They were music to Yang Guoyang's ears, filling his heart with joy. It was as if a pillow had been delivered to him just as he was about to doze off. An overwhelming surge of excitement and elation surged within Yang Guoyang. His heart racing uncontrollably, like a frantic bull, pounding with fervor. After taking a deep breath, he managed to quell his emotions slightly and turned to gaze at Zhu Pinggan. Upon seeing Zhu Pinggan's astonished expression, the excitement within Yang Guoyang erupted anew. Ha! The tides of fortune have turned. Today, it is my turn to shine. This morning, you left me in a predicament, and now it is your turn to face the music. With 2 rivers and 8 formations, I devised a strategy. Illuminating the path with 49 lanterns at Wuzhong Plains, my soul aimed to fulfill 3 wishes. This couplet is not mere chance. It was crafted after a year of contemplation inspired by the 15th volume of the Records of the 3 Kingdoms. Countless hours of painstaking thought culminated in this unique couplet. A creation beyond compare. Since the inception of my first line, I have struggled to compose a fitting second line for an entire year. My first line stands unparalleled. A matchless gem that few, if any, could rival in a century. This treasure has been carefully cherished in my heart, reserved for a moment of great significance. And today is that moment. Upon receiving the imperial decree this morning, I sensed the urgency. I had received confirmation from Ma Huading earlier that the discourse today was not merely a lecture, but a selection of tutors for the 2 princes. Being appointed as a tutor to the princes is a prestigious title, one that promises future fame and fortune. Thus, without hesitation, I presented my long-cherished couplet today. The effect was remarkable. My extraordinary couplet stunned the entire assembly, as everyone furrowed their brows, deep in thought. As for Zhu Pinggan, his reaction was a delightful surprise for Yang Guoyang. Thank you, Venerable Lu. Yang Guoyang once again composed himself, observing Zhu Pinggan with great interest. At that moment, Zhu Pinggan let out a burp. Ha! Serves you right. You, who just devoured your meal like a glutton, are now choking. You brought this upon yourself. Want to drink tea? Dream on. My couplet is not easily matched. Not just today, but likely throughout the year. You will have no chance. Yang Guoyang looked at Zhu Pinggan, who was hiccuping, as if he had just witnessed the most amusing scene in the world. His eyes narrowed, and the corners of his eyes crinkled with mirth. Hee, Zihu, please take the order, Lu Laodaran said, gazing at Zhu Pinggan with a smile and a teasing tone. Hic. Lu Laodaran, could we perhaps negotiate? Allow me to sip some tea before I accept the military order, Zhu Pinggan said, grinning sheepishly as he held up his teacup while speaking to Lu Laodaran. The military order is as unyielding as a mountain. It cannot be delayed. Lu Laodaran replied with a gentle shake of his head. The others joined in laughter. Their interest piqued as they turned their attention to Zhu Pinggan. Very well then. Pinggan shall take the order. Zhu Pinggan, with one hand holding the teacup and the other clasped together in a gesture of respect, accepted the order. Upon seeing Zhu Pinggan comply, Yang Guoyang couldn't help but smile broadly, as if he had just struck the jackpot. his lips curving into a grin that lingered. Hic. Before Zhu Pingyan could finish his acceptance, he hiccuped once more. Laughter erupted among the crowd, with Yang Guoyang's laughter shining the brightest. Perhaps Zhu Darren was too preoccupied with savoring delicacies to fully grasp my first line. Allow me to repeat it, Yang Guoyang said, looking at Zhu Pingyan with goodwill as he recited the couplet again. 2 rivers converge, 8 formations arrayed, 6 sorties and 7 captures, 5 lanterns on Wuzhong Plain. All to fulfill 3 wishes. Busy savoring delicacies? Hee, Dr. Yang truly possesses a witty tongue. Ma Huading chimed in with a chuckle. Zhu Pingyan acknowledged with a nod. Oh, spare me. You make it seem as if you could come up with a response. Yang Guoyang retorted dismissively, tugging at the corner of his mouth. However, the next moment, his smile faltered. Oh, I am indeed parched. Please forgive me. Allow me to embarrass myself by presenting a response to a couplet. And perhaps I may have a cup of tea, Zhu Pingyan said, gently bowing with his teacup in hand. What? You are already prepared to respond? Without even a moment's thought? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Yang Guoyang's couplet was notoriously challenging. They had pondered it for a while and were still at a loss. How could Zhu Pingyan possibly have a response ready so quickly? Impossible, Yang Guoyang exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, his mouth twitching in disbelief. After devising my first line, I spent a year without conjuring a suitable response. How could you, upon merely hearing it, conjure a response so swiftly? Unthinkable. I refuse to believe it. My couplet not only encompasses numbers 1 through 10, but also encapsulates the life deeds of Zhuge Liang. You surely have not even grasped the hidden traps within my couplet, thinking it merely a standard couplet, and thus, you naively crafted a response that is fundamentally mismatched. Yang Guoyang nodded, utterly convinced of his hypothesis. My response is, pacifying the West and Shu, subduing the southern barbarians, harmony in the East and rejection in the North. The central tent alters its tactics, utilizing fire against water. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhu Pingyan hiccuped once more, then calmly and slowly articulated his response to the couplet. As Zhu Pingyan's response resonated, the audience was struck as if by thunder, and the banquet fell into an eerie silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Yang Guoyang was utterly astonished, as if his soul had departed, standing like a wooden statue, staring blankly at Zhu Pingyan. Very well. 2 rivers shall be taken, 8 formations shall be arranged, 6 shall emerge, and 7 shall be captured. And the bright lamps of Wuzhong Plain shall shine with 49 lights, all to fulfill 3 wishes, pacifying the West and Shu, securing the South and the Miao, harmonizing the East and resisting the North, while the Central Army's tent transforms into a strategy of earth and gold, and fire can indeed be wielded upon the water's surface. The applause of King Yu shattered the tranquility of the victory banquet. After hearing Zhu Pingyan's couplet, King Yu could not restrain his admiration, softly repeating the couplet to himself and nodding in appreciation. Yang Guoyang's first line celebrated the life achievements of Zhuge Kongming, and Zhu Pingyan's matching second line echoed the same. With Yang Guoyang's line being splendid and Zhu Pingyan's response being remarkably clever, a rare and exquisite pairing indeed. Gao Gong looked at Zhu Pingyan with newfound brilliance in his eyes, as if he were genuinely seeing him for the first time. Lu the Elder smiled slightly, nodding at Zhu Pingyan. I humbly present my efforts, Zhu Pingyan said, bowing to the assembly, and then raised his teacup to his lips, but had not yet taken a sip. Stop. At that moment, a hurried and excited voice rang out. Chapter 848, The Desperate Counterattack of Dr. Yang. The single word stop resonated throughout the venue, akin to a thunderclap. Merely a word. Yet it bore the weight of 1,000 troops, as if a righteous army descended from the heavens, galloping forth with a resounding roar, instantly silencing the entire banquet, including Zhu Pingyan, who had already brought the teacup to his lips, ready to drink. He was also taken aback, frozen in the act, with not a single drop of tea reaching his mouth. Who shouted stop? The crowd turned to look, and there stood Yang Guoyang, his mouth still forming the word. It was evident that he was the one who had called out. Zhu Pingyan slowly turned his head to Yang Guoyang, who stared at him with fervor, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance, while the muscles on his face twitched with excitement. Ahem, Lord Zhu, please, take your time, Yang Guoyang said, attempting to maintain a calm and gentle smile, though the tremors of his excitement rendered his expression somewhat fierce. How could one not be excited? To be frank, when Zhu Pingyan produced the couplet, Yang Guoyang felt as though the world had turned dark, the sun and moon shattered. He had toiled for a year, wrestling with his thoughts, unable to conceive a matching line to his own, which he believed could stand as a masterpiece for a century. Yet, this fellow who only knew of indulgence, Zhu Ping'an, had effortlessly crafted the second line. How could he not feel despair? However, the heavens do not forsake those who are earnest. In his moment of despair, Yang Guoyang did not give up. His mind raced with clarity and activity. Sharper than ever before. 2 rivers shall be taken, 8 formations shall be arranged, 6 shall emerge, and 7 shall be captured. And the bright lamps of Wuzhong Plain shall shine with 49 lights, all to fulfill 3 wishes, pacifying the west and Shu, securing the south and the Miao, harmonizing the east and resisting the north, while the central army's tent transforms into a strategy of earth and gold, and fire can indeed be wielded upon the water's surface. This seemingly flawless couplet was keenly identified by Yang Guoyang, who discerned a critical flaw, one potent enough to spell disaster for Zhu Ping'an. How splendid! A triumphant counterattack. One cannot help but feel exhilarated. At this moment, Yang Guoyang refrained from erupting into boisterous laughter, a testament to his remarkable restraint. What insights do you possess, Dr. Yang? Zhu Ping'an inquired, holding his teacup, suppressing a belch, and furrowing his brow in casual indifference. What a bother! I can't even enjoy my tea in peace. Zhu Ping'an silently berated Yang Guoyang. There's nothing profound to discuss. Merely some immature thoughts I wish to exchange with you, Yang Guoyang replied with a smile, deliberately mimicking Zhu Ping'an's tone from earlier that morning. To repay him in his own coin was indeed gratifying, as if every pore were exclaiming in delight. This sensation was exhilarating. Yang Guoyang's voice, filled with excitement and satisfaction, grew slightly hoarse, reminiscent of a duck whose neck had been grasped, accompanied by an involuntary background melody. Please proceed, Dr. Yang, Zhu Ping'an said, nodding slightly and speaking with an air of calm. Feeling flustered? Is that too much for you to bear? I wonder if your expression will be even more amusing shortly. Yang Guoyang gazed at Zhu Ping'an with a smile, envisioning the moment Zhu Ping'an, upon realizing his glaring flaw, would be left utterly dumbfounded and defeated. Consequently, his smile became increasingly gentle. My first line reads, collect 2 rivers, arrange 8 formations, 6 sorties, and 7 captures. 50 lamps on Wuzhong Plain, devoted solely to repay 3 visits. What do you propose as your second line, Zhu Durin? Yang Guoyang inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It fits. Zhu Ping'an nodded in affirmation. Then the question arises. Yang Guoyang's smile radiated even more brilliantly, his expression enigmatic, as though with a fan in hand. He could effortlessly conjure visions of ships reduced to ash through mere conversation. Which is the best at excavating? Zhu Ping'an smirked slightly. The phrase "then the question arises" prompting an impulsive retort akin to Hong Qigong's uncontrollable kick in east is red, west is right. Zhu Ping'an's whimsical reply left Yang Guoyang momentarily speechless. What on earth does "which is the best at excavating" even mean? Are you unwell? Clearing his throat, Zhu Ping'an chuckled softly and clarified. I meant to ask, what problem do you propose? You're unwell. Yang Guoyang shot Zhu Ping'an a glance. His mood instantly lifted at the thought of soon unveiling Zhu Ping'an's critical flaw. Zhu Duran, please remain calm. Allow me to elaborate slowly. My first line pertains to the Marshal Marquis Zhuge Liang, and your corresponding line also refers to him. Thus, there is no issue with the thematic coherence. Collect 2 rivers corresponds to peace in the west of Shu. Arrange 8 formations aligns with subdue the southern barbarians, and 6 sorties and 7 captures matches east and north resist. All these correspondences are indeed sound. Yang Guoyang smiled faintly, and then, with a shift in tone that was laced with lethal intent, he spoke with words sharpened like arrows. However, Lord Zhu. The 49 lanterns of Wuzhangwen are solely dedicated to repaying the 3 visits to the central military tent, yet there lies a flaw. May I inquire, Dr. Yang? Where does the problem lie? Zhu Ping'an inquired, slightly tugging at the corner of his mouth and cupping his hands in respect. Where does the problem lie? Has Lord Zhu not realized? Your transformation of the central military tent with the earth and gold hexagrams clearly does not correspond with my 49 lanterns of Wuzhangwen. The subsequent assertion that fire can be employed against the water surface is equally flawed. My first line subtly encompasses the numbers 1 through 10. And while your use of the 5 directional terms is not incorrect, Your later reference to the 5 elements makes it utterly absurd. I present a unified sequence of 10 numbers, yet you counter with 5 directional terms and 5 elemental words, which are entirely unrelated. How ludicrous it is to match my coherent numbers with your disparate terms. As Yang Guoyang spoke, his voice resonated like a mighty bell, each word infused with fervor, transforming into arrows that swiftly pierced Zhu Ping'an's heart. Indeed, Dr. Yang makes a valid point, the crowd murmured. Yes, Dr. Yang's line comprises 10 numbers, while Zhu Ping'an employs 5 directional and 5 elemental terms, which indeed lack symmetry. Now I understand why I felt something was amiss when I heard Zhu Ping'an's couplet. It was this: Lord Zhu's response fails to be congruent. The audience collectively grasped the situation, and the atmosphere at the teacher's banquet became animated. Haha, exhilarating. Observing the dawning realization on the faces of the crowd and listening to their comments about Zhu, the smile on Yang Guoyang's face widened. This sensation was indescribable, akin to the thrill experienced on a wedding night after the ceremonial rites, where every pore of his being felt invigorated. Mere words could scarcely encapsulate the sheer delight he felt. So exhilarating, so thrilling, so utterly satisfying. Haha, Zhu Ping'an, do you feel despair? Speak plainly. The allowance for discretionary funds was restricted by the formidable matriarch, yet the desire for authentic additions lingered, as he sought to accumulate a little private fortune before the new year approached. Chapter 849. Fine tea. After pointing out the fatal flaw in Zhu Ping'an's couplet, Yang Guoyang crossed his arms and smirked at Zhu. To him, Zhu Ping'an resembled a grasshopper after autumn, devoid of any ability to leap. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Zhu Ping'an, like spotlights honing in on him. It was neither absurd nor laughable. In the spotlight, Zhu Ping'an appeared unfazed, as though Yang Guoyang had not highlighted a flaw but rather bestowed him with praise. With a pair of gleaming black eyes, he scanned the crowd and finally met Yang Guoyang's gaze, smiling earnestly as he shook his head and replied with utmost seriousness. Huh. Zhu Ping'an's words rendered the audience momentarily speechless. Ha. Yang Guoyang found himself both amused and exasperated by Zhu Ping'an's response. Using 5 directional words and 5 elements to compare with my 10 numerical terms. Doesn't that seem utterly ludicrous? Yang Guoyang was left in fits of laughter. Haha. Surely Lord Zhu isn't unable to bear losing, is he? Your 5 directional words and 5 elemental terms clearly do not correspond with the 10 numerical ones. Lord Zhu is a top scholar. He must surely comprehend such elementary parallelism, mustn't he? Ma Huoding, gazing at Zhu Ping'an, erupted with boisterous derision. Spring corresponds to summer, autumn to winter, and the evening drum to the morning bell. I possess a volume titled Child's Verses on Parallelism, which I could present to Lord Zhu for his perusal after today's feast. Ha. Laughter resonated throughout the teacher's banquet. Dr. Yang was mistaken. Amidst the laughter, Zhu Ping'an spoke with a calm demeanor. What? The laughter from the banquet momentarily ceased. The mirth soon escalated. Truly, one has never seen such absurdity. To misjudge one's own answer and not acknowledge the error, but instead blame the questioner for an erroneous prompt. How outrageous. Should the questions be tailored to suit your answers? Cough. Ha. Is it truly possible to approach it this way? Yes, indeed. Ha. Lord Zhu has a point. It is Dr. Yang who is mistaken. Your upper line cannot consist of 10 numerical terms. It should rightly comprise 5 numbers and 5 other words to correspond with Lord Zhu's lower line. Ha. Dr. Yang, will you not admit your mistake? Ha. Ma Huoding, with a mischievous glint, regarded Zhu Ping'an, laughing to the point of tears, and mockingly echoed Zhu Ping'an's sentiments. Ha. Yang Guoyang looked on, bemused by Ma Huoding's antics. Lord Ma, why are you joining in this folly? He chuckled. Ma Huoding, still laughing, bowed his hands in jest, unable to suppress his mirth. Lord Zhu, do not jest, Yang Guoyang remarked, an amused expression on his face, resembling a benevolent mentor confronting a mischievous child. Not so. Zhu Ping'an shook his head, clasping his hands toward Yang Guoyang, and earnestly stated, It is Lord Yang who is mistaken. I did not employ 5 directional words and 5 elemental terms for the lower line. Rather, I utilized 10 directional words. Huh. What? Did Zhu Ping'an truly just assert that he did not use 5 directional words and 5 elemental terms, but instead 10 directional words for the lower line? Surely, I cannot have misheard. Is it my ears that deceive me? Or has Zhu Ping'an truly gone off the deep end? How audacious to utter such words. Zhu Ping'an, in broad daylight and under the gaze of many, How dare you speak such fabrications with your eyes wide open? Your audacity must rival that of a fortress. One must not be so brazen as Zhu Ping'an. Following Zhu Ping'an's declaration, the entire teacher's banquet fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared at him, slack-jawed, as though gazing upon an extraterrestrial being. Cough. Yang Guoyang coughed violently, his face flushed red with anger, veins bulging on his neck. You impudent wretch. You possess not an ounce of shame. Were you to have even the slightest semblance of dignity, you would never utter such disgraceful words. Do you think us all deaf? After his coughing fit, Yang Guoyang, red-faced and enraged, pointed an unsteady finger at Zhu Ping'an, his hand trembling with agitation. Alas, in ancient times, there was Zhao Gao who, within the court of the Qin dynasty, audaciously declared a deer to be a horse. I lament my inability to witness that historical scene. However, I must express my gratitude for the actions of Lord Zhu today, which have afforded me a taste of my long-held desire. Ma Huading regarded Zhu Ping'an with a look of derision, mockingly taunting him for his blatant dishonesty. Just moments ago, he had clearly spoken of 5 directional terms and 5 elemental terms, yet he obstinately claimed there were 10 directional terms. Such shamelessness in speaking falsehoods with open eyes is reminiscent of the ancient Zhao Gao. When you accused Dr. Yang of making a mistake in his couplet, I initially believed it was your refusal to admit fault that led you to blame him. That alone was quite shameless. Little did I expect you to surpass even that, resorting to such a blatant distortion of truth. Ma Huading genuinely felt he had underestimated the depths of Zhu Ping'an's unscrupulousness. Lord Zhu, we are not deaf. Your response was clearly Pingshi Shu, Dingnan Man, Donghe Bei Zhu, Zhongju and Zhang Binghua Temu Jinyao, Shuimian Pian Ning Yong Huagong, correct? I confirmed this with you at the outset, and everyone can attest to it. The terms Dong, Shi, Nan, Bei, and Zhong are 5 directional terms, while Jin, Mu, Shui, Hua, and Tu represent the 5 elements. So where does the notion of 10 directional terms arise? Yang Guoyang shook his head, unable to suppress a derisive smile. Learning should never cease. Zhu Ping'an remarked seriously, glancing at Yang Guoyang with a gentle shake of his head. Though you are a scholar of the 5 classics, you must not stop learning. Are you attempting to lecture me? What qualification do you have to instruct me when you cannot even produce a proper couplet? Yang Guoyang was infuriated by Zhu Ping'an's condescension, nearly fuming with rage. In the future, Dr. Yang should delve deeper into the I Ching, Zhu Ping'an remarked with a slight smile. What are you saying? Are you out of your mind? Your attempt at changing the subject is utterly clumsy. At that moment, Yang Guoyang felt his anger boiling over, wishing he could hurl his shoe at Zhu Ping'an's face to test the thickness of his skin. The principles of Tai Chi give rise to the 2 opposites, which in turn give rise to the 4 images. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, correspond with the 4 directions. The interplay of these elements is governed by a cycle of creation and destruction, each possessing its own order, and thus we speak of the 5 directions. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth correspond to the east, west, south, north, and center, respectively. The sun rises in the east, vibrant and reminiscent of wood. The south is scorching, akin to fire. The central plains are fertile and conducive to growth, resembling earth. The sun sets in the west, glittering like metal, and the north is frigid and piercing, reminiscent of water. Hence, it is said, the east belongs to wood, the west to metal, the south to fire, the north to water, and earth occupies the center. Therefore, Dr. Yang, you are mistaken. What Ping'an presented was indeed 10 directional terms, rather than 5 directional terms plus 5 elements. Zhu Ping'an gazed intently at Yang Guoyang, a faint smile gracing his lips as he raised his teacup in a distant salute. He drained the cup in one go, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "What fine tea!" Previously infuriated, Yang Guoyang, after hearing Zhu Ping'an's discourse on the 5 elements and 5 directions, found himself utterly defeated, collapsing onto the ground. He was well aware of the principles of the 5 elements and 5 directions, and now sat there like a battered bride, utterly dispirited, resembling a puddle of mud. The originally fierce gaze now appeared devoid of any attachment, awkwardly shifting away, searching for a crack in the ground. So it is. Indeed. It is a matter of 10 directional words. After a brief silence, the atmosphere of the banquet buzzed. Chapter 850, Preserving Dignity. Splendid. Truly splendid. Take the 2 rivers, arrange them in 8 formations, capture 6, and subdue 7. with 49 lanterns illuminating the plains of Wuzhong, all with a singular purpose to fulfill 3 wishes: pacify the west and the south, negotiate with the east, and resist the north. As the command tent undergoes transformation with the earthly gold and metal trigrams, while water's surface can indeed be attacked with fire. Dr. Yang's exquisite couplet is matched by the unparalleled response from Xi'er, creating a tale worthy of remembrance. Old Master Lu, laughing and clapping, praised Zhu Pingyin's couplet without reservation, reciting it aloud while simultaneously commending Yang Guoyang. Under Old Master Lu's gracious acknowledgement, Yang Guoyang felt his embarrassment lessen, and his face was no longer burning with shame. Not at all, not at all. I am unworthy of such praise. It is primarily due to Dr. Yang's brilliant upper line. I merely followed suit. Zhu Pingyin replied with a smile, shaking his head in modesty. Oh dear. At the side, Yang Guoyang, whose face had just returned to normal, felt the heat return, wishing to escape immediately. Haha. Zihu, it is your turn to present the upper line, Old Master Lu reminded Zhu Pingyin with a smile. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Old Master Lu, I almost forgot. Zhu Pingyin replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. After a moment of contemplation, he cheerfully said, since Dr. Yang has set the precedent, allow me to follow suit with a line inspired by the illustrious Zhuge Liang. Another line inspired by Zhuge Liang? Bold indeed. Yang Guoyang paused in surprise, his face displaying a mixture of red, black, and cold, feeling both humiliated and angry. With a scoff, he smirked. Zhu Pingyin. My upper line was conceived after days of deep contemplation inspired by the records of the 3 kingdoms. You, on the other hand, merely closed your eyes for a breath and dare to utter such arrogance? One is not afraid of ignorance, but rather of being compared. Can a line conceived in a mere breath compare with my painstaking work over 10 days? Truly, fate must wish for your downfall by first driving you to madness. If you are unafraid of embarrassment, why should I stop you? Huh, I am eager to see your upper line. Yang Guoyang's previously agitated expression began to thaw, rippling with renewed confidence, a smile spreading across his face. My upper line is, the bright moon shines upon the gauze window, each one a reflection of the wise Zhuge Liang. I humbly seek your guidance. Zhu Pingyin rose, offering a distant salute to Yang Guoyang and the others, a slight smile gracing his lips as he recited his line. Haha, is that it? Yang Guoyang, upon hearing Zhu Pingyin's upper line, could not help but shake his head and smile. You seemed so confident just now. I assumed your couplet would be magnificent. Yet it turns out to be this short and simple. Haha, my couplet encapsulates Zhuge Liang's entire life, while yours, with its bright moon shining upon the gauze window, fails to reflect upon your intellect. Half of your line is mere drivel. What connection does the first half have with the illustrious Zhuge Liang? Such a simplistic couplet dares to seek attention? The mind is a remarkable entity. Zhu Pingyin, you ought to enhance yours. Just moments ago, you effortlessly responded to my first line. Now, I shall swiftly reply to yours. Humph. Yang Guoyang smirked disdainfully, adjusted his attire, and straightened his posture, preparing to craft a brilliant response to Zhu Pingyin's couplet, aiming to redeem his prior embarrassment. The bright moon shines upon the gauze window. Each and every one is as wise as Zhuge Liang. With a mocking smile, Yang Guoyang echoed Zhu Pingyin's opening line, ready to articulate his subsequent line. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, yet Yang Guoyang found himself unable to utter the second line. His mouth agape, but not a sound emerged. Simultaneously, the air of contempt and ease on his face began to wither, rapidly fading away. No, how could this be? Yang Guoyang's breath grew heavier, and his expression turned increasingly grave, wrinkles slowly creeping across his brow, at the corners of his eyes, and upon his forehead. A moment passed, yet Yang Guoyang still could not articulate the second line. Not only that, but he lacked even a single clue regarding it. Across from him, Ma Huading rose halfway, also preparing to respond to Zhu Pingyin's couplet. However, as he stood, Ma Huading suddenly widened his eyes, astonished, before quietly resuming his seat, discreetly rubbing his waist, feigning that it was merely fatigue, not an attempt to respond to the couplet. The entire teacher's banquet fell into a profound silence. The crowd furrowed their brows in contemplation. Some, while pondering, scrawled with their fingers in the wine upon the table. After a considerable time, a glimmer of insight sparked in their eyes, as if they had achieved a breakthrough, only to shake their heads in disappointment with a sigh. The bright moon shines upon the gauze window. Each and every one is as wise as Zhuge Liang. The attendees were connoisseurs of couplets, initially believing Zhu Pinggan's brief couplet to be simple. Yet upon reflection, they realized that it was far more complex than they had imagined, proving quite challenging to respond to. The more they pondered, the more their perceptions were upended, their brows knitting tighter. Ultimately, they discovered that Zhu Pinggan's opening line was not merely difficult, but exceedingly so, truly exceptional. In the bright moon shines upon the gauze window. Each and every one is as wise as Zhuge Liang. Every character is indispensable. The couplet harbors at least 6 traps, with the difficulty multiplying exponentially. Neglecting any one of these pitfalls could render one's efforts futile. The phrase as wise as Zhuge Liang serves as the most apparent trap in Zhu Pinggan's opening line. The bright moon in the first half correlates with Zhuge Liang in the second half, establishing both similarity and causality. Because of the bright moon, there exists wisdom akin to Zhuge Liang. This constitutes the second trap. Moreover, there exists a causal relationship between the phrase "the bright moon shines upon the gauze window" and Zhuge Liang. For it is because of the bright moon that Zhuge Liang's wisdom is illuminated. The term ji not only refers to Zhuge Liang, but also to the gauze itself, a semi-transparent fabric used in ancient times for window coverings. The first half of the sentence describes a window screen, which, when viewed under the illumination of the bright moon, reveals both the patterns of the woven fabric and the holes, each glowing distinctly. The latter part of the sentence reiterates the meanings of brightness and clarity, akin to the terms each and every. Thus, to craft a corresponding line to Zhu Pinggan's, one must avoid the pitfalls of 6 specific traps, as none are permissible. The rhythm follows a specific pattern: 3 falling tones followed by 4 flat tones. Again, 3 falling tones accompanied by 4 flat tones. The principles are well understood, yet the output remains elusive. However, the greater the challenge, the more fervent the interest among the onlookers. This includes the esteemed Liu, who, at the celebratory banquet, eagerly anticipates the challenge, as if on the verge of crafting the perfect couplet. Yet, as 1 tea passes, then 2, and finally 3, the sun slowly descends, marking the serene conclusion of the banquet amidst joyful farewells. Under the warm glow of the sunset, guests depart, eagerly returning home, a sanctuary of warmth and happiness, a haven for the soul. Home is where a lamp shines, a roof provides shelter, a soft bed awaits, and a caring wife understands one's needs, along with a pot of refreshing tea. Alas, I nearly succumbed to thirst at the banquet. Chapter 851, The Villain. As evening descends, the sun paints half the sky crimson, reluctantly trailing its elongated shadow before sinking below the horizon. The nightfall, accompanied by a gentle breeze, quietly envelopes the earth. Hurry, hurry. Haven't you eaten enough? Do you not realize I am on the verge of dying from thirst? Exclaimed Mahuading from his sedan chair, lifting the curtain and parting his chapped lips to admonish the bearers. Please, my lord, remain calm and steady, the bearers replied, hastening their pace without daring to retort. Careful now. The sudden acceleration nearly caused Mahuading to topple backward, prompting another round of frustrated shouts. After venting his anger, he recalled the instigator of his plight. Lamenting, the moon shines on the window screen, each hole as bright as Zhuge Liang. Is this truly a fitting couplet? That damned Zhu has nearly left me parched. On Front Gate Street, Mahuading's sedan surged forward with the speed of a horse-drawn carriage, stirring up clouds of dust. Were they in such haste to be reborn? Passers-by observed this spectacle, murmuring among themselves. A similar predicament befell Yang Guoyang, a scholar from the Imperial Academy. Unlike Mahuading, he sat composed in his sedan, meditating with closed eyes, though his cracked lips continuously moved as if uttering something about the infamous Zhu Pinggan, a notorious figure, a Chu, who was thinking of me from behind. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, Zhu Pinggan returned to the residence of the Linghuai Marquis, sneezing several times along the way. Upon his arrival, he sneezed once more, rubbed his nose, and muttered to himself before handing over the horses to Liu Dedeo and making his way towards the inner courtyard. The moment he stepped into the Tingyu pavilion, the lively chatter of the young maidens announcing his arrival reached his ears. The master has returned. Soon after, Li Shu appeared, leading the petite maid Baozi and a few others from the side room, all of them beaming with joy as they approached him. Li Shu was adorned in a sea sky-colored open-sleeve RU skirt, not pure white, but a delicate blend of white with hints of pink and a touch of purple. The semi-transparent fabric draped gracefully, accentuating her figure, and the faintly visible pale yellow bodice beneath added an alluring charm. Only when the colors fade do we realize the flowers bloom brighter, like a peepa half concealed. Li Shu, well-versed in the art of feminine attire, donned this ethereal ensemble that was dreamlike and elegantly captivating. Zhu Pingyan could hardly divert his gaze, entranced by this enchanting little sprite. Feeling a dryness on his lips and inappropriate thoughts surfacing in his mind, he was playfully chastised by Li Shu, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "You rogue, where are your eyes wandering?" she teased, pouting her cherry-like lips in mock reproach. Though she feigned disdain, her heart swelled with sweetness. After all, a woman adorns herself for the one she admires. Zhu Pingyan's mischievous demeanor reassured Li Shu that her efforts in dressing up were not in vain. Had he shown no reaction at all, she would have been truly upset. "Miss, the master's gaze resembles that of a wolf," giggled Baozi, covering her mouth in amusement. "Indeed, it seems as though the master wishes to devour the miss," the other maidens chimed in, stifling their laughter. "Cough, cough. What are you all thinking?" Zhu Pingyan cleared his throat, his face turning crimson as he sought to provide an utterly flimsy excuse. "I met a physician at the Imperial Medical Institute who taught me a bit about observation and diagnosis. I was merely observing." "Oh, then I must have misjudged you. Zhu the divine physician, what have you discerned?" Li Shu's large, glistening eyes, shrouded in mystery, regarded him with a teasing smile. The term concubine is a humble reference used by women of noble birth. Similar to how men in ancient times might modestly refer to themselves as this humble one or a mere inferior. It does not imply that one who uses the term is a concubine. "I perceive that my lady may be a bit anemic. Cough, cough. Shall I replenish your vitality tonight?" Zhu Pingyan began earnestly, but with a mischievous grin, he leaned closer to Li Shu. "Replenish vitality." At his words, Li Shu's flawless complexion flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe peach, ready to burst with juice. While the others remained oblivious to Zhu Pingyan's insinuations, Li Shu was certainly not. Last time, Zhu Pingyan mischievously suggested that he needed to replenish his vitality, to which I naively inquired how he intended to do so. That rascal then asked if I had ever heard the saying that 1 drop of essence is worth 10 drops of blood. Such a rogue. Reflecting on this, Li Shu's enchanting eyes shimmered with mischief as she cast a piercing glare at Zhu Pingyan, her dark pupils rolling dramatically, followed by an exaggerated eye roll and a playful huff as she scolded him for his mischief. Subsequently, she stepped forward, firmly stepping on the tip of Zhu Pingyan's foot, playfully grinding it left and right, before swaying her slender waist and strutting away, her pert backside bobbing as she made her way into the room without a backward glance. As Li Shu sauntered off, the chubby maid Baozi followed suit, her own figure wiggling as she trailed behind, her cherubic face flushed a deeper shade than Li Shu's, resembling a ripe shrimp ready to burst. Before turning away, Baozi's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes, seemingly on the verge of spilling tears, darted toward Zhu Pingyan for a fleeting moment, only to quickly lower her head, tightly clutching her thighs in an awkward pose as she hurried to catch up with Li Shu. What could have caused such embarrassment on her part? Zhu Pingyan scratched his head, perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, Baozi was well aware of the euphemistic meaning behind the notion of replenishing vitality. The previous time Zhu Pingyan had mentioned it while in the study with Li Shu, Baozi had been stationed just outside, thus she had gleaned the implications of his words. When Zhu Pingyan first mentioned replenishing vitality, Baozi's mouth had dropped open in surprise, naively marveling at her master's medical knowledge. However, upon hearing his subsequent query about the saying regarding essence and blood, she was momentarily taken aback. It was only when the study began to echo with sounds that were decidedly embarrassing that Baozi tightened her thighs, fully grasping the situation. In the sweltering heat of June, the nights were equally stifling. The third-tier maids of Tingyu Pavilion fetched 2 buckets of cool well water from the deep, well, every incense stick's worth of time, sprinkling it across the courtyard to harness the evaporative cooling effect. Inside the house, particularly in the study, several basins of ice were placed, and as they neared melting, more were brought in to replace them. Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu engaged in a game of chess to escape the heat, with an array of fruits nearby. Those closest to Zhu Pingyan had been cooled in the well water before being sliced and served, as chilled fruit is not gentle on the stomach. Li Shu's fruit platter, however, contained fruits such as oranges and peaches at room temperature. Initially, their chess match proceeded with decorum, but as the game unfolded, it took on an air of the fantastical. "How is it possible for you to move both the elephant and the pawn at the same time?" Zhu Ping'an exclaimed, watching in disbelief as Li Shu deftly maneuvered both pieces simultaneously, leaving him speechless and amused. This scene was not unfamiliar. It harkened back to the time when I had just achieved the rank of Xi'er and played chess with Li Shu. During that encounter, she had even recited a resurrection spell for the piece devoured by Zhu Ping'an. My piece was a cavalryman, specially summoned from Annan. Li Shu, with her delicate hands supporting her fragrant cheeks, gazed at Zhu Ping'an, innocently fluttering her eyelashes in a display of charming playfulness. Zhu Ping'an, upon catching her glance, found himself utterly disarmed, surrendering without a fight. From his vantage point, he not only witnessed Li Shu's adorable blinking, but also caught a glimpse of her subtly alluring figure beneath her lemon-yellow strapless top, which seemed to have grown more pronounced. "Hey, it's your turn," Li Shu urged in a sweet voice, oblivious to the effect her gaze had on Zhu Ping'an. Otherwise, he would surely have been met with her disapproving eyes. Dazzled by the allure of her beauty, Zhu Ping'an, under her gentle encouragement, faltered and made a poor move, inadvertently placing his piece directly in the line of fire of hers. "Giggle, I'm going to capture your piece," Li Shu exclaimed, her smile radiant as she delicately lifted her piece and struck down Zhu Ping'an's. The phrase "I'm going to capture your piece" would surely escape her understanding of its modern implications, yet Zhu Ping'an was acutely aware. Her words conjured images that were decidedly inappropriate for children, and coupled with her playful laughter, the warmth of the moment enveloped him, igniting a fire within his heart. This mischievous sprite. In an instant, Zhu Ping'an's heart raced with fervor, his body aflame, and his throat dry. He silently recited the great compassion mantra several times to quell the rising heat within him. "Hey, it's your turn again." Li Shu playfully kicked his thigh from beneath the table with her petite foot. In an instant, the embers of his earlier restraint were reignited. "Miss, don't you think you've kicked in the wrong place?" Zhu Ping'an coughed lightly, his face flushed, as he adjusted his posture and made his next move. With the advantage of her home turf and the prowess of her cavalryman, Li Shu, with the deftness of a master, swiftly cornered Zhu Ping'an in just a few moves. "Silly boy, if you had played like this from the start." Li Shu assumed Zhu Ping'an had intentionally let her win, recalling their previous chess matches when he had allowed her to triumph twice, prompting her to employ her clever tactics. If only this foolish boy had learned to concede earlier. Perhaps she would have. Lost in her reverie, Li Shu cast a dreamy glance at Zhu Ping'an, her large, sparkling eyes reflecting both admiration and a hint of mischief, her cherry lips curling into a playful smile. If only you had played like this earlier?" Zhu Ping'an was startled, momentarily fearing that she had caught him stealing glances. However, upon observing her reaction, he realized it was a misunderstanding. After a brief contemplation, he understood that she mistakenly believed he had been yielding to her. What a relief. Zhu Ping'an sighed. "Let us continue." After winning a game, Li Shu, brimming with excitement, eagerly set up the chessboard once more, seemingly determined to reclaim the victories she had previously lost to Zhu Ping'an. As the two individuals engaged in their second game of chess, the lively maid Baozi bounced in from outside. "Young master, miss. The doorman just conveyed a message that someone from the palace has arrived, bringing 2 large baskets of fruit for you," she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "Fruit from the palace at this hour?" Zhu Ping'an paused, taken aback. "Is it a gift from the judging emperor? Why would there be a fruit bestowal so late at night? Surely the curfew is in effect? There's nothing peculiar about it. Fruits from the south are expedited to the capital at great haste. They arrive as swiftly as possible. It's not unusual for them to be delivered even at dawn, as they must reach the palace while fresh. The curfew does not impede such deliveries. Every year at this time, the emperor rewards his ministers with the fruits presented to him. Just yesterday morning, the emperor bestowed fresh fruits upon the valiant military officials, and our household received a basket of jiangnan peaches. Upon hearing of the 2 baskets of fruit sent to Zhu Ping'an, Li Shu could not help but beam with delight. Yesterday morning, our household was filled with joy over the peaches granted by the palace. The old madam and my aunt were overjoyed, repeatedly expressing their gratitude for the emperor's grace. They fondly recalled the contributions of these esteemed officials, and the 3rd and 6th misses were equally elated, basking in a sense of superiority as they spoke of the exquisite jiangnan peaches. They are renowned for their flavor, particularly the imperial peaches, which are a delicacy enjoyed only by officials of the 3rd rank and above. Others can only dream of tasting them. Last year, they had but one occasion to savor them and have yet to forget. What was there to boast about? Upon returning from the morning greetings yesterday, Li Shu had casually tossed the single peach she received to one of the accompanying maids. Before long, several robust women carried the 2 large baskets of fruit into Tingyu Pavilion, one filled with Jiangnan peaches and the other with Annam longans. The baskets were substantial, each capable of containing the equivalent of 5 or 6 smaller ones. It became clear that the fresh fruits from Jiangnan had arrived at the palace just before the curfew. The Jiajing emperor, upon tasting them, was delighted and ordered the eunuchs to bestow a portion of the fruits to the teachers of the 2 princes, each receiving a basket of fresh fruit. As Zhu Pingyan was lecturing the 2 princes today, he was indeed one of their teachers and thus partook in this bounty. Moreover, as each teacher received a basket, Zhu Pingyan, benefiting from his dual role as the instructor for both the Yu and Jing princes, ended up with 2 baskets. Just as Annam longans arrived, it was surprising since the Jiangnan longans would not ripen for over a month. Li Shu's face brightened even further upon seeing the fruits. She waved her hand and instructed several maids to take a basket of peaches and longans respectively to the old madam and her aunt. Oh, and since these are imperial gifts, we must send a basket to my 2nd sister, 3rd sister, 4th sister, and 6th younger sister as well, so they can have a taste. 6th younger sister adores Jiangnan peaches. Tell her if there aren't enough, she can send someone to fetch more. Li Shu clapped her hands, directing the maids, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Chapter 914. The dreams of a mischievous child. The young maid Baozi approached and took the writing tablet and inkstone from Zhu Pingyan's hands. Upon inspection, she discovered the tablet was quite worn and tattered, its age indeterminate. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "My lord, while it is understandable to bring back an inkstone, why have you also retrieved such a dilapidated piece of paper?" I know. It must surely be discarded scrap paper from someone else's home that my brother-in-law picked up for his own use," the mischievous child eagerly interjected, a triumphant expression illuminating his face. "Humph, my rustic brother-in-law is so stingy that he won't even buy me a treat when we go out to play. Of course, he'd take home anything that others no longer want." In the next moment, a thud echoed through the air. "Oh, Rue Gur, where have you been playing? Why is there another blade of grass on your head?" Li Shu playfully pinched the child's forehead with her delicate fingers. "Perhaps I got it while crawling through the rock garden," the child replied, rubbing his forehead with his chubby little hand, deep in thought. "Be careful next time you play in the rock garden, all right?" Li Shu gently admonished as she stroked the child's head. Hom. The child nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain. Zhu Pingyan, observing from the side, could not suppress a smile. This mischievous child was indeed adorably foolish. Today, the royal residence is hosting a poetry gathering. The inkstone and writing tablet are merely the prizes I received, Zhu Pingyan explained with a subtle smile, briefly elaborating on the poetry event. "Just a shabby inkstone and a worn tablet? Brother-in-law, your poetry must be quite atrocious to have garnered such meager prizes," the mischievous child exclaimed. "Today, I recited my lessons well, and the teacher rewarded me with a brand new 3-character classic." His pride swelled as he spoke of the teacher's gift, his head tilting back in triumph. "Well, it seems you will have another blade of grass atop your head," Zhu Pingyan remarked, smirking at the child. Indeed. In the next moment, Li Shu gently flicked another blade of grass from the child's head. "Ah, where? May I see the writing tablet?" After helping the child, Li Shu's gaze fell upon the tablet in Baozi's hands, and the seal visible on its surface caused her eyelids to flutter involuntarily. Perhaps she needed to verify her suspicion. She gestured for the maid to bring the tablet closer. "Oh, certainly." Mississippi Baozi eagerly handed the writing tablet to Li Shu. With delicate hands, Li Shu carefully unfolded the tablet, revealing that it was only half intact, seemingly torn asunder. The numerous seals upon it were striking, and then the elegant script, as graceful as a dancing dragon and as delicate as floating clouds, came into view. December 6th. To Jiangdao, the year hastens to its end. Deep feelings are expressed. "I cannot bear to part with you. Could this possibly be the authentic work of the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji's Pingyan Tai?" Li Shu exclaimed in astonishment after reading the content of the tablet, her gaze darting towards Zhu Pingyan. "Indeed, this is a prize from the poetry gathering at the residence of Prince Jing. Subsequently, Prince Yu sought the assistance of the most reputable pawnshops in the capital to authenticate it, confirming it as the genuine work of the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji." Zhu Pingyan nodded affirmatively. "Sage of calligraphy? Who is he? Are his writings truly valuable?" The mischievous child, noticing Li Shu's astonishment, inquired with a curious tilt of his chubby face. as if the old calligraphy of the rustic brother-in-law were of immense significance. The little girl, Nyo beside him, mirrored his curiosity, her large eyes sparkling with intrigue. The sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji. I've heard the young lady mention him. He was an ancient figure, renowned for crafting the finest characters in the world, explained Baozi, the maid. Valuable, you say? The mischievous child scratched the back of his head, sensing that Baozi had deftly sidestepped his question. At the very least, a single character is worth 1,000 gold pieces, Baozi replied, her uncertainty evident. 1,000 gold pieces for one character? How profound. I do not comprehend, the child remarked, his small hands still resting on his head. Seeing his confusion, Baozi also began to scratch her own head, unsure of how to convey the meaning in a way he might grasp. Well, Rue Guer, don't you adore candied hawthorn? Just one character from this calligraphy could suffice for you to indulge in candied hawthorn at every meal, enough to last a lifetime. Li Shu gently ruffled the child's forehead, explaining in terms he could understand. One character is worth that much? The child exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging as he gazed at the calligraphy in Li Shu's hands. And what about that battered inkstone? He queried, pointing to the inkstone in Baozi's possession. Oh, that is considerably less expensive, Li Shu replied softly. The child exhaled in relief, thankful that it was not exorbitantly priced. Or else how would he ever aspire to rival the rustic brother-in-law? That inkstone is worth perhaps just 2 characters from this calligraphy, Li Shu continued. 2 characters? The child struggled to catch his breath. That means I could consume candied hawthorn for 2 lifetimes. This inkstone is indeed quite valuable. The rustic brother-in-law earned so much just from writing a poem. How could I ever hope to match him? The child sighed despondently, while Nyo's eyes sparkled with admiration for her brother-in-law. However, in the next moment, the child glanced at the calligraphy again, as if struck by a brilliant idea. His eyes lighting up. Steal the calligraphy? No way. Li, would never stoop to such petty deeds. The rustic brother-in-law merely acquired a piece of calligraphy. What is there to be proud of? It's just a collection of characters. I shall create my own calligraphy, inspired by that so-called sage of calligraphy. My characters will undoubtedly surpass his. With the thought of casually writing a character for a lifetime supply of candied hawthorn, and the rustic brother-in-law begging him for just 2 characters, the child puffed out his chest with pride, lifting his chin defiantly, feeling quite exceptional. As everyone else wandered deeper into the courtyard, the child remained, hands on his hips, head held high, lost in his own self-admiration. Foolish Ruegur, what are you standing there for? Aren't you going to eat? The voice of Nyo echoed from afar, rousing the mischievous child from his dreams and guiding him back to reality. However, with a newfound purpose, the child faced the world with determination, shouting, "Wait for me," and scampering off with his little legs. A full belly was essential for the energy to write. Chapter 915. May you emerge from half a lifetime and return as a youth upon noticing Li Shu's keen interest in Wang Shiji's calligraphy. Zhu Pingyan presented the Pingyan tie as a gift as soon as they entered the Jingxiang garden. This marked Zhu Pingyan's first occasion of gifting something so precious, merely prompted by her display of interest. Li Shu felt a surge of excitement and gratitude, her heart blossoming with joy, though she feigned composure, remarking, "This calligraphy piece is named Pingyan Tai, and your name is Zhu Pingyan. It seems destined for you, so why gift it to me?" "Precisely for that reason. It is meant for you," Zhu Pingyan replied with a subtle smile, his words layered with meaning. Li Shu cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Pingyan, her eyes shimmering with emotion, teasingly accepted the Pingyan tie, and requested that he inscribe a note in the blank margins of the piece. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Pingyan took up his brush and inscribed, "May you emerge from half a lifetime and return as a youth. Wishing you a life of peace and untroubled years." Zhu Pingyan. After he completed the inscription, Li Shu's eyes sparkled even brighter. Without hesitation, she produced a beautifully crafted personal seal and, with gleeful haste, stamped it upon Zhu Pingyan's writing, "Shanghai Calligraphy Demon." She decided to keep the calligraphy in her study, planning to have it reframed the next day for display. During dinner, the playful child, Rue Guer, devoured his meal with remarkable speed, eating voraciously without reducing his portion, and finished before Zhu Pingyan and the others had barely made a dent in their own meals. Once sated, he wiped his mouth and dashed off to the study. Naturally, children play after they have eaten, and Zhu Pingyan and the others paid him no mind as they continued their meal. After dinner, Li Shu instructed Xi'er and the others to set up the bedding again, preparing to enjoy the cool evening air in the courtyard, just as they had the previous night. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the study, accompanied by a muffled exclamation from the child. What happened? Li Shu Zhupingen and the others quickly hurried to the study to investigate. Upon entering, they found the child in a state of panic, hands clasped behind his back. Beneath the table lay the calligraphy. The inkstone had toppled over, and a small amount of ink spilled onto the table, staining a sheet of Xi'er paper. The earlier crash had likely been caused by the calligraphy falling to the ground along with the inkstone. "Oh no, that is a priceless piece of calligraphy," exclaimed the young maid, Xi'er, as she rushed forward, lifting her skirts to retrieve the fallen work. After a careful inspection revealed it to be unharmed, she sighed in relief. As the invaluable inkstone lay overturned on the table, the small servant girl, Baozi, rose and examined it, only to find it was a false alarm, letting out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the mischievous child stood behind the table, his face a portrait of panic as he glanced at Zhu Pingyan and the others, embodying the essence of a guilty party caught red-handed. His intention had merely been to grind ink, aspiring to practice calligraphy alongside the model. Yet the task proved more challenging than anticipated. In his flustered state, he accidentally knocked the model to the ground, startling himself and resulting in the inkstone's unfortunate tumble. Oh no, oh no, it seemed he had landed himself in trouble. The model, worth enough to indulge in candied hawthorns for a lifetime, had crashed to the floor with a thud, along with the inkstone that was equally precious. Observing the anxious expression on his sister, and having heard tales of how the impoverished brother-in-law had resorted to borrowing money from fifth sister, he feared he would receive a thorough scolding for ruining such valuable possessions earned through poetry. The critical matter was that he had yet to practice his writing. The ink grinding had turned into a clumsy disaster, leaving him embarrassed and concerned about how his sister, Nyo, would perceive him. Just as despair loomed, a brilliant idea sparked in the child's mind. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Just now, a large gray rat dashed onto the table, knocked over the model, and overturned the inkstone before fleeing." With a blink of his eyes, he explained, albeit lacking conviction, his heart racing with guilt. Zhu Pingyan couldn't help but chuckle at this, approaching to ruffle the boy's hair and pinch his chubby cheeks, playfully remarking, "Was that rat perhaps 3 feet long, weighing over 70 pounds, with a plump little face, tiny eyes, and large ears, turning red as a baboon's rear when it tells lies?" Yes, that rat," the child replied eagerly, but then suddenly felt a sense of unease, realizing that Zhu Pingyan's words seemed to be a subtle jab at him, comparing his face to that of a baboon. Indignant, he shook his head defiantly, freeing his chubby cheeks from Zhu Pingyan's grasp. The girls, including Li Shu, Xi'er, and Xi'er, couldn't contain their laughter, covering their mouths with delicate hands as they giggled uncontrollably. "Dear Ruegur, could you at least put down the ink stick while you're fabricating your tale?" Little Nyo remarked, casting a knowing glance at the ink stick clutched in the child's hand and rolling her eyes in a playful manner. "It's obvious you caused this mess while grinding ink and knocked over the model and inkstone. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you?" Upon hearing Nyo's words, the child finally realized he was still holding the ink stick and hurriedly concealed it behind his back, resembling a sluggish little pig trying to hide its misdeeds, all under the watchful eyes of the others. Giggling melodiously, Li Shu and her companions found the situation amusing. The little girl, Nyo, was too disinterested to roll her eyes, turning her head away as if to draw a line between herself and the mischievous boy, indicating that she did not recognize him. Amidst the chorus of delicate laughter that echoed in the room, the mischievous boy felt the weight of the world's disdain upon him. Naturally, he attributed all this to Zhu Pingyan, thinking, "How infuriating that my brother-in-law is so remarkable, forcing me to exert all my efforts to pursue him. Moreover, it was he who intentionally made that remark about me, eliciting laughter from the elder sisters and leading to my embarrassment." After the laughter subsided, the group pieced together the events that had transpired through the boy's flushed confession. Subsequently, he received permission from Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu to visit the study at any time to practice his calligraphy. "How is it that my brother-in-law did not scold me? He even allowed me to visit the study whenever I wish," he thought with a hint of pride. "Well, I can somewhat forgive you for comparing my face to a monkey's backside." Chapter 916, a crisis triggered by breakfast in the fleeting passage of time. Zhu Pingyan had been employed at the Duke of Yu's residence for over a month. During this period, he had successfully established himself within the household, fostering harmonious relationships with his colleagues and gradually earning the Duke's trust, thereby attaining a position of significant influence and progressively entering the decision-making core of the Duke's estate. This core was not a formal institution. Its members were personally appointed by the Duke. Prior to making decisions, the Duke would seek their counsel, ultimately arriving at a conclusion himself, akin to a small cabinet. One could aptly refer to it as the Duke's mini-cabinet. Previously, its members included Gao Gong, Chun Yiqin, Yin Shidan, and an elderly scholar named Gao Shiding. However, now Zhu Pingyan had also joined their ranks. Gao Shiding, due to his advanced age and declining health, had returned to his hometown in Sichuan 6 months prior for recuperation. Zhu Pingyan had yet to meet him since his arrival at the Duke's residence. And recent news suggested that Gao Shiding was contemplating retirement, indicating that Zhu Pingyan might never have the opportunity to encounter him. At present, the essential decision-making core of the Duke's residence consisted of Gao Gong, Chun Yiqin, Yin Shidan, and Zhu Pingyan. One should not underestimate this mini-cabinet. Although it is currently a small entity within the Duke's household, once the Duke ascends to the throne, it will transform into the cabinet of the Ming dynasty. Gao Gong, Chun Yiqin, and Yin Shidan would all transition into the cabinet and become esteemed officials. Thus, entering the mini-cabinet is tantamount to securing a future position within the official cabinet. On one particular morning, as was customary, after having breakfast, Zhu Pingyan arrived early at the Duke's residence accompanied by Lu Dedeo. Upon his arrival, Zhu Pingyan sensed an unusual atmosphere. Both the officials and servants in the estate appeared burdened by an ominous cloud. "Master Zhang, what is the matter?" Zhu Pingyan inquired curiously, stopping a certain official named Zhang. "Oh, it is Sir Zhu. Have you eaten?" Master Zhang paused, raising his head and inquiring meaningfully. After having a meal at home, Zhu Pingyan found himself perplexed. "What's the big deal about it?" he mused. "Eating is good," remarked Lord Zhang with a hint of envy. "It's just breakfast." Why the envious expression? Zhu Pingyan was even more bewildered. "My dear Zhu," Lord Zhang leaned closer and whispered in Zhu Pingyan's ear, "you may not be aware, but our residence typically provides breakfast. Although it consists merely of congee, simple dishes, buns, and eggs, today the public kitchen has not opened at all. When I inquired with a familiar cook, I discovered that our royal treasury lacks even the budget to purchase the most basic ingredients. Is the Duke of Yu truly in such dire straits?" Zhu Pingyan was taken aback. He had long known that the Duke of Yu was experiencing hardships, but he had not anticipated it to this extent, so impoverished that they could not even afford to feed themselves. Fortunately, the salaries of the officials in the royal household are disbursed uniformly by the central government. Otherwise, the Duke's situation would be even more precarious, potentially leading to a crisis of unpaid wages, making the operation of the royal household exceedingly difficult. However, it seemed that the Duke of Yu had reached a point of utter desperation. One must not underestimate the significance of breakfast. Food is essential for life, and officials are no exception. During the Qin and Han dynasties, there were already public kitchens for officials, though at that time it was merely a special privilege for esteemed ministers and not widespread. By the Tang dynasty, Emperor Taizong established his grand vision for governance, often extending morning court sessions. This led to many ministers attending court on empty stomachs, adversely affecting their efficiency and tarnishing their reputations. To remedy this, Emperor Taizong mandated the provision of breakfast for the ministers. The response was overwhelmingly positive, significantly enhancing their work efficiency. Consequently, Emperor Taizong promoted this practice throughout the nation, ordering that all localities with official offices establish public kitchens to provide breakfast for their subordinate officials. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, the chancellors even convened meetings themed around the provision of exquisite dishes at the Hall of Political Affairs, discussing the standards for breakfast supply. The evolution of public kitchens and breakfast has not only addressed the issue of satiating officials, but also carries profound implications. For the royal household, the availability and quality of breakfast reflect the Duke's trust and regard for his subordinate officials. A lavish breakfast signifies the Duke's appreciation and empathy for his subordinates, thereby boosting their morale. Conversely, if breakfast is neglected, as it is today, it may be manageable for a day or two. However, if this persists, the loyalty of the officials may wane. "It seems that from now on, I shall have to eat breakfast at home before coming here," lamented Lord Zhang. "I shall have to rise at least a quarter earlier." He sighed, casting an envious glance toward the direction of the Jing Wangfu, which, he had heard, provided an abundance of sumptuous breakfast dishes, varied and exquisite at every meal. "Ah, my dear Zhu, I must take my leave and seek sustenance outside," Lord Zhang concluded, bowing his hands in farewell to Zhu Ping'an. "Very well, Lord Zhang. Travel safely," Zhu Ping'an returned the gesture, watching as Lord Zhang departed towards the entrance of the Duke of Yu's residence. As Zhu Ping'an made his way to the office, he encountered several officials along the way. During their pleasantries, they all mentioned the issue of the breakfast supply being cut off. Although their remarks did not reach the level of complaints, it was evident that they held some discontent. Indeed, compared to the neighboring Jing Wangfu, the benefits at the Yu Wangfu were already scarce, and the modest breakfast had been one of the few perks. Now, with the breakfast supply halted, it was no wonder everyone had grievances. The expressions of the servants and maids indicated that their breakfast had likely also been suspended or significantly reduced. Providing a simple breakfast should not cost much silver. If the Yu Wang had any means at all, it was certain that he would not have ceased the provision. It seemed that the financial crisis at the Yu Wangfu was critically urgent, a conclusion Zhu Ping'an reached through observation. Without needing to ponder, Zhu Ping'an was well aware of the root of the Yu Wang's current predicament. He had not received his annual stipend for 3 consecutive years. Due to a series of reasons, Yin Song and his son, Yin Shifan, looked down upon the Yu Wang and were at odds with him, particularly Yin Shifan, who instructed the Ministry of Revenue to withhold the Yu Wang's stipend and deny him the benefits entitled to a prince. Time and again, the Yu Wang had sent officials from the palace to urge the ministry, but every year there were excuses, and each year passed without resolution, leaving the Yu Wangfu without its stipend. The Yu Wang had no side business. His only venture with Princess Ning was a pastry shop, which suffered monthly losses. Aside from the stipend, there were no other sources of income, and all expenses of the palace depended solely on the customary annual stipend from the court. Heaven knows, for the Yu Wang, who had gone 3 years without his stipend, relying on previous savings and support from his mother, concubine Du Kong, and the princess, managing to survive until now had been exceedingly difficult. Every coin was cherished. Yet, even so, the Yu Wang could no longer endure. He had reached a point of utter depletion. Chapter 917, The Yu Wang's Woes. The Yu Wangfu plunged into such a financial crisis, given the Yu Wang's character. It was likely he would soon convene a small cabinet meeting to discuss matters. Upon entering his office, Zhu Ping'an did not prepare tea as usual, but instead sat at his desk, quietly reading the questions and answers of Li Weigong while awaiting the Yu Wang's summons. Indeed, after flipping through just 2 pages, a eunuch arrived to summon Zhu Ping'an to the Yu Wang study. The Yu Wang study was named Yuan Tang, inscribed in gilded kaishu on the plaque at the door. The first time Zhu Ping'an saw the name of the Yu Wang study, he was reminded of the phrase "the hidden dragon in the abyss," destined to soar to the heavens from the I Ching's Qian hexagram. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. A prince who does not wish to be an emperor is not a good prince. Zhu Ping'an believed that the Yu Wang had chosen the name Yuan Tang for his study with this meaning in mind. The study comprised 3 rooms, a relatively uncommon layout with 1 room in front and 2 behind. The front room was spacious, a standard study arrangement, while the back served as the Yu Wang's temporary residence. As for the innermost room, Zhu Ping'an was unaware of its purpose. However, he had heard that the innermost room also served as a bedroom, albeit quite secretive. It was said that occasionally a palace maid would be summoned by the Yu Wang to tidy the bed, often taking over an hour before emerging in disarray. Her steps unsteady. "Good morning, Master Gao." As I approached the study, I encountered Gao Gong, who was coming from another direction. Zhu Ping'an took the initiative to greet him with a cupped hand salute. "Zihu, good morning." Gao Gong nodded slightly with a smile. "Yesterday, I acquired a new copy of Mi Fu's cursive script calligraphy. I have heard that you are quite fond of calligraphy, practicing diligently every morning. Would you care to enjoy it with me for a month?" "Really? I am most grateful to you, Lord Gao." Zhu Ping'an's eyes brightened as he expressed his heartfelt thanks. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gao Gong led the way into the study, with Zhu Ping'an following closely behind. "Minister Gao Gong and Zhu Ping'an, I pay my respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Yu." Upon entering the study, both Gao Gong and Zhu Ping'an bowed in unison to the prince. "Please, no need for formalities. Come and take a seat," the prince urged, stepping forward to gently assist them, signaling for them to be seated. "Thank you, Your Highness." Both Zhu Ping'an and Gao Gong responded in unison. Gao Gong took a seat directly, while Zhu Ping'an exchanged greetings with the early arriving Chen Yiqin and Yin Shirdan before taking his place. Once the small cabinet was complete, the prince dismissed the attending servants, strictly ordering that no one approach the study. Today, I have summoned you all, and I trust you are aware of the reason for this gathering. After sending away the servants, the prince, appearing utterly exhausted, made his way to his chair and surveyed the room, his voice hoarse. The prince sat low in his chair, as if he were sinking into it, resembling someone who had walked tirelessly for 3 days and nights without respite, only to falter in the middle of their journey. Gao Gong, Chun Yiqin, Xi'er, and Zhu Pingyan all nodded gently in understanding. The annual grant, they all comprehended. The prince had not received his annual grant for 3 full years, a fact that had become common knowledge both within the court and among the officials of the prince's residence. Indeed, I am now utterly destitute. To be candid with you, I currently have less than 100 copper coins to my name. The prince leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest, his face a portrait of anxiety and fatigue. How does it feel to be a princely figure with a fortune of merely 100 copper coins? Zhu Pingyan felt a deep sympathy for the prince upon hearing this. Additionally, there was a shared sense of camaraderie in their misfortunes. The prince had not received his annual grant in 3 years, and as for Zhu Pingyan, he too had faced his own penalties, having gone 2 months without salary, with another 10 months of such deprivation still ahead. Recently, he had incurred a penalty of 160 taels of silver from the merciless Jiajing emperor for uncovering discrepancies. Were it not for Li Shu's assistance, he would have been unable to gather even the funds to pay the fine. Nevertheless, since the establishment of Zhu's fast food, life had improved considerably for Zhu Pingyan. Although the establishment was modest in size, it was thriving. While it did not yield a fortune daily, after deducting labor and ingredient costs, he still managed to earn 3 to 5 taels of silver a day. Over a month, this amounted to significantly more than his official salary. Your Highness, do not worry. I shall visit the Ministry of Revenue today to urge them regarding your overdue grant. What reason could there be for the continued delay in disbursing your annual grant? If it were released timely, you would have no cause for concern. Xi'er rose in indignation upon hearing this. The prince shook his head in response, gesturing for Xi'er to take a seat, then self-deprecatingly chuckled. There is no need for you to go, Master Ning. The Ministry of Revenue will not allocate any funds. Yesterday, I sent 3 individuals to the Ministry of Revenue, urging them thrice, each time with a different rationale, yet they persistently denied the release of funds. Alas, as the son of the illustrious emperor, I find myself reduced to a mere jest, akin to a beggar at the ministry, pleading time and again only to be turned away. It is utterly ludicrous that, despite being the emperor's own son, my rightful yearly stipend has been withheld for 3 long years. Each attempt to collect it has ended with me being dismissed as though I were a common vagrant. As I chuckled bitterly, my thoughts spiraled into a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow, causing my eyes to moisten involuntarily. A well-known adage states, when the cart reaches the mountain, a path will surely appear. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally straighten. Thus, Your Highness, do take heart. Solutions abound in the face of adversity. I urge you to remain calm. Observing the distress of the crown prince, Gao Gong and Chun Yiqin hastily rose to offer their solace, rallying to uplift his spirits. From Zhu Pingyan's perspective, Gao Gong and Chun Yiqin resembled 2 elder birds comforting the wounded fledgling that was the crown prince. Well-versed in history, Zhu Pingyan recognized that both men were, in essence, both ministers and mentors, as well as paternal figures to the crown prince. Their genuine concern for his well-being during this time of obscurity was invaluable. Without their support, he might have long since been cast aside. Now was a moment when the crown prince most required comfort, and I could not allow Gao Gong and Chun Yiqin to bask in the limelight alone. Thus, I too rose, my expression earnest as I clasped my hands in a gesture of respect and offered my words of reassurance. The master's worries are the servant's disgrace. The master's disgrace is the servant's death. Today, Your Highness faces obstacles, and we dare not fail you. We shall share your burdens. With similar sentiments, Xi'er also stood to comfort the crown prince. Thank you, esteemed mentors, the crown prince replied, slightly calmed by the repeated reassurances of Gao Gong and Zhu Pingyan. Though only marginally, the mere thought of our current financial strain, which has rendered us unable to provide even basic sustenance, filled him with despair. With a heavy heart, he rose to consult Gao Gong and Zhu Pingyan, asking, however, we have reached an impasse, with our daily meals unprovided and the ministry withholding the yearly stipend. What are we to do? I implore you, wise mentors, to bestow your guidance. For the common people, sustenance is paramount. In times of military engagement, if provisions falter, soldiers may revolt. The same principle applies within the royal household. If we can no longer provide 3 meals a day, how can we expect our officials and servants to remain loyal? How could the crown prince not feel troubled? Chapter 918. The Trickster. Yin Donglu, the crux of your highness's predicament lies in the yearly stipend. Once resolved, your troubles shall dissipate. The ministry governs the distribution of the stipend. And my uncle, a nobleman, is an old acquaintance of Minister Sun in Kuei. I can leverage my uncle's name to visit Minister Sun and ensure the release of the stipend. Xi'er Dan was the first to rise confidently, bowing respectfully to the crown prince as he presented his proposal. He intended to navigate the upper echelons, utilizing his uncle's influence to approach Minister Sun in Kuei, and during their meeting, broach the subject of the crown prince's stipend. Logically and justly, there is no reason for the ministry to withhold 3 years' worth of funds from the crown prince. Coupled with his eloquence and his uncle's connections, it should be feasible to facilitate the release of the stipend. It is commonly said that Xi'er Dan possesses unparalleled poetic talent. However, in comparison to his poetic abilities, he is far more confident in his eloquence. Moreover, it is a matter of natural justice for Prince Yu to receive his annual grant. The rationale is undoubtedly in his favor. Xi'er Dan is assured in his capacity to persuade Sun in Kuei. Upon hearing Xi'er's counsel, the prince's expression brightened, his eyes gleaming with understanding. Indeed, what Xi'er Dan articulated held merit. Every time he dispatched someone to urge the treasury for the annual grant, he was met with refusal from the mid-level officials overseeing the Ministry of Revenue. If Xi'er Dan could engage and convince the Minister of Revenue, Sun in Kuei, then surely the minister's word would compel the subordinates to act. Yet, before Prince Yu could bask in his moment of joy, Gao Gong doused him with a cold reality. Had this been in the earlier years of Minister Sun, Xi'er's approach might have borne fruit, but in the present, Gao Gong shook his head, expressing his disapproval of Xi'er's suggestion, ultimately letting out a sigh. Gao Gong noted that, indeed, during Sun in Kuei's youth as an advisor, he was unafraid of the powerful and maintained integrity, earning a commendable reputation. However, age has softened Minister Sun, who now seeks to avoid conflict, preferring inaction over antagonizing the influential. His once sterling reputation has faded with time. Chun Yiqin also shook his head in agreement, lamenting the situation. In the earlier days of Sun in Kuei's career, such matters would have been trivial. He would have ensured the annual grant was distributed without needing Prince Yu's intervention. Yet now, things have changed. Sun in Kuei has aged, and the integrity he once displayed has been eroded by the passage of time. His current modus operandi revolves around seeking a peaceful existence, avoiding both commendation and blame, with the singular aim of retiring without conflict. What can be done in such circumstances? After listening to Gao Gong and Chun Yiqin, the light that had flickered in Prince Yu's eyes extinguished, leaving him once again cloaked in despair. In truth, the crux of the annual grant distribution lies not within the Ministry of Revenue, but rather in the Yin family. Gao Gong raised his gaze towards Prince Yu, speaking in a somber tone. The Yin family. Then the rumors are indeed true, Xi'er Dan exclaimed. Though Yin Song and his son have not openly declared their allegiance, it is widely acknowledged that they covertly support King Jing. This truth is evident to all, including Xi'er Dan. Previously, he had heard multiple accounts suggesting that the Yin family was behind the Ministry of Revenue withholding Prince Yu's grant. However, he had dismissed these claims. The Yin family had not explicitly favored any prince, and to insinuate that they were obstructing Prince Yu's grant would effectively reveal their support for King Jing. Thus, despite hearing such rumors, Xi'er Dan was reluctant to believe them. Hearing Gao Gong's assertion, however, shocked him. Chun Yiqin, unlike Xi'er Dan, appeared less surprised by Gao Gong's conclusion. He nodded in agreement and softly remarked, "It seems likely. Last month, I approached the Ministry of Revenue regarding the annual grant, only to receive a response that this year was fraught with difficulties. The northern invaders besieged the borders, the southern pirates caused unrest, and internal strife was rampant, leading to a substantial depletion of the national treasury. Consequently, no rewards were disbursed to the various departments, and even the royal household, in urgent need, found themselves powerless against the ministry's decisions. When I inquired as to who held the authority, they evaded my question. In retrospect, it seems they were implicitly referring to the Yin family." Zhu Pingyan was not surprised by this revelation. for it was well documented in history that Yin Shifan had embezzled the grants intended for Prince Yu. However, what took Zhu Pingyan aback was Prince Yu's lack of astonishment at Gao Gong's words. He appeared to have been informed of this matter long ago. After all, as the son of the emperor, it was implausible for Prince Yu to remain oblivious to the fact that Yin Shifan had covertly manipulated the ministry for 3 years to withhold his grants. The following moment, Prince Yu confirmed Zhu Pingyan's suspicions. What Master Gao says is true. I have recently received word from the palace. The astute eunuch Feng Bao informed me that without Yin Shifan's consent, the ministry would not dare to issue my grants. Prince Yu sat upright, his expression dark as he spoke. His information was even more precise, explicitly indicating that Yin Shifan had orchestrated the withholding of the grants. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingyan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, realizing that Feng Bao had communicated with Prince Yu, suggesting that Feng Bao had subtly aligned himself with the prince. Indeed, Feng Bao's political acumen was commendable. Zhu Pingyan recognized that had he not anticipated Prince Yu's ambitions for the dragon throne, he would not have dared to place his confidence in the prince at this juncture. If Feng Bao were privy to Zhu Pingyan's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be flustered and bewildered. He had merely placed his faith in Zhu Pingyan's judgment, initially favoring King Jing. He had shifted his allegiance after witnessing Zhu Pingyan's relentless refusal to serve as a scholar in King Jing's court, instead opting for the position in Prince Yu's household. Zhu Pingyan's remarkable achievement of claiming the top scholar title at such a tender age was unparalleled in the Ming dynasty. It is noteworthy that even the esteemed elder statesman Yang Tingyi had only attained the title at 19. Furthermore, after the series of significant events, including the dismissal of Zhao Dang and the subsequent rise of Zhu Pingyan, Feng Bao had long been convinced of Zhu Pingyan's talents and capabilities. Aware of his own limitations, Feng Bao understood that he could not match Zhu Pingyan's intellect. He recognized that Zhu Pingyan never undertook ventures without certainty. Thus, if Zhu Pingyan placed his trust in Prince Yu, he would follow suit. Of course, Feng Bao harbored his own schemes. He was discreetly courting favor with Prince Yu while not overtly committing himself, thereby securing a favorable impression in the prince's mind while retaining the option to withdraw should circumstances turn unfavorable. Yin Donglu was indeed audacious. Upon hearing Prince Yu attribute the machinations to Yin Shifan, Chen Yiqin and Yin Shidan's expressions shifted dramatically, their faces flushed with indignation. Your Highness, I request to confront Yin Donglu at his estate. Until the grants are restored, I shall remain there without fail. Once again, Yin Shidan took the initiative to seek a confrontation with Yin Shifan at the Yin residence, aiming to demand the overdue annual stipend. As soon as Yin Shidan's words fell, Chen Yiqin shook his head, letting out a sigh, and remarked, Zhengfu, pursuing him in this manner will yield no results. Such matters, unfit for public discourse, he would never acknowledge. What then? Should we approach Yin Song? Yin Shidan's voice lowered, hesitantly suggesting. Is there any difference? Chen Yiqin retorted. Indeed, Yin Shidan sighed. Though the misdeed stemmed from Yin Shifan, it was certain that Yin Song was complicit, perhaps even instigating or tacitly approving the actions. After all, they were father and son, whose positions aligned in unison, presenting a united front to the outside world. Since confronting Yin Shifan directly proved futile, an alternative path must be sought. If the Minister of Revenue would not suffice, nor Yin Shifan, then what about the Emperor? Surely, His Majesty would advocate for Prince Yu. Might we petition His Majesty in our personal capacity? Chen Yiqin suggested, his eyes alight with inspiration. Understanding the delicate nature of the situation, Chen Yiqin refrained from proposing that Prince Yu approach Emperor Jiajing directly, instead advocating for a personal appeal to the Emperor. That is not permissible. Gao Gong and Chen Yiqin simultaneously shook their heads. After a shared glance, Chen Yiqin elaborated, if we were to proceed in such a manner, it would amount to a direct rupture with Yin Shifan, causing numerous inconveniences for Prince Yu. The drawbacks would far outweigh any potential benefits. However, if we were to petition without mentioning Yin Donglu's clandestine orders to the Ministry of Revenue regarding the stipend, and focus solely on the fact that Prince Yu has not received his stipend for 3 years, requesting the ministry to disperse it, how would that fare? Chen Yiqin pondered for a moment, then suggested a more circumspect approach based on Yin Shidan's initial idea. I find that feasible, Yin Shidan responded, his eyes brightening in agreement. Hearing this, Prince Yu rekindled a glimmer of hope. Yet Zhu Pingyan subtly shook his head. Chen Yiqin's proposition, while seemingly viable, would ultimately prove ineffective. Firstly, Omitting the mention of Yin Shifan's covert directive would be tantamount to deluding oneself, given Yin Shifan's pride and intellect. Merely broaching the topic of the 3-year delay in the stipend, regardless of whether he was named, would surely offend him. Furthermore, had they forgotten the emperor's admonition regarding the 2 dragons not meeting? His Majesty's regard for this saying extended beyond the mere avoidance of Prince Yu and Prince Jing. He was disinclined to even hear news of the 2 princes. A memorial specifically addressing Prince Yu's stipend would undoubtedly be suppressed. That is also not permissible. Gao Gong gently shook his head, dismissing Chun Yichin's suggestion. Chun Yichin and Yin Shidan looked at Gao Gong, puzzled, as Gao Gong softly elucidated his reasoning, echoing Zhu Ping'an's thoughts, but with added analysis of the current political climate. Presently, Prince Yu's position was precarious, and it would be unwise to provoke a formidable adversary like Yin Shifan. Any entanglement with him would equate to an entanglement with the Yin faction, whose influence permeated the court. Should they exert their power against Prince Yu, it would render him nearly immobile. Had it not been for Su Qing's warning, I might have jeopardized everything, Chun Yichin confessed, feeling enlightened by Gao Gong's explanation, a sense of apprehension washing over him. This won't do, nor will that. What shall I do now? The expression of anguish on the Duke of Yu's face deepened. Do any of you have a wise strategy to impart? He inquired, casting his gaze upon the assembly. Chun Yichin, Yin Shidan, and the others remained silent, while Gao Gong subtly shook his head, indicating that no viable solutions were at hand. Yin Shifan covertly instructed the Ministry of Revenue to withhold the Duke's annual stipend, knowing that reasoning with him would be futile given their opposing positions. Yet, confronting him openly would only complicate matters further. Soft approaches failed, and hard tactics proved equally ineffective, leading them into a dead end. After a moment, Chun Yichin and Yin Shidan offered some proposals, albeit superficial remedies. They suggested retrieving several dozen or even hundreds of taels of silver from the treasury to alleviate the Duke's immediate concerns. However, given the vast needs of the Duke's estate, such sums were but a drop in the ocean, utterly insufficient. Furthermore, borrowing money necessitated repayment. The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of collective sighs. What could be done? The Duke of Yu found himself at a loss. Engulfed in despair, as if a dark cloud loomed overhead. Leaning despondently against the back of his chair, he sank deeper into its embrace, exhaling a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of his unspoken sorrows. Yet instead of relief, his heart felt even heavier. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Zhu Ping'an, seated at the lower end of the gathering. It occurred to him that he had yet to hear Zhu Ping'an speak that day. Unlike the others who shared in the collective despair, Zhu Ping'an bore an expression of carefree youth, his innocent demeanor starkly contrasting with the somber atmosphere. Could it be that he had misjudged the young man? Did he not see how troubled he and the others appeared? The Duke felt a twinge of envy. Zio, what do you think? In the next instant, the Duke quelled his irritation and, maintaining a neutral expression, directed his question towards Zhu Ping'an. Your Highness. Zhu Ping'an stood and bowed. I possess a strategy with a 90% chance of recovering your stipend within 3 days. However, he hesitated, his face reflecting uncertainty, leaving his thought unfinished. Amidst the heavy mountains and flowing waters, when all seems lost, a glimmer of hope may still emerge. The Duke, stirred by Zhu Ping'an's words, could not contain his excitement and rose abruptly, his heart racing like tumultuous waves. Could there truly be a 90% chance of reclaiming the stipend? No wonder Zhu Ping'an appeared unfazed. It seemed he had wrongfully doubted the young man's capabilities. In that moment, Zhu Ping'an standing in the Duke's eyes elevated significantly. The audacity of claiming such confidence in recovering the stipend within 3 days left Gao Gong, Chun Yichin, and Yin Shidan in disbelief. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment as they turned to look at Zhu Ping'an. They lacked even a tenth of such confidence, making Zhu Ping'an's assertion all the more remarkable. Zihu, but what is it? The Duke, unable to suppress his impatience, pressed on. My dear Zhu, why do you leave your statement incomplete? However, I fear your Highness may not heed my suggestion, Zhu Ping'an responded, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Forget it, I shall refrain from speaking. Zhu Ping'an raised his gaze towards Prince Yu, hesitated for a moment, and slowly shook his head, seemingly convinced that Prince Yu would not heed his counsel. Chapter 920, An Astonishing Proposal. However, I fear that His Highness will not accept my suggestion. Forget it, I shall refrain from speaking. At a critical juncture, Zhu Pingyan found himself caught in a moment of indecision. His words abruptly halted. What? Just moments ago, you were speaking with the wisdom of Zhuge Liang, claiming a 90% certainty of reclaiming the annual tribute within 3 days, piquing everyone's curiosity as they leaned in, eagerly awaiting your brilliant strategy. Yet in the next breath, you uttered that perhaps His Highness would not consider your advice, and chose to remain silent. Are you jesting with us? We have bared our vulnerabilities, only to be met with this. The expressions of Prince Yu, Chun Yichin, and others were akin to a thorn lodged in their throats. Particularly, future cabinet heavyweight Xi'er was so riled that his fingers itched, nearly compelled to unleash his renowned skill 2 decades ahead of time. In that moment, Prince Yu and the others were consumed with a desire to pry open Zhu Pingyan's lips. The sensation was akin to his stunning beauty, fair-skinned and long-legged, performing an intimate dance in one's lap, teasing to the utmost, only to leave as one was compelled to act. Ziyu, how can you presume to know that I shall not accept it, when you have yet to speak? Prince Yu gazed intently at Zhu Pingyan, shaking his head. Indeed, Ziyu, do share your thoughts. If there truly exists such certainty in reclaiming the annual tribute, His Highness would have no reason to dismiss it. Furthermore, even if His Highness were to decline, we would persuade him otherwise. Xi'er echoed in agreement, stepping forward to pat Zhu Pingyan on the shoulder, urging him to speak. What kind of sustenance has this fellow consumed? His grip is quite formidable. Zhu Pingyan winced under Xi'er's pat, realizing that was seizing the opportunity to retaliate for his earlier reticence. Nearby, Chun Yichin, rarely displaying a smile, revealed a hint of amusement, chuckling lightly as he stroked his beard and addressed Zhu Pingyan. Ziyu, what brilliant scheme do you possess? We eagerly await your revelation. Ziyu, do not keep us in suspense any longer. If you have a brilliant plan, please divulge it swiftly, Gao Gong urged, unable to contain his curiosity. The intrigue among them was palpable. Zhu Pingyan's assertion of a 90% certainty in reclaiming the annual tribute felt akin to a tale from a fantastical realm. Fortunately, after extensive collaboration and camaraderie, they had come to understand Zhu Pingyan's character. Otherwise, they might have dismissed him as a mere braggart. It was precisely their knowledge of his integrity that heightened their curiosity, their eyes wide with anticipation, gazing fervently at him. Well, since you are all so eager, I shall share. Zhu Pingyan appeared to be swayed by their intense gazes, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. In my view, it is quite simple. Since the Ministry of Revenue withheld our tribute due to the secret edict from Xi'er Fan, all we need is his permission, and the ministry will undoubtedly release the annual tribute to us. Zhu Pingyan quietly addressed the gathered assembly, casting a glance over them. Is this truly your strategy? With a 90% certainty, to obtain the annual grant within 3 days? Upon hearing these words, the crowd stood aghast, struck into silence. They were utterly taken aback. What they had anticipated as a celestial descent turned out to be akin to a pig's unfortunate fall from the sky. They had initially perceived a king, only to discover a mere bronze. At that moment, the onlookers could almost visualize crows cawing past them. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, yet a chilling breeze enveloped them. Ahem. Ziyu, is this not mere folly? The real question lies in how to gain Xi'er Fan's approval. Xi'er coughed, rubbing his forehead vigorously, casting a look of utter incredulity toward Zhu Pingyan. The Duke of Yu slumped back into his chair. Chun Yichin stood frozen, seemingly still grappling with the situation, having thought they had stumbled upon a glimmer of hope, only to find themselves deeper in a quagmire. Gao Gong, however, was different. He continued to gaze intently at Zhu Pingyan, unwavering in his belief that Zhu would not speak without purpose. Lord Yin, your insight is sharp as ever. You have perceived the crux of my proposal, Zhu Pingyan remarked, a subtle smile playing on his lips, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Unfazed by the murmurs of dissent from Xi'er. It seems you have yet to finish your thought, Xi'er interjected, grasping the underlying implication in Zhu Pingyan's words, and gently patted Zhu Pingyan's shoulder, urging him, Ziyu, do not keep us in suspense. Please, continue. Thus, Zhu Pingyan found himself once again on the receiving end of Xi'er's encouragement. Obtaining Xi'er Fan's consent, in my view, is not particularly challenging, yet. Zhu Pingyan paused, seemingly embarrassed. Why do you halt at such a critical moment? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to scornful spouses. Ziyu, do go on. This is truly exasperating, Xi'er pressed, ready to massage Zhu Ping'an's shoulder once more. Very well, I shall reveal it. In essence, it boils down to a single word: bribery. Zhu Ping'an, feeling cornered by Xi'er, cast aside his reservations and divulged the answer directly. Bribery. The act of offering illicit inducements. The word, as it left Zhu Ping'an's lips, sent ripples through the minds of those present, akin to a thunderclap resonating above them. Just before Zhu Ping'an spoke, Xi'er had raised his hand, and after Zhu had finished, his hand remained suspended, as if paralyzed by astonishment, staring blankly like a piece of wood. What a bold proposition! After hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, Chen stood transfixed, inadvertently plucking a whisker from his face. And after a prolonged silence, inhaled sharply. Gao Gong's eyes widened in surprise, completely unprepared for such an audacious suggestion from Zhu Ping'an. The Duke of Yu sprang to his feet once more, as if stung by a bee, rising with sudden urgency. Zhu Ping'an's suggestion was nothing short of sensational. And after a lengthy pause, the crowd gradually regained their composure. At this moment, the crowd finally comprehended why Zhu Ping'an had suggested, even before articulating it, that Prince Yu would not adopt his proposal. They understood the reason behind Zhu Ping'an's hesitance, his abrupt silence, and his evident embarrassment. The audacity. Zhu Ping'an's suggestion was, astonishingly, to bribe Xi'er. He proposed that the son of the emperor, a contender for the future throne, should present gifts to Xi'er to secure his approval and reclaim the annual grants that had been withheld for 3 years. Where was the dignity in that? Did Prince Yu not care for his reputation? The notion of the emperor's son, a prime candidate for the throne, offering gifts to Xi'er was utterly unfathomable. This was not merely a matter of the quantity of gifts or whether they were delivered personally or through a proxy. The crux of the issue was that Prince Yu could not afford to lose face. Chapter 921. Conquering Royal Authority Ahem. Ziyu. Before we discuss the potential ramifications of such an action, is it even feasible? Xi'er took a considerable time to recover from Zhu Ping'an's shocking proposal. Sipping tea to calm his nerves. In the midst of his tea, he inadvertently caught sight of Prince Yu's face, which was as red as if it had been scorched by fire, causing him to cough. Once he had regained his composure, he turned to Zhu Ping'an, uncertainly inquiring. In truth, as Xi'er posed his question, his internal scales had already begun to tip in favor of Zhu Ping'an's suggestion. He simply required Zhu Ping'an to provide him with additional justification. Following Xi'er's inquiry, Chen and Gao Gong turned their gazes towards Zhu Ping'an, while Prince Yu looked at him with a complex expression. I believe we have a 90% chance of success, Zhu Ping'an began. Firstly, Xi'er is an avaricious individual. Yet he possesses a commendable code of ethics in accepting bribes. His dealings are straightforward and without deception. Once he receives payment, he will undoubtedly facilitate the desired outcomes. The procession of vehicles delivering gifts to Yan's residence is a testament to his reputed integrity in accepting bribes. Otherwise, even with his powerful connections, few would dare to offer him gifts. Of course, when Zhu Ping'an spoke of Xi'er's integrity, his tone was laced with irony. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's sardonic remarks, Gao Gong, Chen and others could only smile in disbelief. However, they inwardly acknowledged the truth in Zhu Ping'an's words. Xi'er indeed seemed to embody such traits. Though insatiably greedy, he was known to deliver results once compensated. That is a ludicrous notion, Xi'er scoffed, pursing his lips. Even if he possesses some semblance of ethics in accepting bribes, would he dare accept our offerings? After all, he stands with the opposing faction. Xi'er insinuated that Xi'er was aligned with the Jing Wang faction. Could he accept bribes from Prince Yu's side and still facilitate the grants? It is well known that Xi'er is insatiably greedy and dismissive of everything else. I believe he would not let this opportunity slip by. First, we are offering him genuine monetary rewards, and he has no reason to refuse. Second, consider this. If even Prince Yu must present gifts to secure assistance, who would dare to refrain from doing so in the future? With our influence and precedent, Xi'er would be inundated with gifts thereafter. Such promotion, an opportunity to expand influence, is one that I believe the greedy and cunning individual will not let slip away. Zhu Ping'an cast a glance over the crowd and slowly elaborated. Indeed, given Xi'er's audacity and character, he is certainly capable of such actions. Gao Gong slightly nodded, having a fair understanding of Xi'er, and found Zhu Ping'an's words to be in alignment with his own perceptions. Chen paused in his thoughtful stroking of his beard. lowering his head to earnestly ponder Zhu Pingin's suggestion. Although his dealings with Yin Shifan had been limited, the latter's reputation was already resounding. Furthermore, Zhu Pingin paused before apologizing to Prince Yu, stating that his subsequent remarks would be offensive to His Highness. He sought forgiveness first. Ziho, what crime have you committed? If there is any fault, it lies with the scoundrel Yin, Prince Yu replied, shaking his head, harboring immense anger and disdain towards Yin Shifan and his father. When the late emperor had passed, during the inquiry about the heir, it should have been his turn to be named crown prince. Yet that old scoundrel Yin Song feigned ignorance, secretly supporting his younger brother, leaving him to miss a golden opportunity. Moreover, this little scoundrel Yin Shifan withheld his annual allowances for 3 years, forcing him to live frugally, with many aspirations thwarted due to a lack of funds. And even rewards for his officials had to be meticulously calculated, resulting in him being perpetually outpaced by his younger brother. Thinking of Yin Song and his son, Prince Yu was overwhelmed with an avalanche of expletives that he suppressed. Thank you, Your Highness, Zhu Pingin expressed with a respectful gesture, then continued, moreover, Yin Shifan is an exceedingly self-assured, arrogant, and narcissistic individual. I once heard someone recount that at a banquet, in the presence of Yin Song and the assembled guests, he boasted that among the extraordinary talents in the great Ming realm, only 3 could be deemed exceptional. Upon hearing this, Yin Shidan, Chun Yiqin, and the others nodded, as they too had heard rumors about Yin Shifan's arrogance. Oh, who are those 3? Prince Yu inquired with curiosity. The first is Yang Bo, the vice minister of the censorate, Zhu Pingin replied, extending a finger. Ah, Master Yang is truly well-rounded, deserving of his reputation. His legendary intervention during the turmoil in Suzhou is noteworthy. Although he is currently in mourning, he was recently appointed as the Right Assistant Minister of War by His Majesty. Prince Yu acknowledged with a nod, before continuing to ask, who is the second? The second is Liu Bing, the commander of the Jinui and deputy director, Zhu Pingin answered. Prince Yu nodded, holding a favorable impression of Liu Bing. However, upon hearing the second name, Prince Yu suddenly paused, raising an eyebrow. Surely the third individual cannot be Yin Shifan himself? Your Highness is indeed astute. When asked about the third person worthy of being called an extraordinary talent, Yin Shifan pointed to his own head and smiled, declaring, the third person is I. Zhu Pingin tactfully flattered Prince Yu. In these times, who does not relish a compliment? Upon hearing Zhu Pingin's words, a smile inevitably graced Prince Yu's face. He is unworthy. He has not even passed the imperial examination, Yin Shidan muttered under his breath. Those who have experienced the imperial examination possess an inherent sense of superiority over individuals like Yin Shifan, who attained official status without undergoing such rigorous scrutiny. Thus, it becomes evident how profoundly narcissistic, arrogant, and boastful Yin Shifan is. Zhu Pingin offered a faint smile and spoke softly. The Prince of Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that one who boldly claims to be a prodigy of the realm could hardly be devoid of self-admiration and pride. Zhu Pingin then cast a glance at the Prince of Yu, bowed deeply, and articulated slowly, if His Highness, a scion of the illustrious imperial bloodline, were to present gifts to Yin Shifan in hopes of soliciting his assistance, such a self-absorbed and haughty individual would undoubtedly revel in the exhilarating conquest of imperial authority, never willing to relinquish his vanity. This singular act could suffice for Yin Shifan to boast for a lifetime while drinking. The Prince of Yu was momentarily taken aback, his complexion shifting from crimson to pale, akin to a chameleon, oscillating between hues. Chun Yiqin and others began to comprehend the implications. Realizing why Zhu Pingin had previously mentioned offense, it was in reference to this notion of conquering imperial authority. How audacious Zhu Pingin was to assert such a claim. However, should the Prince of Yu indeed present gifts as a form of bribery to Yin Shifan, one could interpret it in such a manner. Gao Gong, Chun Yiqin, and the others pondered deeply. Based on their understanding of Yin Shifan, should the Prince of Yu heed Zhu Pingin's counsel, then this vanity, this overwhelming glory, and the self-importance of Yin Shifan would be impossible to resist. Chapter 922. Persuasion at this juncture. The assembly had largely accepted the viability of Zhu Pingin's proposal, leaving the remaining query directed towards the Prince of Yu. He found himself in a tumultuous internal struggle, his face transitioning from red to white and back again, wrestling with conflicting thoughts. One voice within him contended, how could I, a son of the emperor, stoop to bribe a petty thief like Yin Shifan? Should I do so, I would become the laughingstock of the realm, another voice countered. Indeed, you have a point. Despite recognizing the practicality of Zhu Ping'an's suggestion, the Prince of Yu found it exceedingly difficult to lower his dignity to offer gifts or bribes to Yin Shifan. How could a noble son of the emperor debase himself before a subject? Does not my pride matter? Even if I were willing to sacrifice my dignity. The noble blood coursing through my veins forbids me from bowing to a mere subject in such a manner. Should I proceed thus, I would become a target of ridicule across the land, and being less esteemed than my brother would become even more pronounced. What would my father think if he were to find out? No, absolutely not. The Prince of Yu instinctively rejected Zhu Ping'an's proposal from the depths of his heart. Nonetheless, despite his internal resistance, he did not entirely close the door on the suggestion, leaving a slight crack of possibility. This matter pertained to the annual tribute for the next 3 years. The tributes for the preceding 2 years had each amounted to a substantial 50,000 taels of silver. But last year, due to a tumultuous period, the treasury had been strained, reducing it to 30,000 taels. Nevertheless, the cumulative sum over 3 years would total a staggering 130,000 taels. Given the current financial difficulties, acquiring this silver would enable him to truly make his mark. In truth, Chen Yiqin shared a mindset not dissimilar to that of the Prince of Yu. On one hand, Chen Yiqin was rather reluctant to endorse the suggestion put forth by Zhu Ping'an. Since his entry into the residence of the Duke of Yu, Chen Yiqin had been consumed with concern, exerting every effort to safeguard the Duke. To have the Duke descend to offer bribes to Yin Shifan would, indeed, be an affront and a humiliation to the esteemed Duke. As the saying goes, when the Lord is troubled, the minister is dishonored. When the Lord is shamed, the minister faces death. The disgrace of the Duke reflects upon us all. As a loyal subject, how could one permit His Highness to engage in acts that would tarnish his dignity? Conversely, Zhu Ping'an's proposal undeniably held the potential to reclaim the annual tribute owed to the Duke for 3 years. Securing this tribute would liberate the Duke from the constraints of financial burdens, placing Chen Yiqin in a precarious position of indecision. Gao Gong, however, perceived merit in Zhu Ping'an's suggestion. He valued pragmatism over reputation, asserting that resolving the issue of the tribute was of utmost importance. Historically, many who have achieved greatness were not bound by trifles. Han Xi'er endured humiliation beneath the legs of others. Go Jian tasted excrement to regain his kingdom, and Liu Bang shared in the spoils. Even the illustrious Hongwu Emperor once begged for sustenance. Thus, the act of merely presenting a gift seemed trivial by comparison. Yin Shifang's inclination leaned heavily towards Zhu Ping'an's advice, believing the benefits outweighed the drawbacks and that it was worth pursuing. After articulating his proposal, Zhu Ping'an observed the reactions of those present, noting the Duke's evident resistance. Yet, Zhu Ping'an remained unfazed. Historical texts documented that the Duke ultimately regained his tribute through bribery, and he merely sought to expedite a process that was already destined to unfold. Furthermore, the Duke's actions in bribing Yin Shifan did not tarnish his reputation. Rather, they highlighted his rare ability to endure humiliation in the pursuit of greater achievements. In contrast, Yin Shifan bore the stain of his actions and became a significant factor in the downfall of the Yin faction and the demise of Yin Shifan himself. A suggestion that could restore the Duke's tribute without leaving a blemish on his honor was an opportunity Zhu Ping'an had no reason to forfeit. This success would solidify his standing within the Duke's residence and elevate his position in the Duke's esteem. Naturally, at this juncture, he needed to further ignite the Duke's fervor. Might I inquire, Your Highness, about Han Xi'er? Zhu Ping'an gently posed, raising his gaze to the Duke. The 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty, renowned for their unparalleled contributions, were indeed extraordinary figures. The Duke, momentarily taken aback, responded without hesitation. His admiration for Han Xi'er was profound. An ambitious individual such as the Duke would indeed yearn for the counsel of such a remarkable talent. And what of the humiliation he endured? Zhu Ping'an inquired. One who lacks patience in minor matters may jeopardize grand schemes. The Marquis of Huayin bore humiliation to achieve greatness, the Duke reflected. His heart stirred as the scales of his judgment began to tip. Your Highness is astute. I believe that without the humiliation, the Marquis of Huayin's accomplishments would lose some of their luster. It is precisely because of this humiliation that his stature is so exalted. The Marquis of Huayin is a true hero. Those of great renown in antiquity must possess extraordinary virtues. Human emotions can sometimes be intolerable, a common man, faced with humiliation, may draw his sword and rise to fight, but such actions do not truly exemplify bravery. The true valiant are those who, when confronted with sudden adversity, remain unperturbed, and when unjustly provoked, do not succumb to anger. Their burdens are immense, yet their aspirations reach far beyond the immediate. Thus, they endure minor indignities to achieve grand schemes, preserving their full strength while awaiting the opportune moment. Those who accomplish great deeds do not concern themselves with trivialities. Zhu Pingyan respectfully clasped his hands before Prince Yu, engaging in earnest discourse. Endure minor grievances to pursue greater ambitions. Preserve your strength while awaiting the right moment. For those who achieve greatness do not fixate on the minutiae. Prince Yu softly repeated these words, his expression gradually growing serious. There is also the tale of King Gojin of Yu, who, after suffering defeat at the hands of King Fuchai of Wu, was compelled to concede and seek peace, even becoming a hostage in the Wu court. Gojin bore humiliation and toiled like a beast, tasting bitterness to earn his pardon. He later lay on firewood and tasted gall, ultimately annihilating Wu and rising to dominance in the world. Observing a shift in Prince Yu's demeanor, Zhu Pingyan presented the inspiring example of Gojin's resilience to further solidify the prince's resolve. Indeed, Prince Yu's emotions surged, as if the blood coursing through him ignited with fervor. Your Highness, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Zhu Pingyan bowed deeply, offering a famous Western proverb. This saying, widely recognized in the West, was unprecedentedly introduced to the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing it, Prince Yu trembled involuntarily, then pressed his hands firmly against the armrests of his chair and rose with determination. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Chen Yiqin was momentarily taken aback, absent-mindedly plucking a handful of his beard, oblivious to the act. Indeed, to don the crown, one must endure the burden it brings. There are no free lunches in this world. One cannot reap rewards without paying the price. Zhu Pingyan, at such a tender age, perceives this profound truth, while I, having lived so long, have been blind to it. One must keep a long-term perspective. I nearly succumbed to short-sightedness. Chen Yiqin chuckled, stroking his beard and realizing the handful he had inadvertently pulled out. Gao Gong and Yin Shidan were equally moved by Zhu Pingyan's assertion of bearing the crown's weight. Your Highness, to bring about its downfall, one must first incite its madness. Why not lend our support to Yin Shifan? Zhu Pingyan added. Zhu Pingyan's words were indeed pearls of wisdom, each sentence a gem. The others fell silent, contemplating the depth of his two statements. My mind is made up. We shall proceed with the strategy proposed by Zhu, Prince Yu declared, surveying the assembly with determination. Chapter 923. The path of bribery. Delivering gifts and bribes to Yin Shifan certainly does not require Prince Yu's personal involvement. A subordinate from the prince's estate can undertake this task. However, to signify the importance Prince Yu places on Yin Shifan, the emissary should not hold a lowly position. Thus, the pool of suitable candidates for this mission narrowed down to Gao Gong, Chen Yiqin, Yin Shidan, and Zhu Pingyan. So, who shall be chosen? After scanning the room, Prince Yu's gaze finally landed on Zhu Pingyan. Since it was Zhu Pingyan who proposed this idea, none are better suited to execute this task than he. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhu Pingyan could not help but cough lightly, a wry smile adorning his face as he said, Ahem, Your Highness. Last month during my inspection of the Taizong treasury, I uncovered the theft case, which resulted in Yin Shifan being fined 12,000 taels. I can only imagine how much he resents me now. Perhaps it would be best if I refrained from going. Indeed, Zhu Pingyan harbored such concerns, though primarily it stemmed from moral considerations. One should not be excessively greedy. He felt that merely offering a suggestion sufficed, while the credit for execution should be bestowed upon others. After Zhu Pingyan concluded his remarks, Prince Yu pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. He turned his gaze towards Chen Yiqin and clasped his hands, stating, Master Chen, I would appreciate your effort in this endeavor. I am at your Highness's service, Chen Yiqin replied, rising with enthusiasm. However, for safety's sake, I would prefer to have Zihu accompany me. Master Chen, did I not just mention it? Zhu Pingyan stood up, preparing to reiterate his point. Zihu, I understand your concerns, but do you not think your presence beside me while delivering gifts to Yin Shifan might amplify his sense of superiority? Chen Yiqin smiled at Zhu Pingyan, skillfully countering his excuse with a tactic of using one's own weapon against them. Well, Zihu, It would be prudent for you to accompany Master Chen on this trip, Prince Yu remarked, nodding slightly. Very well, since the prince has spoken, Zhu Pingyan conceded. Given that the prince's residence was facing dire circumstances, the matter of bribery could not be delayed. They decided to split their efforts, gathering intelligence and preparing funds. Around 10 in the morning, Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin set off for Yan's residence. They carried with them 500 taels in silver notes, intended as a gift for Yan Shifan. The prevailing market for such gifts was relatively easy to ascertain, almost transparently priced within their circles. Based on the information gathered, approximately 300 taels would suffice. However, for the sake of caution, they settled on the round figure of 500 taels. Of the 500 taels, 1,000 were obtained from Prince Yu through the Dowager Du Kong, while 150 taels were generously lent by Feng Bao upon hearing the news. The remaining 350 taels were contributed by Gao Gong, Chen Yiqin, In Shidan, and Zhu Pingyan, with each of the former three contributing 100 taels, and Zhu Pingyan contributing 50 taels. Though Zhu Pingyan's contribution was the least, it moved Prince Yu profoundly, for he was aware that Zhu Pingyan had recently been penalized 160 taels by his father, and prior to that, he had faced a year's salary deduction. Zhu Pingyan had been compelled to work at Zhu's fast food restaurant, selling offal. Thus, the 50 taels he provided likely represented all the earnings he had managed to gather, along with his family's remaining resources. The distance from Prince Yu's residence to Yan's was considerable. Walking or taking a sedan would be too time-consuming. So Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin opted to ride directly to Yan's residence. Concerned for the prince's well-being, Chun Yiqin spurred his horse along the way. The spirited black horse, perhaps fearing the whip, galloped forward with remarkable vigor, surpassing its predecessor without Zhu Pingyan's urging, swiftly leading the way. Around a quarter of an hour later, Zhu Pingyan and his companions arrived at a street in front of the Yan residence. Progressing along this thoroughfare would lead directly to the estate. Upon reaching the street, Zhu Pingyan slowed the pace of his horse and did not continue forward. Instead, he turned the horse around and headed towards another alley. Ah, Zihu, you are mistaken. The Yan residence is ahead, not in that direction, Chen Yiqin called out, noticing Zhu Pingyan's deviation. Rest assured, Lord Chun, follow me and there will be no error. Zhu Pingyan replied, halting his striking black horse, turning to Chen Yiqin with a mysterious smile. Zhu Pingyan, I have visited the Yan residence several times. It is straightforward to proceed down this street. Your direction is incorrect. Chen Yiqin shook his head, asserting, we must prioritize our important matters. Once we have completed our urgent business, we can attend to other affairs. Lord Chen, are you truly preparing to hand over the money directly to Yan Shifan? Zhu Pingyan inquired with a smile, now riding alongside Chen Yiqin. Isn't that how bribery typically works? Chen Yiqin nodded, a look of puzzlement on his face. Observing Chen Yiqin's reaction, Zhu Pingyan recalled his own experience of being mocked by a rotund man while paying respects to Yan Song. Lord Chen, such a method of gift-giving will not be accepted by Yan Shifan, Zhu Pingyan remarked with a slight smile, shaking his head. Chen Yiqin was perplexed. This manner of gifting is likely to leave behind evidence and potential risks. A shrewd individual like Yan Shifan would not accept it. Zhu Pingyan surveyed the surroundings and quietly explained to Chen Yiqin, if we proceed further, there is an alley ahead that leads to a study named Xi'er Studio, managed by Yan Yan, the chief steward of the Yan residence. Yan Yan's courtesy name is Xi'er. The studio specializes in selling fans, each lacking a marked price. You pay as much as you wish for a fan, and the staff will note your payment on your name card, which will then be discreetly delivered to the Yan residence through a back entrance. At that point, the fan serves as your passport. The residence's gatekeepers will prioritize allowing those bearing the Xi'er Studio fan to enter and pay their respects. Oh, Yan Shifan is indeed clever to devise such a method for accepting bribes. Chen Yiqin quickly grasped the underlying principles and implications, admiring Yan Shifan's innovative approach. What distinguishes Yan Shifan's bribery is the Xi'er Studio, which normalizes the act of bribery through the sale of fans, rendering it seemingly legitimate. As for the price of the fans, it is a matter of mutual consent, and considering they are adorned with calligraphy and paintings, in a certain sense, such art is priceless. If you find it appealing, any price is justifiable. Moreover, should any issues arise, the Xi'er Studio is operated by Yan Yan, which bears no connection to Yan Shifan. Indeed, this cunning fellow Yan Shifan truly lives up to the title of the foremost genius of the Jiajing era. I am fortunate to have Zihu accompanying me. Otherwise, I might not even gain entry to the Yin residence, and even if I did, I would likely fail to handle this task properly, Chen Yiqin expressed with a sense of admiration. Lord Chen, you flatter me. None of this is particularly remarkable. I need not speak of it. There will be others at the entrance of the Yin residence who will inform you, Zhu Pingyan humbly replied, shaking his head. Zihu, do not be so modest, Chen Yiqin insisted. Chen Yiqin offered a faint smile, then remarked, let us go and experience the He Yin study. With that, the two turned their horses towards the He Yin study. Chapter 924. A meeting with Yin Shifan. The He Yin study was nestled within a secluded alley, covering an area of merely 30 square meters. From the outside, it appeared rather unremarkable. Had it not been for the plaque inscribed with He Yin study hanging on the door, Zhu Pingyan and Chen Yiqin might have easily overlooked it. Inside the study, two attendants were lounging behind the counter, sipping tea and cracking sunflower seeds, their demeanor exuding an air of arrogance, as if merely casting a glance in their direction was a privilege. Excuse me, I am here to purchase a fan, Zhu Pingyan announced as he stepped into the He Yin study, approaching the counter with a courteous gesture and a smile. Help yourself, one of the attendants replied dismissively, barely glancing at Zhu Pingyan and merely gesturing towards the fans displayed on the counter. Chen Yiqin frowned. The haughty attitude of the attendant was a clear reflection of the power and influence held by the Yin family. Thank you for the reminder, Zhu Pingyan replied nonchalantly, returning a slight smile and bowing in gratitude to the attendant before turning his attention to the fans with keen interest. The craftsmanship of the fan's rib, delicate as white jade, was truly exquisite. The landscape depicted on its surface was reminiscent of the works of the renowned master Wu Gong. Zhu Pingyan picked up a fan from the counter and, upon unfolding it, gasped in astonishment. I shall take this fan, he exclaimed, clutching it as though he had discovered a treasure. Continue your charade. The attendant cast Zhu Pingyan a derisive glance, thinking him foolish for his antics. What was the point of such theatrics? If he wished to buy a fan, he could simply pay without all this fuss. Coughing slightly, Zhu Pingyan felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had believed himself to be performing with remarkable grace and agility, akin to a masterful player, only to realize he appeared as a clumsy novice in the eyes of others. Indeed, I shall take this fan, he stated once more, while Chen Yiqin, beside him, stifled a laugh by placing a hand over his mouth and coughing lightly. Feel free to laugh. Zhu Pingyan shot a glance at Chen Yiqin, then retrieved 500 taels of silver from his sleeve and placed them onto the counter. With a swift motion, he stacked 15 100-tael banknotes neatly atop one another. Upon seeing the 500 taels, the previously aloof attendant finally regarded him with interest, his demeanor warming as he stepped out from behind the counter to pour 2 cups of hot tea for Zhu Pingyan and Chen Yiqin. He then took out a stamp and marked the fan with a conspicuous seal. Next, he requested Zhu Pingyan and Chen Yiqin to present their name cards, noting the amount of 500 taels on them. One of the attendants then took the name card, annotated with the price, and exited through the back door of the shop, utilizing a shortcut to present it to the Yin residents ahead of time. At the appointed time, Zhu Pingyan and Chen Yiqin, with fans in hand, could directly pay their visit. Typically, those who bring gifts present several hundred taels of silver, so a sum of 1,500 taels marks them as distinguished guests. Thus, the shopkeeper's enthusiasm was quite understandable. With the fans in their possession and all formalities complete, Zhu Pingyan and Chen Yiqin took their leave from the Xi'er study. As they stepped outside, they chanced upon a portly middle-aged man, well-versed in the routine, arriving to purchase a fan. Business certainly appeared brisk. Once outside, Chen Yiqin cast a glance back at the unremarkable study, a smirk forming on his lips as he uttered a sardonic remark. However, when they reached the entrance of the Yin residence, both men adopted a demeanor of utmost respect and reverence. The front of the Yin residence was bustling with carriages and horses, the line stretching quite long, placing Zhu Pingyan and Chen Yiqin far beyond the 20th position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 20. Why are there so many people? Chen Yiqin, positioned at the end of the line, wore an anxious expression, craning his neck to count ahead. At this rate, it seemed unlikely they would be summoned today. Do not fret, my lord Chen. Let me have a look, Zhu Pingyan said, his inky black eyes glancing around. He raised the fan above his head, unfurling it with a flourish, the side bearing the prominent seal, swaying conspicuously before the gatekeeper. The very act of raising the fan drew attention, and the large, crimson seal made it unmistakable. The gatekeeper, upon spotting the seal, recognized Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin as esteemed guests who had offered a significant bribe. Nodding discreetly, he motioned for them to bypass the line, guiding them through a side entrance into the Yin residence. Once inside, they were led to a guest room where they were served warm tea and asked to wait patiently. "Thank you for your trouble." Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin expressed their gratitude with a respectful bow and settled into the room to await their audience. A cup of tea, another cup, and yet another. Gradually, they consumed half a pot. As midday approached, the absence of a messenger from Yin Shifan began to weigh heavily on them, making it seem as if they had been forgotten by the residents of the Yin household. Chun Yiqin glanced out at the sun, now high in the sky, and his restlessness grew. He feared that the 1,500 taels of silver might be akin to a meat bun tossed to a dog, gone without a trace. More troubling was the prospect of failing to reclaim the annual grant from Prince Yu, which could spell disaster, especially as the prince's residence was reportedly struggling to make ends meet. In contrast to Chun Yiqin's anxiety, Zhu Pingyan remained remarkably composed. Historically, Yin Shifan had readily accepted bribes from the prince's household, reveling in the satisfaction it brought him, boasting to all that even the emperor's son deigned to offer him silver. Who would dare to withhold it from him? Surely, this occasion would be no different. Zhu Pingyan suspected that Yin Shifan was intentionally keeping them waiting to build psychological pressure. Thus, Zhu Pingyan remained at ease, sipping his tea and waiting. At my age, I find myself less composed than Zihu, Chun Yiqin mused. Observing Zhu Pingyan's calm demeanor, he gradually felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, softening his earlier anxiety into a self-deprecating smile. Thus, after a brief interval, Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin heard the sound of footsteps outside, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. Yin Shifan had arrived. Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin exchanged excited glances and rose from their seats. "Haha, Lord Chun Ziu, what a rare visit. What winds have brought you to my Yin residence?" A stout, one-eyed man with a jovial demeanor, waddling in with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, entered the room. It was none other than Yin Shifan. Chapter 925, Mission Accomplished. "Greetings, Lord Yin." Upon Yin Shifan's entrance, Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin simultaneously clasped their hands in salute, expressing their respects. After the formalities, Zhu Pingyan, holding a fan, replied, "We have come specifically to pay our respects to you, Lord Yin." "Oh, you have come to visit me. I am truly honored," Yin Shifan exclaimed, chuckling heartily as he gestured for them to take their seats. "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Consider this your own home." "Thank you, Lord Yin." Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin gratefully acknowledged before settling into their seats. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, devoid of substance, the conversation turned to the matter at hand. "Lord Yin, to speak candidly, the situation at the Duke of Yu's residence is quite dire. The finances are strained, and expenditures exceed income. This morning, the official kitchen could not even light a fire." Chun Yiqin candidly disclosed the financial predicament of the Duke of Yu's household. "Is that so?" Yin Shifan replied, feigning surprise. "This is indeed the case," Chun Yiqin affirmed, nodding earnestly. Zhu Pingyan echoed the gesture. "How could this be, given the Duke of Yu's status?" Yin Shifan shook his head, then sighed. "Were it not for the recent penalties imposed due to negligence regarding the granary, which cost me 12,000 taels of silver, I would have certainly been able to provide 1,000 or 1,800 taels for the Duke's needs. Alas, I find myself unable to assist despite my intentions." "The granary. The granary. You are referring to me," Zhu Pingyan remarked, rising from his seat, bowing deeply to Yin Shifan, a look of guilt upon his face as he apologized. "It is all due to my incompetence. I failed to thoroughly investigate the pests within the granary, causing innocent officials like you, Lord Yin, to suffer. I feel both guilty and ashamed." While Zhu Pingyan expressed his contrition outwardly, inwardly he harbored resentment towards Yin Shifan, thinking to himself that he was the most gluttonous of the pests in the granary. "Zihu, what are you doing? You uncovered the major case of theft at the granary, which has greatly benefited our Ming dynasty. How could that be a crime?" Yin Shifan responded, appearing magnanimous. "Moreover, during the inspection of the granary, I was indeed negligent due to my busy schedule with the Ministry of Works. This is the truth. Since there was oversight, a penalty was warranted. If we were to discuss responsibility, it is you who have been unjustly implicated. You, who have contributed to the inspection of the granary, have still faced penalties. Demonstrating great understanding and righteousness, Yin Shifan helped Zhu Pinggan to his feet and patted him on the shoulder, speaking up for him. Lord Yin is truly magnanimous. I am ashamed to be in your presence, Zhu Pinggan timely flattered. Haha, how can this be considered a profound understanding of righteousness? Yin Shifan laughed heartily, shaking his head, his flesh jiggling with the movement. He then turned to Zhu Pinggan and Chen Yiqin. Oh, where was I? Ah yes, he continued. It is unfortunate that I, Yin, am now willing yet unable. Otherwise I would surely inform my father to gather a sum of 1,000 or 1,800 taels for Prince Yu. Yin Shifan slapped his thigh with vigor. His plump face contorted in vexation, a glint of determination shining from his lone eye. Your intentions are commendable, and on behalf of Prince Yu, I extend my gratitude. Chen Yiqin said, rising and cupping his hands in respect. You're too kind, Chen Darren. Yin Shifan waved his hand dismissively. To be frank, Sir Yin, the situation of His Highness Prince Yu should not be so dire. It is primarily due to the Ministry of Revenue's failure to disburse the annual grants for 3 consecutive years. Chen Yiqin raised his gaze, meeting Yin Shifan's eyes as he spoke deliberately. Oh, I had thought it was only our rewards that had ceased. It seems the ministry has also withheld the prince's grants. Indeed, these past few years have been fraught with calamities for our Ming dynasty. In the south, besides the pirates, we have also had to contend with rampant refugees. The north is equally troubled, compounded by incessant natural disasters and the corruption within the treasury. The national coffers are indeed strained, and a clever woman cannot cook without rice. It is quite a hardship for the ministry. As my father has not withdrawn his salary in a year to alleviate the emperor's burdens, Yin Shifan replied with a sigh, nodding in agreement as he began to expound on his concerns for the nation and its people, even citing his father's example. Yin Shifan's rhetoric served to distance himself and his father from suspicion, crafting an image of noble aspiration. However, regardless of his eloquence, both Chen Yiqin and Zhu Pinggan remained unconvinced, particularly Chen Yiqin, who viewed Yin Shifan's words as mere bluster. It was abundantly clear that Yin Shifan was the one orchestrating the withholding of Prince Yu's grants, and now he sought to absolve himself of any blame. The notion of the ministry being financially strained was merely a pretext. If that were truly the case, why was the grant for Prince Jing still being issued without issue, while that for Prince Yu was being withheld? Was it not the machinations of Yin Shifan? Sir Yin, I hope you will consider this matter seriously, Chen Yiqin thought, watching Yin Shifan feign innocence, his heart racing with indignation. Please, exercise mercy, Zhu Pinggan interjected, sensing Chen Yiqin was about to speak too candidly. We mustn't say exercise mercy, as that would imply directly that this entire situation is the doing of Yin Shifan. While it is indeed true, it must remain unsaid, otherwise, Yin Shifan may become enraged, and then the plight of Prince Yu's grants would truly be hopeless. Sir Yin, I implore you to take special measures. The financial crisis at the Prince Yu's residence is urgent. The pot has been left uncovered, and sustenance is running thin. Hundreds within the residence are relying on funds for immediate relief. Although the national treasury is tight and the ministry is in a difficult position, I hope, for the sake of those hundreds at the Prince Yu's residence, that you might intercede on our behalf to the ministry, advocating for the timely issuance of His Highness's grants. Your Highness, the Duke of Yu, and we, your loyal officials, along with the hundreds within the Wangfu, would be eternally grateful. Zhu Pinggan promptly interrupted Chen Yiqin's words, transforming the phrase to show mercy into to hold the mirror high, and took the opportunity to clarify the purpose of their visit. Upon hearing Zhu Pinggan's words, Chen Yiqin finally realized that he had narrowly avoided a blunder. Fortunately, Zihu had acted wisely. Chen Yiqin exhaled a sigh of relief, his back already damp with sweat. Lord Yin Shifan pondered for a moment. My lord, the Duke of Yu is currently facing dire straits and urgently requires the annual grant for relief. I implore you, Lord Yin, to speak with justice. It is said that His Highness has heard of your reputation for being both righteous and altruistic. Hence the reason for my and Zihu's visit to seek your assistance. Were it not for the pressing matters at hand, His Highness would have come personally. Having been reminded by Zhu Pinggan, Chen Yiqin now understood what to do. He rose from his seat, bowing deeply to Lord Yin Shifan with a visibly moved expression. I implore you, Lord Yin, to speak with justice. Zhu Pinggan followed suit, rising and bowing deeply as well. Much like diplomatic envoys representing their nation, Zhu Pinggan and Chen Yiqin stood as representatives of the Duke of Yu. As they bowed before him, It was akin to the Duke of Yu himself bowing in reverence. Not only that, but the two also spoke earnestly, their demeanor sincere, and let us not forget the 1,500 taels of silver. Seeing this, Yin Shifan felt an immense sense of satisfaction, a thrill of power coursing through him as he reveled in the supremacy over imperial authority. Oh, this puts me in a predicament. I serve in the Ministry of Works, not the Ministry of Revenue. I can only attempt to assist. I will have someone notify the Ministry of Revenue shortly. Even in these strained times, we cannot deprive His Highness of his annual grant. However, whether the Ministry of Revenue heeds my counsel remains beyond my control, Yin Shifan remarked, feigning reluctance. We understand, and we are grateful for your righteous words, Lord Yin. Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin, upon hearing this, were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude profusely. Chapter 926. Trials and Tribulations. Upon hearing Lord Yin Shifan agree to notify the Ministry of Revenue, Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin were elated, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from their hearts. Though Yin Shifan was cunning, he was also a man of his word. Once he promised to inform the Ministry of Revenue, he would indeed do so. With Yin Shifan's notification, the distribution of the Duke of Yu's annual grant would face no further obstacles, as the previous impediment had originated from Yin Shifan himself. With their task successfully accomplished, the two men found a rare moment of relaxation, instinctively raising their teacups to sip, easing the tension that had gripped them all day. Oh, by the way, I have heard that His Highness seems to harbor grievances against my father and me. I wonder what wrongs we may have committed. I kindly request that Lord Chun and Zihu enlighten me, so that my father and I may rectify our mistakes in a timely manner. Just as Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin began to relax, Yin Shifan suddenly gazed at them with a smile, posing his question. His words struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yiqin. In an instant, their expressions changed dramatically, and the tension that had just begun to ease tightened once more. Gazing at the jovial visage of Yin Shifan, Zhu Pingyan felt a tumult of emotions surging within him, his heart racing like a drum, and a cold sweat trickled down his back. Yet, despite the thunderous turmoil within, Zhu Pingyan maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, holding his teacup firmly in hand. Goodness! Yin Shifan was clearly a master of the art of deception. Moreover, his probing inquiry posed a perilous dilemma. A misstep in response could render Zhu Pingyan's previous assurances null and void, plunging them back into disarray, while also jeopardizing the delicate relationship between the Duke of Yu and the Yin father-son duo, thus placing the Duke's precarious position in even greater jeopardy. It is worth noting that the Duke of Yu had indeed voiced criticisms regarding the Yin family, but how is it that Yin Shifan had come to know of this? Throughout his tenure at the Duke's residence, Zhu Pingyan had gained insight into its confidentiality protocols, which had been meticulously cultivated under the guidance of Gao Gong and Chun Yiqin. The system was characterized by a facade of openness combined with rigorous internal security. It appeared impenetrable, yet was, in reality, impervious to leaks. For trivial matters, the Duke's residence was almost defenseless, as evidenced by the previous poetry gathering. Yet when it came to matters of grave importance concerning the Duke and his officials, their confidentiality measures were exemplary. During discussions, the Duke would invariably withdraw his aides and station trusted confidants outside, with loyal guards stationed within a 10-meter radius. Not to mention the utmost secrecy surrounding the Duke's critiques of the Yin family. Such matters were safeguarded with unparalleled diligence. Thus far, Zhu Pingyan had not heard of any leaks regarding the Duke's deliberations, which attested to the reliability of their confidentiality. This led him to deduce that Yin Shifan had likely only heard mere rumors, devoid of substantiation. With this realization, Zhu Pingyan quickly regained his composure, donning an expression of nonchalance as he met Yin Shifan's gaze. He then smiled, shaking his head in jest, exclaiming, "Ah, Sir Yin, you truly have a knack for humor. Employing baseless rumors to amuse us. Both you and Minister Yin are pillars of the state, and His Highness the Duke of Yu has always treated you with the utmost respect. Within the palace, we are often inspired by your exemplary conduct. Otherwise, His Highness would not have sent us to seek your assistance at this moment. Therefore, I assure you, such unfounded rumors are utterly untrustworthy." Yin Shifan maintained his smile, nodding in response to Zhu Pingyan's words with an air of indifference. Suddenly, Chun Yiqin, seated nearby, slammed his teacup down onto the table. Straightening his posture and addressing Yin Shifan with utmost seriousness, The position of Crown Prince for His Highness the Duke of Yu has long been tacitly acknowledged. It simply awaits formal proclamation. His Highness, being the elder, is naturally next in line. Furthermore, His Highness has been named Xi'er, which signifies the ruler's dominion over the land, a reflection of his destined role. Although a prince, the Duke's residence adheres to a higher standard of protocol than that of other princely houses. For instance, the first speaker in other royal households is merely required to offer a critique, whereas the Duke's residence employs a high-ranking editor for the same role. This distinction underscores the Emperor's regard for His Highness as the Crown Prince. We serve at the side of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Yu, who often remarks that the Yin family, with its two pillars of state, is comprised of Yin Gulao and Yin Darun, both esteemed as stalwarts of the nation and capable ministers for governance. It is perplexing to ponder how Yin Darun came upon such unfounded gossip. Chun Yichin, a senior official during the establishment of the Duke of Yu's court, is acutely aware of the precariousness of His Royal Highness's current standing, even more so than Zhu Pingyan. In the face of Yin Shifan's inquiries, Chun Yichin prioritized his response, delivering it with a gravity befitting the situation. His words imbued with fervor. Over his 40 years of life experience, Chun Yichin understood that such moments called for a forceful demeanor. His reply, a blend of humility and authority, extolled Yin Song and his son from the perspective of the Duke of Yu, while simultaneously asserting that the Duke's household should not be underestimated, for he is indeed the Duke of Yu, the future heir of the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing this, Yin Shifan erupted into laughter, his jolly visage shaking like that of a Maitreya Buddha. He dismissed the rumors as mere hearsay, indicating that his inquiries were casual and not to be taken too seriously. Yin Shifan had indeed caught wind of these rumors without verification, and at this juncture, he was merely testing the waters. Discovering no cracks in their facade, he decided to let the matter rest, though had they faltered, he would not have shown mercy. The atmosphere lightened once more. Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yichin exhaled in relief. Yin Shifan's sudden questioning had been rather unexpected, but their composed responses had allowed them to navigate the situation successfully, averting disaster. Youthful wisdom brings strength to the great Ming. The vigor of youth fortifies our nation. Your recent composition, The Aspirations of Youth in the Great Ming, resonates deeply with me. I hold it in high regard. Every son of Ming should embody such spirit, Yin Shifan remarked, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Zhu Pingyan, his words laced with double entendre, both praising Zhu's work and subtly expressing admiration and a desire for camaraderie. To receive such recognition from a man of his stature is indeed a privilege for Pingyan. Zhu Pingyan, adept in the art of diplomacy, responded with equanimity, adapting effortlessly to the unfolding dialogue. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, a servant approached Yin Shifan, whispering in his ear. After listening, Yin Shifan nodded slightly, then rose to address Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yichin, saying, Minister Chun, Ziho, my father has summoned me for a matter of importance. I must take my leave. I shall stop by the Ministry of Revenue on my way. The hour is nearing noon, and I invite both of you to join me for lunch before returning. We appreciate your kind offer, but we must decline and return. Eager to relay this good news to His Royal Highness, Chun Yichin and Zhu Pingyan replied with deep gratitude, politely refusing Yin Shifan's invitation to dine. Very well, but do ensure to accept my hospitality next time, lest it seem you do not value my friendship, Yin Shifan said with a nod. Thank you. Esteemed Yin, next time, we shall certainly stay. Zhu Pingyan and Chun Yichin expressed their thanks profusely. Chapter 927. A duty fulfilled with a lightened heart and swift hooves. Chun Yichin rode with fervor, dust swirling in his wake. His thoughts fixed on the Duke of Yu. He longed to convey the delightful news of his successful maneuvering, eager to present it to His Royal Highness. Zhu Pingyan rode his black horse, resembling a fierce steed, in hot pursuit of Chun Yichin, managing to keep him within sight. At last, the two arrived at the residence of the Duke of Yu just before noon. Upon their arrival, they found the Duke engaged in a somber discussion with Gao Gong and Yin Shirdan in his study, an atmosphere thick with gloom and despondency. The Duke had just received news that today marked the 60th birthday of Lord Zheng's mother, a prominent figure in the capital. In a bid to curry favor, the Duke of Jing dispatched a steward to present a magnificent coral bonsai, towering over a foot in height, to the Zheng household as a birthday gift, symbolizing longevity and auspiciousness for the matriarch. It was said that the Zheng family, overwhelmed by the gesture, basked in the glory it brought, and the matriarch was filled with joy and gratitude. The steward from the Duke of Jing was afforded special treatment upon his departure, with Lord Zheng personally escorting him several paces beyond the threshold, whispering to him for an extended moment before returning. Consulted on scholarly matters. Who would believe such a tale? A mere exchange of a few words suffices as consultation now. Do not conflate a casual conversation with a decade of study. It is merely a ruse to win over the ministers. Such tactics were not new to the Duke of Jing. Thanks to the favor of consort Lu in the imperial harem, his rewards had multiplied, and with his regular income and clandestine acquisitions, he was financially far more robust than the Duke of Yu by several folds. Economically, he could easily overshadow dozens of Dukes of Yu, relying on his wealth. The Duke of Jing generously dispensed silver, beautiful women, and promises of promotion under the guise of congratulating others on various occasions, such as housewarming, taking concubines, or celebrating the longevity of elders, thereby establishing a network of patronage among the court officials. Those fond of riches received silver. Those enamored with beauty were gifted women. Those seeking advancement were promised positions. The effects were palpable. Many officials, though not openly aligning themselves, had subtly gravitated towards the Duke of Jing. Xi'er, the esteemed minister, known for his integrity and reputation among the literati, had previously served as an official unafraid of power, having impeached superiors and peers alike, earning the moniker of an iron-willed minister. His influence was considerable. Today, his demeanor towards the steward of the Duke of Jing clearly indicated an alignment with the latter. Hence, the Duke of Yu felt a deep sense of unease. My younger brother has grown increasingly audacious, with our father in good health. He dares to offer favors and court the ministers. This bodes ill for me, the Duke of Yu lamented, a cloud of worry shadowing his face. The Duke of Jing has indeed become more brazen. In the past, he was furtive and cautious in his dealings, fearful of exposure. Yet now he has become audacious in his approach, enraged remarked, his discontent evident. Your Highness need not fret. Traditionally, the establishment of a crown prince follows the custom of designating the eldest legitimate son, and although the Duke of Jing has lured some ministers with his wealth, you possess the inherent advantage of seniority, which he cannot alter. The number of officials supporting you far surpasses those rallying behind him. Gao Gong harbored concerns within, yet his visage remained composed and serene, seated steadily in his chair, offering solace to Prince Yu. Master Gao, while your words hold truth, permitting Zhendi to gather supporters unchecked will inevitably lead to a day when those who back Zhendi outnumber those who support me. Perhaps, even now, Zhendi's allies surpass mine, for he possesses far greater merit than I do. In the few instances I have encountered our father, he has mostly chastised me, while his reprimands towards Zhendi have been accompanied by praise. Prince Yu slumped despondently in his chair, shaking his head in despair. Gao Gong's counsel did little to alleviate the gloom that clouded his features, particularly as he recalled his childhood under the dominion of the illustrious Jing Wang, which only deepened his sorrow. Historically, the practice of establishing a crown prince has favored the eldest legitimate son, yet it is not uncommon for dynasties to deviate from this norm, with instances of deposing the eldest in favor of the worthy. Who can ascertain how our generation will unfold? Our father shows no concern for Zhendi, which amounts to tacit approval. Reflecting on these matters nearly brought Prince Yu to the brink of tears. Master Gao, Master Yin, what are we to do? He raised his woeful countenance, casting a hopeful gaze towards Gao Gong and enraged. The prolonged indecision of the emperor regarding the succession has emboldened the ambitions of Jing Wang, inciting treachery among many. Although Jing Wang's methods of garnering support appear noble, they could hardly escape the emperor's notice. Yet, the emperor remains silent, which effectively condones the minister's audacity to speculate on his intentions. Perhaps this is a means for the emperor to temper the prince. Gao Gong, after a moment of contemplation, began to articulate his thoughts. What I speak holds merit. The Jiajing emperor has spent over 2 decades neglecting court affairs, engrossed in alchemy and immortality pursuits. Yet he maintains an iron grip on the entirety of the Ming dynasty, rightfully the sovereign. Even someone as powerful as Yin Song is merely a pawn chosen by the Jiajing emperor, who could easily dispense with him at a whim. This mastery is not solely due to the emperor's unparalleled intellect and exceptional governance, but also stems from his adept control of information. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that there is nothing unknown to the Jiajing emperor concerning the Ming. Through the Eastern and Western censorship, the imperial guards, the cabinet, and his secret agents. He oversees the movements of ministers, princes, and concubines alike, attuned to every whisper of change within the empire, ensuring that even in his absence, the Ming remains firmly under his command. Thus, the seemingly astute maneuvers of Jing Wang to attract ministers have surely not escaped the keen eyes of the Jiajing emperor. In truth, Gao Gong's thoughts ran deeper than his spoken words. He believed the emperor's inaction and tacit acceptance might serve to temper both Yu Wang and Jing Wang. Or perhaps the emperor, confident in his longevity, orchestrated a contest between the two princes, allowing them to sharpen each other's resolve until the most capable emerges to inherit the throne. Alternatively, it might be that the emperor, enamored with power, currently has no intention of establishing a successor, hence his neglect. Gao Gong refrained from fully divulging his thoughts, wishing to bolster Prince Yu's confidence and resolve. Indeed, Master Gao speaks wisely. The emperor's allowance of Jing Wang's overtures to ministers is, in fact, a means of refining the prince, honing his abilities. Xi'er concurred. Is my father truly forging my character? Under the comforting words of Gao Gong and Xi'er, the furrowed brow of Prince Yu relaxed significantly, and a renewed sense of determination surged within him. Whether his father intended to hone his skills or not, since his father had chosen to neglect him, then he too could rally the ministers, just as his brother Zhuan had. As Gao and Yin had mentioned, being elder than Zhuan, he was in a more favorable position to garner the support of the officials. Rising from his chair, he struck the table forcefully, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Observing Prince Yu's spirited demeanor, Gao Gong and Xi'er felt a sense of relief. However, in the next moment, Prince Yu's enthusiasm waned. Yet to win over the ministers, he found himself lacking in funds. The realization extinguished his previously ignited zeal, and he slumped back into his chair, adopting a dejected posture. At that moment, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Chun Yiqin pulling Zhu Ping'an into the room. Before Chun could fully enter, his voice, brimming with excitement, resonated. Your Highness, it is done. We have succeeded. We have not failed our mission. Zhu Ping'an stepped forward, clasping his hands in a composed manner. It is done. We have not failed our mission. Upon hearing this, Prince Yu's despondency vanished in an instant, and he sprang from his chair, revitalized. Gao Gong and Xi'er also shared in this exhilaration. As the afternoon passed the hour of Shun, the sun gradually dipped in the west, its rays softening from their earlier intensity. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, causing the wind chimes suspended from the eaves to jingle, heralding the arrival of twilight. Oh, as the sun sets, it is time to conclude the workday. In the office, Zhu Ping'an set down his brush, stretched his arms, and yawned lazily. Casting his gaze out the window, witnessing the waning sun, a smile crept upon his lips. Happy. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an was genuinely delighted at that moment. The sun was setting, signaling the imminent end of the workday. Today was June 29th, and according to the Ming calendar, June is a short month, comprising only 29 days. Thus, today marked the final day of June, with tomorrow heralding the arrival of July 1st. What does July 1st signify? It signifies the long-awaited day of rest has finally arrived. A day off at last. After toiling for so long, the anticipation of a holiday was exhilarating. In comparison to the Ming dynasty, modern individuals are indeed exceedingly fortunate. Contemporary society robustly safeguards the rights of workers to rest, with national laws explicitly stipulating that employers must ensure their employees enjoy at least one day off per week, typically observing a 2-day weekend. However, the Ming dynasty was not so accommodating. Emperor Hongwu yearned for officials to toil daily. The rest system for officials transitioned from the 5-day workweek of the Han, Wei Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, and the 10-day cycle of the Sui and Tang, to resting only on the 1st and 15th days of each month, allowing merely 2 days off in total. After enduring half a month of labor, the prospect of a holiday was enough to fill Zhu Ping'an with joy. I yearn for weekends. If ancient individuals were to traverse time and return to the modern era, they would undoubtedly be captivated by the contemporary lenient vacation policies. With an abundance of holidays, they would have ample opportunities to explore the mountains and rivers, visit relatives and friends, leading to a significant increase in their poetic creations. As Zhu Ping'an mused over this notion, he began to gather his writing materials in preparation for departure. Just as he was tidying up his brushes and ink, he was suddenly startled by a commotion outside. Peering through the window, he observed a crowd bustling with excitement. joyfully exchanging news. What could it be? Had some wonderful event occurred? Zhu Pingyan, intrigued, turned his gaze outward, his mind racing with curiosity. Zihu, come, let us go outside and see. It seems that Zhengfu, Xi'er Dan, courtesy named Zhengfu, has returned with the annual grant from His Highness, Chen Yiqin exclaimed, appearing at Zhu Pingyan's office door, waving him over. So soon? Zhu Pingyan responded, a mix of joy and surprise washing over him. When had Xi'er Dan gone to the Ministry of Revenue to collect the grant? Was it not mentioned at noon that he would retrieve it the following day? Moreover, just this morning, he had delivered gifts to Xi'er Fan, and now, before the end of the workday, he had already returned with the grant? Historical records indicated that after the gifts were offered by the Prince of Yu, the grant was typically received the next day or the day after. It was astonishing that it had been collected on the same day. Unbeknownst to him, his small butterfly effect had accelerated a historical event. The Ming dynasty. My Zhu Pingyan shall not have come in vain. A radiant smile graced Zhu Pingyan's face, as bright as the sunlight streaming through the window, further bolstering his confidence in the future. Accompanied by Chen Yiqin, Zhu Pingyan made his way outside the palace, where they soon encountered Gao Gong, and the three proceeded together. Upon their arrival, the crowd parted respectfully, bowing to the trio and clearing a path that led directly to the center. There, in the midst of it all, stood Xi'er Dan, beaming with delight, beside 3 open wooden chests filled with gleaming gold. A grand total of 180,000 taels of silver, Xi'er Dan joyfully proclaimed, kicking one of the chests with his foot. 180,000? Zhu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. Was the annual grant not supposed to be 130,000 taels? In the previous 2 years, it had been 50,000 each, and last year only 30,000, totaling 130,000 taels. How had they returned with 180,000? Hearing Xi'er's announcement, both Gao Gong and Chen Yiqin were equally astonished. I had just visited the Ministry of Revenue on official business, and, out of curiosity, inquired about the annual grant. It was merely a test. Yet to my surprise, the ministry allowed me to collect it directly. Rarely do they offer such opportunities, and fearing they might change their minds, I hastily completed the paperwork and took it. Only upon collection did I realize the unexpected joy. Besides the 130,000 taels of the annual grant, there were additional grants for the Dragon Boat Festival, Qixi Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, New Year's Day, Lantern Festival, Ghost Festival, and Winter Solstice, amounting to over 50,000 taels across 3 years. Thus, the total of the annual and festival grants came to 180,000 taels, which the ministry graciously provided in full. They even sent someone to assist me in transporting it, seeing that I was alone. I must say, this gift is truly valuable. You have yet to witness the attitude of the Ministry of Revenue. Compared to before, it is like heaven and earth. Xi'er Dan chuckled heartily, and as he grew animated, he gestured with his hands. Indeed, it is exceptionally valuable. Initially expecting 130,000 taels of silver, to my astonishment, I received 180,000 taels, an entire 50,000 taels more. What a tremendous, unexpected delight. Exchanging 1,500 taels of silver for 180,000. Could there be anything more worthwhile than this? Just as the crowd was engulfed in excitement, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Zhu Pingyan turned to see Prince Yu, visibly exhilarated, striding swiftly from within the hall, his sleeves flapping as he hurried forth. One might think Prince Yu had a fire underfoot. I have seen His Highness. We pay our respects, Your Highness. The crowd hastily offered their greetings. No need for formalities, no need. Quickly, no need. Xi'er, have you brought back the results? Prince Yu, eager to know the outcome, waved his hand insistently, urging everyone to forego their bows, and then looked at Xi'er Dan with fervent anticipation, breathlessly inquiring. Your Highness, I have brought back the entirety. Xi'er Dan nodded vigorously. Excellent. Prince Yu exclaimed with great joy. Your Highness, I have brought back a total of 180,000 taels of silver. Xi'er Dan added. What? 180,000? Prince Yu was overwhelmed with delight. Thus, Xi'er Dan reiterated what he had just conveyed to Zhu Pingyan, and upon hearing it, Prince Yu was elated. Wonderful, wonderful. Now I shall no longer be constrained by these sordid matters. Prince Yu exclaimed repeatedly, filled with excitement, and then, gritting his teeth, he added, with money in hand. There is no need for worry. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhu Pingyan returned to the Linhuai Marquise, a radiant smile gracing his face. with 2 50-tael silver notes and 5 taels of small silver pieces tucked away. One 50-tael note was the money Zhu Pingyan had lent to Prince Yu that morning, while the other was a reward from Prince Yu for meritorious service. Gao Gong, Chen Yiqin, Yin Shidan, and others also received varying amounts. The remaining 5 taels of small silver were benefits uniformly distributed by Prince Yu to the members of the royal household. Of course, the rewards were not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that through this event, Zhu Pingyan felt a renewed and heightened sense of his standing in Prince Yu's esteem. Thus, splendid indeed. Chapter 929. But I have a thick skin. The mischievous child and the little lowly, Nyonyo, had almost become regular patrons of the Jingxiang garden, visiting frequently, especially for dinner, never missing a single meal. As Zhu Pingyan returned home from the court, upon entering the Jingxiang garden, he spotted these 2 little short legs. Little lowly Nyonyo was feeding her small white rabbit with a tiny carrot, while the mischievous child held a beautifully crafted leather bag, his head held high, strutting about as if he were the king of the world, walking without a care. Brother-in-law, little lowly Nyonyo exclaimed upon seeing Zhu Pingyan, giggling as she stretched out her arms and ran toward him, her little face flushed with excitement. Zhu Pingyan smiled and bent down to scoop her up, lifting her high. Nyonyo giggled joyfully from atop his head, her sweet, high-pitched laughter echoing far and wide. Humph! Upon witnessing the scene, the mischievous child's cherubic face transformed into a sulky visage, as he turned away with a dismissive flick of his head, emitting a huffy sound through his nose. Having fallen into disarray upon returning, he was not in the best of spirits. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze wafted through, heralding the elegant arrival of Li Shu. Her cherry-red lips slightly parted as she playfully chided. A true fairy, she possessed a captivating beauty, her pearly white teeth and crimson lips, imbued with charm and allure, were endlessly enchanting. Zhu Pingyan, entranced by her beauty, chuckled foolishly and gently set down the little girl, Nyonyo, he had been holding. Look at our young master. Utterly mesmerized by the young lady, giggled a few maidens behind Li Shu, covering their mouths in delight. Li Shu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot a playful eye roll at Zhu Pingyan, before turning her head slightly, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth as she teasingly warned the giggling maidens to mind their words. Speak carelessly, and I shall take heed of your skins. Such cuteness posed no real threat, and the maids, with laughter, pleaded for mercy. Forgive us, miss. We shall never dare again. Their laughter rang out like music. More beautiful than flowers, Li Shu was a sight to behold. Zhu Pingyan, unperturbed by the light-hearted teasing and emboldened by his experiences of modern love displays, was not the least bit shy in the face of their merriment. He even cheekily offered the maidens a morsel of his own affection, declaring, more beautiful than flowers, endlessly captivating. As the adage goes, a woman adorns herself for the sake of those she wishes to please. Undoubtedly, every girl's heart would race at such a compliment, and Li Shu was no exception. Upon hearing Zhu Pingyan's words, her heart raced, her cheeks blooming like a freshly opened red rose in a gentle rain, exuding both shyness and charm, irresistibly beautiful. You rogue, saying such things in front of everyone. Though her heart was sweet as honey, her face remained flushed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Pingyan. Where is the insincerity? It is but the truth, he replied, his eyes narrowing with a radiant smile. All right then, the maidens declare they can forego dinner tonight, as they have been well fed with your compliments. Li Shu shot Zhu Pingyan another reproachful glance, though his smile remained unwavering. Humph, thick-skinned boy. Nyonyo, you should keep your distance from your uncle. The mischievous child, head held high at a 45-degree angle, approached little Nyonyo, adopting an air of exaggerated wisdom as he lectured her. Stay away from me. Nyonyo pouted. The mischievous child felt as though he had suffered 1,000 grievous injuries. Upon returning indoors, Zhu Pingyan noted the peculiar demeanor of the child. What was amiss today? Why was he persistently gazing at the sky at such a peculiar angle? Typically, he would only do so in front of Zhu Pingyan once. But now he walked around with his head held high, nearly tripping over the threshold as he entered the house. What's this? You've tripped, and yet continue to gaze skyward? Zhu Pingyan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Did you twist your neck? At this, Li Shu and the maid, Baozi, and others in the know could not suppress their laughter. Upon hearing Zhu Pingyan's inquiry, the exuberant child was nearly brought to tears, his chubby face tilted at a jaunty angle of 45 degrees in sheer delight. At last, The humble brother-in-law had taken notice and posed a question that the child had been eagerly anticipating since stepping through the door. Ahem, dear brother-in-law. Did you know that I have received countless praises today? With that, the child cleared his throat and, puffing out his small hands, strutted about with an air of grandiosity. His head held even higher. Observing the child's pompous demeanor, Li Shu and the others could hardly contain their amusement. The adorable little girl, Nyo, rolled her eyes at the audacious child, teasing, "Oh, you received all those compliments because of your brother-in-law. What is there to be proud of in front of him?" Zhu Pingyan, intrigued by the child's words, realized that the elevated head was indeed a sign of arrogance. "I'm not lying. Look, these delicacies are fit for the emperor himself, and I earned them fair and square." The child waved the leather pouch in his hand, his chubby face beaming with pride, his chin almost reaching the heavens. "Is that so?" Zhu Pingyan feigned skepticism. "Absolutely." The child, momentarily dropping the lofty pose, nodded vigorously, though soon his head was raised again. "You don't believe me?" Zhu Pingyan shook his head in disbelief. "Try it. You've surely never tasted such delightful pastries." The child, noticing Zhu Pingyan's doubt, eagerly thrust the pouch toward him, desperate to prove his honesty. "Very well, I shall give it a taste," Zhu Pingyan replied, nodding in agreement. He reached into the leather pouch, pinched a pastry, and popped it into his mouth. After a brief moment of chewing, he mused, "This pastry is quite delectable. How is it? Does it taste like the ones in the palace?" The child inquired, his toes barely grazing the ground in anticipation. It vanished in a single bite. "I couldn't quite discern the flavor," Zhu Pingyan admitted, shaking his head. "Then try again." The child raised the pouch once more. "All right, I shall." Zhu Pingyan nodded again and took another pastry. "Well, am I not telling the truth?" the child asked, his head held high. "This sensation is peculiar. I must sample another." Zhu Pingyan remarked as he reached for yet another. The child, utterly convinced, watched intently. After Zhu Pingyan indulged in a fifth pastry, the child glanced into the pouch, counting the remaining delicacies, then observed Zhu Pingyan happily devouring them. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss, and his cheeks puffed up indignantly, glaring at Zhu Pingyan. You're no longer a child. How could you deceive me into eating so many pastries?" "My apologies," Zhu Pingyan nodded, a hint of sheepishness in his demeanor. "Apologies? You still ate so many?" the child exclaimed, his voice rising in protest. "But I have a thick skin," Zhu Pingyan replied with a grin. Zhu Pingyan broke into a radiant smile, revealing 6 pristine teeth. He reached into the mischievous child's leather bag and playfully pinched a snack, exaggerating his chewing to convey a sense of delight. The child, in a fit of irritation, jumped in place, suddenly recalling his earlier remark about his rustic brother-in-law's audacity. He felt a pang of regret for the snack. However, the thought of finally showcasing his prowess before his brother-in-law rejuvenated his spirits, lifting his head at a proud angle of 45 degrees. "Brother-in-law, do you know how impressive I am today?" The child clasped the leather bag tightly, safeguarding the snack, and approached Zhu Pingyan with his chin held high. "I don't know," Zhu Pingyan replied, accepting a handkerchief from the young maid, wiping his mouth while shaking his head. "Humph, it's clear you don't know, so let me enlighten you." The child huffed proudly, his excitement evident as he tilted his chubby face upward, his eyes nearly disappearing in delight. Eager to recount his accomplishments, his heart, brimming with pride, could hardly contain itself. "No, I am not interested," Zhu Pingyan replied, shaking his head once more. Although the child did not comprehend the meaning of no, the phrase "not interested" resonated instantly. "Don't listen. Why are you being so unreasonable?" It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been unexpectedly poured over him while a fire blazed vigorously in the hearth. The child was momentarily dumbfounded. The words of pride stuck in his throat, unable to escape. His once exuberant heart was now stifled. Feeling utterly dejected, the child slowly lifted his round face to look at Zhu Pingyan, embodying a profound sense of disillusionment. "Come on, don't tease him. You have no idea how long Rue has been waiting for you today, just to hear you share your tales. If you don't let him speak, he might be quite upset." Li Shu chuckled, her sparkling eyes glancing at Zhu Pingyan with a playful reproach. All right, Rue, you may speak now. Your brother-in-law's ears are practically yearning to hear," Zhu Pingyan said, smiling at Li Shu, then graciously gesturing to the child with his right hand. "Yearning?" Upon hearing this, Li Shu's cheeks flushed, feeling that Zhu Pingyan's words were particularly cheeky, prompting her to shoot him another playful glare. "Humph, I wasn't waiting to share with him." The child pouted, shaking his chubby face defiantly. "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Pingyan replied with an exaggerated drawl, feigning indifference. "Then let us hear it." The child, alarmed at the prospect of Zhu Pingyan dismissing his story, quickly interjected, his eagerness palpable. Amused by the exchange, those present couldn't help but chuckle. Amidst their laughter, the child animatedly recounted his achievements before Zhu Pingyan, displaying his triumphs in full splendor. Undoubtedly, the presence of Li Shu and the knowledgeable individuals among them is indispensable, otherwise, even the remarkable antics of the mischievous children would likely leave Zhu Pingyan perplexed. This morning, the wife of Duke Wei issued an invitation to the noble ladies of various esteemed houses, including the Duke of the Founding, the Marquis of Linhuai, the Marquis of Dingyuan, and the Marquis of Lingbai, asking them to bring their daughters and young children to the Wei estate for a flower-viewing event. In a feudal society where one seldom stepped beyond the threshold of their home, such gatherings constituted one of the rare social occasions for the ladies of distinguished families. Following the issuance of the invitation, the noble women responded with enthusiasm, promptly arriving at the Wei estate accompanied by their young ladies and children. The Countess of Linhuai, upon receiving the invitation, took with her Li Shu, the third, fourth, and sixth young ladies, along with the mischievous Xi'er, to partake in the flower-viewing festivities. As for the second young lady of the Linhuai household, she remained behind due to her impending marriage, deemed unsuitable for public appearances. The little girl Nyonyo was also left at home, being too young to attend. The rear garden of the Wei estate was a riot of colors, with flowers blooming vibrantly, creating a most delightful spectacle. After exchanging pleasantries, the noble women settled together to gossip and share rumors, thoroughly enjoying their conversation. The betrothed young ladies gathered to admire the flowers, discussing cosmetics and gossiping about their future husbands, their faces flushed with excitement. In contrast, the unbetrothed young ladies felt a bit more reserved, striving to impress the noble women by reciting poetry or showcasing their embroidery skills, as they were the stars of this flower-viewing event, with those present potentially being their future mothers-in-law or matchmakers. On this day, 10 mischievous children attended, their joy unrestrained as they reveled in the company of so many peers. A rare occasion without supervision. They chased butterflies, caught insects, played hide-and-seek, and engaged in playful battles, causing delightful chaos. In no time, the dogs, cats, and flowers of the Wei estate suffered from the exuberance of the children, with the garden nearly dismantled by their spirited antics. To pacify the rowdy children, the Countess of Wei offered chilled fruits, directing their attention to a watermelon cut in half. Presenting them with a challenge, 5 young gentlemen were to share one half of the watermelon, but they could only make 3 cuts. How could they divide it evenly? While the other children pondered the riddle, Xi'er, with a wide grin, eagerly raised his chubby hand and dashed forward, seizing a knife and deftly slicing the watermelon into 5 pieces. Almost as soon as the Countess finished her instructions, the clever child had completed the task, astonishing the noble women and young ladies present with his agility and quickness. The Countess was surprised by his skill, as the youthful Marquis of Linhuai had been known for his intelligence in his youth, and Xi'er clearly surpassed him, proving that a tiger begets no dog. Many had labeled Xi'er as foolish and playful, often inciting the ire of the Marquis of Linhuai, yet it became evident that they had misjudged him. If Xi'er were truly foolish, then all children would be as dense as wood. The lady of the Linhuai Marquis indeed possesses remarkable parenting skills. In an instant, the garden was filled with praises for the mischievous child, Xi'er, greatly satisfying his vanity. The other playful children, who usually competed with Xi'er, were left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend how he had already garnered such acclaim, leaving them dejected and resembling defeated little roosters. Observing this, Xi'er swelled with pride, his head held high from that moment onward. "Oh, foolish Xi'er, what is there to be proud of in front of your brother-in-law? Slicing melons is no different from cutting meat pies. It is merely a skill taught to you by your brother-in-law last time," remarked the little girl Nyonyo, rolling her eyes at the boastful child. "I don't care. Everyone praises me, calling me a child prodigy. I am destined to top the examination in the future," Xi'er exclaimed with an air of arrogance. Chapter 931. Applauding for love in the esteemed residence of the Linhuai Marquis, where sumptuous meals are a daily affair. The pinnacle of culinary delight is none other than the revered Jingxiang Garden, evidenced by the mischievous child's unwavering attendance during mealtimes. Steamed crabs, bird's nest chicken, stir-fried bamboo shoots, and tender deer shanks were all on the dinner table, with a particularly mouth-watering platter of vibrant red crabs that made Xi'er's mouth water. Though the autumn breeze heralds the season for crabs, it is the blue crabs that reach their peak in June, rich and flavorful. Several days prior, the wealthy Li family had captured a batch of blue crabs, appreciating their exquisite taste, and had them kept in seawater, hastily sending 2 large barrels to Li Shu for her enjoyment. This afternoon, these 2 barrels arrived at the Linghuai Marquis's residence. Li Shu distributed 1 barrel to the elderly matriarchs and retained the other for herself. In the evening, Li Shu selected the plumpest crabs and steamed them to perfection. As the feast commenced, Xi'er eagerly indulged, using both hands to devour the delicacies, unable to pause for a moment. Once he finished 1 large crab and reached for a second, just as he was about to grasp it. Another hand swiftly snatched it away. That hand belonged to Zhu Pingyan, who gleefully waved the last crab in front of him. That was my crab. Xi'er cried out in distress, looking up to see Zhu Pingyan grinning brightly. First come, first served, Zhu Pingyan chuckled, holding the crab triumphantly. Ah, fifth sister, look at my brother-in-law. He stole my crab. Xi'er wailed, turning to Li Shu with a pleading gaze for justice. Li Shu cast an amused glance at Zhu Pingyan. Upon witnessing this, Xi'er's chubby face lit up with delight. Fifth sister had scolded the foolish brother-in-law, and he felt assured that she would uphold his cause. However, in the next moment, the cherubic smile of the mischievous child withered. Xi'er, crabs are cooling in nature, and children possess insufficient yang energy. You can only eat 1 at most. Indulging further may upset your stomach. Your brother-in-law is looking out for your best interests, Li Shu gently remarked. Gazing down at the child with a warm and sweet smile, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with affection. Isn't it supposed to be about me receiving justice? Why are you suddenly defending that bumpkin brother-in-law? The child's chubby face appeared bewildered, feeling a profound sense of injustice. You all are in cahoots, he exclaimed, his spirit of fairness igniting as he pointed accusingly at Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu, indignant. How can you, both of you, take advantage of a mere child? One of you is 17, and the other is 16. Combined, how can you bully me like this? The child intended to express how their combined ages made them even more formidable, thus amplifying his plea for fairness. Yet, as he pondered, what is 17 plus 16? He found himself momentarily stumped, resorting to counting on his fingers. However, with only 10 fingers available and a pair of chopsticks in hand, he found himself in quite the predicament. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, the child could not arrive at the answer. The once fervent energy dissipated, and he resignedly slumped back down, his chubby face drooping. Unable to contain her amusement, Li Shu erupted in laughter, and the surrounding maidservants trembled with suppressed giggles. Even the little girl, Nyo, found it too tiresome to roll her eyes at the child. Oh, we are indeed ganging up on you. If we are so dreadful, then perhaps you should refrain from playing with us in the future. Zhu Pingyan teased the child deliberately. Cough, cough, I was merely jesting, and also, you mustn't speak ill of my fifth sister. The child promptly retorted, shaking his head vigorously in denial without a hint of hesitation. Giggling, Xi'er. I assure you I was not trying to frighten you. Eating too many crabs can cause abdominal pain. If you wish, I can steam some for you tomorrow. And you can choose first. Li Shu laughed heartily, soothing the child. Fifth sister is truly wonderful. The child instantly perked up, excitement radiating from his chubby face as he eagerly nodded, then turned to Zhu Pingyan with a sense of pride, declaring, Brother-in-law, did you hear that? Tomorrow, I get to choose the crab first. All right, you may choose first, Zhu Pingyan replied with a smile. But remember, you can only eat 1, while I can indulge in 2. The child's enthusiasm was swiftly tempered. After dinner, Xi'er and little Nyo contemplated resting in the courtyard before heading back. Tonight, let's call it a day. You two should return and rest, Zhu Pingyan gently urged, patting the child as he sent them on their way. Why not let tonight be a time of leisure for us? The mischievous child delights in the cool breezes of the Jingxiang garden, surrounded by snacks, stories, and the comforting presence of Sister Nyo, basking in sheer happiness. However, we have matters to attend to tonight. Zhu Pingyan waved his hand dismissively. What matters? The mischievous child squinted at Zhu Pingyan, clinging stubbornly, determined to uncover the truth. Zhu Pingyan cast a glance at Li Shu, cleared his throat, and solemnly declared, We are to applaud love. You, chubby one, hurry back and do not be a hindrance. What does it mean to applaud love? The child inquired, a cloud of confusion hanging over him. Children should not ponder such matters, Zhu Ping'an retorted. Xi'er, take Xi'er and Nyonyo back. Without further ado, Zhu Ping'an placed the mischievous child Xi'er into Xi'er's hands, instructing her and another girl to escort both the child and little lady Nyonyo home. Coughing slightly, the curious maid Baozi inquired, "What does it mean to applaud love, son-in-law?" The other maids in the room mirrored her confusion, equally perplexed. Li Shu, too, was uncertain of Zhu Ping'an's words regarding applauding love, yet her intuition suggested that it was not something positive. "Oh, it's nothing at all," Zhu Ping'an laughed lightly, brushing it aside. "Applaud love? What does that mean?" Baozi pondered intensely for a while, still shrouded in mystery. Finally, with her tiny hands, she clapped together. But the confusion remained. At that moment, Li Shu, hearing the sound of Baozi's clapping, suddenly grasped the meaning behind Zhu Ping'an's words, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. In their youth, Zhu Ping'an had tricked them into singing that frivolous song about daytime affection and nighttime rendezvous. It wasn't until after her marriage to Zhu Ping'an that she discovered the true meaning during an intense moment of intimacy. "Darling, come here," Li Shu called softly, her face aglow, beckoning Zhu Ping'an with a delicate gesture of her fingers. Enveloped in tenderness, Zhu Ping'an approached, unaware of the impending peril. The next moment, a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered echoed through the air, as Li Shu, with a gentle smile, pinched his arm firmly. Please remember the original domain of this book. Mobile reading link, Chapter 932. If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. A night of peach blossom rain dampened the Wu Ling quilt. At dawn, the pillowcase was once again wet. In the early morning light, the door to the master bedroom was slightly ajar, where the blushing maid Huaker stood, blocking the entrance to prevent Xi'er from entering to assist Li Shu in rising. Xi'er was taken aback, puzzled by Huaker's obstruction, as the young lady had mentioned the previous night her intention to rise early to greet the elder woman. Just then, an indescribable sound emanated from the bedroom, subtle yet piercing. Xi'er gasped, nearly exclaiming, hurriedly covering her mouth with her hand. Her face turned a deep shade of red, as if blood would drip from it, and she looked up at Huaker. The maid Huaker nodded, her face equally flushed. As the sun rose warmly, casting its golden rays, Zhu Ping'an stepped out with a cloth bag slung over his shoulder, his legs trembling slightly as he walked. Xi'er and Huaker, at last, could enter the bedroom to assist Li Shu in rising. Li Shu, with her disheveled hair, resembled a flower nourished by spring rain. Vibrant and alluring, exuding an irresistible charm. "Miss, you are truly beautiful. Your complexion has improved," they exclaimed, their voices chirping like two magpies as they helped her with her morning routine. After leaving, Zhu Ping'an, adhering to his customary practice, sought a secluded spot by the canal to practice calligraphy and read. He carried a sachet of insect repellent, ensuring he would not be disturbed by mosquitoes. Seated on the steps by the river, he devoted half an hour to practicing with his brush, after which he relaxed his wrist and retrieved the Art of War from his bag, delving into its pages with great interest. In these times, with northern invaders and southern pirates wreaking havoc, the Chinese people suffered greatly, enduring relentless torment. Well-versed in history, Zhu Ping'an recognized that the current troubles from the southern pirates were merely the prelude. Next year, they would descend upon the southeastern coast with a ferocity akin to a swarm of locusts, bringing devastation to Jiangnan. Furthermore, an even greater crisis brewed in the distant lands of Baishan and Heishui. The Ming dynasty faced numerous tribulations, and mastering military strategy was essential for preparedness. After approximately half an hour, Zhu Ping'an completed his study of the chapter on military momentum. Noticing the sun's position, he concluded it was time to put away his books, bamboo tube, and brush carefully in his cloth bag, preparing to visit Zhu's for breakfast. Just as he stood to leave, a dark shadow suddenly brushed against his cheek, followed by a splash as a stone, roughly the size of a palm, was tossed into the river at his feet, splattering his clothes with water. "Ha! I thought you were a fool." A mischievous child on the bank laughed heartily at Zhu Ping'an's discomfiture. "What a naughty child." Hearing the boy's gleeful laughter without a hint of remorse, Zhu Ping'an felt exasperated. He glanced down at the tumbling stone, a wave of fear washing over him. Had it struck him, it could have caused severe injury. Such behavior was perilously reckless. Zhu Ping'an raised his head, ready to admonish the mischievous child, but noticed a woman accompanying him. Instead of reprimanding the boy, she embraced him affectionately, inspecting his hands with concern, checking for any cuts from the stone. The boy proudly shook his head, indicating he was unharmed. That's good. The stone is filthy. How can you eat later? The woman, relieved that her charge was unscathed, proceeded to wipe his hands with a handkerchief. In summary, she paid no mind to the boy's dangerous antics, nor did she acknowledge Zhu Pingyan, who had almost been injured. Madam, I kindly ask that you manage your son's reckless behavior regarding stone throwing, Zhu Pingyan called out, raising a hand in the distance, addressing her with a clear and resonant voice. However, before Zhu Pingyan could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by the impatient woman on the shore. Isn't this just a trivial matter? You claim to be a learned individual, yet where is your decorum? The child is still young and naive. At your age, why stoop to bickering with a mere child? How shameless of you. What is the big deal about compensating for a piece of clothing? With someone like you, it's no wonder you'll never succeed in the imperial examinations. The woman, both irritable and domineering, not only interrupted Zhu Pingyan, but also adopted a victim's stance, shielding her unruly child while pointing a finger at Zhu Pingyan, chastising him with vehemence. At that moment, Zhu Pingyan found himself bewildered by her words. What kind of situation was this? In such circumstances, should not a responsible parent intervene and educate their child about the inappropriateness of throwing stones, and then guide the child to apologize? How could the victim be blamed and humiliated instead? Is it not an indication of poor parenting when the child misbehaves? The simple truth remains, if a child is not taught, the fault lies with the parent. Zhu Pingyan was taken aback, inhaling deeply and shaking his head. The youth's immaturity is no excuse. Education must begin from a tender age. Good and evil are choices that shape one's fate. If the proper lessons are not imparted in childhood, how can one expect the outcome to differ in adulthood? Before he could continue, the woman rudely interrupted him again, exclaiming, "Did I not say my child is young and does not understand? Why are you shouting? You've frightened my son. Can you bear the consequences?" The woman, still discontented, threw out a derisive remark. "What calamity? You should mind your words. My son's very hair is worth more than you." He had encountered someone unreasonable. If the child is naive, does that not also reflect the parent's lack of understanding? To be fair, while I can forgive the child's ignorance, I cannot overlook the parent's lack of decorum. Zhu Pingyan felt a surge of anger. A tiger does not reveal its claws. And you think I am a mere sickly cat? Who lacks upbringing here? Do you even know who my son's father is? The woman spat towards Zhu Pingyan and, hands on her hips, shouted at him with a fury that far surpassed his own. Have I stumbled upon an ancient version of a tyrannical official? Zhu Pingyan could not help but chuckle at her audacity. Who is your son's father? Shouldn't that be a question for you? The woman paused for a moment, then, enraged and embarrassed, spat again. How dare you mock me? Do you have the audacity to insult me? Believe it or not, a word from my husband could have you lose your head. I do not believe it. Zhu Pingyan waved his sleeve dismissively, shaking his head. Do not believe it? Just wait. My husband is on his way to fetch us both to the capital for a life of luxury, and he will arrive shortly. Let us see how long you can maintain your bravado. The woman pointed aggressively at Zhu Pingyan, issuing her threats. Just wait and see how my father deals with you. The woman cradled her unruly child, whose mischievous antics seemed to echo her own demeanor. She affectionately ruffled the child's hair, clearly taking pride in the resemblance. While casting a haughty glare at Zhu Pingyan, he shook his head in silent disapproval. In the formative years of childhood, education plays a pivotal role. It is a time when character and integrity are most easily molded, yet also misled. Such a parent is indeed a source of sorrow and lamentation. As the woman spoke, a martial officer clad in the attire of 1,000 households approached her and the child with purpose. The officer, robust and imposing, bore a sword at his side and was accompanied by a contingent of soldiers. Upon seeing him, the woman primped her hair with feigned grace and sashayed toward him, whereupon she playfully struck his chest with her delicate fists, exclaiming, "Oh, you heartless one! We, a mother and child, have languished in the countryside for so long, enduring countless hardships. After finally being brought to the capital, we are still subjected to bullying. It's about time you showed up. Had you delayed any longer, we might have been trampled upon." Witnessing the woman's theatrical display, the soldiers behind the officer turned away, unable to bear the sight. What on earth happened? The officer, displaying impatience, pushed the woman aside to inquire. So now you despise me, do you, Mr. Gao? You never cared when we were starving. Why did you not bring us to the capital all these years? Are you perhaps keeping a little vixen on the side? The woman, incensed by the officer's dismissal, spat at him, and began to strike him with her hands. The child, arms crossed, watched with keen interest, displaying no signs of fear or anxiety. Enough. What nonsense is this? You speak without decorum, akin to a shrew. The officer shoved her aside in frustration. Decorum? Mr. Gao? Is this the time to lecture me on propriety? You never hesitated to climb through my window and share my bed. Now you dare speak of decorum? Have you no shame? The woman pushed against his shoulders, unabashedly revealing his past indiscretions. With their secrets laid bare, the officer appeared visibly uncomfortable. One of the soldiers behind him, unable to contain himself, let out a chuckle, which soon echoed among his comrades. Let us see who dares to laugh. The officer glared, silencing the mirthful soldiers. How many times have I warned you not to bring your rural antics to the city? It's utterly disgraceful. Look around at the women here. They do not flaunt themselves, let alone speak so openly. If you cannot change, leave the child here and return to the countryside. The officer's expression hardened as he addressed the woman coldly. How dare you send me back to the countryside? Mr. Gao, tell me, are you keeping a little vixen here? The woman's voice rose, nearly reaching a fever pitch. As the crowd gradually gathered, it was evident that if not for the military officer's uniform and the soldiers behind him, there would have been even more onlookers. Upon noticing the attention, the officer grew increasingly impatient with the woman, exclaiming, "What a little vixen! Mind your words. What does it matter if men take multiple wives? Am I to live my life solely for you? Is that what defines a man? Besides, in your absence, should I remain celibate? Oh, you, with the surname Gao. You truly found one. My heavens, I can hardly endure this life. I might as well be dead." The woman, wailing and lamenting, threw her head against the officer's chest, akin to a bell tolling. Enough. We shall discuss this at home. But tell me, what transpired just now? The officer said, adjusting her shoulders with a frown of annoyance. You dare. We will settle this later. That little vixen of yours, I will surely tear her apart. The woman retorted angrily. We will discuss this behind closed doors. What happened just now? The officer demanded, his temper flaring. Humph. If you hadn't asked, I might have forgotten. Just now, my child and I were nearly bullied to death by that impoverished scholar by the river. Our son was merely playing and tossed a stone his way, which didn't hit him but splashed a bit of water on his clothes. Yet, he, a grown man, would not let it go, insisting I discipline my son. He even claimed that children are excusable for their ignorance. But what of parental upbringing? When I asked if he knew who my son's father is, he mocked me, saying that if I had arrived a moment later, I wouldn't have known how he would bully us. The woman pointed furiously at Zhu Pingyan below, her face a mask of indignation. Father, you must deal with him. Mother said with a single word, you could have him lose his head. But he does not believe it. The unruly child echoed her sentiments with loud cries. Indeed, the villain is the first to complain. Zhu Pingyan, who had been watching the drama unfold, could only roll his eyes. He had anticipated this scene long before. The surrounding spectators exchanged glances, questioning the fairness of the situation. Your child threw a stone, and the man neither struck nor scolded. He merely asked you to discipline your child. What is wrong with that? The officer scrutinized Zhu Pingyan closely, noting that his attire was neither extravagant nor opulent, and he carried a cloth bag that suggested he did not belong to a wealthy family. This assured the officer of his suspicions. This individual appears suspicious, and I suspect him to be an accomplice of the thief from last night. He must have stolen goods in that bag. You men, seize him and take him to the Shuntian Prefecture jail, where he will be detained alongside the thief from last night. I shall interrogate him thoroughly later. Having determined that the scholar was not of noble lineage, the officer felt no hesitation, and with a wave of his hand, branded Zhu Pingyan as an accomplice of the thief, ordering the soldiers to bind him and confine him to the Shuntian jail. At least you have some sense, the woman said, pointing a finger at the officer's chest, clearly pleased with his actions. The unruly child crossed his arms, looking down at Zhu Pingyan with a smug smile. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, shaking their heads and sighing, murmuring among themselves, while simultaneously extending deep sympathy towards Zhu Pingyan. By order of the West City Military Command, all idle spectators must depart immediately or be treated as accomplices to the criminals. A squad of soldiers responded promptly, first dispersing the crowd, then forming a barrier, advancing menacingly towards Zhu Pingyan with sinister smiles. The art of framing and abusing power has been mastered here, clearly a tactic employed frequently. Zhu Pingyan tugged at the corners of his mouth, standing calmly in place, leisurely observing the soldiers approaching with malicious intent. Oh, they just mentioned the West City Military Command. How intriguing. It appears I have some connection with them. If memory serves, Zhao Dang was the commander there, wasn't he? Judging by the military officer's attire, he holds a 6th-rank position. Indeed, he must be the successor to Zhao Dang. By this logic, I am also considered a benefactor to the newly appointed commander of the West City Military Command. TSK. Is this how they treat their benefactor? Under the bright sun, with all eyes upon him, a squad of soldiers spread out and advanced towards Zhu Pingyan from 3 directions, left, right, and front. If Zhu Pingyan were to flee, his only escape would be to leap into the river behind him. However, that option too was futile, as that river lay at the base of the city wall, with the wall itself looming across the water. Ah, clever lad, aren't you? Yes, just stand there obediently. Don't bring misfortune upon yourself, the leading sergeant sneered. Believing Zhu Pingyan was rendered speechless by terror. Such scholars only know how to talk. When faced with reality, they cower like frightened dogs. The other 4 soldiers chuckled derisively. Soon, they closed in within 3 meters of Zhu Pingyan. As the sergeant approached, he reached behind his waist, retrieving a rope he carried, ready to bind Zhu Pingyan tightly. Halt! At that moment, as the sergeant was about to act, Zhu Pingyan smiled gently and raised his right hand in a gesture of pause, calling out, "Stop." Zhu Pingyan's calm demeanor, coupled with the sudden command, instinctively caused the sergeant and his men to halt their actions. Oh, now you know fear? Want to beg for mercy? Why didn't you shout earlier, you impoverished scholar? Let me tell you, it's too late. The woman observing, thinking Zhu Pingyan had succumbed to fear, felt a surge of satisfaction, but had no intention of letting him off the hook. She looked down at him with a mocking sneer. Zhu Pingyan cast a glance at her and simply replied with a dismissive heh. Turning his attention to the military officer beside her, he gestured respectfully and inquired aloud. "Esteemed sir, you just accused me of being an accomplice to theft. Might I inquire if you possess any evidence?" "Evidence? I am the evidence myself. After years of service, I have developed an eye keen enough to see through any deceit. You, with your peculiar attire and mysterious demeanor, I can discern the unmistakable air of a thief about you, akin to the burglar from last night." Upon hearing Zhu Pingyan's inquiry, the military officer let out a derisive laugh, pointing to his own eyes with a sense of pride. He replied, "Ha, I comprehend your intentions, my lord. In other words, you possess no evidence to substantiate your claim that I am a thief. It is merely your suspicion, is it not? On the basis of this intuition, you dare to have me apprehended and brought before the Shuntian prefecture? Truly, you wield your authority with great bravado." Zhu Pingyan chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. How absurd. Such governance would surely lead to national calamity and public suffering. As long as such officials remain, the common people shall endure their torment day after day. Impudent. What a sharp-tongued little rogue you are. My experience in law enforcement is beyond your comprehension. The officer glared fiercely at Zhu Pingyan, chastising him loudly. He then gestured angrily at Sergeant Wu and his comrades, admonishing, "What are you waiting for? Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Hurry and bind this little thief." In the hierarchy of power, the strong prey upon the weak, and after receiving the officer's reprimand, Sergeant Wu and the others prepared to unleash their frustrations upon Zhu Pingyan. "At your command." "Heh, little thief, dare to retort against our general, and you shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." They sneered at Zhu Pingyan, resembling hawks preparing to capture their prey. "Stop." As Zhu Pingyan saw the soldiers approaching with ropes, he called out once more, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. Having served as an official for several months, with experience in the Hanlin Academy, the Wui Hall, and the Prince U.S. residence, he had attained a respectable rank. Surely, he had cultivated an aura of authority befitting his station. His gaze should have exuded pressure and intimidation, rendering Sergeant Wu and his men speechless upon meeting his eyes. "Enough of your delusions," came Wu's scornful retort, followed swiftly by the tightening of the ropes around Zhu Pingyan. It seemed the sergeant was retaliating for the slow response that had earned them an earful from the officer. Damn it! Zhu Pingyan realized that he was utterly powerless against Wu and his men, who bound him tightly and then shoved him ashore like a captured chick. Watching Zhu Pingyan being restrained, the women on the bank rejoiced as if they were selling pigs in the countryside, circling him twice in satisfaction, declaring, "Now this is the proper demeanor of an official's wife. In the countryside, no one would dare to challenge me. Who do you think you are? The mischievous child." Seeing Zhu Pingyan bound, was even more pleased than the women, making several faces at him. I advise you, my lord, to discipline this young master while he is still impressionable. He can still be taught. Zhu Ping'an cast a dismissive glance at the mischievous child, then turned his attention to him, earnestly advising, "Be silent. My son is perfectly fine. There is no need for a penniless scholar like you to meddle." The woman's anger flared immediately, protectively pulling the child close and casting a fierce glare at Zhu Ping'an. Sigh, repeated reminders yield no results. So I shall leave it at that. I am not a deity, unable to save all. Zhu Ping'an ceased to concern himself with the mischief of unruly children and shifted his focus to the military officer. He intended to clasp his hands in greeting, yet his hands were bound. He could only smile faintly and say, according to the Great Ming Code, in cases of theft, the accused must be identified by the owner at the scene, and if the evidence is not present, conviction requires material proof. Sir, you possess neither witnesses nor physical evidence. To hastily detain me under such circumstances would surely contravene the Great Ming law, and such actions may be seen as a misuse of public authority. Do you assume that having read a few books grants you the right to instruct me on handling cases? Huh, truly naive. Search me. The military officer, upon hearing these words, let out a cold sneer and instructed the soldiers to search Zhu Ping'an. The soldiers promptly approached and conducted a thorough search of Zhu Ping'an, discovering a bamboo tube, a brush, several books, and 5 taels of broken silver from his belongings. Beyond these, there were no other items. The 2 50-tael silver notes had already been given to Li Shu the previous day, had they been found. It would have certainly startled the soldiers to discover that a common person could carry 100 taels of silver. Now, observing the scholar's belongings, a brush, books, and the 5 taels of silver, the military officer and his soldiers regarded Zhu Ping'an with disdain. 5 taels of silver was merely equivalent to around 3,000 modern currency units. In the presence of the emperor, carrying 3,000 in one's pocket is considered meager. Huh, did you not just proclaim the capture of a thief with stolen goods? Now we have both the person and the loot. The military officer laughed heartily as he looked at Zhu Ping'an, kicking the brush, books, and silver with a flourish, declaring, "These are indeed the spoils. Take him away. I shall see if you remain so defiant in the dungeons of Shuntian Prefecture." With a cold smile, he patted Zhu Ping'an on the shoulder and ordered the soldiers to escort him to the prison. Remember the original domain name of this book. Chapter 935, An Ominous Premonition, sir. If I were a man of high rank and influence, would you still handle the case in this manner? As he was pushed forward by the soldiers, Zhu Ping'an calmly turned to the high-ranking military officer, the corners of his lips curling slightly as he inquired, "A man of high rank? You?" The officer, upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's question, disdainfully surveyed him from head to toe, laughing derisively. "You? A mere youth. Early in the morning by the river studying. Undoubtedly just a poor scholar struggling for the imperial examination. How could you be a man of high rank? Furthermore, your attire is utterly unadorned, lacking any semblance of nobility, and you carry a mere 5 taels of silver. I wager that is all your wealth. How can a nobleman be so impoverished?" After his derisive laughter, the officer assumed a righteous demeanor, proclaiming with fervor, as the saying goes, "Even the emperor is subject to the law, let alone commoners, much less the nobility." The official handling the case is indeed impartial and unyielding, treating both the esteemed and the common equally, adhering to a singular standard without deviation, and certainly not swayed by personal interests. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an smirked slightly, letting out a chuckle. How lofty is this declaration? Let us hope that upon arriving at Shuntian Prefecture, your resolve remains unshaken. Alas, another unfortunate soul. Truly, it seems that corrupt officials reign supreme. Just days ago, Manager Liu was extorted by this officer Gao for over 10 taels of silver. One can only wonder how much this youth will be coerced into surrendering. If it were merely a matter of silver, it would be manageable. But one fears the possibility of personal vendettas from Officer Gao. The delicate scholar may not withstand the harsh treatment. The onlookers, witnessing Zhu Ping'an being escorted away by the military officials, could not help but sigh in sympathy. The escorting officers led Zhu Ping'an along the eastern road to the Shuntian Prefecture, deliberately avoiding Zhu's fast food establishment. Otherwise, their journey would not have proceeded so smoothly. Oh, this lad seems quite astute. My anxiety was for naught. Just moments ago, while passing through the marketplace, I worried he might seize an opportunity to flee. As the Shuntian Prefecture came into view, One soldier in the escort breathed a sigh of relief and remarked with a grin. Scholars are utterly useless, another soldier chimed in, casting a glance at Zhu Ping'an and mockingly laughing. The group joined in laughter. What are you all laughing at? Focus, you lot, commanded the Gao official sharply. Understood. The soldiers replied cheerfully, well aware of their superior's temperament. A reprimand from him indicated a favorable mood. Soon, they arrived at the Shuntian prefecture. Xi'er hastened to find Captain Zhang Shun and expedite the processing of this criminal's incarceration. I have personal matters to attend to. Upon arrival, the Gao officer instructed a subordinate named Xi'er to seek Captain Zhang Shun at the prefecture to facilitate the arrest paperwork. Eager to confine Zhu Ping'an to prison so he could return home to settle matters with his wife and son from the countryside. The Western City Patrol is responsible for the oversight of the capital's Western District, managing the apprehension of thieves, the maintenance of streets and drainage, as well as fire control and other duties. Coordination with the Shuntian prefecture is essential due to overlapping jurisdictions concerning the capture of criminals. Furthermore, the Western City and other patrols do not possess dedicated prisons. Those they capture are typically incarcerated within the Shuntian prefecture's jail. Thus, it is imperative to complete the necessary paperwork at the prefecture before placing someone in their custody. Otherwise, the prefecture would be bewildered by the unexpected influx of prisoners. Rest assured, I have dealt with Captain Zhang before. I shall fetch him at once, Xi'er confidently declared, patting his chest before entering the Shuntian prefecture to find Captain Zhang. The high-ranking military officer, bearing the surname Gao, instructed a subordinate to seek out Captain Zhang Shun at the Shuntian prefecture to facilitate the incarceration procedures. A smirk involuntarily formed at the corner of Zhu Ping'an's mouth. Zhang Shun, huh? It was thanks to him that the last case involving Zhao Dang was resolved. Upon hearing the news of his impending imprisonment, this lad must be utterly terrified, no? A soldier tasked with overseeing Zhu Ping'an noticed the smirk and, mistaking it for shock, couldn't help but let out a derisive snicker. Gao cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Ping'an, dismissing him entirely. After all, once a person is confined to prison, what further mischief could unfold? Inside the cell, it would be entirely up to him. The instruments of torture were no trifling matter. One could hardly expect a frail scholar, let alone a robust man, to stand upright in the face of them. Soon enough, Xi'er arrived, escorting Zhang Shun from the Shuntian prefecture. Ah, Captain Zhang, I come to intrude upon your esteemed jurisdiction once more, Gao said, stepping forward with a friendly smile as he approached Zhang Shun. Your Excellency is too kind. This humble officer pays his respects to you, Zhang Shun replied, performing a formal salute before inquiring, might I ask, what brings you here today? Dressed in official robes and towering in stature, Gao advanced 2 steps, effectively blocking Zhu Ping'an from Zhang Shun's view. Oh, it is regarding the theft that occurred at the marketplace yesterday afternoon. I apprehended the thief last night and confined him to your esteemed jail. But it seems one unfortunate soul slipped through my grasp. However, as the heavens are vast, no wrongdoing goes unpunished. This morning, under my relentless pursuit, I managed to capture the rogue once more. Hence, I have come to request your assistance in formalizing the imprisonment so that I may place this thief alongside the one from last night, Gao explained with a subtle smile, gesturing towards Zhu Ping'an as he concluded. Oh, I see, Zhang Shun replied, nodding in understanding, only to follow Gao's hand and discover Zhu Ping'an tightly bound. In an instant, he was rendered speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. What in the world was happening? What is the meaning of this? Gao furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling vibe. Could it be that this impoverished scholar was somehow related to Zhang Shun? If that were the case, perhaps he could let the young man off with a warning, though it would be necessary for him to face some consequence to preserve his own dignity. Zhu Daren, what has happened to you? Zhang Shun gasped, rushing to Zhu Ping'an's side, his hands instinctively reaching for the ropes binding him. Zhu Daren. Gao's heart sank at the revelation. A chill of ominous foreboding racing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Chapter 936. Another performance. The exclamation from Zhang Shun, addressing Zhu Daren, resonated like a thunderclap above the heads of all present. What? Zhu Daren. This impoverished scholar is actually an official. The previously imposing Sergeant Wu, who had been escorting Zhu Ping'an, turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. He swallowed hard 3 times, hesitantly raising his head to gaze at Zhang Shun, forcing a smile while his voice quivered with disbelief as he inquired, Captain Zhang, you cannot be serious, can you? Wu clung to a minuscule shred of hope. The harshness of this revelation was unbearable for him, and he was reluctant to accept it, desperately seeking a way to salvage the situation. The other 4 soldiers mirrored his sentiments, trembling as if grasping for a final lifeline. Their eyes filled with expectation as they looked to Zhang Shun for reassurance. "Do I appear to be jesting?" Zhang Shun's face darkened, and he shot them a scathing glance, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he coldly retorted, before turning his attention back to unbinding Zhu Ping'an. "Joking? I believe it is you who jest with me. How could a dignified 5th-rank court official be mistaken for a mere thief?" Zhang Shun could scarcely fathom that they had deemed Zhu Ping'an an accomplice to thievery. He had long heard rumors of this newly appointed commander of the Xi'er military division, who fancied himself above the law due to presumed connections. But never had he imagined such reckless disregard for justice. As his words sank in, Wu and the others felt their last vestiges of hope evaporate. Their spirits crushed as they collapsed to the ground. They had unwittingly accused a court official of colluding with thieves and had even brought him to the Shuntian prefectural prison in such a disrespectful manner. Was this not akin to inviting disaster upon themselves? The realization struck them with chilling clarity, their faces drained of color. Sweat trickled down their backs as they pressed their foreheads to the ground, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "We were blind to the greatness of the Lord, and for that, we deserve death. Please, sir, forgive our transgressions." Not far away, a woman watching the unfolding drama was equally taken aback. Used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong in her rural life, she could hardly believe that the impoverished scholar by the river was, in fact, an official. Upon discovering the truth, she instinctively took a few steps back, her complexion paling and her heart racing, realizing she might have embroiled herself in grave trouble. The woman could only hope that the scholar's official status was not as elevated as that of the higher-ups, allowing him to quell the matter with his authority. Why had he not yet been imprisoned? A nearby, unruly child, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, pouted in dissatisfaction. Noticing that Zhu Ping'an had not yet been taken away, "Shoo!" The woman quickly pulled the child into her embrace, covering his mouth. "Why are you covering my mouth?" The child struggled, kicking at the woman in protest, his face contorted in displeasure. "Little ancestor, keep your voice down," she implored, coaxing him to quiet down. Returning to the center of attention, Zhang Shun remarked with a hint of irony, "Ah, Captain Zhang, it has been a long time." Zhu Ping'an greeted Zhang Shun with a smile, then deftly sidestepped Zhang's hand and earnestly remarked, "No, Captain Zhang, I would prefer it if you refrained from unbinding me. I do not wish to implicate you as an accomplice." "Sir Zhu, you jest. How could you possibly be a thief?" Captain Zhang fervently shook his head. "Alas, I wish I were jesting, but regrettably, I have been apprehended red-handed by the formidable Officer Gao. Do you see the satchel on Lu Wucheng? Inside, there are a brush holder, writing brushes, books, and 5 taels of silver, all stolen goods. What? Do you doubt my words? If so, you may inquire with Officer Gao." "Is that not so, Officer Gao?" Zhu Ping'an curled his lips into a sly grin, advancing towards the tall officer and flashing a radiant smile, his white teeth glimmering in the sunlight. "Ahem, there may be some misunderstanding here." Officer Gao's countenance shifted dramatically before he coughed lightly and attempted to dismiss the matter nonchalantly. "Misunderstanding?" Zhu Ping'an laughed upon hearing this. "But wait, Officer Gao, you previously asserted with unwavering conviction that I was caught red-handed. How now does it transform into a misunderstanding?" "Haha, I am merely the commanding officer of the Xi'er military command. Might I inquire where your esteemed position lies, my lord?" Officer Gao refrained from addressing Zhu Ping'an's inquiry and instead declared his rank, hoping to quell the situation through his authority. In Officer Gao's perspective, Zhu Ping'an, though young, must be a novice in the bureaucratic realm. Surely he could not outrank someone of his own official standing? The hierarchy of the court was paramount, and with a superior rank, he believed he could dismiss Zhu Ping'an's claims at will. If necessary, he could compensate Zhu later. Several taels of silver would not be beyond his means. "Officer Gao, this is Zhu Ping'an, a distinguished gentleman, albeit youthful, who has already attained the position of a 5th-rank scholar at the Prince U.S. court." Before Zhu Ping'an could respond, Captain Zhang had already introduced him. "What?" Officer Gao was taken aback, his heart racing as his complexion drained of color. His first shock stemmed from the realization that Zhu Ping'an outranked him, holding the esteemed title of scholar at the Prince U.S. court. The second shock came from the name Zhu Ping'an itself, which sent a wave of astonishment through him far greater than the revelation of his official rank. Officer Gao was acutely aware of Zhu Pingyan's notoriety. Recently appointed as the commander of the Xiqing military command, his ascent to power was only made possible by the beheading of his predecessor, Zhao Dang. The position had opened up, granting him the opportunity to leverage connections to secure his appointment. Zhao Dang had met his grim fate due to Zhu Pingyan's impeachment. And it did not end there. Not long ago, countless individuals had lost their lives or faced exile due to Zhu's inquiries into the Taizong. Even the esteemed Lord Yan Shifan had been penalized financially due to Zhu's interventions. Could he possibly remain indifferent to the name Zhu Pingyan? Had he been aware in advance that the individual before him was none other than Zhu Pingyan, he would have undoubtedly delivered a kick to his son and a sharp slap to his wife, then promptly apologized and departed. Such unclean beings, when confronted with a person of Zhu Pingyan's stature, would not dare provoke him, let alone engage. It turns out to be Lord Zhu Pingyan. I, Galbuotai, have long revered your esteemed name. How amusing. What a misunderstanding today has brought forth. Truly, it is as if the flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple, and can no longer recognize one another. The demeanor of the military official Galbuotai shifted dramatically, his face adorned with a smile. Galbuotai? Zhu Pingyan paused slightly at the mention of the name. You are Galbuotai? Indeed, it is I, Galbuotai. Has Lord Zhu heard of me? How fortunate I am. Galbuotai's face lit up with joy. Yes, I have indeed heard of you. Your name resonates like thunder. Zhu Pingyan regarded Galbuotai with a smile that radiated warmth. I have indeed heard of you, in the annals of history. However, your role, Galbuotai, is merely that of a supporting character, only mentioned in passing. Zhu Pingyan recalled distinctly because he had once composed a paper on land annexation during the Ming dynasty, which involved the practice of military farming. He had specifically consulted historical records of that era, and Galbuotai's name appeared in the footnotes of his paper. Historical records indicate that after the mid-Ming period, military officials frequently encroached upon military farms. On the 13th day of the first month in the 34th year of the Jiajing era, Chen Ru, the left vice minister of justice, was tasked with investigating the military farms of Xiandun and Datong, discovering that over 4,000 acres had been usurped. With Galbuotai's name among the most notorious offenders, Chen Ru reported, I request that all encroached military farms be duly investigated, and those officials who have embezzled border supplies and employed forced labor should be prosecuted. The Jiajing emperor approved the request. That same year, Galbuotai and other military officials who had seized military farms were imprisoned. Zhu Pingyan gazed at Galbuotai, his smile radiant. It seemed he would need to draft another memorial. Galbuotai felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart upon raising his head to meet Zhu Pingyan's beaming countenance. He was suddenly struck by an unsettling chill. As the sun climbed high in the sky, illuminating the world with its brilliance, the entire capital was bathed in radiant sunlight, dispelling all shadows. More than half an hour had elapsed since Zhu Pingyan was escorted by Galbuotai and others to the Shuntian prefecture. After an extensive exchange of sharp words, both parties retreated to their respective camps. On the main thoroughfare before the Shuntian prefecture, Zhu Pingyan and Galbuotai stood opposite each other, each harboring their own thoughts, yet outwardly maintaining a facade of cordiality. Alas, today has been a misunderstanding. It is entirely my fault for not managing my subordinates properly, leading to the unfortunate circumstances that have caused Lord Zhu distress. I am deeply remorseful and assure you that upon returning to the office, I shall severely reprimand these unreliable knaves. As for my rebellious son, he too shall receive a thorough lesson when I return home. Of course, I acknowledge that my laxity in governance and parenting cannot absolve me of responsibility. I implore Lord Zhu to grant me an opportunity. In the future, I would be honored to host a banquet to express my contrition, and I humbly request your presence. Before parting, Galbuotai clasped his hands and spoke earnestly, though his words still bore an air of evasion. No need for wine. Zhu Pingyan replied with a slight tug at the corners of his mouth, gesturing dismissively as he turned to leave, his heart heavy with unexpressed resentment and yet powerless. As he watched Zhu Pingyan depart, Galbuotai exhaled deeply, recalling the conflicted expression of discontent mixed with helplessness that had crossed Zhu Pingyan's face. A self-satisfied smile gradually emerged on Galbuotai's seemingly sincere countenance. He understood that he had been at a disadvantage during their recent verbal sparring, in a precarious position. However, his deliberate emphasis on his connection with Yan Shifan had instilled a sense of trepidation in Zhu Pingyan, leaving him resentful yet unable to act. Gao Buotai's relationship with Yin Shifan was far from ordinary. It was a close familial bond. His aunt had entered the Yin household last year and became a concubine, which had little impact until fortune smiled upon them. Last month, when his aunt was discovered to be pregnant, she had been officially recognized as a concubine, a turn of events that had enabled him to fill the vacancy at the Western City Military Commission. Gao Buotai believed that his insistence on this relationship had been the source of Zhu Ping'an's hidden frustration and resignation. Oh, having connections in the court makes one's career easier. No matter how much higher Zhu Ping'an's rank, he was powerless against him. On his way home, Gao Buotai couldn't help but repeatedly express gratitude for his association with Yin Shifan. Otherwise, Zhu Ping'an would pose a significant threat. Reflecting on Zhu Ping'an, Gao Buotai felt a lingering trepidation and glanced back at Zhu Ping'an's departing figure. Zhu Ping'an's steps appeared hurried, exuding an air of disarray. Observing Zhu Ping'an's hurried and flustered retreat, Gao Buotai fancied he could see the face of someone both dissatisfied and helpless. Thus, the remnants of his unease dissipated, and a smile of relief blossomed on his face. It's good to find shade beneath a great tree. Having connections in the court makes governance easier. In Gao Buotai's eyes, Zhu Ping'an's rapid and seemingly disordered departure was swift, but certainly not hasty, nor was it truly flustered. Why? Because Zhu Ping'an was eager to return and draft an imperial edict. For officials like Gao Buotai, each day they remained in power represented an additional risk for the common people. In his haste to draft the edict at the Linhuai Marquisate, Zhu Ping'an skipped visiting the Zhu family and instead purchased 2 buns along the way, eating as he walked. While he could have bought paper at a bookshop and composed the edict on site, Zhu Ping'an opted for the safety and privacy of the Marquisate since it was not far from the Shuntian prefectural office. Upon returning to the Linhuai Marquisate, Zhu Ping'an refrained from alarming Li Shu with details of the day's events. Instead, he engaged in light-hearted banter with her, maintaining a facade of normalcy before retreating to his study amid her playful protests. Once inside, Zhu Ping'an folded a sheet of rice paper into the format of an edict and inscribed the character Zhao in a formal script on the first page. On the second page, he carefully wrote his official title and name, then set down the brush, lost in thought. Although time was of the essence, the content of the memorial was of utmost importance and could not be treated with haste. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Ping'an resumed his writing, intending to draw inspiration from the renowned satirist Ouyang Yijing of the Ming dynasty, while also incorporating elements from the memorial that Shenru, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, would draft 3 years hence regarding the agricultural policies in Xianzhou and Datong. The forthcoming battle of wits against the then Prime Minister Gao Gong was to be the crowning glory of the future foremost satirist of the Ming. Ouyang's memorial, which enumerated Gao Gong's nefarious deeds, was particularly striking for its comparison of Gao Gong to the infamous traitor Cai Jing, asserting that Gao Gong surpassed Cai Jing in villainy. This bold proclamation incited an uproar throughout the court. Upon the release of this memorial, its devastating impact was such that even Gao Gong could not withstand it and, sensing the shifting tides, voluntarily resigned to retire in peace. The potency of the satirist's prose is indeed palpable. In his memorial, Zhu Ping'an referenced Ouyang Yijing's scathing critique of Gao Gong and escalated it further. He juxtaposed the actions of Gao Buotai, who falsely accused him of theft, with the historical treachery of Zhao Gao, who infamously misrepresented a deer as a horse, and the baseless actions of the traitor Qin Hui during the Southern Song. Zhu asserted that Gao Buotai's slanderous accusations were not only comparable, but exceeded the treachery of both Zhao and Qin. While seated within the royal court, calamities descend from the heavens. In a world where justice is transparent and without evidence, Gao Buotai audaciously fabricates accusations against a superior. If such is the treatment of officials, what hope is there for the common folk? Thus, having completed the first half of the memorial, Zhu Ping'an seamlessly transitioned to the second half, emphasizing the plight of the common people. Using this as a pretext, Zhu revealed Gao Buotai's encroachment on agricultural lands, taking inspiration from the future memorial by Shenru, and embellishing his narrative with Ouyang Yijing's eloquent style. Upon finishing the memorial, Zhu Ping'an inscribed a respectful request for approval, detailing the date, his name, official title, and affixed his official seal. After completing the task, he gently blew on the ink to hasten its drying, then tucked the memorial into his robe and stepped outside. Li Shu was not in the courtyard, and Zhu Ping'an learned from Xi'er that the eldest daughter of the Duke of Linhuai had suffered grievances at her maternal home and had come to the duke's residence in a fit of pique. Consequently, Li Shu and her sisters had been summoned by the matriarch to provide her with solace. Matters within the inner residence were beyond his purview. Zhu Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement and informed Xi'er that he would be heading to Zhu's establishment, asking her to convey his message to Li Shu upon her return, and also to refrain from preparing his lunch that day. With that, Zhu Ping'an exited Jingxiang Garden, headed to the stables to retrieve his black horse, and rode out of the residence, determined to deliver the memorial. Chapter 938. The commission of the Prince of Yu upon arriving at the Tongshengsi. He registered and successfully submitted the memorial. After exiting, Zhu Ping'an intended to visit Zhu's establishment, as he had scarcely been there since its opening, feeling quite remiss in his duties as a proprietor. Thus, he mounted his horse and set off in that direction. However, fate intervened, and he was intercepted by Steward Liu from the Prince of Yu's residence before he could reach his destination. Upon encountering Zhu Ping'an, the esteemed Master Liu, along with his assistant, was unable to conceal his delight and called out to Zhu Ping'an with exuberance, approaching him to pay his respects. "Ah, it is Master Liu," Zhu Ping'an remarked. "Pray tell, what guidance do you offer?" Initially, Zhu Ping'an had not noticed Master Liu until the latter called out several times. Once Zhu Ping'an acknowledged his presence, he dismounted his steed with a smile and greeted him warmly. "Haha, Master Zhu, you jest. I would not presume to instruct you." Master Liu responded with a chuckle, shaking his head in a gesture of humility. "I have come at the behest of His Highness, Prince Yu, to seek an audience with you. It is quite serendipitous to encounter you here." "Oh, what instructions does His Highness have?" Zhu Ping'an inquired, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Please, this way," Master Liu said, exercising caution. He refrained from discussing matters in the bustling thoroughfare and led Zhu Ping'an to a secluded corner. After surveying their surroundings to ensure privacy, he leaned in closer to Zhu Ping'an and began to relay the details in hushed tones. A few moments later, Zhu Ping'an learned from Master Liu the purpose of Prince Yu's summons. The events traced back to the previous day when he and Lord Chen had delivered gifts to Yin Shifan. During that visit, Yin Shifan posed a rather pointed question to both Zhu Ping'an and Lord Chen, inquiring whether it was true that Prince Yu harbored grievances against him and his father, Yin Song. He requested that they elucidate any missteps that he and his father might rectify. Though Zhu Ping'an and Lord Chen adeptly navigated the conversation and successfully completed their gift-giving, in the aftermath, Gao Gong suspected that Yin Shifan's inquiry was not merely for idle conversation. After analyzing Yin Shifan's character, Gao Gong advised Prince Yu to send an additional substantial gift to mitigate any potential discord. Upon hearing Gao Gong's reasoning, Prince Yu was in complete agreement. He had finally begun to enjoy a life of relative affluence and had no desire to revert to the days of scarcity. Having already sent a gift to Yin Shifan, he reasoned that the matter of face had long been settled. Thus, the additional offering would pose no harm. Consequently, Prince Yu acquiesced to Gao Gong's suggestion. For this task, Zhu Ping'an and Lord Chen were the ideal candidates, having already delivered gifts once before, making them well acquainted with the process. However, as the day marked the 70th birthday of Lord Chen's father, a significant occasion in a society that revered filial piety, Prince Yu could not allow Lord Chen to depart on such an errand. Thus, the sole candidate left for the task was Zhu Ping'an. Therefore, Prince Yu dispatched Master Liu with the requisite monetary gift of 1,000 taels of silver. After listening to Master Liu's account, Zhu Ping'an could not help but admire Gao Gong's foresight. Reflecting on Yin Shifan as character, Zhu Ping'an concluded that Gao Gong's concerns were well-founded, and his advice was exceedingly prudent, serving to avert future complications. With a wry smile, Zhu Ping'an reflected on the scene where Yin Shifan had questioned him, realizing belatedly the underlying perils that had escaped his notice. Gao Gong, having merely listened to his account with Chen, had astutely discerned the potential threat within. Truly, his ability to perceive the subtlety of matters and his foresight were commendable. It became evident to Zhu Ping'an that there was much he still had to learn. After receiving 1,000 taels of silver as a token of gratitude from Manager Liu, Zhu Ping'an acknowledged it with a bow. Manager Liu, with a solemn gesture, entrusted the matter to him, expressing his appreciation. Zhu Ping'an humbly stated that it was his duty to alleviate the prince's concerns and assured Manager Liu that he would not disappoint the prince's expectations. Manager Liu nodded earnestly, assuring Zhu Ping'an he would convey the message accurately. As the hour grew late, Zhu Ping'an took his leave with a smile, mounting his horse and heading towards the Yin residence. Just like before, he stopped by the Xi'er study to purchase a fan, where the staff recognized him as yesterday's esteemed patron and welcomed him with greatly increased enthusiasm. After acquiring the fan, he smoothly entered the Yin household. Escorted once more by the same doorman as the previous day, he was shown to the same waiting room, but this time, before he could finish his cup of tea, Yin Shifan entered with a cheerful demeanor. "Ah, Zihu, you are truly fortunate. The banquet has just commenced, and you arrive before the dishes are fully served," Yin Shifan jested, clearly in high spirits. His joy was understandable. Having received generous gifts from Prince Yu that day, he felt a renewed sense of satisfaction in his pursuit of imperial favor. In the past 2 days, the emperor had bestowed lavish gifts upon him twice. Who in history could rival Yin in such fortune? Zhu Pingyan bowed respectfully, acknowledging Yan's joviality. "I deeply regret missing yesterday's meal at your esteemed residence. It left me restless and regretful. Thus, I timed my visit to coincide with your dining hour today. Hoping you would not turn me away," he replied with a light-hearted laugh. Yin Shifan, amused, clapped Zhu Pingyan on the shoulder and praised him for his agreeable nature. "With such flattery, how could I possibly deny you a meal today? You are indeed fortunate." Zhu Pingyan chuckled, expressing his gratitude with another bow. "Since you have likened me to Meng Chong of old, how could I ever refuse you?" Yin Shifan laughed heartily, gesturing for Zhu Pingyan to join him. "It's merely a casual gathering, not a formal banquet." "Thank you, my lord. After you," Zhu Pingyan replied graciously. Zhu Pingyan expressed his gratitude, taking a step back to invite Yin Shifan to proceed first, as a gesture of respect. He had become quite familiar with the etiquette, rules, and nuances of the Ming court. Chapter 939. You tremble. I tremble too. The Yin residence in the capital was undoubtedly a premier establishment, where each step taken within its confines radiated an unabashed luxury. This opulence was permitted due to Yin Song being granted special permission by the Jiajing Emperor a decade ago to construct his mansion, considering his advanced age. Thus, the Yin household was free to indulge in extravagance without concern for the judgment of outsiders. Zhu Pingyan accompanied Yin Shifan for approximately 10 minutes, traversing a garden, circumventing a lotus pond, passing through a bamboo grove, and finally following a secluded path until they arrived at the gathering place known as Xi'er Garden. At the entrance stood a white jade screen wall, inscribed with an article entitled Record of Xi'er Garden. Noticing Zhu Pingyan's interest in the inscription, Yin Shifan deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Zhu Pingyan to take a closer look. Upon reading, Zhu Pingyan quickly discerned that this piece must be the work of a renowned author or perhaps a cherished composition by either Yin Shifan or Yin Song. Thus, he paused to appreciate it. Record of Xi'er Garden. The land is transformed into a garden, with a pavilion among trees for rest and relaxation. Several bamboo stalks are planted, intermingled with various flowers, to provide enjoyment. It is named Xi'er. To weave together trees for tranquility and to escape the clamor is indeed a longing of the heart. However, being entrusted by the royal family, one toils day and night in public service, burdened by myriad responsibilities and scrutinized by countless criticisms. Upon hearing the emperor's command, one acts without delay, and as drafts are penned, the brush flows without pause. Though one desires to express emotions and find peace, how can such a state be attained? The garden is named Xi'er, yet I have never enjoyed a single day of respite. This sentiment is merely a reflection of my mockery. Recorded in the summer of the Jiajing year of EC. The entire record of Xi'er Garden comprises fewer than 200 words, and Zhu Pingyan swiftly finished reading it. Although the piece bore no signature, he could readily deduce the author's identity, Yin Song. The phrases regarding serving the royal family and the relentless dedication to duty could only have been penned by him. This elucidated why Yin Shifan had intentionally slowed their pace, allowing ample time to appreciate the record of Xi'er Garden. However, it seemed somewhat ludicrous for the notorious traitor Yin Song to feign such patriotic sentiment and a desire for seclusion. Moreover, since taking office, Yin Song had focused primarily on currying favor with the Jiajing emperor, with little to show in terms of actual achievements. While he had churned out a plethora of flattering verses, embodying the very sentiments of duty and responsibility that he professed. Ziho, what do you think of this text? Yin Shifan inquired, narrowing his single eye and smiling at Zhu Pingyan with keen interest. How do you find it? The author of this piece is your father, Yin Song. In your presence, my response can only be one of admiration. After listening to Yin Shifan's inquiry, Zhu Pingyan felt a torrent of disdain within. though he maintained an outward expression of profound admiration. This garden chronicle, while succinct in its prose, conveyed an exceptionally lofty sentiment. Upon completing the reading, I envisioned an elder, deeply engrossed in state affairs and burdened with the welfare of the people, yet yearning for poetry and distant horizons. I could almost see him wandering amidst the lush bamboo groves and vibrant flowers, hearing his sigh of longing for seclusion that remained unattainable. Poetry and distant horizons. Ah, truly exquisite. If Zihu's commentary were to reach the ears of the venerable elder, he would surely indulge in a few extra cups. Yan Shifan was immensely pleased with Zhu Ping'an's remarks, unable to restrain a hearty laugh as he patted his belly. Could it be that this masterpiece is penned by the esteemed Yan Gulao? Zhu Ping'an feigned a moment of realization, expressing regret. Had he known, he would not have dared to comment on the elder's illustrious work. A sparrow commenting on an eagle only adds to the farce. Indeed, if the writings of Confucius could be critiqued, what was there to prevent commentary on the elder's prose? Yan Shifan chuckled dismissively, then patted Zhu Ping'an on the shoulder, saying, Zihu, let us enter the garden. We must not keep them waiting. Upon entering the Jishiyuan, it felt as though one had departed the mundane world for a realm of immortals. Pavilions and towers, verdant bamboos, and fallen petals adorned the rocky landscape, ponds and pavilions. Fish frolicking in the emerald waves amidst abundant flowers, the azure ripples harmonized with the sky. Zhu Ping'an could not help but smirk, just past the garden's entrance. Yin Song had declared the garden a modest haven, with a solitary pavilion merely suitable for rest. Indeed, this garden is quite small, so small that I cannot discern its limits. Zhu Ping'an mused as he followed Yan Shifan towards the banquet locale, the Xi'er Pavilion. The Xi'er Pavilion, situated at the heart of the rippling lotus pond, jutted into the water, surrounded on three sides by the serene waves, representing a lofty structure. According to Yan Shifan's introduction, the name Xi'er was personally chosen by Yin Song, derived from the passage in Zhuangzi's Autumn Waters, which reflects on the nature of understanding joy. As they approached the pavilion, Zhu Ping'an caught a tantalizing aroma of exquisite delicacies and the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments, accompanied by the ethereal voices of songstresses and the lively chatter of guests, creating a vibrant atmosphere. We have arrived. Yan Shifan chuckled, leading the way inside, with Zhu Ping'an following closely behind, stepping in at a leisurely pace. The East Tower brother has finally returned. Lord Yan is back, and he has brought a distinguished guest. Upon entering the Xi'er Pavilion, the assembled guests greeted Yan Shifan with warmth, to which he responded with a smile. Zhu Ping'an squinted, adjusting to the indoor light, while subtly surveying the scene within. The pavilion was spacious and luxuriously adorned, with rows of beautiful women seated at either side, playing the guqin and xiao. In the center danced two rows of veiled dancers, their attire revealing yet modest, their forms graceful and alluring, performing with utmost seduction. In the very heart of the pavilion stood a grand round table, adorned with a splendid array of delicacies from mountains and seas, encircled by more than 10 officials, each with a delicate white jade wine flask at their side. At this moment, upon seeing Yan Shifan enter, the officials gathered around the table all rose to their feet, greeting him with respect. Among the more than 10 officials seated, Zhu Ping'an recognized several familiar faces: Zhao Wenhua, Ouyang Zixi, Luo Wenlong, and surprisingly, Zhang Jujing was also present. Just as Zhu Ping'an was about to avert his gaze, he noticed that Zhang Jujing appeared quite acquainted with Ouyang Zixi and the others. Impressive. Zhu Ping'an silently commended Zhang Jujing, thinking to himself, truly, he is remarkable. His political acumen is unparalleled. It was indeed awe-inspiring. Zhang Jujing, a student of his mentor Su Jie, moved in and out of Su's residence with the ease of returning home. He thrived within the Yin faction and flourished at the residence of Prince Yu, currently aligned with the pinnacle of power, Yin Song, and with ties to future powerhouses, Su Jie and Prince Yu. Zhang Jujing had meticulously strategized his political maneuvers. Such political intuition and talent were truly astonishing. Conversely, when Zhang Jujing laid eyes on Zhu Ping'an, his astonishment was hardly less than that of Zhu Ping'an. In his perspective, Zhu Ping'an was also a student of their mutual mentor, Su Jie, who not only assisted in revising his mentor's writings, but also presented gifts during festivals, delivered by Li Shu's attendants, and paid frequent visits. Instead of securing a position as an academic scholar at the esteemed Wang residence, he opted for a role at the Prince Yu's court, and now here he was, personally escorted by Xi'er to partake in the banquet, radiating an aura of joviality. In the very arena where Zhang Jujing had been diligently strategizing, Zhu Pingyan had similarly made his move. A tempest brewed within Zhang Jujing's heart. Chapter 940. A sense of self-awareness. This is this year's top scholar. Zhu Pingyan. I believe you have all heard of him. Many of you are also acquainted with Ziyu, so I shall refrain from further introductions. Xi'er remarked after exchanging pleasantries with the assembly, turning to present Zhu Pingyan to the gathering. Greetings to all esteemed gentlemen, Zhu Pingyan said with a slight smile, stepping forward to offer a respectful bow to everyone present. I am honored to meet you. Please, no need for such formality, came the sparse responses from the crowd. Their demeanor notably cool, particularly from Luo Wenlong and Ouyang Xi'er, who not only disregarded Zhu Pingyan's greeting, but also scoffed disdainfully. Interestingly, when the gathering took their seats, Zhu Pingyan found himself positioned between Luo Wenlong and Ouyang Xi'er. This was not his intention. He had preferred to sit beside Zhang Jujing. However, as Xi'er had recently arranged additional seating, Zhu Pingyan had no choice but to settle here. Dear friends, let us raise our glasses. Today, we are fortunate to gather for a rare respite. Let us not stand on ceremony. Here, we shall engage as equals, regardless of rank or age, and seek to revel in a state of inebriation, Xi'er declared, rising to offer the first toast with a smile. Indeed, what you say holds true. Let us drink to that, Yin Darren. The assembly responded, collectively rising to lift their goblets and downing their drinks in unison. Following this, Xi'er cheerfully raised 2 more cups, sharing some welcoming remarks, and thus the banquet commenced. The maidservants began pouring wine for the guests, and the hot dishes gradually made their appearance. Amidst the lively chatter and laughter of the crowd, Ouyang Xi'er and Luo Wenlong deliberately engaged in a conversation, intentionally ignoring Zhu Pingyan, occasionally raising a toast to one another while purposefully sidelining him. However, their well-meaning efforts seemed to have no effect on Zhu Pingyan, who was lost in his feast, relishing every morsel as if he were a famished refugee. It felt as though their futile attempts had struck nothing but soft cotton, leaving them with an inexplicable discomfort. The more they observed Zhu Pingyan enjoying his meal, the more displeased Luo Wenlong became. Suddenly, with a hearty laugh, Luo Wenlong rose and lifted his glass, addressing the gathering. I just recalled a humorous incident from my childhood that I cannot resist sharing with you all. Oh, what amusing tale do you have for us, Brother Wenlong? The crowd inquired with keen interest. Xi'er also turned his attention, intrigued by the unfolding narrative. Noticing the collective focus on him, Luo Wenlong's smile grew increasingly radiant, his demeanor more self-satisfied. Since you are all eager to listen, allow me to recount a brief story. In my youth, we had a neighbor named Zhu. How coincidental, for he shares a surname with our esteemed scholar, Zhu Darren. He cast a deliberately cheerful glance at Zhu Pingyan. What a coincidence, Zhu Pingyan thought to himself, rolling his eyes at Luo Wenlong's antics, suspecting that this fellow was not harboring good intentions. How amusing, the onlookers thought. Quickly grasping Luo Wenlong's underlying implication, their curiosity piqued further. Such a coincidence indeed. Xi'er chuckled. My neighbor also bore the surname Zhu, and he had a child of similar age to mine. We often played together as children. My neighbor's son was born in the year of the horse, and his parents hoped he would gallop far and wide like a noble steed, so they named him Zhu Qi. Luo Wenlong could hardly contain his laughter as he shared the tale. Zhu Qi, galloping far and wide. What a splendid name. The audience nodded in approval. Oh, Zhu Qi was of a sturdier build than I during our youth, and had an insatiable appetite, Luo Wenlong continued with a grin, again casting a sly glance at Zhu Pingyan. Oh, a hearty appetite, you say? The curious onlookers exchanged glances toward Zhu Pingyan, their interest intensifying. Throughout the banquet, Zhu Pingyan had been the most voracious eater, hardly pausing since he sat down, akin to a starving refugee. It was evident that Luo Wenlong was subtly alluding to Zhu Pingyan. My neighbor adored Zhu Qi and would fulfill every whim of his, often returning from the market with an abundance of delectable treats. People would frequently inquire how he managed to acquire so much food. To this, my neighbor would reply, "This is for my pig, Zhu Qi." As Luo Wenlong reached the climax of his story, he pronounced Zhu Qi's name with an exaggerated emphasis on the word pig, ensuring everyone grasped the humorous intent. After concluding his remarks, Luo Wenlong found himself laughing so heartily that he could scarcely catch his breath. He cast a deliberate glance at Zhu Pingyan, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride in his own cleverness, which only intensified his laughter. The implication was unmistakable. Ha ha, feed my pig. Feed the pig. Indeed. Lord Luo's words were exceptionally amusing. The crowd, upon hearing this, softly echoed his sentiments, stealing glances at Zhu Ping'an, whose smile radiated brilliance, especially Ouyang Xi'er, who laughed so hard he doubled over, even drumming his hands on the table in uncontainable excitement. Seated among them, Yin Shifan could not suppress his laughter either, and turned to gaze at Zhu Ping'an. Zhang Zhuzhing, however, remained stoic, lifting his teacup to conceal his face, quietly observing Zhu Ping'an, eager to witness how he would respond. Amidst the laughter and the collective gaze of the crowd, Zhu Ping'an remained unflustered, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding an aura of tranquility as if he were strolling leisurely through a serene garden, unperturbed by the tempest around him. With the spotlight of attention upon him, Zhu Ping'an leisurely picked up a piece of crab roe shark fin with his chopsticks, placed it in his mouth, and savored it until his eyes sparkled with delight. After finishing the dish, he retrieved a handkerchief embroidered with a plump duck swimming in water from his sleeve, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and neatly folded it back into his sleeve. Only after this series of actions did Zhu Ping'an slowly raise his head, surveying Luo Wenlong and the laughing crowd. And with a subtle smile, he cordially remarked, "Hee, esteemed gentlemen, do not be preoccupied with laughter. Such a delectable feast awaits us all. Oh, by the way, Lord Luo, I sampled the crab roe shark fin you just had, and indeed, it is exquisite, highly recommended. Feed the pig. Hee, you, Luo Wenlong, and you, and all of you present, have you not considered whether you have dined yourselves? When you mock me, do you not simultaneously ridicule yourselves and everyone else? A pig. So what? I have been affectionately called Little Pig for many years. Your jest is rather juvenile." Zhu Ping'an scoffed at Luo Wenlong and the merriment of the crowd, disdainfully curling his lips. Wait a minute. Feed the pig. We just ate too. Does that not make us pigs in Luo Wenlong's eyes as well? The smiles on the faces of the crowd began to wither, their gazes shifting toward Luo Wenlong. Coughing, Luo Wenlong's face flushed crimson as he struggled to regain his composure. However, Zhu Ping'an had no intention of letting Luo Wenlong off the hook so easily. This fellow had bitten back at him each time they met. Unless he knocked out a tooth, such a person would never learn their lesson. As the saying goes, one should reciprocate kindness. Telling jokes are we. Hee, compared to me, and I say this without exaggeration, I am not targeting anyone in particular, but rather stating that all present are beneath contempt. Modern cold jokes, risque humor, or clever riddles, any one of them could effortlessly outshine ancient jokes. Inspiration struck. A fitting jest sprang to mind as Zhu Ping'an recalled some anecdotes about Comrade Luo Wenlong that he had heard recently, involuntarily lifting the corners of his mouth in a smile. Although this joke may seem antiquated in modern times, it is as fresh as ever for the Ming dynasty. He chuckled softly, reminiscing about amusing tales from his childhood, which he had heard from several uncles in his village during the busy farming season, and felt compelled to share with Lord Luo and the esteemed company present. With a slight squint of his eyes, Zhu Ping'an gazed leisurely at Luo Wenlong and began, I sense a hint of rivalry in the air. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, even those who might not harbor fondness for Zhu Ping'an, encouraged him to share his story without delay. Yin Shifan also appeared intrigued. Before I commence, allow me to clarify that this tale is merely a recollection from my youth, shared by the village uncles, and is not aimed at anyone in particular. So, please do not overthink it, Zhu Ping'an announced. Casting a glance at Luo Wenlong and the others, he cleared his throat and stated, "This is a classic case of wanting to cover up, but only drawing more attention." The crowd, sensing the shift in tone, became even more curious. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and atop that mountain stood a temple. Zhu Ping'an began after sipping tea to clear his throat. How trite. Utterly devoid of originality. Luo Wenlong scoffed, dismissing the familiar opening lines of the story. What is this about a mountain and a temple, and an old monk within? It is the quintessential beginning to every tale. The temple had a door, and upon that door hung an iron lock. One day, a golden key and a beautifully crafted silver key arrived. The golden key was inserted into the iron lock, jiggled about, but failed to open it. It was withdrawn and inserted again, only to be met with the same result. The silver key then declared, "Allow me." The golden key withdrew, and the silver key repeated the actions of the golden key, yet was equally unsuccessful. At that moment, the iron key, which had been observing patiently, stepped forward and inserted itself into the lock, effortlessly opening it with a clean turn. After unlocking the door, the iron key, brimming with pride, addressed the golden and silver keys, saying, "Do you know why you could not open it? Because I am the original. Regardless of your noble birth or striking appearance, you will never possess her heart. I am her true companion. I understand her better than you ever could." Zhu Pingyan continued, but the audience found the narrative rather mundane, even drifting towards slumber, perceiving it as a mere fable suited for children. How condescending. Does he take us for mere toddlers? Luo Wenlong's disdain for Zhu Pingyan deepened. After the iron key's proclamation, it cast a disdainful glance at the golden and silver keys, exuding an air of arrogance. In response, the golden and silver keys turned their gaze towards the iron key, retorting with a look of incredulity. "Are you out of your mind? I was merely toying around. Why would I desire your lady's affections?" Throughout the tale, Zhu Pingyan's eyes casually flitted towards Luo Wenlong, seemingly with intention. After Zhu Pingyan finished his tale, a moment of silence enveloped the banquet. In the third second, realization dawned upon the crowd, erupting into a cacophony of laughter that seemed to shake the very rafters of the building. Initially, the path had been smooth, but unexpectedly, it veered sharply, catching everyone off guard. In an instant, a whimsical fairy tale morphed into an adult narrative, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. The humor was delightful, and the guests, having never encountered such a rapid twist of fate in modern anecdotes, found it increasingly amusing. It was only a matter of time before Zhu Pingyan's joke would traverse the city, retold by those present. As laughter filled the air, an unspoken awareness swept through the gathering, and they collectively turned their gazes toward Luo Wenlong. Men, too, possess a penchant for gossip, especially regarding matters of romance. And Luo Wenlong was a wellspring of such tales. Though he shared the same political allegiance with them, they couldn't resist indulging in gossip about him. For he was a figure of intrigue within their circle, with exploits that were nothing short of sensational. The first piece of gossip revolved around Luo Wenlong's exploits, which had been relayed by Ouyang Xi'er. It was 5 years prior when Luo Wenlong was celebrated as a master ink maker, his creations fetching exorbitant prices and inciting a frenzy among buyers. During that time, he kept a concubine in a secluded estate and would visit her for clandestine encounters. Next door resided a handsome scholar who would serenade her with his flute, leading to an illicit affair with Luo Wenlong's concubine. On one occasion, Luo Wenlong returned early, catching the scholar and his lover in a compromising position. The crowd had anticipated a violent confrontation, expecting Luo Wenlong to deliver a severe beating. However, to their astonishment, he did the unexpected. Not only did he confront them, but he also took both the scholar and the concubine into his embrace. Truly, what a remarkable man. Even more astonishing was the fact that the scholar had since become a permanent inhabitant of Luo Wenlong's household. This was not mere hearsay. Many had witnessed the once handsome scholar now dressed in feminine attire, and his beauty rendered him an intriguing presence, even in disguise. The second piece of gossip, intricately linked to the first, had spread even more widely, the source of which remained uncertain, but its veracity was tacitly acknowledged by all. Luo Wenlong's exploits had piqued the interest of the scholar and the concubine, leading to first-hand accounts that only fueled the intrigue and further dissemination of the tale. Ultimately, it reached the ears of Yan Shifan. Driven by curiosity, Yan Shifan took advantage of Luo Wenlong's absence to visit the Luo residence under the pretext of paying a call. There, he encountered both Luo Wenlong's concubine and a young scholar dressed in women's attire. Yan Shifan, an admirer of beauty and also intrigued by male charm, found himself captivated by the sight of the cross-dressing scholar, his mouth watering at the very sight. The concubine, equally enchanting, evoked thoughts of the legendary virility of Luo Wenlong, igniting a rush of desire within Yan Shifan, who yearned to partake in such experiences. Upon realizing that a superior had come to visit, the concubine and the disguised scholar warmly offered him fine food and drink. After indulging in sumptuous fare, Yan Shifan dismissed the maidservants and began to act inappropriately, his hands roaming. It is said that Yan Shifan possessed remarkable skills, and with the concubine and the scholar being of rather lenient virtue, their initial resistance soon faded, leading them to succumb to his advances in a flurry of passion. Rumor has it that when Luo Wenlong returned home, Yan Shifan was still engaged in his escapades. But the legend of Luo Wenlong's manliness did not continue. Allegedly, Luo Wenlong waited outside until Yin Shifan had concluded his visit, before re-entering the house with an appearance of having just returned. Subsequently, Yin Shifan's visits to the Luo residence became increasingly frequent. Each time, Luo Wenlong would concoct excuses about the lack of good wine or unpalatable dishes prepared by his own cook, opting instead to order a feast from a nearby tavern to bring back for their gatherings. It is said that Luo Wenlong even frequently invited Yin Shifan to dine at his home. Thus, while the legend of Luo Wenlong's virility may have waned, a far more astonishing tale unfolded. Consequently, upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's jest, those present could not help but glance at Luo Wenlong with a sense of shared understanding. Chapter 942. An unconventional serving style. A distinguished scholar, openly discussing such indecorous matters as insert is hardly dignified. Does it not cast a shadow upon our esteemed ranks? Luo Wenlong's complexion shifted from red to pale, and then darkened, as he endured the laughter of the crowd. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he suddenly resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, puffing up in indignation as he fixed a fierce glare upon Zhu Ping'an, launching into a high-minded moral critique. Indeed, what you say is entirely correct, Lord Luo. I stand corrected, Zhu Ping'an replied, patiently listening to Luo Wenlong's admonitions. He smirked, drawing out the final syllable while suppressing a laugh, nodding thoughtfully as if in humble acquiescence. Zhu Ping'an's patience and concession only amplified Luo Wenlong's humiliation, rendering him increasingly ludicrous. Well, enough of this amusing tale. It has gone on long enough. Let us indulge in our drink, suggested an official named Xia Hao, smiling as he sought to steer the conversation away from the awkwardness. Indeed, we should not waste the splendid feast prepared by our host, Brother Donglu, another chimed in, echoing the sentiment. At this point, the guests couldn't help but recall Luo Wenlong's earlier comment about feeding their pigs, casting him reproachful glances. What a fool he was, dragging everyone into his folly. Yet, they were not the type to let a minor mishap ruin their enjoyment. The necessities of life must be indulged. Yet the words of Luo Wenlong inevitably leave a slight discomfort in the hearts of the gathered. Indeed, my esteemed friends, do not hesitate to engage with Sir Yin. In this regard, you should all aspire to emulate Zihu. With a single eye, Yin Shifan surveyed the assembly, then pointed at the devoutly feasting Zhu Ping'an, smiling at the crowd. Indeed, what you say, Sir Yin, is most accurate. We shall certainly learn from Lord Zhu. The attendees, following Yin Shifan's gesture, beheld the voracious Zhu Ping'an and erupted into laughter, proclaiming their intent to learn while secretly harboring disdain for him. This Zhu Ping'an, truly a provincial, has not seen much of the world. Though his manner of eating is not unseemly, his appetite resembles that of a famished refugee. Zihu, although the dishes are delectable, do remember to save some room, for these are merely appetizers, Yin Shifan remarked with a smile, turning once more to Zhu Ping'an. A table adorned with an array of exquisite and fragrant dishes is merely a prelude to the grand feast. One can only imagine the opulence of the main course. At this remark, Zhu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, his chopsticks suspended in midair. Save some room. The others at the table chuckled at Yin Shifan's words. Observing Zhu Ping'an's frozen state, their laughter erupting as they noted that he indeed paused his eating, leaving space in his stomach. A stubborn fool cannot be uplifted, nor can a dog's tail be straightened. A rustic remains a rustic. Taking this opportunity, Luo Wenlong scornfully derided Zhu Ping'an, momentarily alleviating his frustrations. Sir Yin is still on my side, he thought, feeling a surge of recognition after his disdain for Zhu Ping'an. Bring forth the dishes, the 8 delicacies. Do not keep Zihu waiting, Yin Shifan commanded with a gentle smile, gesturing with a snap of his fingers. Soon, the atmosphere of the banquet shifted. Melodies of the court music resonating, accompanied by the ethereal voice of a songstress. Green is the collar of my garment. My heart is ever so tranquil, solely for you. I ponder to this day. The deer call out, feasting upon wild apples. I have honorable guests, playing the zither and blowing the shung. Amidst the harmonious music, the sound of tinkling foot bells approached, revealing a procession of beautiful young maidens, their delicate hands bearing dishes, their bare feet adorned with ankle bells, gracefully entering with a mesmerizing dance. The maidens flitted like butterflies, twirling gracefully, their dishes as steady as Mount Tai, not a morsel spilling. When the maidens arrived, Zhu Ping'an, like the others, cast a curious glance, yet after 2 fleeting looks, he turned his head away. One must not gaze upon the indecent. These maidens were clad in sheer white gauze, entirely unadorned beneath, the fabric transparent akin to modern lace. With each captivating step, their youthful forms, still in bloom, offered tantalizing glimpses. Every second and every movement was filled with allure, leaving one utterly entranced. He chuckled, declaring that the top scholar's composure was lacking. An official named Luo Ziyu, seated beside Luo Wenlong and serving as the head of the Department of Agriculture, shared a good rapport with him. Observing Zhu Pingyan turning his head away, he couldn't help but remind the others with a grin, "Are your eyes blind?" I glanced twice and sensed something amiss. So I immediately turned away. How can you accuse me of lacking composure? It is you who is overwhelmed by what you see. Zhu Pingyan was at a loss for words. Ha ha ha, the top scholar is still unconvinced. This is merely a trivial scene. For those of us with strong composure, it is of no consequence how we gaze upon it. It is precisely those like you, the top scholar, who lack such fortitude that dare not look. Luo Ziyu remarked with a smile. Curse it, you are practically drooling, your eyes nearly popping out as you stare at the young lady. And you call that strong composure? If you had true fortitude, you would not hesitate to look. I believe you are simply reluctant to turn your head, Zhu Pingyan thought to himself. Indeed, what Lord Luo says is entirely correct. To us, they are merely enchanting specters. Not only could we gaze for a few more moments, but even a day and a night would be of little significance, Luo Ziyu concluded, eliciting laughter and agreement from the nearby officials. Zhu Pingyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He disdainfully tugged at the corner of his mouth, opting not to engage in a debate with Luo Ziyu and the others, for there was little merit in such discussions. Amidst their teasing, the ethereal maidens, draped in sheer veils, gracefully fluttered to the table. Commenced the serving from Zihu. Yan Shifan smiled subtly, gesturing towards Zhu Pingyan's position, indicating for the maidens to start. No sooner had Yan Shifan's words left his lips than a fragrant breeze wafted through. The lead maiden, a vision of elegance, executed a graceful turn and delicately leaned towards Zhu Pingyan, her lithe form pressing against him as she skillfully placed a fragrant pan-seared dragon liver before him. With a tinkling of bells, one delicate foot grounded while the other ascended, executing an aerial split, resembling an archer drawing a bow. With the bowstring aimed directly at Zhu Pingyan. Her charming visage radiated joy as she gazed at him, her lips slightly parted as she sweetly introduced the dish. Allow this young master to know, this dish, esteemed as the pinnacle of delicacies, is known as pan-seared dragon liver. Chapter 943. A stark contrast, the sheer-clad maid executed her movements, turning, bending, and presenting the dish, flawlessly, as she drew the bow towards Zhu Pingyan. Her diaphanous skirt slipped away, revealing pure white, unguarded within the military tent. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if a background melody began to play. Love is like the blue sky and white clouds, clear skies suddenly beset by storms, leaving one with no place to hide, always catching one unawares. Indeed, the maid's unexpected display caught everyone off guard, leaving them astonished. For instance, our classmate Ouyang Xi'er was seated closely to Zhu Pingyan's left. When the maiden executed her bow, the direction of her aim was primarily towards Zhu Pingyan, but it also aligned almost perfectly with Ouyang Xi'er, who had an unobstructed view of the unfolding scene. Unprepared and caught off guard, Ouyang Xi'er found himself captivated by an extraordinarily vivid and enchanting scene. His heart raced uncontrollably, blood surged to his head, and his chest heaved with fervent intensity. His face flushed a deep crimson, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth gaped in disbelief, as he breathed heavily and unconsciously swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. Soon, 2 streams of crimson blood flowed profusely from his nostrils. Even as the blood trickled into his mouth, Ouyang remained oblivious to his condition, mistaking it for mere perspiration. Instinctively, he raised his arm to wipe his face with his sleeve, only to smear himself with blood, rendering his appearance akin to that of a crime scene. In contrast, Zhu Pingyan, positioned at the optimal vantage point and distance, reacted quite differently from Ouyang. He too was unprepared, confronting the unexpected spectacle head-on, perhaps even more so than Ouyang. However, after the initial shock, Zhu Pingyan calmly turned his head aside, silently uttering 2 words. The adage that one must sharpen their tools before engaging in a task seemed lost on him, warranting a lackluster assessment. Indeed, Yan Shifan's hedonism was as notorious as rumored. The manner in which the dishes were presented was tantalizingly extravagant, suggesting that the gentle chair, jade screen, and white jade cup were not mere fabrications. As Zhu Pingyan composed himself and silently criticized Yin Shifan, the serving maid, poised in a split stance to present the dishes, felt her composure waver. Had it not been for Lord Yan's earlier suggestion, she would not have resorted to such a provocative method of serving. This technique was her secret weapon, seldom employed. But when it was, it proved irresistibly effective. In a previous encounter, an elderly scholar, invited by the Lord, had appeared dignified and unyielding, only to reveal his true nature when she employed this tactic. Yet today, something had gone awry. This impetuous young gentleman remained astonishingly unfazed. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the incessant flow of blood from Ouyang's nose, the serving maid felt a slight sense of balance restored within her. "Please, enjoy your meal," she softly addressed Zhu Pingyan, understanding her seductive attempt had failed as she lowered her legs. With the allure dissipated, Ouyang Xi'er reluctantly withdrew his gaze, only to notice Zhu Pingyan's attention upon him. At that moment, Ouyang recalled how he had been mesmerized by the maid's display, while Zhu Pingyan had seemingly turned away at the first opportunity. "Is he looking at me with such disdain? His mouth appears to be opening. Does he intend to mock me? Humph. Then I shall strike first." With a chuckle, Ouyang Xi'er couldn't help but remark on the evident lack of composure displayed by the top scholar, Zhu Pingyan, who, in the blink of an eye, averted his gaze in trepidation. Seizing the moment before Zhu Pingyan could speak, Ouyang Xi'er let out a laugh, employing the earlier jibe from Luo Ziyu to mock Zhu Pingyan once more. "Perhaps you should clean yourself up first." Zhu Pingyan maintained his calm demeanor. Fixing his gaze on Ouyang Xi'er, he retrieved a neatly laid napkin from beneath his plate and casually tossed it to Ouyang Xi'er. He could scarcely part with the handkerchief, a cherished creation of Li Shu, to lend it to his rival. "Clean what?" Ouyang Xi'er, perplexed, looked at Zhu Pingyan, bewildered by his gesture. Was this an attempt at camaraderie? He scoffed internally, recalling the grievances he harbored against Zhu Pingyan for usurping his title as the top scholar and for clandestinely meeting Miss Xi'er. His anger flared, and he disdainfully rolled his eyes at Zhu Pingyan, akin to a proud rooster. "Cough, cough. Ouyang, you seem to have a nosebleed," interjected a nearby official, gently nudging Ouyang Xi'er's arm to draw his attention. "Nosebleed?" Ouyang Xi'er, as if struck by lightning, slowly lowered his head, pouting out his lips, only to discover the crimson streaks marring his complexion. He was indeed bleeding. Embarrassed, Ouyang Xi'er coughed awkwardly, his face flushing a deep crimson. In a panic, he instinctively raised his arm to wipe away the blood, but upon lifting it, he noticed the stains on his sleeve, causing his face to redden even more. In his flustered state, his hands fumbled about, searching for a different cloth, but ultimately, he had no choice but to sheepishly retrieve the napkin Zhu Pingyan had thrown to him, using it to dab at the blood on his face. The memory of his earlier disdain for Zhu Pingyan filled him with a desire to vanish into a mouse hole. What an utterly humiliating moment. The onlookers had all taken notice of this spectacle, yet they stifled their laughter, fully aware of Ouyang Xi'er's connection to Yin Shifan. He was the nephew of Yin Song and a cousin to Yin Shifan. Many knew that Yin Gulao intended to betroth his second daughter to Ouyang Xi'er, making him a potential brother-in-law to Yin Shifan, thereby tightening familial ties. Consequently, out of respect for Yin Shifan's dignity, they suppressed their amusement. Yet, they silently pondered the disparity between the two. While Zhu Pingyan effortlessly evaded the temptations presented by the maid, Ouyang Xi'er, caught in a web of distraction, found himself gasping, blushing, and bleeding, exhibiting such a deplorable lack of grace. Little did he know how Yin Gulao would react upon learning of this incident. Chapter 944. The 8 Delicacies of Land and Water. With blood staining both his face and attire, Ouyang Xi'er realized that merely dabbing at it would not suffice. He rose, fabricating an excuse to change, and discreetly exited to clean himself up. The service resumed, and the other maidens continued to present their dishes with an allure that was no less captivating than that of the first. The dish she presented was the 8 treasure phoenix marrow, which is the second of the 8 delicacies. The phoenix marrow was derived from the brain marrow of a golden pheasant. The dishes were served in a clockwise manner, and the second maid approached Luo Wenlong. She neither danced nor posed provocatively, nor did she showcase her skills like the first maid. She simply served the dish in an ordinary and unremarkable manner, delicately holding the platter with her slender jade-like hands, softly announcing the name of the dish before bending to place it on the table. However, as she bent down to set the platter, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Without any forewarning, a sudden commotion ensued. A soft thud resonated, followed by a blinding flash of white. As the maid bent over, her blouse burst open, revealing a figure that rivaled even Lu Yan's, catching everyone's gaze. Immediately, the eyes of the onlookers widened, especially Luo Wenlong, who seemed as if his eyes would pop out of his head. Subsequently, the third maid, the fourth, and all the way to the 16th maid successfully presented the 16 dishes of the 8 treasures, each with an alluring serving style that delighted the audience's eyes. Ouyang Xi'er returned during the serving of the 10th dish, passing by Zhu Pingyan with a heavy, disdainful snort. Clearly, Ouyang Xi'er held Zhu Pingyan responsible for the embarrassment he suffered today, deepening the animosity between them. As he walked past Zhu Pingyan, he let out a pronounced cold snort. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingyan looked up to see Ouyang Xi'er glaring at him, as if blaming him for his misfortune. Zhu Pingyan couldn't help but smirk slightly, pondering whether Ouyang Xi'er had lost his mind or taken the wrong medicine. Was it I who caused you to bleed and embarrass yourself? Moreover, you were the one provoking others while bleeding, weren't you? Ultimately, all of this was a consequence of your own actions. How could you shift the blame onto me? Oh, the mind is a wonderful gift, yet it seems Ouyang Xi'er lacks one. Once all the dishes were presented, Luo Xiu graciously bowed to Yin Shifan, saying, Sir Yin, none of the 8 treasures were overlooked today. This feast is truly lavish, and we are most unworthy of such generosity. Haha. It appears that Xiutai also possesses an understanding of cuisine, Zhang Jiushao remarked. In Xuanshu Shirtue, the 8 treasures are referred to as dragon liver, phoenix marrow, rabbit fetus, carp tail, owl roast, crimson lips, bear paw, and creamy cheese. However, I hold a differing opinion. Having perused historical texts such as the Book of Rites, Tang class letters, Paya, and records of abandoning farming, along with various accounts of the 8 treasures feast throughout history, I believe the 8 treasures can be divided into 16 varieties, comprising both terrestrial and aquatic delicacies. Haha, if we speak of a tranquil mind, how can the 8 treasures aspire to the porridge of leeks? My friends, do indulge in these dishes. Yin Shifan called out Luo Xiu's courtesy name with a hearty laugh, then gestured for everyone to partake. Thank you, Sir Yin. Luo Xiu and the others, including Zhu Pingyan and Zhang Jiujing, all bowed in gratitude to Yin Shifan. As Zhu Pingyan gazed at the lavish spread of the 8 treasures, he felt a wave of contemplation wash over him. If this were the modern era, dishes like bear paw, crimson lips, and leopard fetus would involve consequences due to the protection of endangered species. Everyone at this table would be in serious trouble. However, in ancient times, such matters were of no concern, as the populations of these wild animals were sufficiently abundant and had not yet been classified as endangered. At the dining table, Yin Shifan engaged in discussions about current affairs with the others, promising to recommend one individual for a transfer from the Taipu Sea to a subordinate position in the Ministry of Revenue. Although Yin Shifan verbally expressed his recommendation, everyone understood that it was a foregone conclusion. There was no doubt that after today's banquet, within a few days, the official appointment from the ministry would be delivered to that individual. Such occurrences were not infrequent, and the unspoken rules were well known among them. Consequently, the others cast envious and congratulatory glances at the fortunate candidate. The Taipu Sea oversaw matters related to horse husbandry, a relatively unremarkable position, while the ministry's warehouse department was notorious for its lucrative opportunities. Moreover, being appointed as the head of the warehouse department meant a promotion above his previous role at the Taipu Sea. Not only was he moving from a mundane position to a profitable one, but he was also ascending the ranks, truly a double blessing. The individual, overwhelmed with joy, flushed with excitement, repeatedly raised his glass in gratitude towards Yin Shifan, hinting that he had some local specialties to present as a token of appreciation upon his return. Local specialties? Humph, how naive, Zhu Pingyan thought, slightly curling his lips. The appointment of officials by the court follows a complex and serious procedure. However, today's event illustrated the immense power wielded by Yin Shifan, or rather, the Yin faction. Zhu Pingyan maintained a calm facade, yet internally, he was filled with indignation and reflection. Zhang Jiujing, similarly, wore a fleeting shadow of gloom across his brow while congratulating the fortunate individual. Why thank me, Master Zhang? I merely noticed your remarkable talents in storage and accounting and could not bear to see them squandered, hence my decision to recommend you. As the saying goes, One does not avoid relatives in internal appointments nor enemies in external ones. It is solely talent that matters. I, Yin, am not one to engage in nepotism or favoritism. Furthermore, my promise is merely a recommendation. Whether it comes to fruition depends on your own virtues and capabilities, as all must adhere to protocol and regulations. The sacred teachings are clear, and the rules are unyielding. No one is exempt. Yin Shifan chuckled, shaking his head, hands open in a gesture of feigned innocence. Indeed, indeed. Master Yin speaks true. The sacred teachings are indeed illuminating, and I am well aware of your impartiality. However, I must express my gratitude for your kindness in recommending me. The official surnamed Zhang insisted on thanking Yin Shifan, repeatedly affirming his words. Ah, young Zhang, you are mistaken. Brother Donglu has always upheld the principle of recommending those who are both virtuous and capable. He appreciates your talents in storage and accounting, and thus recommended you. He seeks no repayment. By doing so, are you not tarnishing Brother Donglu's reputation? Quickly, pour yourself 3 cups of wine as punishment. If you genuinely wish to show gratitude, simply perform your duties diligently, and that will be the best way to repay Brother Donglu. Zhao Wenhua chuckled, shaking his head and gesturing for the official surnamed Zhang to drink 3 cups. Ha ha ha, those who understand me, like May Village, are rare indeed. Yin Shifan laughed heartily. Oh, indeed, indeed, I have greatly misjudged your intentions, Master Yin. The official surnamed Zhang, upon discerning the subtle undertones of the music, acknowledged his errors and proceeded to pour himself 3 generous cups of wine as a form of self-punishment. If one were truly sincere, there would be no need for excessive words. Performing one's duties adequately suffices. If one intends to give, then give. There is no need for further elaboration. Chapter 945. Transforming embarrassment through strength. As the wine flowed and spirits rose, Yin Shifan surveyed the gathering with a single, keen eye. He picked up a toothpick, busily attending to his teeth while exhaling the aroma of wine, and jovially addressed the assembly. It is far more delightful to share joy than to indulge alone. I have a cask of aged Jinhua wine at my residence, which has matured for a full century, and I invite you all to savor it together. Upon hearing this, the guests showered Yin Shifan with compliments. Jinhua wine is acknowledged as the premier among the 7 renowned wines of the realm, its color reminiscent of gold, with a sweet and mellow taste that evokes a languorous indulgence. Even after consuming 10 cups, one does not suffer from a headache, thirst, or any adverse effects. The finest Jinhua wine is often said to be worth its weight in gold, and the century-old vintage is of immeasurable value. In such a seemingly ordinary gathering, the table was adorned with an array of culinary delights alongside a cask of a century-old Jinhua wine, deepening Zhu Pingyan's understanding of Yin Shifan's extravagant lifestyle. With a clap of his hands, Yin Shifan summoned an entrance of over 10 exquisite maidens, who arranged themselves in a fan-like formation, gracefully approaching. Each maiden cradled a delicate, white, jade wine jug. Compared to the earlier serving maids, these ladies were even more stunning, clad in simple yet translucent garments that left little to the imagination. A gentle breeze from the entrance whisked through the approaching maidens, carrying with it an intoxicating fragrance of wine. Ha ha ha, this century-old Jinhua wine must be served in jade cups, otherwise it would be a disgrace to such fine wine. Yin Shifan chuckled. Jade cups. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingyan's heart skipped a beat. Surely, these must be the legendary jade cups recorded in history. His suspicions were confirmed as he observed the expressions of those around him, particularly Luo Wenlong and others, resembling that of a boorish man. The so-called jade cup refers to a charming vessel made from the lips of beautiful maidens, a novel method of toasting invented by Yin Shifan. When the maidens serve wine, they do not use traditional cups. Instead, they sip the wine and then, with their lips, offer it directly to the guests. The maidens gracefully approached the banquet, each standing behind a guest, perfectly matched in number. The jade cups have arrived. Please indulge, my friends, Yin Shifan said with a chuckle, pointing to Zhang Jujing. Let us commence with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the maiden standing beside Zhang Jujing let out a soft giggle and, in a swift motion, leaped into his embrace. One delicate hand wrapped around Zhang Jujing's neck while the other held the wine jug, and she took a sip before leaning in to offer the wine to him. Wait a moment. Zhang Jujing extended his hand to block the lovely maiden's mouth and chuckled. In days of yore, the Honorable Guangong famously slayed Hua Xiong with wine. Today, I, Jujing, aspire to emulate such esteemed predecessors. "Oh, and how shall you do so?" asked Yin Shifan with a squint and a smile. "As an unworthy poet, I shall attempt to compose a verse. Should my humble poem succeed, and if wine still lingers on the fair maiden's lips, then I shall partake," Zhang Jujing replied with a faint smile. "Agreed," Yin Shifan chuckled, recognizing Zhang Jujing's cleverness. He understood that Zhang Jujing aimed to craft an extraordinary poem to provoke laughter from the maiden, yet Yin Shifan was not particularly impressed. He held great confidence in the trained maidens. Even the most ludicrous jest would not elicit laughter from them while serving wine. Li Bai could compose 100 poems over a cup of wine, while I, Jujing, find myself homeless after a single drink. It is not that I abstain from wine, but rather that I live with a tigress at home. Zhang Jujing pondered for a moment, self-deprecatingly chuckling as he recited his quatrain. Li Bai could pen 100 verses with a jug of wine, yet I, Zhang Jujing, am left without a home after a mere cup. It is not that I shun the drink, but I have a fierce tigress waiting at home. Though Zhang Jujing's verse bore humor, it ultimately fell flat. After his jest, some in attendance chuckled, and Yin Shifan offered a faint smile, yet the beauty nestled in Zhang Jujing's embrace remained unmoved, playfully winking at him and leaning in with her cherry lips. Caught off guard, Zhang Jujing found himself compelled to drink, his face flushed and awkwardly coughing afterward. "Oh, how dashing you are, my lord, and such a fine poet. I wish to offer you another cup," the maiden giggled. "As for the tigress at home, let her feast on my charms instead." The lovely maiden continued to laugh, her delicate hand lifting the wine jug, feigning to pour another drink. Still recovering from the first cup, Zhang Jujing felt a shiver at her words, and he coughed again. "I jest, my lord. Look how excited you are. You may only receive one toast per round. I can only offer you another once the other gentlemen have had their turn," she teased, covering her mouth with delight. Zhang Jujing, charming and suave, had an affinity for the fairer sex. However, as his ambitions were yet unfulfilled, he was particularly cautious about his public image, striving to maintain a distance from indulgences. Of course, upon returning home, the narrative shifted. Thus far, he had taken 3 concubines. The Yin residence was a hub of revelry. Zhang Jujing had not declined Yin Shifan's invitation to feast, partly due to Yan's formidable power, making refusal unwise, and also because his proximity to Yin was a strategic move. Nonetheless, he also sought to cultivate an image of purity amidst the murky waters of politics. Yet, the playful beauty in his embrace, with her exquisite charm and subtle flirtations, stirred the innate desires within Zhang Jujing. Zhang Jujing found himself momentarily distracted, almost as if compelled by an unseen force to reach out. Just then, Yin Shifan, seated nearby, let out a cough. The beautiful woman in Zhang Jujing's embrace abruptly halted her movements, giggling charmingly before springing away from him. In her sudden departure, her skirt was inadvertently caught in Zhang Jujing's grasp, tugging it upward significantly. "My lord, please return the hem of my dress," she playfully chided, her hands shyly covering her delicate skirt, her innocent eyes blinking at Zhang Jujing, exuding a flirtatious charm as she pouted and spoke sweetly. A ripple of laughter erupted from the banquet guests at the scene. Unfazed by the merriment, Zhang Jujing maintained his composure, allowing any awkwardness to dissipate as he calmly released his hold and remarked, "This lady bears a striking resemblance to the new concubine I have just taken." I was momentarily lost in thought. With that single utterance, he skillfully alleviated the tension. Chapter 946. A fortuitous escape. Although it was Zhang Jujing's first experience with the Jade Cup, the officials beside him were seasoned in such indulgences. As the maidservant poured wine, they reveled in their liberties, enjoying themselves thoroughly, and only reluctantly allowing the maid to depart once their glasses were emptied. One by one, the guests savored the Jade Cup until it was finally Lu Wenlong's turn. Lu Wenlong was particularly uninhibited, heedless of decorum, and amidst the crowd's encouragement, was on the verge of brazenly taking advantage of the maidservant. "Ha ha ha, indulging in excess, living freely in this world. Only my brother Wenlong can do such," remarked Luo Ziyu, chuckling, half in jest and half in envy. Although he too had indulged, it was evident he had not taken as much liberty as Lu Wenlong. "Oh, not at all." Lu Wenlong laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively, embodying a charmingly naive pride. "The morals of society are deteriorating," sighed Zhu Ping'an, lamenting the state of affairs. However, he had little time to dwell on it, as the Jade Cup was soon to be presented to him. Just as Lu Wenlong's maid had finished serving, The maid behind Zhu Pingyan was already preparing to approach. Zhu Pingyan held a profound aversion to the jade cup. Firstly, he disdained the idea of sinking to their level. For all present were dignified officials, yet their actions were base and repugnant, hardly distinguishable from the brutish. Secondly, he was simply disgusted. While he did not consider himself particularly fastidious, he could not bring himself to partake in this so-called jade cup. Though each guest was assigned a cup, one could only wonder how many had used them in previous gatherings. They were certainly not single-use vessels. Moreover, Zhu Pingyan was aware that Xi'er Fan had invented the fragrant cup and had also created the fragrant spitting basin. Upon his arrival in the capital, he had witnessed Yin Song using the fragrant spitting basin. Who could say if today's fragrant cup was not merely yesterday's spitting basin? Although he knew Xi'er Fan would not mix them, who could guarantee that he would not play a jest at Zhu Pingyan's expense? Lastly, the mere thought of Li Shu filled Zhu Pingyan with distaste for the jade cup and all it represented. The young prodigy, what thoughts occupy your mind so deeply? Might you teach me a thing or two? The enchanting maid behind Zhu Pingyan playfully covered her lips and teased him with a myriad of expressions. Having said this, she lifted her skirt, seemingly preparing to leap into Zhu Pingyan's embrace. Ahem, hold on. Zhu Pingyan swiftly raised his hand to block her. The maid, with her sparkling, innocent eyes, gazed at Zhu Pingyan with an air of feigned innocence and grievance. Hee, Zihu, what troubles you? Do you also wish to compose poetry and warm wine like Uncle Da? Xi'er Fan, with his single eye squinting, looked at Zhu Pingyan with keen interest. Not at all. Zhu Pingyan replied, shaking his head. Not at all. Then why do you hesitate, top scholar? It is your turn to drink. Hurry up. Why so coy? A man should be decisive. Quickly, lest you dampen everyone's spirits. Luo Ziyu was the first to challenge him. What? Are you saying the top scholar is a paragon of virtue, too good to partake in our revelries, believing it beneath you? Ashamed to associate with us? When disparaging Zhu Pingyan, Luo Wenlong was not to be absent. Following Luo Ziyu's query, he positioned Zhu Pingyan in opposition to the group. As soon as Luo Wenlong spoke, all eyes turned towards Zhu Pingyan, particularly those of the officials who had just partaken of wine in jade cups, their gazes sharp. Not so. Zhu Pingyan vigorously shook his head, knowing he must deny it at that moment. Ha ha ha. So the top scholar is merely shy, feeling embarrassed. We are not outsiders, let loose. Young man, it is perfectly natural to be spirited and unrestrained. Moreover, with your talent, composing a poem after a few drinks might just lead to a captivating tale. An official beside Ouyang Zisher craned his neck towards Zhu Pingyan, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, the top scholar is too bashful, unable to save face. Oh, there's an ancient saying. Wanting to have it both ways while establishing a reputation. The crowd erupted into laughter. A captivating tale. I see a decline in moral standards. Zhu Pingyan silently scoffed. Ha ha ha. As a man, one must indulge in drink. Come, everyone, sit on my lap. Xi'er Fan surveyed the crowd with a hearty laugh, pulling a maid onto his lap. His hands wandering. The others followed suit. The maid beside Zhu Pingyan also giggled and settled onto his lap, seemingly as delicate as a feather, attempting to snuggle close. Zhu Pingyan raised his hand to block her. My lord, do not be so reserved. The maid on Zhu Pingyan's lap teased sweetly, rubbing against him as she spoke. Zihu, today you are the most timid and cautious of all. While Xi'er Fan continued his playful antics with the maid in his arms, he squinted his one eye at Zhu Pingyan and seriously inquired, Zihu, speak truthfully to me. Do you wish to indulge with women? Xi'er Fan's scrutinizing gaze bore into Zhu Pingyan, seemingly capable of piercing through to his very soul. A current of tension surged through the banquet. Yes, faced with Xi'er Fan's inquiry, Zhu Pingyan raised his head to meet Xi'er Fan's gaze for a few seconds, slowly nodding in agreement. In truth, there were more words lingering on Zhu Pingyan's lips. Yet he refrained from voicing them. Ha ha, Zihu is indeed honest. In our view, there isn't a man in this world who doesn't desire to indulge with women. Unless he is not a man, Xi'er Fan remarked, his laughter echoing with satisfaction at Zhu Pingyan's response. Ha ha, Sir Yin is absolutely right. What man does not wish to enjoy the company of women, unless he is devoid of manhood? The crowd joined in hearty laughter. The atmosphere at the banquet became vibrant once more. In this world, who possesses the virtue of unyielding restraint like Lu Xiaowei? Even Confucius acknowledged that human desires are innate. The notion of maintaining heavenly principles while extinguishing human desires is mere nonsense. Zhu Shi himself, despite his concubine's presence, sought another for his harem. Those who preach self-discipline and moral integrity while secretly indulging in debauchery are, beneath their human guise, mere beasts. To act in accordance with one's desires. To play as one wishes, that is the mark of a true man. Xi'er laughed heartily, engaging in animated discourse, exuding a sense of authority. The crowd echoed their agreement, laughing along. Sir Zhu, this is the profound insight of Sir Yin. A true man should indulge as he wishes, without hesitation or timidity. Like a woman, they urged. After the laughter subsided, Luo Ziyu and others urged Zhu Ping'an to drink. The maidservant attending to Zhu Ping'an seized the moment. After the urging from Luo Ziyu and others, she delicately lifted the wine jug, took a sip, and turned to offer a toast to Zhu Ping'an. "Oh, allow me to drink a cup first to bolster my courage." Zhu Ping'an feigned a shy demeanor, appearing both eager and bashful, his expressions perfectly calibrated. His demeanor evoked memories of their own first visit to a brothel, when they too had taken a drink to muster their courage before stepping inside. Filled with both excitement and trepidation. Understanding the sentiment, the group tacitly approved Zhu Ping'an's actions. He took the cup from the maidservant, poured it into his own goblet, and downed it in one gulp. All eyes turned to Zhu Ping'an with anticipation. "Ahem, well, I must drink another cup," he said, belching slightly. "To be this timid, you must drink," Luo Wenlong and others teased. Thus, Zhu Ping'an poured another cup and downed it once more. "No, I must drink another cup." Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Zhu Ping'an consumed yet another cup. After the third cup of courage, he collapsed beneath the table, mumbling incoherently about being unable to continue. Urging himself to drink more, he was completely intoxicated. The crowd stared in astonishment. Zhang Juzhing gaped, having just pondered how Zhu Ping'an would navigate this challenge, only to be met with such an unexpected outcome. What? The top scholar is drunk. Is this real? He's already drunk. Witnessing Zhu Ping'an sprawled beneath the table, the crowd could only stare in disbelief, shocked, while some voiced their doubts. Luo Wenlong leaned against Zhu Ping'an, who had recently succumbed to intoxication, nearly collapsing onto him. Upon hearing the doubts of the onlookers, Luo crouched down to scrutinize Zhu closely, deliberately slapping his face with vigor, and then erupted into loud laughter. Is he still drunk? He has become akin to a puddle of mud, thoroughly inebriated. Zhu Ping'an was notoriously poor at handling alcohol, famously known in the Hanlin Academy for being unable to withstand more than 3 cups. I had heard this during my tenure at the Ministry of Justice, initially dismissing it as jest, yet it turned out to be undeniably true. How amusing it is to say, without exaggeration, that my daughter possesses a greater tolerance for liquor. At the banquet, a chief official from the Ministry of Justice nodded in agreement with Luo Wenlong's words and joined in the mockery. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an's inability to drink was well known in the Hanlin Academy. At various gatherings, it had become apparent that he could not partake in liquor, thus solidifying his reputation as a 3-cup man, a source of amusement for many in nearby offices. Uncle Da, you have worked alongside Lord Zhu at the Hanlin Academy for a time. How would you assess his drinking capacity? Luo Ziyu inquired of Zhang Juzhing. Lord Zhu's drinking ability is indeed lacking. While he may not fall after 3 cups, he will likely be tipsy after 5. A fortnight ago, His Royal Highness, the Prince of Yu, hosted a reception for Lord Zhu, whom I had the fortune to attend. The esteemed Lord Zhu consumed about 5 or 6 cups and was quite inebriated, requiring assistance to rest for over an hour before regaining consciousness. Today, he has indulged even more than usual, Zhang Juzhing recalled softly. Indeed, Lord Zhu is quite drunk, he stated as a physician from the Imperial Medical Academy. Attending to one of Yin Shifan's pregnant concubines, approached Zhu Ping'an under Yin's subtle direction. After checking Zhu's pulse, the physician reached an authoritative conclusion. Haha. How utterly ridiculous that the esteemed top scholar possesses such a feeble constitution for alcohol. The crowd erupted in laughter, now fully convinced of Zhu Ping'an's drunkenness, reveling in the mockery of his drinking prowess. Come, assist Zihu to a guest room for rest, and be cautious with his limbs, Yin Shifan commanded, summoning his servants and gesturing towards Zhu Ping'an, who was mumbling incoherently beneath the table, requesting more liquor to bolster his courage. The servants were instructed to help him to a room where he could recuperate. No, more drink. I want a drink. Zhu Ping'an, still slurring, protested as he was assisted. Yin Shifan could not help but chuckle and shake his head at the sight, finding it rather disheartening. Alcohol may embolden the timid, but I have seen many cowards. Zhu Ping'an is the first to intoxicate himself in an attempt to muster courage. Luo Wenlong displayed an exuberant enthusiasm while mocking Zhu Ping'an. Just the other day, I heard my son rave about Zhu Ping'an's young ambitions of the great Ming and was thoroughly impressed, believing him to be a hero. Yet today, I see him revealed as a mere bear, mused a government official in his 40s, observing Zhu Ping'an being assisted away, shaking his head in derision. What do you mean? Yan Shifan inquired with keen interest. Seeing that his words had captivated Yan Shifan, the over 40-year-old official instantly became spirited, clasping his hands towards Yin and laughing heartily as he explained. The text Kong Tsongzi Rufa records that Zhao Pingyuan Jun once urged Confucius's sixth descendant, Kong Chuan, styled Zigao, to partake in wine, but Zigao declined. Zhao Pingyuan Jun then remarked, in ancient times, there was a saying, Yao and Shun could drink 1,000 measures, Confucius 100 cups, and Zilu, though often scolded, could still consume 10 jars. The sages of yore were all capable drinkers. Why do you refuse? My son, this reveals that the ancient sages and gentlemen were all men of great capacity for drink. The more of a hero one is, the more one can hold. Yet here is Zhu Ping'an, who, after just a few cups, becomes thoroughly intoxicated, utterly inebriated. Where is the slightest semblance of a hero's spirit? Clearly, he resembles a clumsy bear. Ah, indeed, Master Lu speaks wisely. It is said that one's character in drinking reflects one's character in life. Zhu Ping'an's meager capacity for liquor makes him no better than a bear. Ha ha ha, bear. Is there such a cowardly bear? You mustn't tarnish the reputation of bears. Ha ha, let us remove bear and retain dog. Dog. Ha ha ha, cowardly as a dog, truly fitting. Upon hearing this, a cacophony of laughter erupted as each person chimed in to mock and humiliate Zhu Ping'an. Zhang Jujing sat nearby, holding a teacup, observing with a cold eye, feeling particularly disdainful of the crowd's laughter. To be unaware, yet claim to know, to take shame as honor. This describes such people perfectly. They read half-heartedly, grasping only half the meaning, yet dare to flaunt their knowledge. I wonder what gives them such audacity. It is indeed true that the proverb cited by Master Lu exists within Kong Tsongzi Rufu, wherein Zhao Pingyuan Jun, when urging Kong Chuan, employs the saying about Yao and Shan. However, it is evident that Master Lu has not fully comprehended the text. The latter part of this tale reveals that Kong Chuan, far from being swayed by Zhao Pingyuan Jun, countered, the saying you mentioned is merely a fabrication devised by those who enjoy wine to persuade others to drink. It is not to be taken literally. In essence, the so-called proverb about Yao, Shun, Confucius, and Zilu was deliberately concocted to promote drinking, lacking any veracity. And Kong's descendants have repeatedly spoken out against it. Furthermore, to consider individuals such as you, who lead a life of drunkenness and dreams, as heroes. Only you would take pride in such shamelessness. The more Zhang Jujing heard the laughter, the more he felt speechless and contemptuous towards them. Huh. Regardless of whether they are heroes or bears, we ought to revel in our enjoyment. Come, who is next? Yan Shifan exclaimed with hearty laughter. Master Yan, you speak truly. We ought to enjoy ourselves, the crowd eagerly concurred. Thus, the banquet continued, and under the intoxicating allure of fine wine, the revelers drank with even greater exuberance, indulging in decadence. Ha ha ha, do you know the origin of Ziho's behavior? A tipsy Yan Shifan inquired, lifting the veil of a maid in his embrace while proudly gazing at the crowd. We are eager to hear more, the curious guest replied. He is a representative of King Daiyu, who has come to deliver gifts to me. Just yesterday, he came once, and today he returns again. Yan Shifan laughed heartily, unabashedly fondling the maid in his arms. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was taken aback, their perceptions profoundly altered. Observing their astonished expressions, Yan Shifan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction swell within him, as the exhilaration of subjugating imperial authority reached a pinnacle. With a self-satisfied glare at the assembly, he nonchalantly propped one leg upon the table and, with an air of ostentation, declared, If the Son of Heaven bestows gold upon me, who would dare to withhold it? Chapter 948. The fury of Yensong Zhu Ping'an was indeed inebriated, yet not to the extent of complete oblivion. Though his head swam and his speech slurred, rendering his gait unsteady, had he not been supported by another, he would have collapsed to the ground. He retained a modicum of awareness. His recent disarray at the banquet could be attributed both to his inebriation, as his capacity for alcohol had been thoroughly tested with 3 additional cups, and to a strategic display of intoxication. It was, one might say, 8 parts genuine, 2 parts feigned. Only with such authenticity could he extricate himself from the clutches of seasoned wiles like those of Xi'er and Zhao Wenhua. A mere act of drunkenness would have been a fool's errand. As he was assisted outside, Zhu Ping'an faintly caught Xi'er's arrogant voice echoing in his ears. If the Son of Heaven bestows gold upon me, who would dare to withhold it? Oh, to bring about his downfall, one must first drive him to madness. Let the madness ensue. Dear Yen, the more frenzied, the better, the more you lose yourself. The closer you draw to your ruin. A faint smile tugged at Zhu Ping'an's lips as the alcohol finally claimed his consciousness, plunging him into a complete stupor. He became oblivious to how he was carried to the guest room, how he lay upon the bed, and other such details. Everything faded into a void. When Zhu Ping'an regained his senses, it was nearly dusk. The golden sunlight streamed through the window, casting an uncomfortable glare upon his face, prompting him to awaken slowly. Squinting against the brightness, he raised his right hand to shield his eyes, gradually lifting his body from the bed. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and his head throbbed slightly. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he stretched his arms and arched his back, suddenly realizing he was in an unfamiliar setting. He paused in surprise before recollecting. I'm in the Yin residence, having just been intoxicated. Just moments ago? Zhu Ping'an glanced out the window. Observing the sun's descent, it was clear he had slept for several hours. It seemed time to take his leave. The earlier banquet had been utterly debauched. One could only imagine the extent of the evening's revelry. This tactic of feigned drunkenness could not be employed again. Xi'er and the others were no fools. They would surely not afford him a second chance. Is anyone there? Zhu Ping'an called out as he descended from the bed. Intending to seek an audience with Xi'er to bid farewell and make his swift exit from this den of intrigue. This time, Zhu Ping'an learned from the unfortunate incidents of inadvertently witnessing Miss Xi'er's bath and the restroom affair, leading him to refrain from wandering around the Yin residence. Fearing he might once again stray into an inappropriate place and create further complications. My lord, you are awake. Zhu Ping'an's words had barely left his lips when 2 elegant maidservants entered, performing a graceful curtsy. In dulcet tones, they said, "The bathing water has been prepared. Allow us to assist you in your bath and attire." "Thank you, but I shall forego the bath and changing," Zhu Ping'an replied with a decisive shake of his head, gently explaining, "It is getting late, and I have matters to attend to at my residence. Please take me to see Lord Yen." "My lord, indulging in Jinhua wine can lead to inebriation, and bathing is the best remedy to alleviate drunkenness and fatigue. The master has instructed us to attend to your bath and attire upon your awakening." The 2 maidservants exchanged hesitant glances before addressing Zhu Ping'an with some reluctance. "It is quite all right. I will explain to Lord Yen when I bid him farewell," Zhu Ping'an assured them. Yet, the maidservants remained uncertain. "Rest assured," Zhu Ping'an reiterated. "I will convey my intentions to Lord Yen. Kindly guide me to him." Despite their lingering hesitation, the maidservants eventually complied with Zhu Ping'an's insistence and escorted him to meet Xi'er. At that moment, Xi'er was in his study, a considerable distance from the guest room. Zhu Ping'an walked with the maidservants for nearly 10 minutes before catching sight of the study. However, what was referred to as a study was more accurately described as a courtyard akin to a scholarly retreat. As Zhu Ping'an approached the entrance, he paused outside, hearing a voice within, aged yet filled with wrath. "May Village. You rascal! How dare you come to see me? I have treated you not unkindly. Why have you led me to this dire strait? Depart. My Yin residence is too humble to accommodate such a towering Buddha as yourself. From this day forth, I sever all ties with you. May Village and I shall have no further association. I wish you the soaring of the great rock and a future as bright as brocade." The voice sounded like Yinsong. May Village? Wasn't he that Zhao Wenhua's pen name? Yinsong was berating Zhao Wenhua. What has transpired? Wasn't Zhao Wenhua Yinsong's foremost subordinate, his right-hand man? What could have occurred to warrant such a complete severance of ties? From the tone of Yinsong's voice, Zhu Ping'an could vividly imagine the fury etched upon his face, rivaling the wrath of a sovereign. Curiously, just earlier at the banquet, Zhao Wenhua and Xi'er had appeared as if they were 2 peas in a pod, sharing laughter and revelry. How is it that, in the span of a mere nap, Yinsong has declared a complete break with Zhao Wenhua? The intensity of Yinsong's anger and resolve was palpable. Devoid of jest, it was a genuine fury, as real as it could be, akin to a tortoise resolutely clamping down on a weight. What transpired during his slumber? What had Zhao Wenhua done to incite such wrath from Yin Song? Was it a vendetta for a father's death? Unlikely, for Yin Song had long outlived his father. Was it a grudge over a wife? Zhao Wenhua had indulged himself in drink, leading to an improbable situation. Yin Song's personal life was remarkably pristine. He had remained devoted to his one and only lawful wife throughout his life, without even a concubine. Moreover, Yin Song's wife had long since aged. Her hair turned white and her face lined with wrinkles, making it utterly inconceivable for Zhao Wenhua to entertain any such thoughts. Furthermore, it had long been rumored that Zhao Wenhua regarded Yin Song as a foster father and his wife as a foster mother. It was said that Zhao treated his foster mother with more reverence and filial piety than Yin Shifan, the biological son. Given their bond, the idea became even more implausible. If Zhao Wenhua had merely been inebriated, succumbing to a moment of folly with Yin Shifan's wife or concubine, it could have been somewhat understandable. However, the notion of him engaging with the elder Mrs. Yin was absolutely out of the question. What, then, could have caused the rift between the two, who shared a father-son-like relationship? Zhu Pingyan was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the situation. Accompanying Zhu Pingyan were two maidens who, upon hearing Yin Song's furious voice from within, felt their legs weaken with fright. They had never witnessed such anger from the master before, and the timing of their visit could not have been worse. Chapter 949. The underlying truth. Foster father. The son has been blinded by foolishness in a moment of confusion, and I assure you, I harbor no intention of framing you. Please forgive my momentary lapse. Following Yin Song's thunderous roar, a voice filled with despair and regret emerged from the courtyard. Who is your foster father? I am not so fortunate. Leave. My humble abode cannot accommodate a towering figure such as yourself. Yin Song's anger remained unabated. Foster father, foster father. Zhao Wenhua's voice trembled with sorrow. Get out. Yin Song's roar pierced the air, nearly shattering eardrums. My lord, perhaps we should return for now and come to bid farewell to the master later, suggested one of the maidens, trembling in fear. Her legs quaking at the thought of becoming collateral damage in this tempestuous situation. She looked up with a pitiful expression at Zhu Pingyan, stammering her words. Though Zhu Pingyan was curious about the events unfolding between Yin Song and Zhao Wenhua, his rational mind advised him that leaving at this moment was the wisest decision. Often, the more one knows, the more perilous the situation becomes. Indeed, Zhu Pingyan nodded gently. Upon seeing his agreement, the two maidens sighed in relief and quickly turned to depart with utmost caution. However, the more careful they tried to be, the more mistakes occurred. One maiden, while turning, failed to notice a dry twig on the ground and inadvertently stepped upon it, causing it to snap with a crisp crack. Though the sound was not loud, in the tense silence of the moment, it resonated sharply, almost jarringly. At the instant the twig snapped, the maiden, glancing down, felt tears welling in her eyes. Who is outside? Almost immediately, a loud demand echoed from the courtyard. The voice belonged to Yin Shifan. Hearing his authoritative call, the two maidens, crouched outside, turned pale as if calamity were imminent. Hee, Sir Yin, it is I, Zhu Pingyan. I have just awoken from my stupor and have come to bid you farewell. Zhu Pingyan signaled his two maidens to remain calm, then chuckled softly, taking the lead as he confidently stepped into the courtyard. The two maidens followed closely behind him, trembling with trepidation as they entered. Upon crossing the threshold, the entirety of the courtyard unfolded before Zhu Pingyan's eyes. The courtyard was adorned with bamboo, and at its center stood a study, where Yin Song loomed at the door, his beard bristling, eyes wide with fury, his chest heaving violently, and his hand trembling against the doorframe in agitation. Before the study, on the earthen ground, Zhao Wenhua knelt before Yin Song, his back arched like a bow, his head bowed to the earth. Yin Shifan stood beside Yin Song, supporting one of his arms with both hands while casting his gaze towards Zhu Pingyan. This humble official, Zhu Pingyan, pays his respects to the esteemed minister, to Sir Yin, and to Lord Zhao. As Zhu Pingyan entered the courtyard, he bowed to Yin Song. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Shifan also acknowledged Zhao Wenhua, who remained in silent supplication, his forehead pressed to the ground. Ah, Zihu, Yin Song nodded slightly. Oh, it is indeed Zihu, Yin Shifan echoed, then inquired, you have regained your senses? Indeed, I, Pingyan, have just awakened as well. Time is not on our side. Thus I requested your esteemed maidens to guide me here to bid farewell to you. My lord, Zhu Pingyan replied earnestly. Having spoken, Zhu Ping'an cast a glance at the kneeling Zhao Wenhua, feeling it improper to ignore him now that he was present in the courtyard. With a countenance reflecting concern and a desire for reconciliation, he clasped his hands and addressed Yin Song. I am unaware of the events that have transpired. Yet I beseech you, esteemed minister, to temper your wrath, lest it harm your health. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding at play. Though he was oblivious to the specifics, Zhu Ping'an's tone favored reconciliation, as he was cognizant of historical precedents. Historically, in the twilight of Zhao Wenhua's life, when he had incurred the Emperor Jiajing's ire over the construction of a new pavilion in the Xi'er, it was Yin Song who had shielded Zhao Wenhua from the emperor's wrath. Thus, regardless of the discord that may have arisen between Zhao Wenhua and Yin Song in this interlude, they would ultimately reconcile and continue their collusion. Choosing to advocate for peace was, therefore, the wisest course of action. Once they had resolved their differences, they would surely recall this moment of Zhu Ping'an's mediation with gratitude. It is akin to a couple on the brink of divorce seeking your counsel, only for you to urge them to part ways. If they do indeed separate, that is one matter. However, should they reconcile after days of conflict, what impression would you leave in their minds? What sort of friend would you be? Advocating for their divorce? Such sentiments of resentment could easily fester into enmity. Moreover, Zhu Ping'an was well aware that in the future, Yin Song and Zhao Wenhua would still maintain a father-son bond, continuing their conspiratorial ways. Advocating for peace at this juncture might initially provoke Yin Song's displeasure. But in the grand scheme, it was undoubtedly a course fraught with benefits and devoid of harm. Misunderstanding. Upon hearing these words, Yin Song turned his gaze towards Zhu Ping'an, shaking his head vigorously, a look of wounded disbelief crossing his face as he spoke. Zhu, you are unaware of the underlying circumstances. Kneeling beside them, Zhao Wenhua, with his forehead pressed to the ground, seized upon Zhu Ping'an's words as if they were a lifeline. He crawled a few steps to Yin Song's feet, clasping his thighs with both hands, and pleaded tearfully, indeed, it is a misunderstanding. Father, Zihu speaks the truth. This is but a misunderstanding. In that moment, as Zhu Ping'an attempted to mediate, Zhao Wenhua felt an involuntary surge of gratitude towards him. A misunderstanding? Yin Song scoffed at Zhao Wenhua's words, his anger intensifying. Ignoring his frail condition, he kicked Zhao Wenhua away with force. Zihu may be oblivious to the truth and can speak of misunderstandings, but you, Maidsuan, what audacity do you possess to utter such words? Father, it truly is a misunderstanding. The affection you have shown me is as profound as a mountain. How could I possibly conspire against you? Zhao Wenhua, having been knocked down by Yin Song, rose once more and knelt at his feet, clutching his thighs while crying out for mercy. A misunderstanding? Yin Song kicked Zhao Wenhua away again, then retrieved a bright yellow edict from his robes and forcefully slammed it against Zhao Wenhua's face, bellowing in uncontrollable rage. Then explain to me the significance of this imperial decree. The bright yellow edict struck Zhao Wenhua's face, falling to the ground and rolling at Zhu Ping'an's feet, unfolding to reveal its contents. The text was unmistakably clear. Such celestial wine of the mortal realm, exquisite nectar, why do you not allow me to partake? Though the edict bore no imperial seal, Zhu Ping'an recognized the handwriting as that of Emperor Jiajing. Chapter 950, Ziu. Render your judgment, such celestial wine of the mortal realm, exquisite nectar, why do you not allow me to partake? The decree from Emperor Jiajing appeared baffling at first glance, leaving one perplexed. Yet, upon reading it, Zhu Ping'an's heart skipped a beat, as a flash of modern memory surged into his mind like lightning. He realized he had encountered a pivotal moment in history, Zhao Wenhua's offering of the 100 Flowers wine. This particular episode in history, which Zhu Ping'an had encountered in both official and unofficial records, bore striking similarities in its narrative. Zhao Wenhua, naturally inclined to curry favor and engage in opportunism, had long understood the adage that connections in the court facilitate one's rise. Thus, he had taken Yin Song as his adoptive father, utilizing him as a stepping stone to ascend the ranks to his current position. However, with Yin Song as his support, Zhao Wenhua found himself unsatisfied. He felt that his position had remained stagnant for too long, and with increased opportunities to engage with Emperor Jiajing, his ambitions grew restless. He yearned for an even greater patron, the emperor himself. If he could earn the favor of Emperor Jiajing, would that not allow Zhao Wenhua to soar to greater heights? Perhaps even enter the cabinet? Moreover, Zhao Wenhua perceived his adoptive father, Yin Song, as aging, further igniting his aspirations. After careful consideration, Zhao Wenhua resolved to seek the mightiest patron of all, Emperor Jiajing. To this end, Zhao Wenhua conducted numerous investigations and devised plans, using the Jiajing Emperor's quest for longevity as a starting point. Ultimately, he chose to utilize Baiwa wine as a means of approach. While extolling the virtues of Baiwa wine to the Jiajing Emperor, he presented Yin Song as a living advertisement, emphasizing, "My teacher, Yin Song, has consumed this wine and lives a long life. Your Majesty," he proclaimed, "this Baiwa wine truly extends life, and its effects are remarkable. My mentor, Yin Song, is indeed of great age, and it is because he has indulged in this Baiwa wine that he enjoys such longevity." Zhao Wenhua's strategic presentation captivated the Jiajing Emperor, who then instructed a court attendant to pour him a cup of Baiwa wine for tasting. After savoring the wine, the Jiajing Emperor felt invigorated, experiencing a warmth throughout his body akin to the euphoric sensation following the consumption of an elixir. Additionally, he felt an unusual impulse, a desire to summon the palace concubines, bolstered by a newfound confidence in his abilities. "This is indeed a fine wine," he mused, deeply impressed, contemplating Zhao Wenhua's assertion regarding Yin Song's longevity. He realized that such a splendid wine had already been enjoyed by Yin Song. How audacious of this old man to profess loyalty before me, yet fail to present such an exquisite wine, the emperor thought. Consequently, he penned a decree, directing a court attendant to deliver it to Yin Song's residence, filled with reproach. Thus unfolded the current scene. After Yin Song hurled the emperor's decree at Zhao Wenhua, regret washed over him in an instant. Not due to the act of throwing it at Zhao Wenhua, but because it was the emperor's decree, a matter of profound disrespect. The elder statesman, filled with trepidation, implored, "Your Majesty, forgive my momentary lapse." With sincere humility, he bowed deeply before the decree that lay on the ground, honoring it as if it were the emperor himself. As the decree lay before Zhu Ping'an, Yin Song's reverence in bowing was akin to paying homage to Zhu Ping'an. In a flurry, Zhu Ping'an stepped back, shifting to the side to avoid Yin Song's grand gesture of respect. Indeed, Yin Song's reputation was well-deserved, having garnered the emperor's favor through merit rather than mere fortune. Observing Yin Song's sincere contrition as he prostrated himself before the decree, Zhu Ping'an could not help but reflect on the gravity of the moment. After expressing his apologies, Yin Song respectfully lifted the emperor's decree with both hands, placing it reverently on a specially designated altar in his study. "May village, at this juncture, do you still have the audacity to claim misunderstanding?" After attending to these matters, Yin Song turned once more to exit the study, his gaze directed at Zhao Wenhua, now filled with even greater ire. "Father, it is often said that those in power are blinded, while bystanders see clearly." Just then, Shi Zhou arrived, and Yin Song considered allowing him to mediate the situation. At this point, Yin Shifan, with his ample girth, pointed a finger resembling a bear's paw at Zhu Ping'an, suggesting to Yin Song, "Why not let Ziho adjudicate this matter?" Upon hearing this, Yin Song's eyes sparkled with realization, and he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the onlookers possess clarity that the actors lack, he mused, and it serves to deter those with inflated ambitions. "Ziho, come forth and assist this old man in discerning the truth." After Yin Song finished speaking, he extended his hand and beckoned to Zhu Ping'an. Returning to the esteemed elder, Lord Yen, Ping'an has just emerged from his intoxication and may still not be entirely clear-headed, Zhu Ping'an cautiously responded. "It is indeed a challenge for a just official to adjudicate familial disputes. Moreover, for me, Yin Song and Zhao Wenhua represent a formidable boss and a superior boss respectively. As a newcomer in this realm, how could I possibly serve as a judge between the two? Just recovering from drunkenness is sufficient," Yin Song remarked with profound significance. With Yin Song having articulated his thoughts so clearly, what could Zhu Ping'an possibly say? He could only muster the courage to acquiesce. "Today is a rare day of leisure for me, yet unexpectedly, calamity has befallen. An hour ago, His Majesty dispatched an imperial attendant to deliver a decree, reproaching me for tasting celestial wine without presenting it to the throne." As Yin Song recounted this, he supported his forehead with his hand and shook his head heavily. "Celestial wine? Exquisite brew?" Upon receiving His Majesty's decree, I was initially perplexed, uncertain of His Majesty's intentions. When have I ever tasted celestial wine? It was only upon the reminder of the imperial attendant, who mentioned that someone had submitted the 100 flowers wine, that I realized the truth. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious until my dying day. Humph. A month ago, I noticed that someone was concealing something bulky, but at that time, I thought little of it. Now, reflecting upon it, it seems that individual had been prepared to present the 100 flowers wine to the emperor all along. As Yin Song spoke, he cast a fierce glare at Zhao Wenhua, who was kneeling at his feet, letting out a heavy snort. This was nearly identical to the accounts Zhu Pingyan had read in historical texts and unofficial records, leading him to ponder deeply. However, how to adjudicate this matter? Zhu Pingyan's mind raced like a computer, swiftly formulating a strategy. Adoptive father, your son was merely momentarily confused, Zhao Wenhua pleaded once more, bowing his head to the ground. Momentarily confused? Huh. Do you still have the audacity to claim such? During your tenure in the Western Garden, you concealed the 100 flowers wine for over a month. And now you assert it was mere confusion? I suspect you have carefully plotted this for some time. Yin Song, fuming, glared fiercely and spat at Zhao Wenhua, denouncing him vehemently. Zihu, come and arbitrate this matter for me. See if I have wrongfully accused this wretched creature. After chastising Zhao Wenhua, Yin Song turned to Zhu Pingyan, his tone noticeably softening. Chapter 951, Severing Ties of Affection after Yin Song's request for Zhu Pingyan to arbitrate. The latter felt the weight of 3 pairs of eyes focused intently upon him. This was a matter of grave consequence. Any misstep in his words could leave him vulnerable to dire repercussions. With the expectant gazes of the 3 upon him, Zhu Pingyan raised his head, clasped his hands in respect towards Yin Song, Yin Shifan, and the kneeling Zhao Wenhua, and slowly began to speak. It is often said that a just official finds it difficult to resolve domestic matters, especially as I am still recovering from my drunken stupor and am rather foolish at present. Nevertheless, I am grateful to the esteemed elder and Lord Yin for their high regard. I shall endeavor to analyze the situation, but if I err, I hope that the esteemed elder, Lord Yin, and Lord Zhao will show leniency. Zhu Pingyan's words carry 3 layers of meaning. Firstly, he indicates that this is a family matter. Zhao Wenhua, as an adopted son, and Yin Song, as an adoptive father, share a father-son relationship. This is a private affair, and even the most impartial officials struggle to resolve family disputes. If my judgment is flawed, it is understandable. Secondly, he emphasizes that he was intoxicated and has only just regained some clarity. It is you who insist on having me adjudicate at this moment. If my judgment proves inadequate, it too can be excused. Thirdly, he seeks to secure an escape route before deliberating, asking for your understanding should any missteps arise during the process. For the time being, I shall take the lead, assuring you that no one will trouble you afterward, Zihu. Yin Song cast a glance at the kneeling Zhao Wenhua, his meaning evident. Zhao Wenhua pressed his forehead to the ground once more. Zihu, speak boldly without fear, Yin Shifan said with a slight smile, nodding toward Zhu Pingyan. Then I shall reveal my shortcomings. Zhu Pingyan nodded and glanced at the prostrating Zhao Wenhua, softly stating, from what I have just heard, today's events are due to Lord Zhao's missteps. Presenting the 100 flowers wine to the emperor is commendable, yet had Lord Zhao adjusted his approach slightly, offering the wine to the grand elder first for further presentation to the emperor, the outcome would likely have been different, and today's troubles might have been averted. Indeed, Ziyu, you possess keen insight, Yin Song replied, stroking his beard with evident satisfaction. While Yin Song was pleased, Zhao Wenhua kept his head pressed to the ground, unable to lift it. However, Zhu Pingyan believed that although the manner of Lord Zhao's offering the 100 flowers wine warranted discussion, he trusted that Lord Zhao would never conspire against the Grand Elder. He would not dare to do so. To speak somewhat disrespectfully of Lord Zhao, even if given another decade, he would lack the courage to conspire against the Grand Elder. Zhu Pingyan continued softly after Yin Song spoke. Upon hearing Zhu Pingyan's remarks, Zhao Wenhua again lowered his forehead to the ground, clearly satisfied with what Zhu Pingyan had said. Indeed, Zhu Pingyan was correct. My fault lies solely in the manner of presenting the 100 flowers wine, and I certainly harbor no intent to conspire against anyone. Even if I possessed the heart of a fierce beast, I would not dare to do so. Thus, my error is confined to the method of presentation, which is a far lesser fault. The more Zhao Wenhua reflected, the more he appreciated Zhu Pingyan's words. Therefore, I beseech the Grand Elder to temper his wrath, for I would not wish to jeopardize your health. Zhu Pingyan said with a respectful gesture. Zihu speaks wisely. Dear father, I beseech you to calm your anger. All that I have achieved today is due to your benevolence. How could I ever conspire against you? Moreover, even if I were imbued with the heart of a ferocious beast, I would not dare to plot against my dear father. Zhao Wenhua hastily crawled a few paces, prostrating himself at Yin Song's feet, weeping in earnest. The scene was heart-wrenching, evoking tears from those who beheld it. His expressions, cries, and tears conveyed a profound sincerity. It was evident that Zhao Wenhua's distress was genuine. Zhu Ping'an rated his performance highly. Nevertheless, he speculated that the predominant sentiment in Zhao Wenhua's cries was likely one of deep regret. Originally intending to curry favor and engage in opportunistic schemes to forge a connection with the emperor, I never anticipated that not only would I fail to establish this relationship, but I would also severely offend my adoptive father, Yin Song, to the point of inciting his wrath. Yin Song's anger had reached such a level that he contemplated severing our ties completely. Having spent considerable time by Yin Song's side, Zhao Wenhua could discern whether his adoptive father was genuinely furious or merely feigning anger with a single glance. Zhao Wenhua was acutely aware that today, when Yin Song spoke of severing their bond, it was not a mere expression. He could perceive the determination in Yin Song's demeanor. Alas, in my futile attempts, I have not only failed to achieve my aims, but have also lost my path with Yin Song, leading to an utter debacle. Reflecting on this, tears of regret streamed down Zhao Wenhua's face uncontrollably. Even if, as Zihu asserts, you harbor no intent to betray me. Yin Song scowled with palpable indignation at Zhao Wenhua, who knelt before him. My son harbors no intention of betrayal toward his adoptive father. Zhao Wenhua raised his head, swearing an oath with an outstretched hand. If I possess even the slightest treachery, may I be struck down by thunder. Before Yin Song could finish his words, he retorted, even if you harbor no treachery, your wings are not yet fully grown, and your ambitions are indeed quite pronounced. Begone. Do not set foot in the Yin residence again. This humble abode cannot accommodate a figure of your stature. From this moment forth, I declare our bond severed. We owe each other nothing. In the future, should our paths cross, let us live as strangers until our dying days. Yin Song cast one last cold glance at Zhao Wenhua, his eyes sharp and resolute, akin to a hawk soaring through a winter storm. Emotionless, he declared their bond severed, and, with a decisive flick of his sleeve, retreated into his study. The words of Yin Song, proclaiming their severance, pierced Zhao Wenhua's heart like a sharp arrow, causing him to collapse to the ground, devoid of strength. Adoptive father, Zhao Wenhua cried out, extending his hands toward Yin Song's retreating figure, his voice filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. Yin Song had departed, taking with him all prospects for the future. The fruits of a lifetime of effort were on the verge of vanishing, and from this point onward, there would be no place for him in the political landscape of the Ming dynasty. Without Yin Song's protection, those he had previously offended, including Li Mo and his associates, would undoubtedly seek retribution, leaving him not even a grave to call his own. Thus, how could Zhao Wenhua not be heartbroken and devastated? Perhaps his weeping was so profound that it moved the heavens, resulting in a miracle. Moments later, Yin Song re-emerged from his study. Upon catching sight of Yin Song's figure, Zhao Wenhua's heart leaped with joy. Did his adoptive father forgive him? Adoptive father, Zhao Wenhua, disregarding the discomfort of the steps against his legs, crawled up 2 steps to greet Yin Song, tears of relief streaming down his face. The setting sun cast a golden ray into the study, illuminating the scene. In an instant, a blinding light pierced Zhao Wenhua's eyes. A knife. His eyelids fluttered as he recognized the glint. It was Yin Song wielding a paper cutter. With a start, Zhao Wenhua stumbled and tumbled down the steps. You and I share such a bond, yet our ties have been severed. In response to Zhao Wenhua, Yin Song emitted a cold snort, then grasped a paper cutter in one hand while rolling up his sleeve with the other. With a swift motion, the blade glinted ominously as it sliced through a segment of his sleeve, which he disdainfully tossed onto Zhao Wenhua's face. After uttering these words, Yin Song turned and strode into his study without a backward glance. Father, Zhao Wenhua clutched the severed sleeve, crying out in anguish toward Yin Song's retreating figure. His heart shattered. I bid you farewell without accompanying you. Yin Song, without turning around, uttered these words devoid of emotion. Father, Zhao Wenhua persisted, his cries unrelenting. Get lost. Yin Song's roar was akin to a cataclysmic eruption, but he eventually succumbed to a fit of coughs from the exertion. Zhao Wenhua's face turned ashen, devoid of any color. You wretched child. Are you not going to drive this man away? Yin Song's thunderous shout echoed from the study, nearly shaking the roof. Father, please calm your anger. I shall see him off at once and ensure he does not trouble you again. Yin Shifan replied loudly to the study, then turned to Zhao Wenhua, narrowing his single eye and offering a sardonic smile. Minister Zhao, you have heard it. Please, do not make me repeat myself, lest I lose control of the situation. Chapter 952. Bestowing favor. As Zhao Wenhua was expelled from the Yin residence, Zhu Pingyan seized the opportunity to tender his resignation to Yin Shifan. At this moment, Yin Shifan's primary concern was to assist Yin Song in responding to the edict from Emperor Jiajing. Thus, Zhu Pingyan's resignation was met with little resistance. Having just exited the Yin residence, Zhu Pingyan spotted Zhao Wenhua kneeling outside the main gate, tears streaming down his face. Minister Zhao? Zhu Pingyan greeted politely with a slight bow, preparing to depart. Zihu. Upon turning, Zhu Pingyan heard Zhao Wenhua call out to him from behind. He halted and turned to face Zhao Wenhua. Thank you for your assistance earlier, Zhao Wenhua said softly, lifting his gaze to meet Zhu Pingyan's, his voice hoarse. You are too kind, Minister Zhao. I merely spoke the truth, Zhu Pingyan replied gently, shaking his head slightly. Alas, if only I had chosen differently, Zhao Wenhua sighed. Filled with regret for having implored his adoptive father Yin Song to present the 100 flowers to Emperor Jiajing, he had hoped to advance further, but instead, he found himself with nothing to show for it. He had not only failed to gain favor with the emperor, but had also lost the support of his adoptive father. A true case of losing more than one gains. My future is bleak. It appears utterly devoid of light. Once a spirited figure in the Yin residence, Zhao Wenhua now bore a countenance of despair, his entire being in disarray. There is always a way out, Minister Zhao. Please do not lose hope. Zhu Pingyan stood beside Zhao Wenhua, offering a gentle word of encouragement after listening to his lamentations. Indeed, while there may be a path for others, my adoptive father's road has come to an end. Zhao Wenhua vigorously shook his head, a visage clouded with sorrow. Indeed, the phrase "there is no greater grief than a heart that has died" seemed to encapsulate his plight. Drawing in a deep breath, he let out a despairing sigh. Having spent over a decade by the side of his adoptive father, he was acutely aware of the latter's temperament. Once a decision was made, it was as immovable as a mountain. His adoptive father had cast him out, leaving no possibility for alteration. Upon hearing Zhao Wenhua's lamentation, Zhu Pingyan felt a sudden stir within him, recognizing an opportune moment to extend a hand of benevolence. Zhao Wenhua, engulfed in despair, had followed Yin Song for many years and was well acquainted with the man's nature. This time, having sought to curry favor with Emperor Jiajing through Yin Song, he had inadvertently transgressed a taboo and provoked Yin Song's ire. He understood that when Yin Song declared their bond severed, it was as irrevocable as a turtle's resolve. Zhao Wenhua believed he had reached a point of no return, convinced that all hope was lost. Yet, Zhu Pingyan was privy to the historical accounts that indicated otherwise. Following his expulsion from Yan's residence, it was merely a matter of days before Zhao Wenhua seized the opportunity to approach Yin Song's wife, weeping profusely and beseeching his adoptive mother for assistance. Under the pretext of providing a generous dowry for his adoptive sister, he presented an exceedingly lavish gift to Madame Yin. Zhao Wenhua had always shown her utmost respect and filial piety, and witnessing his pitiable state, coupled with the sumptuous offering, softened her heart. She reasoned that it was not a grave matter. After all, it was merely a request to offer a jar of wine to the emperor. Yin Song, swayed by his wife's persuasion, ultimately set aside his grievances and welcomed Zhao Wenhua back into his inner circle as before. Moreover, Zhao Wenhua's generous gift of wine had not been in vain, as it caught the attention of Emperor Jiajing. However, at this juncture, Zhao Wenhua had yet to contemplate the avenue of reconciliation through his adoptive mother to mend his severed ties with Yin Song. Thus, Zhu Pingyan pondered that he could perform a favor, for it was certain that Zhao Wenhua would eventually conceive this idea himself. Why not seize the moment and extend this courtesy? It could yield unforeseen benefits in the future. Having made up his mind, Zhu Pingyan subtly curled the corners of his lips, crouching beside Zhao Wenhua, and softly remarked, "There is no challenge too great for a determined heart. Why must you, my lord Zhao, succumb to such despair? You do not understand." "Zihu," Zhao Wenhua replied, shaking his head with a countenance steeped in hopelessness. "The bond between my adoptive father and me is as unyielding as stone. There is no possibility for restoration. Even stone can be softened by gentle water. Zhu Pingyan gently countered. Gentle water? Zhao Wenhua scoffed, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Xi'er, you have seen me kneel at my adoptive father's feet, weeping and pleading. It has proven fruitless. Zhu Pingyan, upon hearing this, could not help but cough, rendered speechless. What use is gentle water? Are you suggesting? Zhao Wenhua began. But then he vigorously shook his head. No, it cannot be done. If it were the East Tower, perhaps, but with my adoptive father, it is hopeless. He is not a man swayed by lust. Within the household, there is only my adoptive mother, and he has never taken a concubine. There have been officials who offered beautiful women, yet he rebuked them vehemently and dismissed them without hesitation. This left one feeling utterly perplexed. Indeed, those in power often find themselves bewildered. Who prompted you to send beauties to Yensong? Zhu Pingyan, with a silent expression, tugged at the corner of his mouth, shaking his head in a bittersweet smile. Lord Zhao, the renowned reputation of the minister for his integrity and self-discipline is already known throughout the land. I would never knowingly act against my better judgment. What do you imply? Zhao Wenhua asked, perplexed. Zhu Pingyan refrained from directly answering Zhao Wenhua's inquiry. Instead, he fabricated a whimsical anecdote from his childhood. Lord Zhao, when I was a mischievous child, I once played carelessly and shattered my father's cherished teapot. At that moment, I truly believed the sky was falling, certain that I could not escape my father's wrath. Terrified, upon seeing my mother, I wept uncontrollably. My mother, worried and thinking something dreadful had befallen me, sighed in relief upon learning the truth and comforted me, assuring me that I need not cry as she was there for me. When my father returned, thanks to my mother's intercession, he not only refrained from punishing me, but also gave me a coin to buy candy to soothe my fright. As Zhao Wenhua listened to Zhu Pingyan's childhood tale, a flicker of emotion stirred within him. His eyes brightened, and the shadow that had clouded his brow began to dissipate, akin to a lost lamb discovering the warm glow of a distant pasture. Are you suggesting? Lord Zhao, Zhu Pingyan continued, I have heard that you regard Madame Yin as your adoptive mother, serving her with utmost reverence and filial piety, and she, in turn, treats you as her own, caring for you deeply. The minister's heart is steadfast towards you. Yet what of Madame Yin? Despite holding the esteemed position of Prime Minister, his affection for her remains unwavering. While other officials may indulge in multiple wives, the minister has neither taken concubines nor entertained a secondary household, loving only Madame Yin with unwavering fidelity. If only you could obtain Madame Yan's intercession on your behalf before the minister. Zhu Pingyan exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Wenhua, nodding in agreement as he articulated his suggestion. Indeed, that is a sound idea. I can appeal to my adoptive mother. Her heart is tender. Moreover, I realize that she dotes on the second young lady. As the engagement approaches, she has been preoccupied with preparing the dowry for the second young lady. I could offer a substantial addition to her dowry in the name of an elder brother, and I am certain my adoptive mother would not refuse. In an instant, Zhao Wenhua's mind raced with possibilities, the cloud of gloom that had lingered over him vanishing entirely. The more he pondered, the more feasible it appeared. Xi'er, thank you ever so much, Zhao Wenhua exclaimed, his excitement mounting as he lifted his gaze to Zhu Pingyan, expressing his heartfelt gratitude with utmost sincerity. Lord Zhao, you are too kind, Zhu Pingyan replied with a gentle smile. He then rose to bid farewell to Zhao Wenhua, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I wish you success in your endeavors, and I shall not intrude further. Chapter 953. A day of rest and turmoil on this day of respite. Numerous events transpired, so many that when recounted the following day, they evoked a sense of surreal detachment. After a gathering at the Yin residence yesterday noon, Zhao Wenhua took the opportunity to present the emperor with the exquisite 100-flower wine. The emperor, upon receiving this celestial nectar, admonished Yensong, questioning why such divine liquor was denied to him. Upon realizing that the heavenly wine referred to Zhao Wenhua's offering, Yensong erupted in fury, expelling Zhao Wenhua from the Yin residence and severing their father-son bond. Subsequently, it was reported that in the evening, a distressed Yensong rushed into the Western Garden to plead for forgiveness, responding to the emperor's decree by stating that he had never indulged in medicine or potions, and was bewildered as to why he had acted thus, dispelling the mutual suspicion between sovereign and minister. In another development, it was reported that Zhao Wenhua bribed the gatekeeper of the Yin residence to gain audience with the elderly matriarch of the Yin family. Before her, he knelt in anguish, weeping profusely and expressing his deep remorse. Moved by his lamentations, the matriarch interceded on Zhao Wenhua's behalf, persuading Yin Song to forgive him and retract his earlier words of severance, thus mending their rift. Additionally, another piece of news emerged. Zhu Pinggan had lodged yet another impeachment, this time against the commander of the Western City Military Command. It raises the question, does Zhu Pinggan harbor a grudge against the commander? The previous commander, Zhao Dang, had been executed following Zhu Pinggan's accusations, and now, the newly appointed commander, having served for just over a month, finds himself in the same predicament. This latest impeachment has stirred greater repercussions than the prior one against Zhao Dang, for the current commander, Gao Buotai, shares a significant connection with the Yin family. His aunt had entered the Yin residence years ago as a concubine to Yin Shifan, and recently, she was elevated to a higher status after becoming pregnant. Gao Buotai's appointment as commander was a result of this familial connection. Traditionally, such petitions concerning the Yin faction would not reach the Western Garden so swiftly. However, due to the previous day's holiday, the officials of the Board of Rites were absent, leaving only a newly appointed minor official unfamiliar with the city's intricate relations to handle matters. Consequently, he paid little heed to Zhu Pinggan's impeachment against Gao Buotai, submitting Zhu's petition along with numerous others to the Western Garden. Coincidentally, having indulged in the 100-flower wine the previous day, the emperor, invigorated and restless, reviewed the submissions from the Board of Rites that evening. Thus, Zhu Pinggan's petition came to the emperor's attention. The emperor held a favorable view of Zhu Pinggan, having been impressed by his involvement in significant cases such as the wrongful execution of Zhao Dang and the theft incident in Taicang. Therefore, he took Zhu Pinggan's latest impeachment seriously, especially since the issues raised concerning Suan Yufu and the agricultural settlements in Datong pertain to the crucial defense strategies of the Ming dynasty. Upon discovering that the agricultural lands were being encroached upon by military officials, the emperor's ire surged. Realizing that the persistent shortages in provisions and military supplies were due to these corrupt officials. The system of military farms has long been one of the principal expenditures for sustaining the frontier troops. The court allocates land for these farms, which are cultivated by both military households and civilians. A portion of the harvest is reserved for military families and farmers, while the remainder is utilized to support the army. This system, which allows for the army's sustenance without financial expenditure, has always been highly esteemed by Emperor Jiajing. However, the emergence of a corrupt official like Gao Buotai, who disregards the plight of both the military and the households, has led to the egregious usurpation of military lands for personal gain. With these lands claimed as private property, there is no longer any harvest to contribute for the sustenance of the army. In Xuanfu and Datong, aside from the Gao Buotai mentioned in Zhu Pinggan's memorial, are there other officials involved in the encroachment of military farms? What about other regions? How much land has been seized by these corrupt officials? Emperor Jiajing, enraged, recognized the necessity of impartiality and, after reviewing the memorial, summoned the commander of the Jinui, Liu Bing, to the Western Garden at the late hour to issue directives for a discreet investigation into the matter in Xuanfu and Datong. Subsequently, Emperor Jiajing acted decisively, commanding Huang Jin to dispatch the Eastern Factory to apprehend Gao Buotai overnight, charging him with dereliction of duty and slander against superiors, detaining him in prison until Liu Bing completed the inquiry into the seized lands before collaborating with the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel for a thorough interrogation. This entire affair transpired in the dead of night, and by the time the populace learned of it, dawn had already arrived. Yin Song and his son received the news sooner than others, having been informed shortly after Gao Buotai's arrest. They were taken aback by Zhu Pinggan's audacity in having impeached Gao Buotai while maintaining a facade of normalcy over shared drinks. Had they known, they would have taken more drastic measures against him. Yin Shifan, upon hearing the news, could not help but laugh in exasperation. In the East Building, during such tumultuous times, one must refrain from stirring further discord. The Emperor's edict, which not only addressed the issue at hand but also served as a subtle admonition towards me, was not lost on Yin Song. After learning of Gao Buotai's impeachment, he remained composed, his expression unchanged, and with a narrowed gaze, he cautioned Yin Shifan. "Fear not. Father, I am aware that the emperor remains as ever, with a penchant for subtle maneuvering." Yin Shifan nodded, unconstrained in his criticisms of Emperor Jiajing until a stern look from Yin Song silenced him. Shrinking back, he vented his frustrations. "Gao Buotai, That foolish braggart. I had warned him that governance in the capital differs from that on the frontier. He ought to have adopted a more modest approach and pursued success quietly. Much like that person in my household, truly a hopeless case. The situation with Gao Buotai, while a consequence of his own folly, raised a question for Yin Song. How did Zhu Ping'an come to know of Gao Buotai's transgressions? After stroking his beard, he turned to Yin Shifan and inquired. I find it curious as well, Yin Shifan replied, furrowing his brow before suddenly recalling. Zhu Ping'an has taken in several hunters from the northern foothills of Yunming Mountain, not far from Xuanfu and Datong. Perhaps they had heard of Gao Buotai's misdeeds and informed him. Indeed, that is a possibility, Yin Song nodded in agreement. Zhu Ping'an seems to hold us in utter disregard. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner even when chastising a dog. Given Gao Buotai's temperament. Upon learning of Zhu Ping'an's identity in front of the Shuntian Prefecture prison, he undoubtedly conveyed our relationship to Zhu Ping'an. Yet Zhu Ping'an did not even inquire about us, but instead directly impeached Gao Buotai. Yin Shifan remains troubled by Zhu Ping'an's actions against Gao Buotai, feeling a sense of embarrassment. This situation, one cannot entirely blame Ziho and Yin Song for furrowing their brows. Consider the plight of a young prodigy, a scholar who, before reaching his 20s, has already achieved prominence as the top candidate, rising steadily through the ranks to a 5th-grade official. Yet, during his morning studies by the riverside, he is struck by a stone thrown by a mischievous child. Instead of retaliating or scolding the child, he kindly requests the parent to discipline their offspring. How could he have anticipated that the parent, a 6th-grade official, would bind him under the pretense of collusion and theft, leading him to the Shuntian Prefecture prison? Who could endure such indignity? Zhu Ping'an's impeachment, though harsh, is thus understandable. Yin Shifan comprehends this logic, but as the saying goes, one must still consider the owner. The last incident with Zhao Dang could be overlooked, but now it has happened again? Father, I understand your appreciation for talent, yet there are precedents to heed. Remember the past at Changban Slope, when Cao Cao valued Zhao Yun. Yin Shifan pouted. I am not Cao Cao, nor is Zhu Ping'an Zhao Yun. Yin Song shot a discontented glance at Yin Shifan for comparing him to the treacherous Cao Cao. He chuckled. Indeed, Father, you are certainly not Cao Cao. You are the living embodiment of Zhuge Kongming. Yin Shifan jested, lacking seriousness. Yin Song scolded him lightly before turning grave. Though I am aging, I am not yet senile. I shall have my own judgments regarding Zhu Ping'an. First, ensure you have attended to your own matters. Chapter 954. What ferocity is this? After the rest day, Zhu Ping'an, as customary, rose early and partook of breakfast. Accompanied by Lu Dedeo, he proceeded to work at the Duke of Yu's residence. He learned of Gao Buotai's arrest by the Eastern Depot in the morning. A small flag bearer from the blood sword of the Eastern Depot was dispatched to inform Zhu Ping'an of Gao Buotai's capture. Last night, Gao Buotai had been apprehended by the blood sword along with the Eastern Depot's cavalry. Upon entering the Duke of Yu's residence, before he could warm his seat, the Duke entered with an air of excitement. Ah, Ziho, your impeachment of Gao Buotai yesterday was splendid. It has relieved a considerable vexation for me. The Duke expressed his exhilaration to Zhu Ping'an. The Duke's so-called vexation referred to the necessity of presenting gifts to Yin Shifan, who had been obstructing the annual grants. As a prince, the pride of the imperial family is ingrained in his very being, and especially as a young man full of vigor. He had long been troubled by the notion of offering gifts to Yin Shifan, harboring a deep-seated resentment. Upon learning of Zhu Ping'an's impeachment of Gao Buotai, the nephew of Yin Shifan's concubine, particularly after Gao Buotai's swift imprisonment the previous night, the Duke felt a significant weight lift from his heart, and his spirits brightened considerably. Zhu Ping'an rose to pour a cup of tea for Prince Yu, then briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding the impeachment of Gao Buotai. With a hint of regret, he expressed to the prince that Gao Buotai was the nephew of Yin Shifan's concubine, and he feared that his actions might displease Yin Shifan. As a scholar serving the prince's household, he was concerned that his actions might bring trouble to Prince Yu. Ah, Zihu, you are overthinking, Prince Yu replied with a smile. After analyzing the situation with Master Gao, I can assure you that Yin Shifan will not vent his anger upon me. I have already honored him with gifts on 2 occasions, giving him ample face. Prince Yu shook his head, encouraging Zhu Ping'an to set aside his worries. Oh, by the way, during my day off yesterday, I had you run to Yan's residence, which led to your excessive drinking and spoiled your rest day. I feel guilty about it, Since I have no pressing matters today or tomorrow, I shall grant you 2 days of leave to compensate. After Zhu Pingyan finished his current tasks, he could return home to rest. Prince Yu was in particularly high spirits that day and engaged Zhu Pingyan in conversation for quite some time, ultimately waving his hand grandly to grant Zhu Pingyan the additional leave. "Thank you, Your Highness," Zhu Pingyan replied with a smile, gratefully accepting the prince's generous offer. After bidding farewell to Prince Yu, Zhu Pingyan attended to a few minor matters, though he had little of significance to manage. Having been at the prince's residence for just over a month, he had not been assigned specific duties beyond serving as a member of the small cabinet, leaving him with few responsibilities. Before long, Zhu Pingyan completed his tasks and stepped outside to greet Gao Gong, Chen Yiqin, Yin and others, before departing the prince's residence to indulge in his long-awaited day off. After leaving the prince's estate, Zhu Pingyan made his way to Zhu's eatery. It was already past 9 o'clock, breakfast time had come and gone, yet the establishment was bustling, and from a distance, Zhu Pingyan could see the long line of patrons waiting outside. In stark contrast to Zhu's eatery's thriving business, the delicious cake shop across the street was dismally quiet, with barely a soul in sight. The owner and servants of Delicious Cakes watched enviously as Zhu's eatery flourished, grinding their teeth in frustration. "Hey, that person looks familiar. Wait, isn't that Zhu Pingyan from across the street?" The little palace maid, Xi'er, who was bored and idly counting ants at the entrance, suddenly recognized Zhu Pingyan as he approached from afar. "So what if it is him? Instead of focusing on attracting customers, you seem more concerned about that Zhu fellow." Princess Ning interjected with a huff, puffing up her cheeks and glaring at Xi'er. "And no, princess, I dare not." The little maid, Xi'er, frightened like a rabbit, quickly backtracked in her response. "Then you should focus on your work," Princess Ning retorted with a snort. "Cakes. Delicious cakes." The little maid, Xi'er, immediately sprang to life, energetically calling out to attract customers. As Xi'er enthusiastically promoted the pastries, Zhu Pingyan happened to arrive just in time to hear her spirited entreaty. "Cakes. Perhaps I shall buy some pastries for Lu Mu and the others to taste," he mused, stepping into Delicious Cakes. Zhu Pingyan was aware that the pastries from this establishment were rather expensive. However, their exquisite taste was undeniable. Consuming them regularly was beyond his means. Yet indulging in a modest purchase occasionally was still within his budget. "Young master, you wish to buy pastries?" It turns out to be Manager Zhu, the little palace maid. Xi'er was elated upon seeing a visitor, her cheeks flushed with excitement. However, her expression faltered when she recognized Zhu Pingyan, as she knew all too well that the princess held a deep disdain for him. Yes, that one and that one. Please wrap a pound of each for me." Upon entering the delightful establishment, Zhu Pingyan pointed to a couple of pastries, instructing Xi'er to package them. "You truly intend to buy pastries?" Xi'er's face lit up once more, for he was the first customer today, nay, the first in an entire month. Despite the princess's aversion to Zhu Pingyan, she could not afford to turn away business. "Very well, please hold on a moment, Manager Zhu," she said, her spirits lifted as she prepared to fulfill his order. However, just as Xi'er had managed to wrap 2 pieces, a delicate, alabaster hand reached in from the side, sending the pastries tumbling to the ground. "Who is this?" Xi'er puffed her cheeks in indignation, following the hand's direction, only to transform from an irate frog into a timid rabbit upon recognizing the owner. Princess Ning shot Xi'er a glare. Then, resembling a haughty swan, she cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Pingyan and pointed imperiously towards the door, declaring, "Leave at once. You are not welcome here." Zhu Pingyan was left speechless. No wonder business was so poor. Such a reception would deter any patron. "Humph. I have no need for your insincere pity. If the pastries in my shop remain unsold, I would rather feed them to pigs or dogs than sell them to you." Princess Ning, witnessing Zhu Pingyan's refusal to depart, became incensed, resembling a small dog with its tail stepped on, her large eyes glaring fiercely at him. Her cheeks aflame as she bared her little fangs, barking at him in a fit of rage. In her eyes, Zhu Pingyan was not merely purchasing pastries. He was deliberately mocking her, which was an affront to her fragile pride. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhu Pingyan regarded Princess Ning as one might a fool. "You are the one who is insane. How dare you speak to me, this princess, in such a manner? Do you not fear that I might annihilate your entire lineage?" Princess Ning, akin to a petulant puppy, was fierce and defiant. "Yet you are utterly flat-chested. What is there to be fierce about? A princess threatening to eradicate my lineage?" Surely you jest, Zhu Pingyan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her and smirking with indifference. Scoundrel! Insolent wretch! How dare you look at me and claim I am flat-chested? Princess Ning exclaimed, her hands instinctively covering her chest, her face flushed with rage as her breath quickened, plotting a multitude of revenge scenarios against Zhu Pingyan in her mind. Chapter 955, The Carefree Manager Impudent. You vile scoundrel, Zhu Pingyan. How dare you dare to tease this princess? Do you not believe that I could annihilate your entire lineage? Not only was I subjected to your mockery, but you also had the audacity to belittle my modest bosom. Princess Ning's delicate brows knitted together, her phoenix eyes wide with fury, wishing fervently to sink her teeth into Zhu Pingyan. Princess, wake up from your delusion. In the era of the Ming dynasty, where feudal etiquette reigns supreme, the reality for women of the upper echelons is one of confinement, rarely stepping beyond the threshold of their homes. The royal family is even more stringent. The palace is a bastion of strict rules, and unmarried princesses are pampered within its walls, permitted to venture out only for royal engagements or outings, and must wait until their wedding day to leave the palace. However, the current emperor, the Jiajing emperor, is a reclusive alchemist, seldom stepping outside the western garden throughout the year, leaving the princesses with no hope of accompanying him on outings. As for this so-called princess running a pastry shop, casually wandering out of the palace and exposing herself to the public eye, such a narrative could only be conceived by the most foolish of writers or the most naive of authors. Setting aside the constraints of feudal etiquette and palace regulations, the level of pampering that ancient princesses received is beyond the imagination of the common folk. How could she possibly endure the scrutiny, the teasing, and the provocations of customers while selling pastries? There is a historical account from the spring and autumn period, where the king of Wu, He Lu, doted on his little princess, who had been indulged since birth. One day, while dining, He Lu savored a fish dish and found it exquisite, insisting that his daughter taste it as well. Upon her arrival, seeing the fish that had already been touched by her father's chopsticks, she felt a profound humiliation, believing it beneath her dignity to consume leftovers. Consequently, she chose to end her life in despair. While her response may seem extreme, it exemplifies the pride and excessive pampering of princesses. Though not all princesses would react so dramatically, the notion of them exposing themselves to sell pastries is utterly preposterous. Historically, such occurrences have never transpired. Thus, the female manager at the pastry shop, who incessantly referred to herself as this princess, appeared to Zhu Pingyan as a delusional individual. If you are afflicted, why abandon treatment? Zhu Pingyan shook his head, a wry smile curling his lips as he addressed Princess Ning with a casual remark before turning to leave the pastry shop. Huh, what does that mean? Princess Ning was left bewildered until Zhu Pingyan had departed, at which point she realized he was insinuating that she was mentally unstable. Infuriated, she seethed, Zhu Pingyan, you shall pay for this. Princess Ning chased after him to the entrance, gnashing her teeth and shouting at his retreating figure, appearing as if she were possessed by fury. One might mistake her for believing Zhu Pingyan had wronged her in some grievous manner. Amidst her furious outburst, Zhu Pingyan strolled toward the Zhu family establishment. Outside the entrance of Zhu's restaurant, 2 gilded wooden couplets were hung. The first line read, "The stove ignites, savory aromas waft to neighboring homes," while the second proclaimed, "Buddha hears, forsakes meditation, leaps over the wall." The horizontal inscription, "Buddha jumps over the wall," was pinned by Zhu Pingyan and engraved by Lu Mu. Upon seeing the couplet, Zhu Pingyan smiled sheepishly. With the advertisement featuring a hired monk on the day of his opening, coupled with this couplet, Buddha jumps over the wall had gained considerable recognition in the capital. Increasingly, people in the city referred to braised pig offal as Buddha jumps over the wall. My apologies, Boss Zheng, for usurping your title. Zhu Pingyan silently offered another apology to Boss Zheng before stepping into Zhu's fast food restaurant. Boss, 1 serving of Buddha jumps over the wall. With extra lung and cilantro, please. Brother Dideo, add more soup, and bring a pancake as well. Oh, am I not mistaken? Zhang Laosan, what brings you here? Adding more soup again, huh? Haha. Zhang Laosan, what happened to your earlier claims that pig offal was too disgusting to eat, even if you starved? Why does it smell so good today? Did you hit your head on the door and forget your own words? Hilalu, what do you know? I'm eating Buddha jumps over the wall, understand? This is the name bestowed by a top scholar. Zhu's restaurant was bustling with patrons, the air rich with the aroma of braised dishes. Occasionally, one could hear diners calling for more soup and pancakes, along with the jovial banter of familiar faces. "Welcome. Please, come in. A few gentlemen are finishing up. A table will be available shortly." "Ah, it's young master." Lu Dedeo, who was busy serving customers, caught sight of Zhu Pingyan entering and warmly greeted him. Midway through his greeting, he looked up and, realizing it was Zhu Pingyan, sheepishly scratched the back of his head and jogged over with a grin. "Young master has arrived." Lu Mu and others, busy at the counter collecting payments, also noticed Zhu Pingyan and greeted him while setting down their tasks, preparing to welcome him at the door. "His Highness, the Prince, granted me an extra 2 days off, so I came to lend a hand." "Haha, you all carry on. No need to mind me. We'll talk later once you're done." Zhu Pingyan cheerfully waved his hand, encouraging them to focus on their work. Although Zhu Pingyan wished to assist, Lu Dedeo, Lu Mu, and Lu Dachui insisted he not get involved. Moreover, his attire was not appropriate for the restaurant, which might impose undue pressure on the patrons. Thus, he could only observe in the dining area and kitchen. Lu Dedeo, Lu Mu, and Lu Dachui were warmly attentive to the guests. The restaurant was both affordable and generous, offering complimentary tea and pickled vegetables, with free refills on soup. If one purchased a hearty meal for 6 or 10 won, rice and steamed buns were available in abundance, an absolute boon for the common folk. Additionally, Old Lu had developed various braised dishes to cater to the tastes of the customers, which were met with great approval. Consequently, business thrived, with every table occupied. As soon as one group finished, another quickly filled the space. Many regulars had already formed a rapport within the establishment, particularly Lu Gongtu, Niu, and Lungzi, who were quite familiar with Lu Dedeo and the others. In the kitchen, Zhu Pingyan learned from Lu Daqiang that the supply channels for Zhu's establishment had stabilized. In addition to the butcher he had previously signed, 3 more butchers were now contracted, each delivering 3 portions of pig offal daily. The income of Zhu's establishment was steadily increasing as well. After surveying the establishment today, Zhu Pingyan concluded that everything had fallen into place, allowing him to comfortably assume the role of a hands-off proprietor. During midday, Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen arrived at Zhu's establishment. Upon hearing the news of Zhu Pingyan's impeachment of Gaobuotai that morning, they were eager to seek him out. However, as it was the first day back after a break, they were swamped with official duties and could not find an opportunity to leave until nearly noon. They first visited the Yuanfu, and upon learning that Zhu Pingyan had taken a 2-day leave, they decided to check at Zhu's establishment first. If he were not present, they would proceed to the Linhuai market residence. "Business is thriving, isn't it?" Zhang Siwei remarked jovially upon encountering Zhu Pingyan in the back courtyard. As soon as they entered, they were astonished by the bustling activity at Zhu's establishment. Although they had heard of its success, they never anticipated such overwhelming patronage, with the place teeming with customers. "Let us set business matters aside for now. Ziho, how could you have impeached Gaobuotai? Are you not aware that he is the nephew of Yin Shifan's concubine?" Wang Shizhen interjected anxiously, interrupting Zhang Siwei, his expression filled with concern as he turned to Zhu Pingyan. "Haha, Wensheng, you should not speak. I have heard that not long ago, you publicly ridiculed Yin Shifan at a banquet." Zhu Pingyan chuckled, giving Wang Shizhen a friendly pat on the shoulder. Zhu Pingyan spoke the truth. The incident had occurred a week prior when Yin Shifan hosted a banquet for notable figures in the poetry world, including Li Panlong, Xiezhan, Wang Shizhen, and Yin Shidan. Despite their disdain for Yin Shifan, the group felt both fear and aversion due to the power wielded by Yin Song and his son, which compelled them to attend. Initially, the banquet proceeded smoothly, but as the revelry intensified, Yin Shifan's old habits resurfaced, and he began to taunt an elderly guest about his poor drinking capacity. Unable to tolerate it, Wang Shizhen composed a satirical poem aimed at Yin Shifan. The poem read, "Hand in hand on the river bridge, seeing the uncle is like seeing the mother. Both shed tears together, 3 lines of sorrow." This poem was clearly a satire of Yin Shifan, as the notion of 2 individuals shedding tears to produce merely 3 lines implies that one of them must be one-eyed. Hence, only 3 lines could be shed. Yin Shifan was indeed a one-eyed dragon. According to reports, upon hearing this poem, Yin Shifan's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Had he not sought to leverage the talents of Wang Shizhen and others to curry favor with the scholars of the realm, he might not have let the incident pass with a mere laugh. Cough. To speak candidly, I had a bit too much to drink that night. In retrospect, I break out in a cold sweat just thinking about it, Wang Shizhen said, meeting Zhu Pingyan's gaze, a wry smile playing on his lips as he shook his head. Under the influence of alcohol, I found myself in an inexplicable predicament. In broad daylight, while I was practicing calligraphy by the canal, I was unexpectedly seized by Gao Buotai and bound before the prison of Shuntian Prefecture. Were it not for my official status, I might have become a mere thief languishing in that very prison. As the commander of the Xiqing military division, how could I tolerate such misconduct? Should this person not be impeached? If he is not, who knows how many more innocent citizens might suffer a similar fate? They do not possess the protection of my official title. Furthermore, Gao Buotai has usurped the farmland of hundreds of military households, leaving the common people destitute and displaced. Is it not imperative to hold Gao Buotai accountable? Zhu Pingyan glanced at Wang Shizhen and then at Zhang Siwei, providing a brief explanation of the situation before shrugging and inquiring of them. Nevertheless, Zihu, you have recently impeached Zhao Dang, whom Yin Song had personally promoted, and imposed a fine of 12,000 taels on Yin Shirbao. Now, you are also targeting the nephew of Yin Shirbao's concubine. You make yourself an obvious target for Yin Shirbao's ire. Wensheng has already penned verses mocking Yin Shirbao, and it would be unwise to provoke him further. Yet I have had no prior entanglements with Yin Shirbao. Zihu, you should have informed me. I would have been better positioned to impeach Gao Buotai, which would have been far safer than your endeavor. Zhang Siwei nodded in agreement, feeling that Zhu Pingyan ought to have consulted him before proceeding with the impeachment. Wang Shizhen shared similar sentiments. Upon hearing their remarks, Zhu Pingyan felt a surge of gratitude but feigned a playful demeanor, jesting. Ah, how delightful. Such an opportunity for historical renown, and you dare to dream of it. Zihu, I am discussing serious matters. Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen playfully chastised Zhu Pingyan with a fist. Rest assured, I am well aware, Zhu Pingyan replied earnestly. Indeed, Zihu, it is crucial that you understand. When dealing with Yin Song and his son, if there is any uncertainty about a decisive strike, it is best to refrain from action, otherwise, one risks incurring their wrath without achieving the desired outcome, Zhang Siwei advised solemnly. Currently, the emperor holds Yin Song in high favor, and the Yin faction is at the zenith of its power. We must exercise caution, Wang Shizhen added gravely. Yes, I understand. And you should too, especially you, Wensheng. In the future, do not act recklessly, Zhu Pingyan cautioned. I have always shown respect to Yin Song and his son. I merely struck at the hound, unlike you who struck at the master. Zhu Pingyan nodded, specifically advising Wang Shizhen. Historically, Wang Shizhen had a profound enmity with Yin Shirbao, which could be described as a blood feud. There were many grievances between them, and Zhu Pingyan planned to remind Wang Shizhen of these, particularly concerning his father, Wang Su, who was tasked with overseeing the defenses at Zhiliang. He must be reminded to strengthen the defenses at the Great Wall of Panjiaku. Historically, it was due to the incursion of the Khan that Panjiaku fell, leading to the capture of several satellite cities of Beijing, resulting in Wang Su's being brought to the capital for questioning. Through the efforts of Wang Shizhen and others, Wang Su was ultimately sentenced to exile. However, Yin Shifan seized the opportunity to launch a scathing attack, presenting slanderous accusations to Emperor Jiajing in the wake of the emperor's failed alchemical endeavors. He claimed that the barbarian invaders were encroaching upon the borders, and that Wang Xiu, entrusted with the defense, wielded a formidable military force yet allowed the enemies to penetrate through the Panjiaku section of the Great Wall, leading to the fall of the four vital cities, Zhuanhua, Qianan, Jizhou, and Yutian, while permitting the barbarians to pillage and destroy at will. Were it not for the valiant efforts of the soldiers and civilians, the invaders would have reached the capital. Was this truly a matter of Wang Xiu's ineptitude in commanding troops? This was, in fact, an act of treachery against the emperor's trust. The officials, having prior ties with Wang Xiu, merely assigned him a sentence of exile. If the emperor were to condone this, would the hearts of the people accept it? Could the spirits of the unfortunate citizens ravaged by the barbarians in Zhuanhua, Qianan, Jizhou, and Yutian find peace? Your Majesty, if Wang Xiu is not executed, the people will remain unconvinced. I implore you to consider this carefully. The already irritable Emperor Jiajing, swayed by Yin Shifan's malicious words, swiftly decreed a death sentence for Wang Xiu. Of course, such matters could only be addressed in due time. Foresight was not the order of the day. For now, the only course was to caution Wang Shizhen to avoid enmity with Yin Shifan. Chapter 957, Yang Jixing's Visit in the Afternoon. Zhu Pingyan bid farewell to Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen as they departed from Zhu's establishment, each heading to their respective offices. Before parting, The two men lavished praise upon Zhu's renowned Buddha jumps over the wall dish and derided Zhu Pinggan's self-importance until he offered them a lifetime of complimentary meals, after which they acknowledged his potential with a satisfied farewell. As evening descended, with the sun setting amidst a sky painted in hues of crimson, Zhu Pinggan rode back to the Linhuai Marquise alongside Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo. Upon dismounting and entering the Marquise, a guest arrived at the residence of Zhang Juzhing, located several miles away. The visitor, a man with a square face in his 30s, was dressed plainly, so simply that even the gatekeeper at Zhang Juzhing's abode contemplated dismissing him. "Please present my visiting card to your master," the man implored, producing a card from his bosom to hand to the gatekeeper. "Who are you? Why should I heed your request?" The gatekeeper retorted, taking the card but remaining unmoved. "I am a contemporary of your master," the plain-faced man replied with a slight smile. "Rest assured, I am not here to seek favors." "A contemporary? That implies you are a fellow graduate from the same year. Could it be that you are an official?" The gatekeeper scrutinized the man, perplexed, as he could see no indications of his status. "Then wait here." Despite his doubts, the gatekeeper, upon hearing the man claim to be a contemporary of Zhang Juzhing, decided to present the visiting card to Zhang Juzhing, reasoning that he could not risk misjudging an important matter regarding his master. When the gatekeeper approached Zhang Juzhing, the latter was engaged in a game of chess in his study, playing against his third concubine, Xi'er. "Master, we agreed. I want my chariot and cannon this time." Xi'er, her voice sweet and playful, blinked her large, watery eyes at Zhang Juzhing, feigning a pout. Xiaolu, at the tender age of 16, is in the blossoming years of youth, possessing a fair and delicate beauty, lively and charming. She shares a peculiar fondness for fragrances reminiscent of Zhang Juzhing, which endears her to him. This time, not only will I grant you the privilege of moving first, but I shall also allow you 3 steps ahead, so that no one can claim I am bullying you." Zhang Juzhing chuckled, lifting her chin with his fan, teasingly. "Your generosity is truly overwhelming, my lord." "I feel most inadequate," Xiaolu feigned coyness, her face radiating allure as she spoke sweetly. Zhang Juzhing laughed heartily, retracting his fan, and with a flick of his wrist, it unfurled gracefully, his movements exuding elegance. Across the chessboard, Xiaolu cast a flirtatious glance, further enhancing Zhang Juzhing's delight in life's pleasures during his prime. "My lord, should fortune favor me and I win this match, what reward shall you bestow upon me?" Xiaolu purred playfully. "Pray, tell me what you desire," Zhang Juzhing inquired with a gentle smile, fanning himself lightly. "Yesterday morning, you adorned my sister's brows, and upon completion, they resembled crescent moons. I envied her throughout the day. If I should happen to win, you must paint my brows as well, my lord." Xiaolu puffed her cheeks, twisting her body in an exaggerated display of jealousy. As she twisted, her movements drew attention, her bosom swaying like waves, captivating all eyes. Xiaolu's playful demeanor, imbued with jealousy and charm, stirred Zhang Juzhing's desires, prompting thoughts of savoring her company before indulging in a meal. "Should you prevail, I shall grant your wish of painting your brows. But what if you lose?" Zhang Juzhing's eyes narrowed playfully as he regarded her. "If I lose, then I shall leave my fate in your hands." Xiaolu playfully concealed her face with her small hand, her voice muffled and bashful. "Very well," Zhang Juzhing grinned, his gaze growing warmer as he admired her shyness. "My lord, I shall take my leave now." Sensing Zhang Juzhing's predatory gaze, Xiaolu felt a surge of satisfaction. Tossing her hair back and delicately picking up a chess piece, "I shall capture your horse and then your soldier," she giggled. Xiaolu allowed 3 initial moves. First advanced her cannon, capturing Zhang Juzhing's sole horse, followed by taking his soldier with a diagonal move, retreating her cannon to safety. Her joy palpable as she quivered with delight. Now it is my turn." Unperturbed by the loss of a horse and a soldier, Zhang Juzhing remained composed, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Xiaolu. Just as he reached for a piece to play, a series of knocks interrupted. "Master," the voice of Lu Si, the door attendant, accompanied the knocking. Zhang Juzhing recognized it immediately. Lu Si was a fellow townsman and a cousin of his steward, Yu Qi. "Come in, what is it?" Zhang Juzhing set down his piece, turning toward the door. If it had been someone else, such an interruption would have undoubtedly provoked Zhang Juzhing's ire. Yet for the sake of his fellow townsman and Yu Qi, he restrained himself. "Sir, there is a gentleman outside claiming to be of the same age as you, seeking an audience," Lu Si announced, presenting the visitor's invitation. Upon receiving permission, He entered, holding the invitation with both hands, and inadvertently caught sight of the delicate and scantily clad Xiao Lu opposite him. Instinctively, he lowered his head even further, avoiding all distraction, focusing solely on his own toes. Noticing Lu Si's quail-like demeanor, Xiao Lu could not help but stifle a giggle behind her hand. Amid her soft laughter, Lu Si's head sank even lower, nearly folding in half. After taking the invitation, Zhang Jujing cast a glance at Xiao Lu, who playfully stuck out her tongue and covered her mouth with her hands. Falling silent, Yang Jixing from Didao village. Noticing Xiao Lu's sudden quietude, Zhang Jujing turned his attention to the invitation in his hand and immediately rose from his seat. Quickly, please invite him in. After standing, he instructed Lu Si, but then changed his mind. Never mind, I shall go personally. Lu Si, witnessing Zhang Jujing's earnestness regarding the visitor, felt a wave of apprehension. Fortunately, he had not insisted on sending the guest away. I concede this round. You may return to the courtyard. Just before exiting, Zhang Jujing turned to Xiao Lu and then strode purposefully toward the door. Chapter 958. A conversation between Yang and Zhang. Ha. My dear brother Yan, please come in. Your visit today brings unparalleled brilliance to my humble abode. I am exceedingly honored. Zhang Jujing exclaimed as he swiftly approached the entrance. Spotting Yang Jixing from afar, he clasped his hands in greeting, advancing with a smile. What could have prompted Yang Jixing's visit today? Zhang Jujing found the encounter somewhat unexpected and puzzling. Although both were of the same year in the imperial examination and disciples of Sujia, their interactions had not been particularly close. If memory served him right, this was indeed the first time Yang Jixing had graced his residence. Uncle Da, you are too kind. I am truly humbled, Yang Jixing replied with a smile, returning the gesture. As he did so, a small corner of rice paper peeked out from his sleeve. Zhang Jujing's eyes twitched upon noticing the paper, which bore a striking resemblance to an official memorial. Thus, it seemed that Yang Jixing had come for this very document. Ha, my dear brother Yan, please come in, Zhang Jujing thought to himself, while outwardly appearing oblivious to the fleeting glimpse of the memorial. He warmly gestured for Yang Jixing to enter. After you, Uncle Da, Yang Jixing insisted courteously, and together they stepped into Zhang's residence. Once in the study, Zhang Jujing personally retrieved a tin from the display shelf, opened it, and measured out a suitable amount of tea leaves, preparing a pot of tea. Brother Yan, this is a Da Hong Pao from my hometown, reputedly sourced from the 3 ancient mother trees behind the Tianxin Yongla Zen temple. I can only manage to share 1 tin each year. I hope you will savor it. Once the tea was brewed, Zhang Jujing poured a cup for Yang Jixing, presenting it with both hands and a smile. Da Hong Pao, a premier tea variety that emerged during the Ming dynasty, is significantly highlighted by Zhang Jujing due to its legendary origins. In the early Hongwu period, a scholar named Ding Xian traveled to the capital for the imperial examination. While passing through Wui Mountain, he fell gravely ill from the unfamiliar climate and lack of proper lodging, collapsing at the mountain's foot. At that moment, the compassionate abbot of the Tianxin Yongla Zen temple happened to descend the mountain to beg for alms and discovered Ding Xian in his weakened state. Displaying great benevolence, the abbot had Ding Xian carried to the temple. Being well-versed in medicine, he observed Ding Xian's pallor, emaciated frame, and swollen abdomen. The abbot then picked tea leaves from the famed Jiulong Ku and brewed a cup of tea for Ding Xian. Upon consuming the first cup, Ding Xian felt significant relief from his abdominal discomfort. After the second cup, his spirits soared, prompting him to drink several more. Remarkably, after a few days of this tea regimen, Ding Xian recovered swiftly. Before resuming his journey to the capital, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the abbot, vowing to return and pay homage if he succeeded in the examination. Shortly after his arrival in the capital, Ding Xian, indeed, achieved the highest honors. His success bore a resemblance to that of Zhu Ping'an, both attributed to the influence of an emperor's dream. It is said that during the examination results tallying, Ding Xian's scores were not among the top 3. In the final assessments, he ranked 4th. However, on the eve of the announcement, Emperor Hongwu dreamt of a massive nail driven into the Great Hall's floor, adorned with 2 red ribbons. The following morning, upon unveiling the results, the emperor found Huahuan at the top. He concocted a reason to place Huahuan lower in the rankings and continued until he reached Ding Xian's name. The character for Ding signifies nail, while the traditional form of Xian resembles 2 ribbons beneath the sun. Recognizing this as a divine indication from his dream, the emperor elevated Ding Xian to the status of the top scholar. Upon his triumph, Ding Xian requested permission from Emperor Hongwu to return immediately to Tianxin Yongla Zen Temple to express his gratitude. The emperor, appreciating Ding Xian's sense of gratitude, granted him leave at once. Clad in the vibrant red robe of a top scholar, Ding Xian rode his steed with urgency towards Wui Mountain, where he humbly thanked the abbot. He inquired about the origins of the tea he had consumed, and the abbot led him to the 3 renowned Da Hong Pao tea trees, revealing that it was indeed from this source. In a gesture of reverence, Ding Xian removed his scholar's robe and circled the tea tree thrice before draping the red robe over it, thus bestowing the tea with its name. Furthermore, Ding Xian's subsequent offering of tea to cure Empress Ma's ailment propelled Da Hong Pao to even greater acclaim. Emperor Hongwu, with a stroke of his brush, designated Da Hong Pao as the imperial tea. Each year, officials sent to Wui Mountain for the royal tea harvest donned the grand red robe, hanging it on the tea trees once they arrived, further enhancing Da Hong Pao's illustrious reputation. In light of this, Sheng truly enjoyed a stroke of fortune. With a smile, Yang Jixing extended his hand to receive the teacup presented by Zhang Jujing, savoring the rich aroma and the vibrant, clear, orange-yellow brew within. The fragrance is delicate, with a smooth, mineral essence that carries a subtle hint of incense upon entering the throat. Compared to the most authentic Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, it is equally remarkable, if not superior. It is evident that the tea from Uncle Da's hometown is indeed exceptional, undoubtedly sourced from the renowned Jiulong Ku Da Hong Pao. After savoring a few sips with a tea lid, Yang Jixing expressed his admiration for the tea. Just as wine is best enjoyed in the company of a confidant, so too is tea. Thus, I shall ensure that Zhu Zheng shares a portion with Brother Nian for him to relish. Zhang Jujing remarked with a smile, akin to encountering a kindred spirit. That cannot be, replied Yang Jixing, for a gentleman does not deprive another of their cherished possession. It is clear that this tea is held in high regard by Uncle Da. With a chuckle, he declined Zhang Jujing's kind offer. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, their conversation shifted from tea to politics. Uncle Da, have you heard about Zihu's impeachment of Galbuotai? Yang Jixing inquired casually after sipping his tea. Indeed, I heard about Minister Zhu's impeachment of Galbuotai this morning. Zhang Jujing nodded slightly, contemplating if Yang Jixing had come to discuss Zhu Pinggan's memorial. What is your perspective on Zihu's impeachment? Yang Jixing leaned forward, fixing his gaze intently on Zhang Jujing. I have already learned the details of Minister Zhu's impeachment against Galbuotai today. Galbuotai has brought this upon himself. If the allegations of his encroachment on the farmland are true, then he is deserving of his fate. Minister Zhu's action is a service to the people and a true model for us all. I am humbled in comparison, Zhang Jujing stated, lifting his teacup to take a sip before placing it down and meeting Yang Jixing's gaze calmly. Is it truly so? Yang Jixing mused, a hint of skepticism in his eyes as he leaned forward, pressing for clarity. Not to that extent, Zhang Jujing replied nonchalantly, his composed demeanor suggesting he was unfazed by Yang Jixing's probing. Oh, I would like to hear more. Yang Jixing nodded, adjusting his posture. This morning, I learned that Galbuotai has a distant aunt who, years ago, became a concubine in the household of Yan Shifan. A month ago, she was discovered to be pregnant, and as is often the case, was elevated to the status of a wife. It is said that Galbuotai leveraged this connection to return from the borders of Datong to the capital, succeeding as the commander of the Xiqing military, Zhang Jujing explained, taking another sip of his tea before continuing. In your opinion, Uncle Da, was Zihu's impeachment of Galbuotai somewhat rash? Yang Jixing smirked slightly. Not at all. Zhang Jujing shook his head, responding thoughtfully. Galbuotai's reckless behavior and abuse of power since taking office warrant impeachment. Although he is connected to the Yin family, Zihu's impeachment will not bring reproach upon them. If Galbuotai is allowed to act with such reckless abandon, it is feared that he may embroil us in a significant debacle, consequently implicating the Yin family. Although Zihu's admonition may initially provoke discontent within the Yin household, I believe that upon reflection, they will ultimately express gratitude for his efforts to cleanse their ranks. Yang Jixing had been fixated on Zhang Jujing, initially with a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. However, as Zhang Jujing's analysis unfolded, that expectation faded, and the corners of Yang Jixing's mouth began to curl downward, culminating in a resigned exhalation after Zhang Jujing concluded his discourse. Having long heard of Shuda's considerable depth, I found today's encounter to be no exception. And Yang Jixing shook his head in disappointment. What prompts such words, Brother Nian? Zhang Juzhing inquired, raising his head in surprise. Sheng, I have often heard Xi'er speak highly of Shuda, extolling his mastery in practical governance and his remarkable talents for uplifting the world. It is said he remains composed even amidst calamity, embodying the demeanor of a great general. Furthermore, I have also heard praises from the Hanlin Academy and other officials regarding Shuda. Surely there is truth in these accolades. Yang Jixing did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Juzhing, keenly observing the subtle shifts in his expression. Ah, Brother Nian, as a student of our esteemed teacher, you must know he is a benevolent elder who takes pleasure in nurturing the younger generation. It is customary for Juzhing to frequent our teacher's residence for meals, and I suspect our teacher's amiable demeanor is merely an effort to shield me from his possible criticisms. As for the words from the Hanlin Academy, they are merely rumors, not to be taken seriously. Zhang Juzhing, upon hearing this, waved his hands dismissively and chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head vigorously. Rumors arise from some grain of truth. Shuda is overly modest. Moreover, as someone who shares the same lineage as Shuda, Sheng is even more acquainted with Xi'er. Indeed, while Xi'er is a kind-hearted elder who enjoys uplifting the youth, he possesses a discerning eye for talent, capable of recognizing potential in the younger generation, which is why he becomes a mentor to them. Yang Jixing spoke earnestly, indeed. Zhang Juzhing fell silent for a moment and then let out a wry smile. I am grateful for your kind words, Brother Nian, yet I am all too aware of my shortcomings and feel quite ashamed. Hearing Zhang Juzhing's humility, Yang Jixing shook his head, chuckling softly as he lifted the teacup from the table to moisten his throat. The study grew quiet, enveloped in profound silence. Outside, dusk had descended, the sun having sunk behind the western mountains, leaving only a faint golden glow. Seconds ticked by as Zhang Juzhing seemed to shift uncomfortably in his seat, adjusting his posture. Just as Zhang Juzhing settled once more, Yang Jixing's laughter pierced the stillness of the study. The most significant issues include the arrogance of the royal family, the negligence of officials, the stagnation of governance, the lack of preparedness at the borders, and the severe depletion of finances. These are the most pressing matters, while others that burden the enlightened cannot all be enumerated. I have heard that today's royal family, much like the ancient lords and kings, is subject to the scrutiny of the populace, reliant on the shifting customs of the people. After his laughter, Yang Jixing set down his teacup and, in a solemn tone, began to recite word for word. Upon hearing Yang Jixing's recitation, Zhang Juzhing's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes widened, and his breath became labored. The text Yang recited was one with which Zhang was intimately familiar, each word and phrase resonating with an unmistakable familiarity. Indeed, he could recite it effortlessly, as if it were second nature. He recalled vividly the genesis of each character, for this was his own composition, on current political affairs. Zhang closed his eyes, reflecting on the passage of 2 years. It felt as if the events of yesteryear were unfolding before him once more. Each word and phrase had been painstakingly crafted, revised repeatedly, and refined over countless sleepless nights. He had devoted half a year to perfecting this succinct treatise of merely 1,000 characters, each word steeped in his earnest toil. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult of memories surging within, he slowly opened his eyes and offered a self-deprecating smile, pondering how his elder brother could unearth such a relic of his youth, a work that he deemed immature. Zhang mused that he had become so engrossed in his studies that he had lost touch with the realities of governance, naively imitating the political affairs of the esteemed Jia Yi from the Western Han dynasty, and now felt a deep sense of shame upon hearing it again. Immature? Inept at governance? Yang Jixing shook his head in response. If your work is considered inept, then one must wonder if there exists anyone adept in governance within the realm. Brother Yin, your words are too generous. I am truly humbled, Zhang replied with a wry smile. Incorrect, Yang exclaimed with fervor, asserting that he would express such sentiments before any audience, not merely in the presence of Zhang. Your praise for me is overwhelming, and I feel undeserving of it. Zhang paused, shaking his head with a soft, bitter laugh. This treatise is far too naive. After submission, it sank into oblivion, without a trace. 2 years prior, upon presenting this memorial, Zhang had been filled with hope, exhilarated as if invigorated by a potent elixir. At that time, he firmly believed that his submission would create ripples, capturing the attention of Emperor Jiajing and leaving him awestruck. After delivering the memorial, Zhang returned home, rehearsing in his mind how to respond when summoned by the emperor. However, with each passing day, disappointment mounted. A month slipped by, and another, leading Zhang to finally accept the harsh reality that his memorial had vanished without a trace. Indeed, it is deserved, Yang asserted, slamming his hand on the table. This extraordinary memorial, lost to the abyss, is not due to any fault of yours, but rather because of your lowly station, rendering your words insignificant. 2 years ago, you foresaw the precarious state of the court, royal lineage, talent, bureaucracy, military readiness, and finances, 5 formidable challenges that you astutely articulated. With such keen insight and governance acumen, how can you claim to be inept at politics? Remember, dear reader, this book's original domain. The text continued, in my humble opinion, my brother possesses a wealth of governance wisdom. To call you a political genius would be no exaggeration. Yang Jixing gazed down at Zhang Jujing, his eyes sharp and spirited, akin to a bonfire igniting amidst the pitch-black night. His voice resonated with fervor. Thank you, Brother Nian, for your generous praise. I am unworthy of it, Zhang Jujing replied, humbly shaking his head and clasping his fists in gratitude. Yang Jixing's emotions surged like molten iron in a boiling cauldron, while Zhang Jujing remained as tranquil as a still lake. In that moment, the two seemed to inhabit entirely different seasons, one basking in the fervent sun of midsummer, the other enveloped in the dusk of late autumn. Yet, it was precisely this contrast that underscored the profound depths of Yang Jixing's wisdom. The conversation veered back to this topic. Brother Nian, Zhang Jujing appeared helpless, expressing his resignation. With such a wealth of strategy and political genius, do you truly possess no further insights regarding the impeachment of Zithu? Yang Jixing tapped the table, his gaze piercing as he regarded Zhang Jujing, slowly shaking his head. Depth of understanding? No, I merely perceive things with greater clarity and foresight. Zhang Jujing, unflinching under Yang Jixing's scrutiny, calmly shook his head, acknowledging that his understanding was indeed limited and expressing a desire to hear Brother Nian's profound thoughts. A slight smile played on Yang Jixing's lips as he chuckled softly. Ah, Shuda, you feign ignorance while fully aware. Zhang Jujing, earnest, clasped his hands and said, I am but a fool. I implore you, Brother Nian, to enlighten me. Yang Jixing remained silent, his intense gaze fixed on Zhang Jujing, who met his stare with an unyielding calmness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a brief 3-second exchange of glances, Yang Jixing laughed. Very well, I know you comprehend. If you choose not to speak, so be it. Zhang Jujing wore a wry smile. A mere scratch on the surface, Yang Jixing mused, lifting his teacup and leisurely scraping the lid against it, savoring a sip before cryptically uttering 4 words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jujing's eyelids flickered slightly, but the moment passed, and tranquility returned to his countenance. Yang Jixing continued to scrutinize him. Although Zhang Jujing adjusted his expression swiftly, he could not evade Yang Jixing's keen perception. Witnessing this, a smile crept onto Yang Jixing's lips. Shuda, have you pondered deeply why your memorials have vanished without a trace? Why did Zithu impeach Xiao Dang, the commander of the West City Military Command, only for a new commander, Gao Buotai, to emerge, as if cut from the same cloth, sprouting anew like chives? What is the reason? Yang Jixing's expression bore a playful yet serious demeanor as he questioned Zhang Jujing, his voice rich and magnetic. Zhang Jujing fell silent for 2 seconds, poised to respond, when Yang Jixing launched another barrage of inquiries. Why was Shun Lian subjected to the court's punishment and exiled to the far reaches? What caused the death of the prime minister? What led to the Gongxu rebellion? And, in these times of crisis management, who has adorned the emperor with grandiose words, painting a picture of peace and prosperity? With each question posed, Yang Jixing's demeanor grew increasingly grave, his complexion flushed, his voice rising, and the veins in his neck becoming more pronounced. Under the relentless barrage of inquiries posed by Yang Jixing, Zhang Jujing's previously unruffled demeanor began to falter. Upon hearing the mention of Shun Lian, a flicker of unease crossed his countenance. As the name of Minister Xia was invoked, he could no longer maintain his composure. When Yang Jixing broached the subject of the Gongxu rebellion, Zhang Jujing, unable to contain himself, rose from his seat and cast a cautious glance out the window. After surveying the surroundings from a distance, his apprehension propelled him to hastily approach the window once more for a closer inspection. Ahem. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had already set in the west. It seemed Zhang Jujing had been remiss in his hospitality, having forgotten to prepare food and drink. Dear brother, please wait a moment while I instruct the servants to prepare some light refreshments. We shall dine and converse simultaneously. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his earlier discomposure, feigning surprise at the dusk that had fallen. Before Yang Jixing could respond, Zhang Jujing swiftly made his way to the door, stepping into the courtyard to survey the area. He then called out loudly, Yu Qi, Yu Qi. In a short while, a man of similar age to Zhang Jujing entered, relatively short in stature, yet robustly built, displaying the physique of a seasoned practitioner. However, he was not merely brawn without brains. The intelligence gleaming in his keen eyes revealed a sharp mind. This individual was Yu Qi, the steward of Zhang's household and a constant companion to Zhang Jujing. Young master, you summoned me. Yu Qi bowed slightly as he approached. Please have the kitchen prepare a few signature dishes, and do so expeditiously. Also, bring 2 jugs of wine, Zhang Jujing instructed. Certainly, young master. I shall convey your orders to the kitchen right away. Yu Qi nodded and turned to fulfill the request. Wait, Zhang Jujing called out to halt him. Young master? Yu Qi turned back, lowering his head to lean closer. Stand guard outside the courtyard. No one is permitted to enter. When the kitchen delivers the food and wine, you shall bring it in, Zhang Jujing whispered, pointing towards the courtyard gate. Rest assured, young master. With me here, not even a sparrow will approach the study. Yu Qi replied softly, confidence evident in his tone. Very well, go. Zhang Jujing nodded in satisfaction, waving him off. He held unwavering trust in Yu Qi's capabilities. Having grown up alongside Zhang Jujing, Yu Qi had been his companion since childhood, from their days as fellow students to their shared aspirations in the capital. His loyalty and diligence earned him Zhang Jujing's complete confidence. Moreover, Yu Qi possessed an innate understanding of Zhang Jujing's intentions, allowing him to act with remarkable efficiency, thus becoming Zhang Jujing's indispensable confidant. Once Yu Qi departed, Zhang Jujing felt reassured enough to return to his study. Upon his entrance, he found Yang Jixing seated, savoring tea, his gaze betraying a mix of admiration, mockery, and disappointment. A cautious overture had been extended, yet it seemed to have been overly cautious. Merely posing a few questions had rendered Zhang Jujing restless, akin to a bird startled by an arrow. It is no wonder that after Zhang Jujing submitted a petition, it vanished without a trace, and he never submitted another. He has become overly cautious. Following a single failure, he has retreated like a timid mouse, devoid of courage. Yang Jixing couldn't help but shake his head in silence. Chapter 961. A grand collaboration: boiled peanuts, scallion-tossed tofu, hand-pulled roast chicken, sweet and sour canal fish, Westlake beef soup. These 4 dishes and a pot of Suzhou rice wine were soon delivered to the study by Yu Qi. After presenting the food and wine, Yu Qi took his leave and closed the door, standing guard outside. With modest wine and simple dishes, I hope you do not find them lacking, my dear Yan. Zhang Jujing remarked, lifting the wine jug to pour a cup for Yang Jixing, a smile adorning his face. The wine is of little consequence, and the dishes are likewise unremarkable. As long as Uncle Da is at the table, for Sheng, it is indeed a grand feast. Uncle Da, please, Yang Jixing replied, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his tone half joking and half sincere. After this, he raised his cup in salute to Zhang Jujing. Brother Yan jested about Jujing. How could Jujing dare to refuse Brother Yan's invitation? Zhang Jujing responded, holding his wine cup with both hands in a toast to Yang Jixing. Please. The two clinked their cups together, and after drinking, they turned them upside down, leaving not a drop of wine behind. Uncle Da, the more cunning you are, the more pleased Sheng becomes. After finishing his drink, Yang Jixing's tone suddenly shifted, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Zhang Jujing, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. Brother Yan, what do you mean by that? Zhang Jujing asked, taken aback. If Uncle Da were merely a brash scholar, reckless and devoid of cunning, then Sheng would not be here today. It is only through cunning that one can achieve success. If one acts impulsively, it is likely that success will elude them. Yang Jixing rose, pouring another cup for Zhang Jujing, a knowing smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jujing felt a twitch in his eyelid, a phrase flashing through his mind. When the map runs out, the dagger is revealed. Next, Yang Jixing was expected to reveal the purpose of his visit. In truth, without Yang Jixing having to speak, Zhang Jujing had already surmised the intent behind his visit. If Yang Jixing were merely seeking to discuss Zhu Ping'an's impeachment of Gao Boitai, Zhang Jujing would not have been so cautious, treading carefully as if on thin ice. Instructing Yu Qi to guard the courtyard against eavesdroppers. How audacious Yang Jixing truly is. Zhang Jujing felt his heart race involuntarily. Uncle Da, do you not agree? Yang Jixing raised his cup, a knowing smile directed at Zhang Jujing. Hee, Brother Yan is jesting. Come, Brother Yan, do try this fish. It was freshly caught from the Tonghui River by the household servants today, exceptionally lively with exquisite flesh. Zhang Jujing, after sharing a drink, replied nonchalantly. Yang Jixing's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Jujing. Cough, Brother Yan. Why do you look at Jujing so intently if you are not eating the fish? Zhang Jujing coughed lightly. The more Yang Jixing observed Uncle Da, the more he felt that visiting Uncle Da today, rather than Yuan Mei, was indeed the right choice. Yuan Mei. Zhang Jujing momentarily paused at the mention of this name, quickly recalling that Yang Jixing was referring to Wang Shizhen, who was closely allied with Zhu Ping'an, a fellow scholar who had entered the imperial examination in the same year and was a student of their mutual mentor, Su Jie. To speak candidly, when Zhu Ping'an, Wang Shizhen, and Zhang Siwei came to pay their respects to Master Su Jie, my impression of Wang Shizhen was the most profound, followed closely by Zhang Siwei, and lastly, Zhu Ping'an. This distinction arose from the disparity in age and overall demeanor. Alas, Zhu Ping'an, being the youngest, carried an air of rustic simplicity and earnestness. However, as time progressed, my attention gradually shifted towards Zhu Ping'an, while Wang Shizhen and Zhang Siwei garnered comparatively less of my focus. Wang Shizhen, despite having formed a poetic society with Li Panlong and others, and his subsequent rise to prominence within literary circles, failed to captivate me significantly. The notion of poetic fame and literary talent, can they truly govern a nation? Yang Jixing's earlier remark about the youthful bravado of scholars likely pertained to Wang Shizhen. Yet, Zhang Jujing concealed his thoughts, responding with a modest smile, saying, Yuan Mei has just arrived in the capital and has already joined forces with Lord Li and Lord Su to form an illustrious poetic society, seemingly at the pinnacle of the literary world, far surpassing Jujing. Having lingered in the capital for several years, Jujing felt the weight of his stagnation. He thought to himself, what need is there to feign courtesy towards Yang? Yang Jixing poured himself another drink, a slight smirk gracing his lips, the chill of his smile evident. His words were somewhat harsh. In that moment, Zhang Jujing found himself at a loss for how to respond. Yang, not possessing the subtlety of Jujing, eschewed any pretense, stating plainly that he had come to discuss significant matters with him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jujing's eyelids involuntarily twitched, despite having anticipated Yang's intentions. The gravity of his words stirred a sense of trepidation within him. The matters Yang Jixing deemed significant were indeed matters of life and death. At that moment, Zhang Jujing wished fervently to close the door and send him away. Indeed, if Wang Shizhen embodies scholarly bravado, you too exhibit an even greater degree of such youthful arrogance. Have you not observed the prevailing currents of political affairs? At this juncture, even Master Su Jie, residing within the inner cabinet, maintains a stance of prudent detachment, acting with circumspection. How then can we, mere mortals, defy the tides of fate? Now is the time for discretion, for cautious speech and action, awaiting the opportune moment. To embark on such grand matters now would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise and ruinous to one's future. Ah, my dear brother, your scholarly bravado is one thing, but why must you draw me into this? Zhang Jujing's expression darkened, his words caught in his throat. Earlier, I remarked that Zithu's actions were akin to scratching an itch over a boot. In truth, is your esteemed petition not similarly ineffectual? Yang Jixing would not allow Zhang Jujing to decline, pouring himself another drink before proclaiming with fervor that Zithu's first impeachment of Zhao Dang and the second against Gao Buotai were merely the antics of clowns. The likes of such jesters are innumerable in the vast realm of the Ming. Unless the true culprits are eradicated, these clowns will continue to proliferate, like weeds, never to be fully uprooted. At this juncture, Yang Jixing once again poured himself a glass of wine, his complexion reddening as he became increasingly agitated. He extended his hand forcefully, striking the table with a resounding thud before lifting it, mimicking the gesture of uprooting a weed, and passionately declared, only by eliminating the instigator can we eradicate these buffoons, ensuring they no longer pose a threat. The force with which Yang Jixing struck the table caused the dishes upon it to bounce, sending several peanuts tumbling from their plate. the more fervent Yang Jixing became. The more Zhang Jujing could perceive his resolve, tightening his own heart in response. Who was the instigator? Shuda dared not speak, but Sheng did. It could only be the treacherous Xi'er. As he spoke, Yang Jixing slammed his cup onto the table, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Jujing. The villain wreaks havoc upon the Ming dynasty, while the court remains silent and the common people suffer. How can Sheng stand idly by? It is imperative to rid the nation of thieves without delay. In the vast realm of the Ming, the only one capable of joining me in this grand endeavor is Shuda. Shuda, do you wish to assist me in this noble cause? Why is the wine gone? Brother Nian, wait a moment. Jujing will fetch another pot of wine. Before Yang Jixing's words had fully left his lips, Zhang Jujing sprang from his seat as if pricked by a needle, seizing the wine jug and hastening to leave. Chapter 962. A disheartening return. The sun had long since set, leaving no trace of its light, and the twilight deepened, diminishing visibility. In this dusky atmosphere, small creatures began to stir. A praying mantis stood upon the eaves of the Zhang residence, defiantly waving its arms against the encroaching darkness behind it. Another mantis concealed itself snugly within a natural crevice. In the air, a yellow oriole, sharp-eyed and swift, flapped its wings like an arrow, diving towards its prey. Just as the mantis was about to become the oriole's meal, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from the study. The startled oriole abandoned its intended feast and soared skyward, while the mantis remained poised on the eaves, brandishing its dual blades with an air of majesty. Shuda, halt. Within the study, Yang Jixing wore a smirk tinged with sarcasm, calling out to Zhang Jujing, who had made an excuse to fetch more wine. No need for more wine. Sheng shall drink no longer, lest my words be dismissed as drunken ramblings. Pushing the cup aside, he regarded Zhang Jujing with a knowing smile, his intent clear. How could the pretense and evasion be so easily unveiled? A faint blush crept across Zhang Jujing's handsome visage as he chuckled awkwardly and returned to his seat. Shuda, do not beat around the bush. Give me a straightforward answer. Will you join me in this grand endeavor to eliminate the national traitors, restore virtue, and return clarity to the realm for the people of the Ming? Yang Jixing fixed his penetrating gaze upon Zhang Jujing, demanding a direct response. Zhang Jujing remained silent for several seconds, then lifted his gaze to Yang Jixing. After a moment's hesitation, he did not respond directly, but instead alluded to Yang Jixing's arduous journey through the scholarly examinations to attain his current position as a clerk in the Ministry of War, remarking on the challenges he had overcome to achieve such status. As fellow educators and students, both esteemed by their mentor, Zhang Jujing was indeed aware of Yang Jixing's background. In Zhang Jujing's perspective, Yang Jixing hailed from a family of scholars and farmers, a lineage slightly more favorable than that of Zhu Pingyan, who came from humble agricultural origins. A family of scholars and farmers indicates a balance between agriculture and education, suggesting a more prosperous household than pure agrarian roots would allow. In his early years, Yang Jixing faced the tragedy of losing his mother, Chao, at a tender age. His father subsequently elevated his concubine, Chun, to the status of his primary wife. Jealous of Yang Jixing's intelligence, which outshone that of her own son, Chun treated him poorly, subjecting him to hidden beatings and forcing him to tend cattle. Each time he was out to pasture, he would pass by the village's private school, watching the children within engrossed in their studies. And he could not help but feel envious. One day, after returning home from tending the cattle, Yang Jixing expressed to his elder brother his desire to attend the private school for learning. His brother dismissed him, saying he was too young to study. Yang Jixing retorted, "Just because I am young enough to herd cattle, does it mean I cannot pursue my education?" His brother relayed this to their father, who agreed to allow Yang Jixing to study, albeit while still tending the cattle. Upon entering the civil service through the imperial examination, Yang Jixing did not find his path devoid of obstacles. The year prior, after he had impeached Qiu Wan, he was first imprisoned and subsequently demoted to the position of magistrate in Didao, a desolate place inhabited by both Han and non-Han people, where he endured a year of exile before being recalled to the capital. Zhang Jujing sought to guide Yang Jixing through the tumultuous waters of bureaucratic life, hoping to dissuade him from his reckless ambitions. "Dear brother," he began, "I understand your sentiments, yet it has been established since time immemorial that justice and injustice cannot coexist. The throne cannot merely be secure through compromise. To live in cowardice, scrambling for survival, is not the conduct befitting a man of stature. As officials, we must serve our sovereign with integrity, shun the powerful, avoid extravagance among relatives, and resist forming factions. In an age of tyranny, the nation will surely suffer. I would willingly shed my blood or lose my head to eradicate traitors for the sake of my country and its people. With fervent passion, Yang Jixing spoke. His gaze fixed upon Zhang Jujing, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. I, Yang Jixing, fear not death. What I dread is the presence of traitors obscuring the sun, bringing suffering to the common folk. Yang Jixing's readiness to face death and his righteous spirit left Zhang Jujing profoundly impressed, yet at the same time, Zhang Jujing's resolve to distance himself from Yang Jixing's tumultuous aspirations grew even stronger. He understood that to outright reject Yang Jixing at this moment would portray him as weak in contrast to Yang's valor and integrity. Dear brother, this matter is of great significance. Why not seek our mentor's counsel before making a decision? Zhang Jujing suggested, narrowing his eyes slightly. He was acutely aware that should Yang Jixing seek the advice of their teacher, Su Jie, the mentor would undoubtedly dissuade him from his course of action. At this juncture, their teacher was more reticent than he himself. At this moment, it matters not whether the teacher is consulted. Besides, I, Yang Jixing, act with a clear conscience. Yang Jixing tugged at the corner of his mouth, offering a faint smile, and slowly shook his head. Brother Nian, both you and I are disciples under our teacher's tutelage. Out of respect and reason, we ought to consult him. Moreover, the gravity of the current situation cannot be understated. Any action taken could implicate our teacher, who cannot remain aloof. Thus, it is imperative to inform him in advance, allowing him to prepare and devise a response, ensuring we are not caught off guard. Zhang Jujing reiterated his counsel. Upon hearing this, the curve of Yang Jixing's smile deepened, and he chuckled softly, shaking his head. Uncle Da, there is no need for further discussion. I comprehend your intent. My primary objective today is to collaborate with you on this grand endeavor. Secondly, you need not make an appearance nor put your name forth. Merely lend me your support in secret would suffice. Lastly, if you could just refine this memorial for me, that would be satisfactory. After all, a fruit forcibly plucked is seldom sweet. Today, you may as well consider that I have not visited. With a wry smile, Yang Jixing retrieved a draft of the memorial from his sleeve, shaking his head in disappointment before tucking it back into his robes. He raised the corners of his lips, expressing his discontent as he saluted Zhang Jujing and turned to exit the study. Brother Nian, Zhang Jujing rose swiftly, taking a few steps forward, hesitating to speak. Uncle Da, please hold on. Should you call upon Yang again, should I miss the curfew, I would have no choice but to spend the night at your esteemed residence. At that point, even with your stratagems, you would find yourself sharing the same boat as me. Return, for those who walk different paths do not plot together. Yang Jixing replied without looking back, waving his hand dismissively before striding away with his hands clasped behind him. Zhang Jujing followed in silence, escorting Yang Jixing to the gates. Upon stepping outside the Zhang residence, Yang Jixing paused, not turning back, and left Zhang Jujing with a parting remark. Uncle Da? Though both you and Zihu may scratch the surface of issues, one does so with boldness while the other refrains. You are indeed inferior to Zihu in many respects. After delivering this, Yang Jixing resumed his stance with hands behind his back, swaying slightly as if intoxicated, reciting a verse as he departed. The wind howls bleakly. The waters of the Xi'er chill. A valiant man departs, never to return. Chapter 963. A matter of life and death as Yang Jixing left the Zhang residence. Zhu Pinggan of the Linghuai Marquis estate was also escorting the mischievous child and little girl Nyonyo out of the Jingxiang garden. What a petty spirit. Stingy. It was merely a sea cucumber I took. Tomorrow, I shall ensure you have all the sea cucumbers you desire, the mischievous child protested, patting his round little belly, squinting his eyes, and puffing out his cheeks in dissatisfaction. Although I am full, I still wish to play with fifth sister for a while tonight. She always prepares a sumptuous midnight snack, which is absolutely delightful. The thought of those delectable pastries and snacks made his mouth water. Isn't that right, Sister Nyonyo? After a sip of water, the mischievous child turned to the little girl Nyonyo, rallying her support. Nyonyo nodded vigorously, her big, watery eyes gazing up at Zhu Pinggan with a pitiful expression. Tomorrow, brother-in-law need not go to the court. We will take you to play again. Tonight, you must rest well and sleep soundly, so you have the energy to join us in our fun tomorrow. Zhu Pinggan bent down and gently patted the little girl's head, soothing her with kind words. We can play a bit more, and then sleep. I've had my lunch and napped for half the day. The mischievous child continued to murmur about the late-night snack. Hurry back to sleep. Tonight, your fifth sister and I have something important to attend to. Zhu Ping'an was far less indulgent with the mischievous child than with the little girl, playfully swatting the child's bottom with his palm. What important matter could you possibly have? The child, rubbing their bottom, wore a resentful expression on their chubby face. Convinced that Zhu Ping'an was seeking revenge for some past grievance, determined to deny him a night snack. As Zhu Ping'an was busy comforting the little girl, he paid no heed to the child's complaints. Seeing that Zhu Ping'an ignored him, the child's cheeks puffed up further, huffing like an irate little toad. Ha ha ha. Ruiger, what troubles you? Who has upset our Ruiger? A fragrant breeze accompanied a tinkling laugh as Li Shu emerged from the courtyard, surrounded by her maidservants. Upon spotting the child with puffed cheeks at the door, she let out a delighted giggle and approached to offer comfort. Fifth sister, the mischievous child inquired. Lifting their chubby face, what important matter do you and brother-in-law have this evening? Huh, what important matter is there tonight? Ask your brother-in-law, Li Shu replied, momentarily taken aback. A blush crept onto her fair cheeks as she shot a playful, reproachful glance at Zhu Ping'an, calling him a rascal. Oh, the child then turned to Zhu Ping'an, brother-in-law. What important matter do you have this evening? What important matter? Zhu Ping'an looked at the child with a smile, then feigned seriousness as he replied. A matter of life and death. The child's mouth fell open in astonishment. However, before the child could voice their surprise, another voice interjected. A matter of life and death. The maidservant Huaji, following closely behind Li Shu, widened her eyes in alarm, covering her mouth with her chubby hands. Miss, weren't we all well during dinner? How could something so serious happen in such a short time? Huaji's voice trembled with anxiety, bordering on tears. Li Shu, initially bewildered by Zhu Ping'an's words, soon grasped the implication behind his mischievous smile. A matter of life and death, in this context, could mean procreation, which is indeed a serious affair, she thought. Her face flushing crimson. You rascal. Realizing the implications, Li Shu's cheeks burned like ripe cherries, her sparkling eyes glistening with indignation as she glared at Zhu Ping'an. If Confucius were to hear such nonsense, he would surely rise again to set things right. Zhu Ping'an met Li Shu's gaze, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he chuckled softly. Li Shu's face reddened further. Huh. The maidservant Huazi, standing nearby, was now even more perplexed, her mind racing with questions. What does this mean? Why did the young master mention a matter of life and death? Why does the miss say that if Confucius heard it, he would be furious enough to come back to life? The mind has turned to mush, and still, clarity eludes me. Thus, the little maid Baozi gazes at Xi'er with a face full of questions. Xi'er mirrors her expression, equally perplexed. Well, now you are all aware that my fifth sister and I are involved in a matter of utmost gravity, so be good and return to your slumber. Early to bed and early to rise. Gather your strength for tomorrow's excursion. Zhu Ping'an bent down, gently ruffling the heads of the mischievous child and the little girl, urging them to sleep. Oh, and don't forget to bring some delicious treats for our outing tomorrow. The mischievous child, noticing that fifth sister merely scolded the crude brother-in-law as a villain without insisting he stay, though uncertain about the gravity of the situation, understood that the decision was made. With his head hanging low, he followed the maid back, only to turn back with a flushed face to remind, all right. Zhu Ping'an nodded. Tomorrow, fifth sister will bring plenty of goodies, but they are for Rue Gu and Nyo Nyo only, not for a certain someone. Li Shu also nodded in agreement, rolling her eyes at Zhu Ping'an. Upon hearing Li Shu's words, the mischievous child transformed from despondency to exuberance. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Nyo Nyo will share her portion with you. The little girl Nyo Nyo raised her small face, patted her chest, and confidently assured Zhu Ping'an in her sweet voice. Then, my portion will go to Nyo Nyo. The mischievous child, concerned that Nyo Nyo might not have enough treats tomorrow, despite his reluctance, unhesitatingly offered his share to the little girl. Afterward, he looked up at Li Shu, shyly suggesting, how about we let fifth sister give it to brother-in-law? If fifth sister doesn't give the crude brother-in-law anything, Nyo Nyo will offer her share to him, and I cannot bear to see Nyo Nyo go without. So I must give my portion to her. But if that happens, I have nothing left? Such were the inner musings of the mischievous child. At this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. After Li Shu assured them that everyone would receive something, the mischievous child and little Nyo Nyo skipped back with the maid to their rooms. Now, we must attend to matters of grave importance. After bidding farewell to the children, Zhu Ping'an, with a smile, took Li Shu's hand. You can manage that on your own. With so many people around, Li Shu shot Zhu Pingyan an annoyed glance, pinching a small bit of flesh at his waist, circling her fingers around it. As the moon hung low in the sky, affairs of life and death unfolded fervently in the main bedroom of Jingxiang Garden. The night was deep. I have thought of something, Xi'er suddenly declared to the maid Baozi in the outer chamber, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Huh? What did you think of? Baozi was utterly bewildered. Yes, it's about the matter of life and death, Xi'er stammered, her face burning. You thought of something. Quickly, tell me. The little maid Baozi, in a flurry of curiosity, inquired incessantly, having pondered over this question to the point of losing sleep. Under the urging of Xi'er, she shyly leaned closer to her ear and whispered, It turned out that upon hearing Xi'er's enlightening words, the little maid Baozi suddenly grasped the concept, her face transforming to the hue of a ripe crab in a heartbeat. Chapter 964. The awakening of Huaxiu at the fifth watch. In the stillness of the deep night, silence enveloped everything, and time seemed to pass swiftly, as if she had slumbered for years in a single dream. The embroidered bed was in disarray. Li Shu lay in her nightgown, half open, the morning light spilling forth, revealing her delicate shoulder, her skin as pale as milk. She nestled comfortably in the embrace of Zhu Pingyan, resembling a slumbering beauty. Her hair, loosely tied, flowed like silk, and her sleepy eyes, adorned with long, curled lashes, fluttered gently like resting butterflies. Her slender hands trembled slightly as they clutched the bedding, as if she encountered something unsettling in her dreams. The fluttering of her lashes intensified, and her grip tightened, her breath quickening. Then, she opened her eyes, caught between dream and reality, still drowsy. Even without the remnants of sleep, her spirited gaze outshone the bright morning star hanging in the dim light of dawn. It was merely a dream. It startled me. Yet, what was the dream about? I cannot recall a single detail, only that it was a nightmare. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Li Shu rubbed her delicate eyes and glanced out the window, where she beheld the morning star and the dawn on the horizon. It is already bright outside. I had planned to rise early today as I instructed before bed. Why haven't the two girls, Xi'er and Xi'er, come to wake me? Have they overslept? We are going to the lake today, and I need to prepare everything in advance. Never mind, I shall rise first and tidy up for them later. Li Shu gently supported herself on the bed, rising from Zhu Pingyan's shoulder and leaning against the soft couch, glancing down at the peacefully sleeping Zhu Pingyan, a smile blossoming on her face. Childlike mischief ignited within her as she took a strand of his hair, poised to tickle his nose and lips. However, just as her hair was about to touch him, Li Shu changed her mind, halting her action. Forget it. This rascal stayed up late last night and deserves a little more rest. Li Shu extended her delicate hand to gently stroke Zhu Pingyan's long brows, bending down to place a tender kiss on his forehead before quietly sliding off the bed, donning her robe, and preparing for her morning routine. She arranged for the maidservants to gather the necessary items for their outing to the lake. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. After breakfast, Li Shu summoned Ger and Nyo to join them for the lake excursion, as promised the previous day. However, as they stepped out of the gates of the Linhuai Marquis's residence, they were met by several eunuchs arriving from the West Garden, accompanied by a squad of imperial guards. The leading eunuch held a role of imperial edict, specifically summoned to deliver a decree to Zhu Pingyan. This imperial missive interrupted their plans for leisure, and it was merely the beginning of unforeseen events. The imperial decree not only interrupted the leisurely plans, but also disrupted Li Shu's life. The decree stated that it had been discovered that Zhu Pingyan had falsely accused Gao Buotai, the commander of the Xiqing military command, although he deserved severe punishment. Considering Zhu Pingyan's past merits, he was demoted to the official in charge of grain and finances in the Susong region, tasked with overseeing provisions against the Japanese pirates, and was to assume his duties immediately, thereby redeeming himself. The language of this decree was stern, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, leaving Li Shu momentarily stunned. She was aware of Zhu Pingyan's accusations against Gao Buotai, yet she did not fret too much. Not only did she believe in Zhu Pingyan's capabilities, but she had also analyzed the situation and felt confident that there would be no issues. Regardless of the truth behind Gao Buotai's alleged encroachment on the land, the fact that he had abused his power, slandered, and bound Zhu Pingyan, who was his superior, warranted his punishment. However, Li Shu could hardly anticipate that the Jiajing emperor, as if blinded and misled, would issue such an absurd decree, disregarding facts and principles. After the eunuch finished reading the decree, Zhu Ping'an, under the watchful eyes of the Jinyue, was compelled to hastily depart southward to take up his post, without even the chance to pack his belongings. Once he left, Li Shu hurriedly gathered her companions, Xi'er and Xi'er, to prepare their things and follow Zhu Ping'an. Yet, in her panic and haste, she worked herself into a sweat. And when a breeze blew, she caught a chill. As she boarded the carriage and had just exited the gates of the Linghuai Marquis's residence, she fainted. This illness confined her to her bed. During her recovery at the Marquis's residence, Li Shu spent her days engulfed in worry. As if the world had transformed into shades of black and white, black leaves, black flowers, and a white sky, devoid of color. She was constantly preoccupied with thoughts of Zhu Ping'an. Where was her brother now? Did he have sufficient funds for his journey? With the scorching heat, was he suffering from the sun? She had heard it rained in the south, and he had neither a raincoat nor an oiled paper umbrella. She feared he might get drenched. Above all, Li Shu's greatest concern was Zhu Ping'an's safety. The decree required him to oversee provisions, which meant he could potentially face the fierce Japanese pirates. They were said to be exceedingly ruthless, committing heinous acts without restraint, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't seize the provisions and supplies. Although Zhu Ping'an was slightly plump and had a good appetite, he was merely a scholarly man without any skills for self-defense. How could he withstand the brutality of the heartless pirates? The thought alone was terrifying. Finally, after months of lingering illness, Li Shu's health improved. As soon as she regained her strength, she wasted no time and, accompanied by Xi'er, Xi'er, and others, set off southward in a carriage. As they traveled, she heard tales of the Japanese pirates' atrocities, murder, arson, and every conceivable wickedness, deepening her anxiety for Zhu Ping'an. Upon reaching the Susong region, she learned of Zhu Ping'an's whereabouts. Just over 10 miles ahead, he was supervising a convoy of supplies headed to support the front line. Thus, Li Shu could not afford to wait another moment. Despite the objections and advice from the accompanying guards, she resolutely set out to find Zhu Ping'an. 10 miles, 9 miles, 8 miles, 1 mile. Li Shu was suddenly engulfed by a cacophony of battle cries, followed by a billowing plume of smoke that soared into the sky, causing her heart to race with trepidation. As the smoke thickened and the clamor intensified, she beheld a scene of devastation ahead, a fiery glow illuminating the scattered, tragic remnants of the Ming soldiers, their severed limbs drenched in blood. At that moment, her heart felt as though it were gripped by malevolent hands, rendering her breathless. Further ahead, Zhu Ping'an appeared, a familiar figure she had longed for, standing resolutely before her. Though clad in armor, she recognized him instantly. Yet a long spear protruded ominously from his back. "Brother Zhu," Li Shu cried out in anguish, heedless of the galloping carriage, as she leaped from it and rushed forward, her garments billowing like those of an ethereal being gliding across the waves. Hearing her desperate call, the figure turned, revealing Zhu Ping'an, gaunt and bloodied. A spear piercing through his chest, blood gushing forth like a torrent, pooling around him. "What are you doing here?" His voice was hoarse, each syllable seemingly burning with the weight of his life. "Brother Zhu, I have come." Li Shu's tears fell like rain. Yet her beautiful face radiated joy as she ran into his arms, her hands outstretched in embrace. As she drew near, she laughed melodiously, summoning all her strength to leap into Zhu Ping'an's embrace, clinging to him like a koala. "Brother Zhu, I have come." Her watery eyes gazed into his as she tenderly caressed his lips, which were stained with crimson. Happiness and contentment suffused her features, the blood mingling with her tears, cascading down her cheeks. The spear's shaft extended through her own back. Miss," a heart-wrenching voice called from behind. Xi'er and Xi'er, desperate and frantic. "Miss, wake up. It's time to rise." "Wait, rise," Li Shu thought, bewildered. Were these two girls so distraught that they had lost their wits? Why disturb her now? "Miss, awaken. It's time to rise. Did you not say last night to wake you early for the lake outing?" The voice became clearer, accompanied by gentle shaking of her arm. "What is happening?" Li Shu grumbled as she opened her eyes, revealing the concerned faces of her maidservants, Xi'er and Xi'er, standing by her bedside, Xi'er gently shaking her arm. The bed. Suddenly, Li Shu realized she had merely been dreaming. With a start, she sat up and pinched Xi'er's arm. "Miss, that hurts." The little maid whimpered, gazing at her with wide, pleading eyes. Then it truly was just a dream. Gazing at Zhu Ping'an, who was still snoring beside her, Li Shu's eyes crinkled with delight, resembling a crescent moon. During breakfast, She recounted the terrifying nightmare she had experienced the previous night, still feeling shaken, akin to a frightened little rabbit. Fear not, for dreams are often contrary. If you dreamt that His Majesty discovered I framed Gao Buotai, it surely indicates that Gao Buotai has met his downfall. Perhaps, even as you dreamed, Lord Lu, the commander of the Jinhui, was verifying the truth of Gao Buotai's encroachment upon the farmland. Zhu Pingyan affectionately ruffled Li Shu's forehead, offering gentle reassurances, his smile radiating warmth like the sun, dispelling the shadows in her heart. As Zhu Pingyan concluded his comforting words, a soft whimpering filled the air. Turning to investigate, they found the maid Baozi, her eyes red and tears streaming down her cheeks, her small mouth quivering. "What troubles you?" Li Shu inquired. Miss, knowing she would be pierced by a lance, still bravely rushed to embrace the young master. It was so moving. Just thinking of that scene makes it impossible for me to contain my tears, the maid replied, wiping her tears with her chubby little hands, her voice breaking as she spoke. Before Li Shu and Zhu Pingyan had finished their breakfast, a commotion erupted in the courtyard. The mischievous boy and the little girl Nyo bounded into the room, having already devoured their meals. They could hardly contain their excitement and hurried to urge Li Shu and Zhu Pingyan to join them outside. "Let us go and play. It's not school time. The sooner we go out, the longer we can enjoy ourselves," they exclaimed. However, upon entering, the boy, unable to resist the sight of Zhu Pingyan's delightful meal, succumbed to temptation and sat down to have breakfast himself, earning an exasperated eye roll from little Nyo. "All right, let us head out," Zhu Pingyan announced after they had finished their meal and tidied up. He naturally took Li Shu's hand as they walked towards the door. Much like a contemporary couple in love, Li Shu's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her ears tinged red, yet she did not withdraw her hand from his grasp. Though slightly embarrassed by this public display, her heart swelled with sweetness, akin to tasting honey. As for Hua and Qin, they had become immune to witnessing such affection and were unfazed by the sight. However, for the mischievous boy, this was a first, his round face contorted in astonishment, his pudgy hands covering his face in shyness. Meanwhile, Nyo pouted, clearly unimpressed. Hearing the boy's reaction, Li Shu playfully shot Zhu Pingyan a reproachful glance. Quickly pulling her hand from his grasp, he chuckled, accustomed to the ways of the world. Zhu Pingyan, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head, momentarily forgetting that he resided in a society deeply entrenched in Confucian values. In this wretched feudal society, even holding hands was frowned upon. However, such a trivial incident was soon cast aside by the crowd as they prepared to depart. Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu decided to visit Xi'er for their lakeside excursion. Xi'er, a renowned tourist destination during the Ming Dynasty, is one of Beijing's rare expansive bodies of water, spanning over 1,000 acres. It is a natural and man-made lake that connects to the Grand Canal, surrounded by 10 ancient Buddhist temples, hence its name, Xi'er. The picturesque scenery, accompanied by the harmonious chimes of bells, has earned it the poetic titles akin to spring at West Lake, summer at Qinhuai, and autumn at Dongting. Xi'er shares the same water system as the Tai Pool in the Western Garden of the Jiajing Emperor, collectively referred to as the 6 Seas of the capital. The term sea is a relic from the Yuan dynasty. In truth, it would be more fitting to refer to it as a lake. The Mongol rulers, hailing from arid grasslands and deserts, were astonished by the vastness of these bodies of water and, in their wonder, deemed them as oceans. Xi'er is classified as one of the outer 3 seas, while the Tai Pool is part of the inner 3 seas, separated by city walls. The inner 3 seas are located within the Western Garden, prohibiting commoners from entry, whereas the outer 3 seas, an act of imperial generosity, allowed the public to wander, albeit with nobles given precedence. With Zhu Pingyan's position and the backing of the Linhuai Marquisate, enjoying a boat ride on Xi'er posed no difficulty. 3 carriages adorned with the Linhuai Marquisate emblem emerged from the estate, flanked by 8 spirited steeds. Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo rode ahead, while the remaining 6 were guards from the Marquisate. The first carriage bore the painter and musician, along with 2 young maids, stocked with provisions and spare garments. The central carriage held Zhu Pingyan, Li Shu, the little girl Nyo, and the mischievous boy. The last carriage contained 2 elderly women and 2 rough maids, carrying cooking utensils and blankets. The group embarked towards Xi'er in grand procession. Upon their arrival, they found the lakeside bustling with visitors. "Why are there so many people?" Li Shu remarked, lifting a corner of the curtain to peer outside, her cherry lips pouting in discontent at the chaotic throng. Not to worry, I shall take a look. Zhu Ping'an replied with a smile, lifting the curtain and stepping down. As he alighted from the carriage, Lu Mu approached, leading a horse. Young master, I've inquired, and it appears that the crowd is denser here. If we venture further in, we shall find fewer people. We could rent a pleasure boat to explore the lake or visit one of the islands where one can fish and enjoy the scenery. Let us rent a pleasure boat then, and procure the finest one available, Zhu Ping'an agreed, nodding. He produced a 10-tael silver note from his pocket and handed it to Lu Mu to secure a splendid boat. Considering Li Shu's pampered upbringing, he wished to ensure her comfort and satisfaction. 10 taels amounted to roughly 6,000 yuan, which should be more than sufficient for renting a delightful vessel. During this period, Zhu Ji Fast Food has brought substantial profits to Zhu Ping'an, and he can still afford the rent for the pleasure boat. Hee. We don't need to rent a pleasure boat, my lord, chimed in the little maid Baozi, peeking her head out from the carriage and giggling. Our household possesses several pleasure boats right here. Well, all right then, Zhu Ping'an responded, his face slightly flushed. The momentary feeling of financial grandeur vanished in an instant. At this time, the pleasure boats were as costly to maintain as modern yachts. Compared to the wealthy and ostentatiously family, his modest resources truly seemed inadequate. Chapter 966. The so-called beauty. The sky was clear, and the gentle breeze caressed the face. The shimmering waves of Xi'er danced gracefully as a luxuriously adorned, elegantly designed pleasure boat approached from afar. On its deck, 2 little legs dangled over the railing, excitedly pointing at the fish swimming in the water and exclaiming with delight. However, what truly evoked envy among the onlookers was the youth on the deck, with an endearing appearance, lazily reclining against a beauty resembling a salted fish, while surrounded by a throng of charming maidens. Particularly captivating was the young lady beside him, who, although obscured by a sheer veil, revealed her visage momentarily as a gust of wind lifted her veil. In that fleeting instant, the crowd gasped in awe. Such beauty indeed warranted the most extravagant of praises. Thus, when the veiled maiden extended her delicate, fair hand, using a toothpick to feed the wholesome-looking youth fruit, the onlookers wished fervently to trade decades of their lives for just a second in his place, merely to savor the fruit offered by her hand. In that moment, their envy for the innocent youth reached a point bordering on hostility. Of course, this envy dissipated shortly thereafter, not due to any misfortune befalling the youth or the fulfillment of the onlookers' desires, but rather because the pleasure boat soon vanished from view. Out of sight, out of mind. Hee, my lord, you didn't see how those men on the shore looked like they wanted to devour you, giggled the maid Baozi, covering her mouth with her hand. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Zhu Ping'an nonchalantly smiled, then gently flicked his wrist to reveal a palm-sized crucian carp. What does this mean? Oh, you caught a fish, Baozi exclaimed, her face a picture of confusion, only to break into cheers upon seeing the fish on the hook. What a silly girl, Li Shu remarked with a playful roll of her eyes. The fish is hooked. We've caught a little fish. The mischievous Rue Gu and the little girl Nyo, with their short legs, rushed over to see the fish after Zhu Ping'an pulled it up. He carefully unhooked the fish and placed it into a prepared basin of water, where it began to swim energetically. Brother-in-law is amazing, little Nyo marveled, poking the crucian carp in the basin with her tiny fingers while gazing at Zhu Ping'an with admiration. It's nothing special, I can do it too. The mischievous boy puffed out his cheeks defiantly. The mischievous child also requested a fishing rod, deliberately choosing to sit beside Zhu Ping'an, determined to catch a fish. No. A whole basket of fish larger than the one caught by the rustic brother-in-law, eager to prove to sister Nyo that he was the most formidable. Dreams are often grand, while reality can be stark. Zhu Ping'an, having already caught 2 fish, one remarkably hefty, perhaps weighing half a pound, watched as the child failed to catch even a single fish. After Zhu Ping'an reeled in his 3rd catch, the child surrendered, casting aside the fishing rod and scampering off to play with the little girl Nyo. Xi'er is not particularly vast. In merely half an hour, Zhu Ping'an and his companions had circumnavigated the lake. The next destination, the Hard Island. The pleasure boat accelerated toward the island, a pace no longer conducive to fishing. Zhu Ping'an stowed his fishing rod, and at his feet lay a basin containing 6 fish. Nearby, numerous pleasure boats and tour boats surrounded 3 exquisitely adorned vessels, heavy with the scent of cosmetics, from which wafted the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, ethereal melodies, and bursts of applause. As they drew closer, the scene on the 3 central boats became discernible. One featured a graceful and stunning woman dancing enchantingly, while the other 2 showcased equally captivating ladies, one singing Guan Guan Ju Jiu with a celestial voice, and the other playing the zither with a melodious tune. Surrounding boats and tour vessels echoed with applause, and literati composed verses that were relayed to the decorated boats, while wealthy patrons tossed gold into the vessels. Zhu Pingyan glanced around, surmising that perhaps this was a selection event for courtesans in the capital. "Are you curious to take a look inside?" Li Shu asked with a playful smile, her large, glistening eyes blinking, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth that sparkled in the sunlight. "Not interested," Zhu Pingyan replied, shaking his head without hesitation. Indeed, he felt no inclination. The performances within the boats, whether singing or dancing, paled in comparison to the modern entertainment industry. Compared to contemporary shows like The Voice or Dancing with the Stars, the performances on these boats lacked both form and impact, rendering them utterly uninviting to Zhu Pingyan, who was accustomed to the richness of modern entertainment. "Why not? I am quite curious," Li Shu said, her tone slightly teasing, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Zhu Pingyan, scrutinizing even the slightest change in his expression. "Not interested," Zhu Pingyan reiterated firmly. "Humph, you know your place," Li Shu replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, her cherry lips curving into a satisfied smile. "What is happening inside? Why is it so lively?" asked the maid Baozi, leaning on the railing, her curiosity evident as she stretched her neck to peer inside. Amidst the bustling scene, there transpired some rather unsavory matters. Xi'er cast a disdainful glance inside, her lips curling in contempt. The little maid Baozi, where, looked on with a puzzled expression. Xi'er leaned closer to Ware's ear, whispering a few words. Selecting a courtesan? TSK, how shameless." Upon hearing this, Ware's mouth fell open in astonishment, and she spat several times towards the direction of the pleasure boats. "What flowers are courtesans?" the mischievous child, with her chubby face, inquired, utterly bewildered. "Such childish questions. Off you go. Save it for when you're older," Zhu Pingyan said, turning the child's head away from the boats. He then called to the sailors below deck, "Kindly exert yourselves. Let us navigate past those pleasure boats and head to the island in the center of the lake for a proper rest." "Understood, master," the sailors replied in unison, and the vessel accelerated once more. "Such a rare opportunity to witness the selection of courtesans. Do you not wish to see?" Li Shu remarked, poking Zhu Pingyan's chest with her delicate finger, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "And so what? Even if the most beautiful women of the entire Ming dynasty were to be judged there, they could only ever be second best." Zhu Pingyan has shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing the idea of selecting a courtesan with indifference. "Why second?" Li Shu inquired with a playful lilt. "Because the most beautiful woman in the Ming dynasty is right beside me." Zhu Pingyan gazed intently at Li Shu, the corners of his lips curling into a smile. "Flatterer. You know how to charm." Li Shu feigned a pout, though her cheeks bloomed like a blossoming peony, delight radiating from her demeanor. "So, dear master, enlighten me. What makes the young lady so beautiful?" Ware giggled, urging him on. "Everywhere is beauty," Zhu Pingyan chuckled lightly. "Master, your answer seems rather vague," Ware pouted, dissatisfied with his response. "To me, a true beauty should possess the grace of flowers, the melodiousness of birds, the spirit of the moon, the essence of jade, the purity of ice and snow, the elegance of autumn waters, and the heart of poetry. In all of Ming, only your young lady embodies such perfection," Zhu Pingyan said earnestly while gazing unwaveringly at Li Shu. Zhu Pingyan found inspiration in the notion of beauty from Zhang Chao's dreams in the shadows during the Qing dynasty, and he felt it was most fitting for Li Shu. For him, these words were but a reference. Yet, for the Ming dynasty, for this world, they were original and unprecedented. For a woman, there could be no moment more romantic than this, no words more enchanting. Such flattery. Li Shu's cheeks flushed crimson, her lips curving shyly as she turned away, revealing 2 adorable dimples that had already emerged before she spun around. Her long hair danced joyfully in the wind as she twirled, embodying beauty that could captivate a city. Such is the essence of a smile. In the chapter titled Untitled, the scene quickly transitions to Lake Hart Island, where the pleasure boat docks. Zhu Pingyan first takes Li Shu's hand as they disembark from the deck, then gestures warmly to the little girl, Nyo, with open arms, beckoning her to come down. A melodious peal of laughter escapes Nyo as she jumps from the boat, landing safely in Zhu Ping'an's embrace before being gently placed on the shore. The mischievous child aboard the boat, witnessing this, his eyes gleaming with excitement, decides to imitate Niu Niu and leaps off as well, believing Zhu Ping'an will catch him just as he did the little girl. However, after setting Niu Niu down, Zhu Ping'an turns away, oblivious to the impending descent of the boy. Fortunately, as the child tumbles down, he cries out, prompting Zhu Ping'an to swiftly reach out and grasp his leg just in time, preventing the boy's head from colliding with the ground. Though the dock is made of soft earth, such a fall would still be quite jarring for the child. Uncle too, I feel you did that on purpose. The boy pouts, looking up at Zhu Ping'an with a chubby face, feigning innocence. Nonsense, Zhu Ping'an retorts, playfully pinching the boy's cheek before taking Niu Niu's hand and leading her toward the grassy area. Wait for me, the boy exclaims, his short legs propelling him to catch up. Lake Hart Island, though not expansive, is a picturesque locale. Near the dock lies a lush expanse of grass, dotted with wildflowers, leading into a verdant forest alive with birdsong. A gentle breeze carries the fragrant scents of flowers and grass, refreshing the spirit and uplifting the mood. Visitors have already arrived at Lake Hart Island, each occupying their own space without encroaching upon one another. Lu Mu, known as Lu Dedeo, along with the guards from the Lin Huai Marquette, has claimed a section of land, forming a semicircle by the lakeside that encompasses both the grass and parts of the woodland, maintaining a respectful distance from others. Li Shu has arranged for the old maid to deliver some home-cooked dishes and wine to Lu Mu and his companions as a token of appreciation, much to the delight of the guards. Meanwhile, the mischievous children, Niu Niu and the boy, have already begun frolicking on the grass, chasing butterflies and catching grasshoppers with unrestrained joy. Zhu Ping'an, on the other hand, has taken Li Shu and Xi'er to fly a kite on the grassy expanse. This kite, crafted collaboratively by Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu, features a frame constructed by Zhu Ping'an and a beautifully illustrated phoenix adorned with a long, colorful tail designed by Li Shu. All right, you can let it go now, Zhu Ping'an encourages Li Shu as he runs against the wind. At the moment of release, Li Shu opens her hands, and the kite soars triumphantly into the sky. It's flying, it's flying, Xi'er exclaims, bouncing with delight like a playful rabbit as the kite ascends. After ensuring the kite is stable, Zhu Ping'an hands the spool of kite string to Li Shu, ready for more fun. Li Shu, her face aglow with joy, eagerly took the spool of string and began to fly the kite. However, perhaps due to a lack of control over the string, the kite in the air swayed drunkenly, struggling in its ascent. Observing this, Zhu Ping'an approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Li Shu. One hand steadied the spool, while the other gently placed over her small hand gripping the string, guiding her in the delicate art of kite flying. It's quite difficult, Li Shu pouted, her cheeks flushed, as she nestled against Zhu Ping'an, her lips forming a charming cherry blossom pout. Didn't Miss Li used to be able to fly kites? Xi'er, watching from a distance, scratched her head in confusion and quietly asked Xi'er beside her. You must be mistaken. Miss Li cannot fly kites, Xi'er replied with a dismissive glance, shaking her head vigorously. Really? Xi'er looked bewildered. You're being foolish, Xi'er retorted, rolling her eyes. How am I foolish? Xi'er touched the back of her head, utterly perplexed. Let us fly the kite. Let us fly the kite. Little Niu Niu, a lively girl, dashed over after witnessing Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu with the kite, bouncing around like a little puppy. I want to join too. The mischievous boy followed suit, bouncing and shouting with glee. Why don't you teach them how to fly kites? After the two children arrived, Li Shu wriggled free from Zhu Ping'an's embrace and withdrew her hand from his, placing the spool into his palm. These two little distractions, Zhu Ping'an mused, glancing at the spool in his hand, then at the exuberant children, his expression a mix of bemusement and resignation. After spending over 10 minutes teaching the little ones to fly kites, he instructed a maid to supervise while the children played independently. While Zhu Ping'an was engaged in teaching Niu Niu and the boy, Li Shu, along with Xi'er and Xi'er, organized the maids and the housekeeper to lay out mats on the grass, adding cushions and bedding to create a comfortable resting area. They then erected 4 bamboo poles around the area, draping a piece of satin around them to form a private space for a brief respite. By the time Zhu Ping'an returned, the resting area was beautifully arranged. Shall we go fishing? We can grill the fish later, Zhu Ping'an suggested, inviting Li Shu to the lakeside dock. He had heard that traveling together was the best way to nurture affection, and he did not wish to squander this opportunity. Yes, We should catch some more fish. Li Shu nodded in agreement. I want to go too. The little maid, Xi'er, raised her small hand enthusiastically. Where do you think you're going? The resting area isn't cleaned up yet. You still need to help me tidy it, Xi'er said, pulling Xi'er back, who seemed oblivious. Really? Isn't it already set up? Xi'er looked taken aback. Have we used the incense? Have we lit the insect-repelling incense? And what about the mosquito net? Xi'er counted on her fingers. That's true. Well then, miss, young master, I want to go fishing after all, Xi'er conceded. Nodding, realizing Xi'er had a point. The resting area indeed needed more preparation, and she decided against joining the fishing trip. Seeing this, Xi'er sighed in relief. Without the company of the others, Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu relished a moment of companionship by the lakeside. Zhu Ping'an entertained Li Shu with several modern, dry humor anecdotes, eliciting delightful giggles from her. The atmosphere grew increasingly amiable. Unbeknownst to them, Zhu Ping'an gradually shifted his position closer to Li Shu until they were almost side by side, allowing him to catch a whiff of her delicate orchid fragrance. However, just as Zhu Ping'an contemplated taking a step further in their budding intimacy, the mischievous duo of the boisterous child and the little girl Nyonyo arrived, interrupting their moment. After playing with a kite for a while, they found it uninteresting and, noticing Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu fishing by the lake, they hurried over. Chapter 968. The catch with the two little shadows in tow. Fishing became a simple pastime. Nevertheless, the abundance of fish at the dock near the island was remarkable. Within no time, Zhu Ping'an had caught 7 or 8 palm-sized Crucian carp. Uncle is so amazing. Uncle is so great, cheered Nyonyo, becoming an ardent admirer of Zhu Ping'an. Each time he reeled in a fish, she clapped joyfully, her face glowing with admiration. Meanwhile, the boisterous child, Rue Gu, watched with envy, his cherubic face contorting with frustration. Eager to earn Nyonyo's praise, he grabbed a fishing rod and plopped down beside her to try his luck. However, lacking patience, Rue Gu soon grew restless. After Zhu Ping'an helped him set the bait and cast the line, Rue Gu waited a mere minute before assuming that Zhu Ping'an had deliberately chosen a fishless spot. He proceeded to relocate the hook, moving it to a different spot every minute, eventually trying 7 or 8 locations, which only frightened the fish away. While Zhu Ping'an managed to catch 5 or 6 fish, Rue Gu had yet to land a single one. I'm done. Those foolish fish are blind. I won't fish anymore. Finally, after Zhu Ping'an caught another fish, Rue Gu could no longer restrain himself. He flung the fishing rod to the ground in frustration and shouted at the lake, then turned away with a huff. I won't fish anymore. I'll go hunting instead. Nyonyo, wait for me. I'll bring you something to eat. With his hands behind his back, he swaggered off, tossing a boastful remark over his shoulder to Nyonyo. Hunting? Nyonyo rolled her eyes at Rue Gu's retreating figure, harboring no expectations of his claims. Yet, Rue Gu brimmed with confidence, convinced that hunting would be a simple endeavor. Catching a few small fish was no great feat. He fantasized about returning with a majestic tiger, imagining Nyonyo's admiration. As he pranced away, lost in his daydreams, his confidence began to wane upon crossing a grassy patch. I wish I had a suitable weapon. How can I hunt without one? Further along, his bravado diminished even more as he ventured into the woods. Where are the tigers? There aren't even any rabbits around here. With small hands clasped behind his back, the little rascal wandered aimlessly, his head drooping in disappointment. In the woods, there were no prey to be found, only a few birds perched high in the trees, far beyond his reach. Resigned, he decided to explore the grassy meadow instead, hoping to encounter a little rabbit. With a heavy heart, he emerged from the forest, his chubby hands swinging as he ventured onto the grass, eager to try his luck. Alas, while he stumbled upon a multitude of grasshoppers, not a single rabbit graced his sight. Surely, one could not offer grasshoppers to Sister Nyonyo. The little boy's face reflected his frustration. However, perseverance often yields reward. Just as he was about to give up, a small hole caught his eye on the ground. What could this be? A rabbit burrow? No, it was too diminutive, smaller than his fist. A rabbit's den could not be so tiny. Could it be a mouse hole? Great mouse, why do you steal our millet? He recalled the tale told by the teacher. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if discovering a new world. He dashed into the woods, retrieving 2 dry twigs before returning to the hole. He cautiously poked the longer stick into the hole several times, ensuring no mouse or snake would emerge, before confidently crouching down to dig. Initially, he unearthed only dirt, but soon, he began to extract something different, small, dark, and the size of soybeans. Raisins. His eyes gleamed brighter with each discovery, and he energetically dug out the trove of raisins, finally collecting 2 hefty handfuls. Once finished, he gathered them in his clothing, like a treasure, and hurried off to find little sister Nuno. "Nuno, look what I've brought back," he exclaimed proudly as he approached the lakeside, beaming as he presented his find, casting a sly glance at Zhu Ping'an. "What is this?" little Nuno asked, puzzled by his offering. "These are raisins. Hee, I just righted a wrong and raided a mouse's nest. All these raisins came from the hole," the little rascal declared, puffing out his chubby face with pride. Hearing that they came from a mouse hole, Nuno took a step back in disgust, her brow furrowed. "Raisins?" Zhu Ping'an remarked, intrigued as he glanced over. "You can't have any. These are for Sister Nuno." The boy protectively gathered his clothes around him. "No, they don't look like raisins to me." Zhu Ping'an pointed at the boy's bundle, shaking his head. "Humph, how could they not be raisins? You're just jealous." The little rascal interrupted, puffing out his cheeks defiantly. "Sister Nuno, raisins are delicious. Just watch." With that, he swiftly retrieved a raisin from his clothing and tossed it into his mouth in one swift motion. "Wait a moment," Zhu Ping'an exclaimed. "I can't help but feel that it's a rat." "Humph," the mischievous child interrupted, sensing Zhu Ping'an's jealousy. Ignoring him, the child sealed his lips and took a bite. After a mere moment of chewing, his plump little face scrunched up in distaste, and he proceeded to spit repeatedly, exclaiming, "Yuck." Zhu Ping'an's voice was drowned out by the child's chorus of disgust. "This seems like rat droppings." After finishing his dramatic retching, the child, with a furrowed brow, cried out and angrily shook the offending droppings into the lake. "Quickly, bring a cup of juice for Rui to rinse his mouth." Li Shu, unable to contain herself, chuckled at the situation. Having never seen rat droppings before, she had mistaken them for grains or some similar food item, only to be shocked by the revelation. The little girl rolled her eyes in disdain at the child. Chapter 969. The Intrigue: Flying Kites, Fishing, Playing Games, Barbecuing, Monopoly. Storytelling. Laughter filled the air on the island at the lake's center. Joyful moments pass all too swiftly, and before they knew it, the sunset had painted the western sky in hues of crimson. Reluctantly, the mischievous child and the little girl Nuno were led onto a painted boat by Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu, bidding farewell to the island. Though the child and Nuno were like 2 bright bulbs in their company, they were never a hindrance on the path of love. Brother Zhu, Sister Li. Their intimate addresses revealed the ease of their camaraderie. Upon returning home that evening, the child and little Nuno, still not satiated from their play, wished to linger at Jingxiang Garden, only to be playfully coaxed away by Zhu Ping'an, citing the urgency of a grave matter that required attention. This time, the little maid, understood the gravity of the situation. As she listened to Zhu Ping'an's gentle persuasion, her cherubic face flushed with embarrassment. Of course, the actual person involved, Li Shu, was even more flushed. As night approached and bedtime loomed, a gentle rain began to fall outside, creating a rhythmic patter against the ground. The youth listened to the rain from his chamber, where red candles flickered dimly, casting shadows within the embroidered curtains, while soft whispers of love danced beneath the sheets. The following morning, the rain continued its gentle descent. Zhu Ping'an arose early to partake in breakfast. His 2-day leave, graciously granted by the prince, had come to an end, and it was time to return to work at the royal residence. "Mister, the young lady has asked me to bring you your raincoat." Where, the little maid emerged from the bedroom with a rosy complexion, holding a blue oilskin coat in her hands, and tiptoed to assist Zhu Ping'an in putting it on. The oilskin, a raincoat of ancient times, was a luxury reserved for the wealthy. In this era, such garments were crafted from fine silk and coated with a special oil to repel water, thus earning the name oilskin. The affluent of the Ming dynasty favored wearing oilskins, donning silk hats and oil boots, to distinguish themselves from the common folk who wore straw raincoats and hats. "Thank you." After Zhu Ping'an donned his oilskin coat and boots with the assistance of Xi'er, he casually expressed his gratitude as he stepped outside. This simple thank you caused Xi'er to blush for quite some time. Watching Zhu Ping'an's figure gradually fade at the entrance of Jingxiang Garden, her heart, which had been racing like a startled deer, began to calm slightly. However, the recollection of what the young lady had just said in the bedroom sent her heart racing anew. Last time, the son-in-law had not animated her. Why did the young lady still wish for him to be attended to? "Xi'er, why are you still standing there?" The young lady asked you to retrieve the Tianshan Snow Lotus Cream from the Rejuvenation Hall. Xi'er emerged from the bedroom, carrying a basin of water, and raised an eyebrow upon seeing Xi'er lost in thought. "Oh, I almost forgot," Xi'er exclaimed, her mouth agape, and she hurriedly dashed out. "Wait, take an umbrella," Xi'er called after her. "No need, it's just a short distance." Xi'er spread her arms over her head and scampered toward the treasure room of Jingxiang Garden. The treasure room housed Li Shu's precious belongings, not only gold and silver jewelry, but also rare medicinal materials, such as century-old ginseng, deer antler, cordyceps, and Ganoderma lucidum, including the Tianshan Snow Lotus Cream. The treasure room of Jingxiang Garden had 2 keys. Li Shu kept one and entrusted the other to Xi'er. The Tianshan Snow Lotus Cream, crafted from Tianshan Snow Lotus and several other precious herbs, was a finished product specifically designed for female users, known for its remarkable efficacy in reducing swelling and alleviating pain. Xi'er opened the door to the room, located the Tianshan Snow Lotus Cream, meticulously put everything back in place, locked the door, and hurried to the master bedroom. A unique scent of chestnut blossoms permeated the master bedroom. At that moment, Li Shu had yet to rise, lazily reclining on the bed. Her skin as delicate as mutton fat jade, her cheeks rosy and radiant, resembling a ripe peach, seemingly ready to drip with sweetness without a touch. "Miss, I have brought the Tianshan Snow Lotus Cream." Xi'er presented the cream like a treasure to Li Shu. "You may leave for now. I will call for you later," Li Shu said softly, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she cast a fleeting glance at Xi'er and Xi'er in the bedroom. "Yes, miss," they replied in unison, retreating and closing the door behind them. What a wicked person, showing no compassion at all, Li Shu pouted after Xi'er and Xi'er exited, clutching the cream as she nestled back under the covers. "All right, you may bring the water in now." After a while, Li Shu finally emerged from the blankets, adjusted her attire, and gently called out to the door. Xi'er and Xi'er entered, carrying warm water and toiletries, ready to assist Li Shu in getting up. As usual, Zhu Ping'an left Jingxiang Garden and, accompanied by Lu Didao, made his way to the residence of Prince Yu. Lord Zhu has arrived. The commander of the Imperial Guard stationed outside the residence, Wu Wanfu, spotted Zhu Ping'an from a distance and approached to greet him. "Lord Wu," Zhu Ping'an replied, dismounting and returning the gesture with cupped hands. "Lord Zhu, may we speak privately for a moment?" Wu Wanfu approached Zhu Ping'an and spoke softly, leading him to a secluded spot by the wall. "I wonder what insights Lord Wu has to share," Zhu Ping'an remarked with a smile and a cupped fist salute as he followed Wu Wanfu to the quiet area. "You jest, my lord. I am hardly in a position to offer you counsel," Wu Wanfu replied. "In truth, there is a matter I wish to discuss. A close friend of mine serves as a 100 household commander in the Jinhui. Last night, during a visit for drinks, he relayed some information that pertains to you, and I deemed it necessary to inform you. My friend disclosed that the allegations you raised against Gao Buotai regarding the encroachment on the farmland have been verified by the Jinhui. Coincidentally, my friend was traveling north with Commander Lu for an inspection and returned hastily last night. To his astonishment, the investigation revealed that not only Gao Buotai, but also numerous others from the towns of Xuanfu and Datong have encroached upon the farmland. Preliminary findings indicate that Xuanfu alone has unlawfully seized over 4,050 mu of land, while Datong is not far behind with nearly 1,000 mu. Gao Buotai himself has taken over 180 mu, placing him among the top 5 offenders among the military officials involved. Given the high ranks of those implicated and the significant scale of their violations, should arrests be made, it would lead to a collapse of the border command in Xuanfu and Datong, jeopardizing our defenses. Commander Lu, apprehensive of the consequences, hurried back to the capital to report to His Majesty, seeking his judgment. Wu Wanfu leaned closer to Zhu Ping'an's ear, discreetly unveiling this insider information. The revelations shared by Wu Wanfu were soon corroborated. Emperor Jiajing erupted in fury at the Western Garden, issuing multiple edicts in rapid succession. A total of 26 military officials, including Gao Buotai, were summarily dismissed and imprisoned, with replacements appointed to the posts at Maguan and Zhaijingwen to fill the vacancies in Xuanfu and Datong. The emperor's wrath was palpable, even felt by Zhu Ping'an and his associates at the Prince of Yu's residence. Shortly thereafter, the Duke of Yuan responded to the emperor's sentiments by sending Inspector Tian to the Prince of Yu's residence. He began with an impassioned account of the encroachments by officials in Xuanfu and Datong. followed by an inquiry into the landholdings of the officials within the prince's court to ascertain any potential misconduct. After the verification process, he required Zhu Ping'an and others to sign confirmations. As the emperor's thunderous decree reverberated, the Duke Yuan's actions were merely formalities, aimed at signaling their compliance with the emperor's directives. However, while conducting the registration of other officials, Inspector Tian moved swiftly, but when it came to Zhu Ping'an, he was unnaturally meticulous, as if scrutinizing every detail with utmost precision. Your diligence is noted. I shall cooperate fully, for my conduct is above reproach, Zhu Ping'an thought, fully engaging with Inspector Tian's thoroughness. Name? Place of origin? Inspector Tian inquired, opening his ledger and casting a stern glance at Zhu Ping'an, as if questioning a criminal. I am Zhu Ping'an, hailing from Xi'er village in Huaining. Zhu Ping'an replied with a respectful salute. Do you possess a residence in the capital? Inspector Tian continued his inquiry. Upon arriving in the capital, Ping'an found himself without a residence. Zhu Ping'an shook his head. Then where are you currently residing? What is the rent? Asked Inspector Tian as he took note. I am temporarily staying at my wife's family home, in the Linghuai Marquis Mansion on Gongho Street in the West City. Since it is my wife's family, no rent is required, Zhu Ping'an replied. Do you possess any land in the capital? Inspector Tian inquired further. I do not have any land in the capital, Zhu Ping'an answered. What about your ancestral home in Xi'er village? Do you have a residence there? Asked Inspector Tian. There is a courtyard in Xi'er village, Zhu Ping'an responded. What is the extent of your land holdings? Inspector Tian meticulously verified every detail for what felt like a long incense stick's duration. However, Zhu Ping'an's background was exceedingly unremarkable, hailing from a remote farming family. His ancestral holdings paled in comparison to others. Since arriving in the capital, he had been residing with his wife's family, lacking any personal dwelling, and only possessed a small shop selling pig offal, the capital for which he had borrowed from his wife. By the end of his inquiry, Inspector Tian felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhu Ping'an. Haha. Xi'er, do you know why Inspector Tian looked at you with such scrutiny? After Inspector Tian departed, Enraged stroked his beard, placing a hand on Zhu Ping'an's shoulder with a chuckle. That is simply Inspector Tian being diligent, Zhu Ping'an replied, forcing a light smile. Xi'er, look into my eyes, Enraged said, pointing to his own eyes, addressing Zhu Ping'an. Is there something awry with your eyes, Serene? Zhu Ping'an asked, momentarily taken aback. Are my eyes blind? Enraged inquired earnestly, gesturing toward his eyes. Zhu Ping'an shook his head. They are not blind, correct? Enraged pressed further. Zhu Ping'an nodded in affirmation. Haha, exactly. Since my eyes are not blind, I witnessed how Inspector Tian treated you just now. Rather than an inquiry, it resembled an interrogation, Enraged remarked, returning to his previous topic. Xi'er, do you understand why Inspector Tian is so focused on you? Zhu Ping'an could only shake his head once more, for he genuinely did not comprehend why Inspector Tian had taken such an interest in him. This was their first meeting, and there was no prior grievance. Could it be that Inspector Tian had faced penalties due to the Taitsong incident? Or perhaps he had connections with certain officials involved in the appropriation of farmland. Or was it that Inspector Tian? Haha, Xi'er, you have usurped the position of the censorate, Enraged chuckled, patting Zhu Ping'an's shoulder. How have I usurped their position? Zhu Ping'an asked, puzzled. Haha. Consider it, Xi'er. What is the role of the censorate? It evolved from the former censorate, responsible for supervision, impeachment, and recommendations. Primarily tasked with evaluating officials of both civil and military ranks, Enraged explained, half seriously and half jokingly. You, Xi'er, are not a censorate official. This year, you first impeached Zhao Dang. Then there was the Taitsong incident involving hundreds of officials, followed by the impeachment of Gao Buotai, resulting in dozens of military officials being brought down. Xi'er, your achievements this year surpassed the collective record of the entire censorate. The more illustrious your accomplishments, the more the censorate appears to be remiss in its duties. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an paused momentarily. Although Enraged's words were tinged with jest, there was a kernel of truth in them. He had been rather adept at catching mice, which cast a shadow on the cat's competence, inevitably rendering the feline displeased. However, it was unlikely that the Duke Yuan would exhibit such pettiness. Moreover, should he encounter injustices in the future, he would still fulfill his duty of impeachment. One could not allow rodents to invade the granary simply to spare the cat's feelings. Haha, Ministry, and you jest. The Duke Yuan oversees the realm's supervision, upholding integrity and righteousness, playing an indispensable role in safeguarding the country. I have merely captured a few large rats. How could I possibly compare myself to the Duke Yuan? The world could do without Zhu Ping'an, but it cannot do without the Duke Yuan. Zhu Ping'an chuckled and shook his head. My impeachment of Zhao Dang and his ilk is merely me discharging my responsibilities. The rise and fall of the nation rests upon every individual's shoulders. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's declaration regarding the collective responsibility for the nation's fate, Yin Shidan's expression shifted, and he was profoundly impressed. The others present were equally struck by his words. What a profound statement. The rise and fall of the nation is indeed the responsibility of every individual. At that moment, a resounding cheer echoed from outside, and the crowd turned to see Prince Yu entering. Your Highness, we pay our respects. Zhu Ping'an, Yin Shidan. And the others rose to bow to Prince Yu. Please, no need for formalities. Gentlemen, be seated, Prince Yu said with a warm smile, gesturing for Zhu Ping'an and the others to take their seats. The rise and fall of the nation is indeed the responsibility of every individual. Ziho speaks wisely. Prince Yu could not help but praise Zhu Ping'an's words, elevating his regard for him even further. This phrase, the rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every individual, is a timeless adage from the late Ming scholar Gu Yanwu, widely known and revered throughout history. In truth, Zhu Ping'an had uttered it casually, without any intention of pretension. Yet, to Prince Yu and the others, it resonated deeply, leaving them in contemplation. Thus, the unintentional display of eloquence by Zhu Ping'an turned out to be remarkably successful.